Qingchuan City, District 3, Tianqing Martial School. On the playground, the team of Class 6, Grade 12 was neatly lined up. Luo Xiu frowned, trying hard to sort out the memories in his mind. He had just traveled here. The original owner of this body was also named Luo Xiu, whose appearance was very similar to his, and he was a senior high school student. According to the memories, this is a high martial world invaded by ferocious beasts. That's right, the kind of high martial world where martial arts can be cultivated. Every senior high school student who has reached the age of 18 can participate in the martial awakening ceremony 100 days before the college entrance examination to activate their life palace and consciousness C, detecting their attributes, physical potential, and mental potential. And today is the awakening day for this year's students. However, what is truly baffling, the original owner of this body had just inexplicably died in the class lineup, and Luo Xiu thus transmigrated here. Luo Xiu speculated it was very likely the handiwork of his stepmother and stepbrother. After all, only these two had a motive for murder. He remembered that he had never seen his biological mother since childhood. It was his father, Luo Jianjun, who had single-handedly raised him. But 6 years ago, Luo Jianjun suddenly brought back a woman and a child, who turned out to be his stepmother and stepbrother. After the stepmother entered the house, she not only resorted to physical violence against him, but also gave all the cultivation resources that should have belonged to him, body-tempering liquid and vitality pills, to his stepbrother. He wasn't even allowed to touch the fitness equipment at home. However, this selfish and domineering woman unexpectedly gave him a vitality pill last night. She even said it was because she was afraid his awakening ceremony today would embarrass the Luo family, and wanted him to use the vitality pill to boost his vitality value, increasing the chances of awakening with greater physical potential. This is simply nonsense. Luo Xiu absolutely did not believe that the malicious stepmother would suddenly soften her heart. Her unusual behavior must have some ulterior motive. Maybe there's poison hidden in that qi and blood pill. Luo Xiu secretly speculated in his heart. At this moment, the classmates suddenly erupted in thunderous exclamations. Damn, Lu Qingxi is just too incredible. She truly deserves to be the #1 goddess of our Tianqing Martial School. Blood energy value 1.38, mental value 0.98, innate attribute of the lightning element, physical potential SS level, mental potential C level, and she even awakened the physical talent, double speed. Any one of these stats alone could crush all of us. The key point is that she also awakened a martial soul. The purple lightning thunder dragon, martial soul. Awakening a martial soul means her cultivation speed will be at least twice as fast as ours in the future. During battles, she can even let the martial soul possess her, instantly doubling all her attributes, and she can use martial soul techniques. It's practically cheating. Damn, she's not only beautiful but also has such heaven-defying talent. How can anyone else even compete? If Lu Qingxi takes a liking to me, I'd be willing to live in a villa and drive luxury cars. Your calculations are so sharp they make my backside hurt. Damn, you secretly enjoyed it again. Lu Qingxi, martial soul? Luo Xiu snapped back to his senses and instinctively looked up at the stunningly beautiful girl gracefully stepping down from the awakening platform, a trace of amazement flashing in his eyes. It was the same school uniform and short skirt, but on Lu Qingxi, it looked completely different from the other girls, especially those legs, long and straight, smooth and rounded, like a work of art carved from ice and jade, making one involuntarily swallow. Coupled with her upright posture, high-tied dark purple ponytail, cold and elegant demeanor, and the faint flicker of lightning in her eyes, she is so stunningly beautiful that it makes others feel inferior. Indeed, both beautiful and cool. A martial soul is something that only 1 in 10,000 can awaken. This girl is practically the chosen one. If only I could awaken my martial soul too. Luo Xiu couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the awakening mentor on the stage called out, "Next, senior class 6, Luo Xiu." Luo Xiu was slightly stunned, and all the classmates in the class immediately turned their eyes toward him in unison. My turn? He took a deep breath, quickly calmed his emotions, stepped out of the line, nodded to the homeroom teacher, and then walked toward the awakening platform. Just as he brushed past Lu Qingxi, a cold, clear voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Good luck, don't disappoint me." Luo Xiu instinctively looked over, only to see that she hadn't turned her head at all, leaving only a stunningly beautiful figure behind, as if nothing had happened. Luo Xiu felt slightly puzzled. In his memory, he seemed to have no connection with Lu Qingxi. What a strange thing. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and quickly stepped onto the awakening platform. Seeing him approach, the awakening mentor immediately handed over a transparent crystal. "Use this crystal to prick your finger." Luo Xiu took the transparent crystal and gently placed his index finger on its sharp end. A drop of blood seeped into the crystal from his fingertip, and instantly, a hint of crimson spread at the center of the crystal. "All right, give me the crystal," the awakening mentor said. Luo Xiu quickly handed over the crystal, and the awakening mentor inserted it into a groove on a nearby protruding stone pillar. As the awakening mentor formed a hand seal, the entire awakening platform instantly emitted a layer of golden light. The voice of the awakening mentor came from the side. "Empty your body and feel real carefully. In the next moment, a mysterious force suddenly surged up from beneath the awakening platform and flowed into Luo Xiu's body. This force was like a sharp sword, first piercing straight into Luo Xiu's life palace below his abdomen, then exploding with a roar, transforming into a rain of swords that washed through the meridians all over his body, finally converging in his mind and detonating again in his sea of consciousness. Luo Xiu only felt a warmth within him, as if he were soaking in a hot spring, his entire body immersed in an extremely comfortable state. So this is martial awakening? His spirit was invigorated, and his interest in martial cultivation suddenly surged. He carefully sensed it, feeling himself growing stronger. However, just at that moment, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. As the chime faded, a small bronze temple engraved with unknown runes slowly emerged in his sea of consciousness. The doors of the bronze temple were tightly shut, exuding a dense ancient aura. Surrounding it were indistinct murmurs of chanting, chaotic, frenzied, devout, twisted, fanatical, as if countless obsessed believers were fervently worshipping here, offering their souls. Just as Luo Xiu was feeling puzzled, the voice of the awakening mentor pulled him back to reality. Luo Xiu, vitality value 0.83, mental value 0.62, innate attribute gold, physical potential grade C, mental potential grade D, physical talent invisibility, psychic talent X-ray vision. As the awakening mentor's slightly surprised voice fell, the entire playground instantly erupted in an uproar. Invisibility plus X-ray vision? That's practically the ancient Greek god in charge of picking flowers. Damn, so jealous. Won't he be able to see girls' graceful figures and those little secrets anytime he wants in the future? What the heck? At night, he can even sneak into the girls' dorm naked and have the time of his life. TCH, that's small-minded. If it were me, I'd just strip and charge straight into the women's bathhouse. Why does it have to involve getting naked? Don't you know? While the invisibility skill is awesome, it only makes your body invisible. Clothes can't turn invisible. X-ray vision is the same. It can only see through one layer of clothing. The kind of ability in novels that can see through walls or jade is simply impossible. Isn't this way too useless? Other than being pervy, it can't do anything else? That's why I said, Luo Xiu, he has the innate lust demon sacred physique. Luo Xiu slowly came back to his senses, but he didn't notice the lecherous gazes of the boys below the awakening platform, nor did he pay attention to the wary expressions on the girls' faces. All his attention and mental focus were completely drawn to the small bronze temple. At this moment, the whispers around the small bronze temple gradually faded, and the divine light also slowly disappeared. A stream of unfamiliar information instantly surged into Luo Xiu's mind. Unique hidden spiritual soul, temple god, soul skill, temple god's blessing, level 1. Temple god's blessing, level 1. Each time you offer a divine thought pill to the temple god, you will receive a blessing from the temple god, enhancing your talent ability once. Temple god? Spirit soul. Luo Xiu's spirit was shaken. The legendary spiritual soul corresponding to the physical martial soul. Even rarer and more mysterious than martial souls. Only spiritual psychics with extremely strong talent have the possibility of awakening a soul of thought. But his spiritual potential is only at level D, while to become a spiritual psychic, the potential must at least reach level C. He doesn't even qualify to become a spiritual psychic, so how could he possibly awaken the legendary soul of thought? Could it be because he is a transmigrator? Is this a special benefit for transmigrators? Luo Xiu's mind buzzed from this unexpected surprise. Honestly, this wave of surprise came too suddenly. Just now, he was still agonizing over speculating the cause of the original body's death, but in the blink of an eye, he awakened a spiritual soul far rarer than a martial soul. It made him so excited that he felt a tingling sensation all over. However, upon second thought, Luo Xiu suddenly calmed down, feeling that this spiritual soul seemed somewhat peculiar. The soul technique resembled a kind of sacrificial trade. Not only had he never heard of it before, but he hadn't even seen a trace of it. Generally, spiritual souls are similar to martial souls in that they both enhance combat power and cultivation speed. The difference lies in the fact that martial souls primarily strengthen the physical body and blood energy cultivation, with martial techniques leaning toward martial arts moves, whereas spiritual souls focus on the cultivation of the mind and mental power, with soul techniques emphasizing skills related to mental or psychic power. What is this? Someone like him, who can directly enhance his innate abilities by offering spiritual pills like the divine thought pill, is simply unheard of. Could it be that he's just making it up? If this is true, then it's going to be a big problem. Under normal circumstances, as long as I awaken my martial soul or thought soul, I would immediately become highly sought after. Whether it's schools, major families, business associations, or even the Qingchuan city authorities, they would all compete to allocate resources to me and cultivate me with full effort. But if my spirit of thought is made public, I estimate that not only will I not receive support, but I might very well become a sacrificial subject for experiments. I've heard that there is now technology to separate martial spirits and thought spirits. If those great families and powerful forces learn about the abilities of my thought spirit, they might tear me apart alive. No
No wonder this type of thought spirit is uniquely hidden. Once revealed, it would be equivalent to sentencing me to death. It seems I can only act discreetly. Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel a wave of fear in his heart, and at the same time, he made up his mind that he absolutely couldn't let anyone know he had awakened his soul power, including his family. Thinking of his family, Luo Xiu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Those malicious stepmothers and hypocritical stepbrothers who wanted him dead, could they really be considered family? Perhaps only his silent and reserved, yet often secretly providing him with cultivation resources, cheap old father Luo Jianjun could barely be considered family. However, it's still better not to tell him about this kind of thing. Shaking his head, Luo Xiu cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and walked unhurriedly down from the awakening platform. As soon as he reached the front of the class lineup, he was immediately bombarded with a series of strange questions. Luo Xiu, quickly tell us, what color underwear is Lu Qingxi wearing today? Luo Xiu, what cup size is Bai Xiaohua? Ah, is our homeroom teacher wearing black lace? Your taste is really heavy. By the way, Luo Xiu, you didn't see my bird, did you? Brother Xiu, you're my dad. Quickly tell me, Lu Qingxi's that. Brother, hurry up and say something. Luo Xiu was surrounded by a group of people, feeling his head swell. Hearing that almost half of the conversations around him revolved around Lu Qingxi, he instinctively glanced toward the neighboring class and happened to meet a pair of deep eyes flickering with lightning-like brilliance. Lu Qingxi was staring at him. Inexplicably, Luo Xiu's heart tightened. He quickly averted his gaze, frantically pushing through the crowd while shouting loudly, "Stop asking random questions, everyone. I'm not that kind of person. I didn't see anything at all. Using X-ray vision to look at people is unethical." At this moment, the homeroom teacher at the front of the class lineup turned around with a stern face and shouted, "What are you all doing? Stand properly right now." The crowd immediately quieted down, obediently returning to their positions, not daring to speak further. However, many of the boys still winked and made faces at Luo Xiu. Back at his seat, Luo Xiu shook his head helplessly. These people are so boring. Can't they be a little purer like him? Just look at the strange and bizarre questions they're asking. But speaking of strange, a few words suddenly flashed through Luo Xiu's mind. C cup, a small red mole on the left, pink, cartoon bunny pattern, white lace trim. Ahem. Shaking his head, Luo Xiu forcibly cleared these chaotic images from his mind. His consciousness returned to the bronze temple in the sea of awareness, and his thoughts began to surge wildly. A world of high martial arts. Having crossed over with great difficulty, how could I waste it? Although I don't aspire to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, I must at least experience its allure firsthand. Splitting mountains, shattering stones, soaring through the skies, traversing the earth, and breaking through the void, these dreams of the past can now become reality. Now, I have awakened the soul thought temple god, and everything is possible. It's just that offering to the temple god requires spirit thought pills, but where can I get those? Luo Xiu immediately fell into confusion. Spirit thought pills are elixirs specifically used to enhance mental strength, and they are extremely expensive. One pill costs 30,000. In contrast, pills that strengthen the body's vitality only cost 3,000 each. But he didn't even have a single ordinary vitality pill, let alone a divine sense pill. Moreover, he was still a student with no source of income. Even if he went out to work, he could at most earn 4,000 to 5,000 a month. To buy a divine sense pill worth 30,000, it would take at least half a year just to save up. Clearly, there's an opportunity to become stronger right in front of him, yet he has to wait another 6 months? He simply can't wait that long. Looks like I'll have to go home and try my luck first. Luo Xiu muttered softly, temporarily forming a plan in his mind. As for that malicious stepmother and stepbrother, he was no longer the Luo Xiu of the past. How could he let them easily take control? Luo Xiu waited quietly. Time flew by, and it was soon time for school to end. After the team disbanded, Luo Xiu ran all the way home. His home was in District 3 of Qingchuan City, in a village within the city called Jishan New Village, not far from Tianqing Martial School. About 15 minutes later, Luo Xiu arrived at his doorstep. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and went inside. In the courtyard, a stunningly beautiful woman seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. As soon as Luo Xiu stepped through the door, she said mockingly, "Oh, isn't this our perverted demon back at last?" This beautiful woman was none other than Luo Xiu's stepmother, Humeili. As Humeili spoke, she swayed her hips and walked up to Luo Xiu, adopting a confrontational stance. Yet deep in her eyes, a trace of confusion and shock flickered. Luo Xiu paid no attention to her. He simply raised his head, cast a cold glance at Humeili, and walked straight into the house. This plain action left Humeili stunned, then she erupted in anger. She stormed into the house after Luo Xiu, glanced at the middle-aged man smoking on the sofa, and then pointed at Luo Xiu, who was putting down his school bag, and scolded, "Luo Jianjun, look at the son you raised. He's completely out of control. I say one thing to him, and he dares to glare at me. What? He's allowed to awaken that disgusting talent, and I can't even speak? Ha!" The middle-aged man smoking on the sofa was none other than Luo Xiu's father, Luo Jianjun. Luo Jianjun frowned deeply, remained silent, took a hard drag on his cigarette, exhaled the
smoke, and his expression became indistinct and hard to read. Humeli became even more furious at the sight, quickly striding over to Luo Jianjun, yanking the cigarette from his mouth and throwing it forcefully to the ground before stomping on it hard. Smoke, smoke, all you know is smoking all day. Why don't you just smoke yourself to death? You don't care about a single thing at home. Do you even realize that the Luo family's reputation has been completely ruined by this good-for-nothing you've raised? Sharp-tongued and domineering, Humeli's behavior was on full display at this moment. At this point, Luo Xiu had already walked up to Luo Jianjun. Ignoring Humeli's tantrum, he fixed his burning gaze on his father and spoke calmly. I need a divine thought pill. As soon as Luo Xiu finished speaking, the room fell silent for several seconds. Immediately, Humeli erupted. Divine sense pill. You still have the nerve to ask for the divine sense pill. Do you know how much disgrace you've brought to our Luo family today by awakening that disgusting talent? Invisibility and X-ray vision. Do you know what the neighbors are saying? They're saying our family has a potential peeping Tom, a rapist. They're saying the men in our family are inherently perverts. The reputation my Hauer worked so hard to build has been completely ruined by you today. I even gave you a vitality pill yesterday, and today you only awakened a C-level physical potential. If I had known, feeding it to a dog would have been better than giving it to you. And besides, with your D-level mental potential, what do you need a spirit thought pill for? You can never become a spiritual mind master. I think you just can't rest until you've completely ruined this family. Humeli's voice was sharp and piercing, stabbing directly into Luo Xiu's eardrums. He narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head, and looked coldly at Humeli, his gaze icy and chilling. To be honest, if Humeli weren't a ranked martial artist, he would have slapped her long ago. However, even so, Luo Xiu was prepared to face it head-on. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth slightly, took a step toward Humeli, and said coldly, "What do you think you are? I'm talking to my dad. What gives you the right to bark here? If we're talking about squandering, I can't compare to your Luo Tianhao. He gets 3 vitality pills every month, while I don't even get one." At this point, he couldn't help but feel a bit aggrieved. 6 years ago, Luo Jianjun brought this woman back, saying, I owe her and her son, and handed over control of the family's finances to her. Since then, this woman had never given Luo Xiu a single vitality pill. These 6 years were the golden period for building a foundation in martial arts. Fortunately, Luo Jianjun didn't completely ignore him. Every month, he would secretly give him a vitality pill behind Humeli's back, which prevented him from being left far behind by others. But when Humeli heard Luo Xiu's words, she was momentarily stunned. Luo Xiu had never been so blunt in contradicting her before. At most, he would say something like why. Nothing like now, where he outright cursed her. It was simply outrageous. She suddenly exploded. What did you say? How dare you compare yourself to my Hauer? My Hauer has S-level physical potential and is already an entry-level martial artist. Giving him vitality pills is what he deserves. Does it even help you? C-level potential? Just saying it out loud should make you blush with shame. As soon as Luo Xiu finished speaking, she turned her head and glared angrily at Luo Jianjun. Luo Jianjun, look, your good son actually said I was barking like a dog. Fine, I'm barking like a dog. I won't care about this family anymore. Whoever wants to take care of it can take care of it. I'm leaving right now. As she spoke, she kicked the sofa hard and turned to leave. Of course, she wasn't really planning to leave. She was only doing this to pressure Luo Jianjun. Just as Humeli was about to reach the door, Luo Jianjun finally spoke. Meili, stop making a scene. His tone carried a hint of fatigue. Upon hearing this, Humeli and Luo Xiu both widened their eyes. In the past, he had never said stop it to Humeli. This time was too unusual. Humeli immediately halted, her gaze sharp, ready to erupt again. But at that moment, Luo Jianjun took out a divine thought pill from his pocket, handed it to Luo Xiu, and said in a deep voice, Luo Xiu, join the army. I've already signed you up for the 3rd Corps. The military's cultivation technique, the draw-breaking army technique, is very suitable for you. This pill is an enlistment benefit, and I brought it back for you. Join the army? Enlistment benefit? Luo Xiu held the divine thought pill in his hand, stunned on the spot. Indeed, after the awakening ceremony, aside from entering a martial arts academy for further studies, another path was to join the army. Joining the army not only required no money, but the military also provided various benefits, making it the best option for ordinary people. Yet even so, the number of people willing to enlist remained very few, because once enlisted, it meant charging to the front lines against ferocious beasts, with the constant risk of losing one's life. Very few were willing to gamble with their lives, and Luo Xiu was no exception. However, after thinking it over, he felt much calmer. In fact, for him, joining the army might be the best choice. With his current physical and mental potential, although not bad, even if he got into a martial arts academy, it would be difficult to obtain scholarships or other benefits. It might be better to take this opportunity to join the army and take a gamble. More importantly, this would allow him to leave this home, stay away from Humeli and her son, and no longer have to guard against being poisoned by them at any moment. Moreover, he urgently needed this divine thought pill. Only by using this pill could he embark on his own miraculous path. Thinking this way, joining the army seemed to be a win-win situation for him. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu let out a soft breath, looked up at Luo Jianjun's somewhat pleading face, and nodded. "Alright, I'll report in tomorrow." After speaking, he took the Divine Sense pill and returned to his room. What a waste! If we exchanged this Divine Sense pill for 10 vitality pills, my Howard's vitality would surely improve by leaps and bounds. He might even make it into the top 3 in the city for the college entrance exams. Giving it to him was simply a waste. Behind him came Humei's endless complaints, but this time her voice was noticeably quieter, seemingly tinged with a hint of secret delight. Bang! Luo Xiu slammed the door shut, and everything instantly fell silent. Yet his heart was still pounding wildly. Enhance the talent. I wonder if it will enhance my mental talent, clairvoyance, or my physical talent, invisibility. I'm starting to look forward to it. He took a few steps to the bedside, sat cross-legged, and held the Divine Sense pill up to his eyes. The benefits of enlisting in the army are 10 vitality pills or 1 Divine Sense pill. How did Luo Jianjun know I needed a Divine Sense pill? Could it be that he can foresee the future? Truly a strange matter. After thinking for a long time, Luo Xiu still couldn't figure it out, so he could only shake his head. Forget it, I don't want to think too much. Now, let me try the power of Temple God. Hopefully, it will bring some surprises. Luo Xiu took a deep breath and solemnly placed the Divine Mind pill into his mouth. Following the guidance of the unseen, he silently recited in his heart: Fortune-born primordial heavenly lord, Fortune-born Lingbao heavenly lord, Fortune-born Taoist virtue heavenly lord, Fuxing holy temple heavenly lord. As the last word fell, the pill instantly transformed into a strand of essence, flowing through his mouth and nose into the depths of the divine sea, slowly absorbed by the small bronze temple like spring rain. Amidst the vastness, that whisper seemingly from ancient times once again echoed in Luo Xiu's mind. Chaos, confusion, distortion, madness, indescribable. In the whispers, Luo Xiu felt a warm current surge from the depths of his divine sea, slowly flowing through his entire body. The warmth and comfort were akin to the gentle caress of countless delicate hands. He could sense his physical condition quietly improving. Not only that, but a refreshing sensation inexplicably arose in his eyes. He was growing stronger. Time ticked by second, and Luo Xiu was immersed in this wondrous feeling. He didn't know how much time had passed when, in a daze, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, his gaze was as deep as an abyss, piercing through the bedroom wall in an instant, with moonlight spilling into his eyes. In the courtyard, Humei and a tall, handsome young man stood quietly, speaking in low tones with an intimate demeanor. Luo Xiu's heart jolted. What the heck? Luo Jianjun had been cheated on? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Luo Xiu recognized the tall young man. It was Luo Tianhao. Yes, that was Humei's son, Luo Tianhao. It seemed his cheap old man hadn't been betrayed after all. Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and casually glanced at the electronic clock on the bedside table. 22 hours 32 minutes and 56 seconds. What are they doing in the yard so late? Luo Xiu was momentarily puzzled, then his pupils suddenly contracted. Wait, how could he clearly see the scene in the yard? Could it be X-ray vision through the wall? Impossible. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu's heart was instantly overwhelmed with shock. It must be noted that before he offered the divine thought pill to the temple god, his X-ray vision ability could only see through a single layer of clothing, but now, he could actually see through a wall half a meter thick. As far as he knew, others in the past had also awakened X-ray vision talents, but those people could initially only see through a single layer of clothing. Only those who drank the talent potion had a mere 10% chance of enhancing their talent to achieve the ability to see through 10 centimeters. The talent potion is extremely expensive, with each vial costing millions and being scarce on the market. For ordinary people who awaken X-ray vision skills, it is basically useless. This is also why the X-ray vision talent, despite its immense potential, is often referred to as the rogue talent. The investment and return are severely disproportionate. Yet at this moment, Luo Xiu had merely offered a single divine thought pill, and he could already see through a wall half a meter thick. His heartbeat involuntarily sped up. He understood that the path to his rise had already begun. That's a bit outrageous. If this were in a battle royale game, it would practically be cheating. In the future, when I go hunting fierce beasts, I can greatly reduce the risk of being ambushed. Even able to detect ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows in advance, gaining the upper hand and striking a fatal blow. Luo Xiu calculated the various benefits brought by the enhanced vision while his gaze continuously swept around. He looked at the sneaky Humei and her son in the courtyard, glanced at the deep blue sky and the half-moon, then turned to see several freshly washed apples placed on the table outside the door, their water droplets not yet dried. At this moment, the world appeared incredibly wondrous in his eyes. After scanning for a while, Luo Xiu finally confirmed that his enhanced vision was indeed real and not a temporary illusion. His gaze once again fell on Humei and Luo Tianhao, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes. Since the vision has been enhanced to this extent, what about invisibility? With a trace of anticipation and excitement,
Luo Xiu took a deep breath and softly murmured, "Hide." As the words fell, his body instantly became transparent. Even the clothes and pants he was wearing disappeared completely. His figure was no longer visible in the room, as if he had already left. In reality, Luo Xiu was still standing firmly in place, completely motionless. He swallowed hard, walked to the half-body mirror by the door, and looked at the empty reflection. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he clenched his fists tightly and roared inwardly, "SH*T, SH*T, 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 I'm freaking invincible. Even my clothes can turn invisible. This is absolutely unprecedented." The excitement was hard to contain. You should know, the invisibility talent, like X-ray vision, has always been considered a useless talent in the records. Perspective can only see through one layer of clothing, while invisibility can only hide the body. Even after drinking the talent potion, it cannot be enhanced. In the past, some awakened invisibility, but every time they used it, they had to strip naked, unable to hide even weapons. It was entirely a talent for escaping and reconnaissance. Although slightly more useful than perspective, its development value was minimal. Some individuals who awakened the invisibility talent, seeking thrills, even stripped completely and barged into various ladies-only areas, causing numerous indecent incidents. As a result, the invisibility talent was mockingly referred to as the flower-picking talent. But now, Luo Xiu can hide even his clothes along with himself, making everything entirely different. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Luo Xiu's gaze swept around the room and finally rested on the desk nearby. On the desk lay a dagger, with a simple and ancient design. This dagger was given to him by Luo Jianjun, who said it was the only relic left to him by his mother. Luo Xiu walked to the desk, staring intently at the dagger for a long while, his heart filled with unease. Finally, he reached out and placed his hand on the dagger. In an instant, like ice cubes thrown into water, the dagger vanished without a trace. Luo Xiu was stunned, completely at a loss for words. The surprise came so suddenly, like waking up from a nightmarish night, dragging a weary body to work the next day, only to open the door and trip over a bag of cash as heavy as Mount Tai. I'm going to be invincible. This was the only thought flashing through Luo Xiu's mind at the moment. He seemed to see himself holding the dagger, stepping into a battlefield surrounded by countless ferocious beasts, yet the beast horde, like blind creatures, couldn't see him at all. He effortlessly stabbed the dagger into the beast king's head, extracted the beast crystal, and then walked away gracefully amidst the hysterical wails of the beast horde. This is simply a natural-born assassin. In the future, when he joins the army, even if he undertakes the most dangerous missions, his life will be greatly safeguarded. He might even achieve great merits along the way and gain abundant cultivation resources. Luo Xiu's heart stirred, and he suddenly thought of something utterly baffling. He originally had no memory of his mother at all and had no idea who she was. But Luo Jianjun once said that as long as he was outstanding enough and fulfilled 3 conditions, he would have the chance to meet his mother. First, achieve a martial arts breakthrough to the 3rd rank or higher before the age of 20. Second, make a name for yourself in the National Youth Combat League. Third, enter Secret Realm number 369, obtain the Chaos Transformation Fruit, and come out alive. Luo Xiu thought to himself, isn't this just messing with people? What kind of ridiculous meeting conditions are these? Why does it sound like a challenge? To the limits? Whoever wants to go can go, but he absolutely won't. Even if he starves to death, even if he jumps from here, he still wouldn't go. However, that so-called cheap mom's dagger is quite good, at least the material is excellent. A trace of coolness came from the palm of his right hand, as if the dagger was still responding to him. Luo Xiu suddenly felt a surge of energy, and a strange question popped into his mind. Since that cheap mom required so many conditions just to meet, could she really be that impressive? Then, mysterious mom, why did you marry a useless dad? The malicious stepmother who inexplicably got involved, even brought along a hypocritical kid. There are quite a few secrets in this family. Luo Xiu muttered softly to himself, his gaze flickering as he gently pushed open the door and walked out of the bedroom. He tiptoed to the doorway of Luo Jianjun's bedroom, peeked inside, and saw that Luo Jianjun was already fast asleep, his snores as loud and piercing as a chainsaw. Shaking his head, Luo Xiu walked to the entrance and gently opened the door. From the yard, Luo Tianhao's voice could be faintly heard. Mom, what's going on? Didn't you say that after Luo Xiu took the qi and blood pill you gave him, he would undoubtedly die today? How is he still alive and back here? Luo Xiu's eyes narrowed. Eating the vitality pill means certain death? It seems that the previous Luo Xiu, before he transmigrated, suddenly died in the class team today, which was indeed the handiwork of this malicious stepmother. What kind of grudge or hatred is this? As anger surged in his heart, Humeli outside the door said somewhat regretfully, I don't understand either. Logically, after eating that vitality pill, he should have experienced a reverse flow of vitality, gone berserk, and died today. Could it be that he didn't eat the pill after receiving it yesterday? Whatever the reason, the fact remains that this damned guy has awakened his martial arts. Although his physical potential is only C level and his mental potential is merely D level, with the addition of those 2 useless talents, invisibility invisibility and X-ray vision, he can still be considered above average.
This has made him weigh more heavily in Luo Jianjun's eyes. Our plan has been completely disrupted. Luo Tianhao's voice carried a clear tone of regret. Sigh, that little brat really has a big life. Hu Meili also sighed, but suddenly seemed to think of something and said in surprise, Howard, why do you think Luo Jianjun let that little brat join the army?
Isn't that just sending him to his death?
He himself was a veteran on the battlefield, so he should be well aware of how dangerous it is to join the military.
Sending him to his death? I don't think so. Mom, don't forget, Luo Xiu's physical talent is invisibility. Although this talent isn't very useful in combat, if he strips completely and becomes a scout, that's no problem at all. I think that old guy must have already used his connections from his time in the military to arrange everything for Luo Xiu. Who knows, this time entering the camp, Luo Xiu might thrive like a fish in water and exchange military merits for a large amount of cultivation resources. What should we do, Howard? If that little brat doesn't die, Luo Jianjun definitely won't give you his martial soul remnant. Without the martial soul remnant, how will you awaken your martial soul?
Hu Meili was clearly extremely anxious,
but her words made Luo Xiu, who was eavesdropping behind the door, furrow his brows. Martial soul remnant? What is that? He had never heard of it before.
Yet, from what Hu Meili said, this thing could actually help
someone awaken their martial soul? If that were true, then the martial soul remnant must be incredibly valuable.
No wonder Hu Meili had given him a poisonous vitality pill the night before his martial path awakening.
But how did his father, Luo Jianjun, come to possess such a thing? And also, Hu Meili mentioned that Luo Jianjun had retired from the battlefield, that he was a veteran? Why had his father never mentioned this to him?
Just as Luo Xiu's mind was filled with questions, Luo Tianhao's voice came through again.
Immortal? Mom, don't worry. If he's at school or home, he won't die. But once he's in the army, it's out of his hands. Hu Meili's face lit up with joy. Howard, do you have a plan? Luo Tianhao sneered. Mom, have you forgotten? My aunt happens to be in the 3rd Corps of Qingchuan.
I've already spoken to her, and she'll take care of Luo Xiu. Hu Meili suddenly understood. Oh, right. How did I not think of that?
But Howard, this won't cause trouble for your aunt, will it? She worked so hard to get promoted to Centurion in the 3rd Corps. Impossible, I asked Auntie.
This time, there's an arrangement from above for her to be a drill instructor for new recruits.
As a drill instructor, punishing recruits or assigning dangerous tasks is quite normal. Luo Tianhao's face carried a devilish smile under the moonlight, as if meticulously plotting something.
He continued smugly, and it's not just Auntie's side.
Mom, do you still remember Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong? Hu Meili's face showed a look of reminiscence. Of course I remember. Back then, the son of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps' leader had his eyes on Zhang Yulong's younger sister and Chen Xiaodong's older sister.
It was you who stepped in and recommended Lu Qingxi, the school beauty of Tianqing Martial Academy, to divert his attention.
That's why Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong have always seen you as their benefactor. Exactly, it's them.
I had them enlist in the army too, Luo Tianhao responded calmly.
Hu Meili's eyes sparkled with delight. Are you saying they'll also be going to the 3rd Corps? Luo Tianhao nodded. That's right, I told my aunt.
She will make Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong team up with Luo Xiu.
This time, he is doomed to die.
Upon hearing this, Luo Xiu's face had already turned icy cold. This mother and son duo had truly gone to great lengths to seize his father,
Luo Jianjun's treasure. A few hours ago, he might indeed have fallen victim to their schemes. But now, harming him won't be so easy.
The only regret was that his current strength was too weak to directly sneak up on them and kill this vile mother and son pair in one strike.
Hu
Meili's abilities were sufficient to sense his presence if he got close. He could only endure for now, grow in secret, and wait for the right moment. Luo Xiu let out a cold laugh, quietly retreated to his bedroom, closed the door, lay flat on the bed, and his gaze gradually deepened as he stared at the dark ceiling.
Zhang Yulong, Chen Xiaodong, Luo Tianhao's aunt, Hu Meili's sister, the new recruit's instructor? What a pity, I am no longer the same Luo Xiu as before, and my invisibility and clairvoyance talents are no longer useless. I can hardly wait to report to the army.
It suddenly started raining heavily outside, and Luo Xiu didn't even know when he had fallen asleep. Early the next morning, he packed his luggage and quietly headed to the recruitment office without saying goodbye to anyone.
Just as he stepped out of the courtyard gate, Luo Jianjun emerged from the house. Watching Luo Xiu's departing figure, a rare trace of ruthlessness flashed across his weathered, dark, and rough face, disappearing in an instant. At this moment, Luo Xiu was already seated in a taxi. About 15 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a heavily guarded military-controlled area. At the entrance stood a massive stone, with bold red characters inscribed on it, 3rd Corps
floor of District 3, Qingchuan City. Beside the stone, under a simple guard post, stood an armed soldier in black uniform, holding a loaded gun. Luo Shou glanced around and immediately felt an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Retracting his gaze, he stepped out of the taxi. At this moment, a considerable crowd had already gathered near the military district, yet there was not a hint of noise. Everyone was silently lining up. Luo Shou glanced at the queue and prepared to join at the very end. But as he approached, his pupils suddenly contracted. At the front of the line, a strikingly captivating figure with long legs and an upright posture was undergoing inspection. She was just stepping into the military district, leaving behind an absolutely stunning silhouette. Lu Qingxi. Luo Shou froze. How could the top goddess of Tianqing Martial School join the military? She possesses SS-level physical potential, C-level mental potential, accelerated talent, the purple lightning thunder dragon martial soul, thunder attribute, and her vitality has already reached 1.38, making her a ranked martial artist. This is practically a heaven-sent prodigy with full buffs. She shouldn't be staying at school, preparing for the college entrance exams to enter the nation's top martial arts academies, nor should she be going to major families and business associations for the most advanced training. Yet, she chose to enlist in the military district? Is she crazy? Doesn't she know how dangerous joining the military is? Luo Shou's mind was filled with confusion. If he had Lu Qingxi's talent, he would definitely aim straight for the college entrance exam, collaborate with major families and business associations to maximize benefits, ensure a steady stream of resources, focus on cultivation, never take risks lightly, advance steadily, break through step by step, and steadily climb to the pinnacle of martial arts even if it meant playing it safe to become the strongest. Lu Qingxi is truly unwise. He doesn't understand how sweet the benefits of developing quietly can be. Just as Luo Shou was lamenting Lu Qingxi's poor choices, a team of black-clad soldiers returning from patrol nearby suddenly stopped in front of him. The leading female officer had delicate features, but exuded a cold and steely aura. She walked up to Luo Shou, looked him up and down, and asked coldly, "Are you Luo Jianjun's son, Luo Shou?" Almost the moment he saw the female officer, a name surfaced in Luo Shou's mind. It was her, Humei's younger sister, Luo Tianhao's aunt, and the drill instructor for this batch of new recruits. 6 years ago, when he was still in his first year of middle school, he had seen her once. Back then, her appearance was not much different from now, except her skin was slightly tanned, and her demeanor had become even more steely and cold. As Hu Banruo approached, the surging energy and blood within her body pressed down on Luo Shou, making his breathing somewhat labored. Facing her highly aggressive gaze, Luo Shou braced himself and replied, "Yes, I am Luo Shou." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the gaze on him being withdrawn. Hu Banruo nodded and said, "Very well, someone already registered for you yesterday. You don't need to sign up again. Just report to the recruits area, get your dormitory assigned, and collect your recruit items." After speaking, she took the lead in walking toward the military district, with the soldiers behind her following closely, silent and disciplined. Luo Shou was slightly stunned. Remembering his father Luo Jianjun's words from yesterday, he hesitated no longer, picked up his luggage, and followed the team into the military district. However, after entering, he did not continue to follow the crowd. Instead, he looked around at the entrance and happened to see Lu Qingxi coming out of the registration office. His eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly jogged over. "Lu Qingxi, do you know the way to the new recruits area?" Today, Lu Qingxi was wearing a red tracksuit. Seeing him approach, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She said indifferently, "Follow me." After speaking, he turned and walked toward the military affairs building opposite. Luo Shou's expression lit up with joy, and he quickly followed. However, as he followed Lu Qingxi, Luo Shou could always catch a faint jasmine fragrance lingering in the air, fresh and pleasant. Yet along the way, Lu Qingxi did not say a single word. Even when Luo Shou asked her why she joined the army, she remained silent, as if she couldn't hear his voice, making him feel a bit bored. Fortunately, the recruit station was not far away, located on the first floor of the military affairs building, and the two quickly found it. The person in charge of registration was a round-faced female soldier. She first completed the registration for Lu Qingxi, then turned to Luo Shou. Name? Luo Shou. The round-faced female soldier looked up at him, her eyes filled with caution. "Your abilities are X-ray vision and invisibility?" As she spoke, she instinctively used her hand to shield her chest. Seeing this, Luo Shou rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "That's right, but don't worry. X-ray vision consumes mental energy, and I wouldn't waste it on peeking at women's underwear." The round-faced female soldier, upon hearing this, showed an embarrassed expression, lowered her hand, and apologized, "Sorry, I overreacted. By the way, these are your new recruit supplies and dormitory key. Your dormitory is in room 306 for males." As she spoke, she took out a box and a key from behind her and handed them to Luo Shou. Inside, there's a set of military uniform and boots, a general map of our third corps, and a one-time use metallic attribute cultivation technique jade slip, the first layer of the Vajra breaking army technique. Luo Shou nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly heard the round-faced female soldier shout, "Wait, you haven't claimed claimed your new recruit benefits yet. Do you want 10 vitality pills or 1 divine sense pill? Luo Xiu's body trembled upon hearing this. He hadn't received the new recruit benefits? Then what exactly was the divine sense pill that Luo Jianjun gave him yesterday? Before he could figure it out, the round-faced female soldier had already taken out 2 boxes from her pocket and placed them on the table. One box contained 10 red vitality pills, while the other held a white divine sense pill, identical to the one he had used last night. Luo Xiu's breathing quickened involuntarily. Clearly, his father had given him a divine sense pill last night, and he had used it to complete his first temple god offering, enhancing his clairvoyance and invisibility talents. So what was going on now? Thinking of Luo Jianjun's slightly timid yet somewhat awkward face, and recalling the martial god's remains mentioned by Humeli and the others. Last night, along with Luo Jianjun's status as a retired soldier, Luo Xiu felt a wave of confusion, as if everything had become shrouded in mystery. That Luo Jianjun is indeed not simple. What kind of person is he thought to himself. Just as Luo Xiu was lost in thought, the round-faced female soldier called him back to reality. Luo Xiu, hurry up and choose. Don't delay, there are new recruits waiting behind you, and I still need to register. Luo Xiu snapped out of it and, without hesitation, pointed to the spirit thought pill. I want this one. The round-faced female soldier handed him the spirit thought pill while muttering, your mental potential is only D-level, and you can't become a spirit thought master. Why are you taking the spirit thought pill? Luo Xiu took the divine thought pill, smiled faintly, and did not explain. He simply said thank you politely. The round-faced female soldier did not press further but reminded him, turn left when you exit the male recruits dormitory building, keep walking straight, and you'll find building C6. The army has already prepared the bedding, and toiletries will be distributed uniformly. Today, you can use the map to familiarize yourself with the locations within the military district. At the very least, you need to know where the training field, cafeteria, and martial arts hall are. Also, gather at the training field at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late, there will be penalties for tardiness. Got it. Luo Xiu responded briefly, eager to leave the recruit's office. Having just obtained another divine thought pill, he could once again offer it to the temple god to enhance his talent. Before officially becoming a recruit tomorrow, he wanted to grow stronger. At this moment, only by becoming stronger could he feel at ease. Following the round-faced female soldier's directions, Luo Xiu quickly found the male recruit's dormitory in building C6. Carrying his luggage, he made his way upstairs and found room 306. By the time he arrived, there were already 3 people in the dormitory. He was the last to arrive. Hey, a newcomer is here. Hello, brother, my name is Wang Fugue. You can just call me Fugue. A round and chubby man saw Luo Xiu and greeted him with a cheerful smile. The other 2 also stopped their conversation, their eyes falling on Luo Xiu. One doesn't hit a smiling face. With Wang Fugue being so honest and friendly, Luo Xiu naturally couldn't ignore him. He walked into the dormitory, reached out, and shook his hand. Brother Fugue, nice to meet you. From now on, we're dormmates. You can just call me Luo Xiu. Haha, brother Luo Xiu. Come, let me introduce you. This is brother Zhang Yulong, and this is brother Chen Xiaodong. Wang Fugue was very happy to see Luo Xiu being so warm and quickly pulled him over to introduce him to the other 2. Hearing these 2 names, Luo Xiu's heart tightened. Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong, weren't they the 2 people Luo Tianhao had arranged to come in, and they were directly assigned to the same dormitory as him? He instinctively looked up and saw 2 burly figures. Zhang Yulong was at least 1.9 meters tall, and Chen Xiaodong was also 1.8 meters. Both were muscular powerhouses, their muscles bulging, exuding an intense sense of oppression. They stared at Luo Xiu with expressionless faces. Luo Xiu shook hands with them one by one and didn't sense anything unusual. However, deep in their eyes, a trace of playful glint flashed simultaneously. After casually chatting for a bit, Wang Fugue suggested, brothers, how about we go out for a stroll? It seems the dormitory building opposite ours is the girls' dormitory. I heard that this year's recruits are different from previous years. There might be a mysterious new project involving a competition between male and female dormitories. What do you think? Want to go scout it out first? New project? Male and female soldiers' dormitory confrontation? Luo Xiu silently muttered to himself, feeling it was uninteresting. Right now, he couldn't wait to offer sacrifices to the temple god again. After all, compared to enhancing his strength, everything else seemed insignificant. So, he simply waved his hand. No, brother Fugue, I got up too early today. I'm a bit tired and want to sleep a little more. You guys go ahead and explore on your own. It was Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong who seemed particularly interested. Let's go. Let's see if there are any beautiful female soldiers in our batch. I'm actually quite interested in the dormitory competition between male and female soldiers. Since there's a competition, there must be rewards, right? Wang Fugue laughed freely. I haven't figured out the specifics yet. Let's go out together and find out. Speaking, he then looked at Luo Xiu. Brother Luo Xiu, have a good rest. We'll head out first. Luo Xiu nodded. After Wang Fugue and the others left, he closed the door, glanced glanced around the dormitory, found his assigned bed, and sat on the edge of the bed by the window. His eyes were filled with excitement as he eagerly took out the box of divine sense pills given to him by the round-faced female soldier.
Finally, I'm alone. It's time to elevate my talent to the next level. Yesterday, my X-ray vision was enhanced to penetrate walls half a meter thick, and my invisibility enhancement could also conceal clothing and daggers. I wonder what breakthroughs will happen today. He took a deep breath, retrieved the divine mind pill from the box, placed it in his mouth, and began silently chanting in his heart. Blessed primordial heavenly lord. Blessed Lingbao heavenly lord. Fuxing Dao de Tianzun. Fuxing Sheng Miao Tianjun. As the final words fell, the dim golden light on the bronze small temple deep within Luo Xiu's sea of consciousness suddenly flickered. The divine thought pill in his mouth instantly transformed into a wisp of essence, flowing into the bronze small temple through his mouth and nose. A faint, soothing hum seemed to emanate from within the small temple. In the next moment, a warm current was fed back from the small temple, just like before, rushing toward Luo Xiu's eyes and throughout his limbs and bones. Inside the small temple, the frenzied, chaotic, and twisted murmurs resounded once again, resembling countless foolish devotees kneeling in prayer. Time seemed to have lost its meaning.
Luo Xiu only felt as if he had fallen into nothingness, forgetting the years, forgetting everything. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden suffocating sensation, like drowning, struck him.
Ah!
Luo Xiu suddenly opened his eyes wide, breathing heavily, the air rushing into his lungs like a whale swallowing water.
Damn, why does it feel like I just fell into the water? He sat up from the bed and instinctively muttered a complaint. His gaze swept around the room. The sky was gradually darkening, Wang Fugui and the others hadn't returned yet, and the dormitory was still empty except for him. However, the next moment, Luo Xiu suddenly froze. In his line of sight, the scene of the dormitory opposite unexpectedly appeared. In the scene, Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong were gathered with two other unfamiliar boys, talking in low voices, occasionally sneaking glances in this direction. Two walls. I can see through two walls now. Luo Xiu exclaimed softly, his heart surging with waves of shock.
Last night, he could only see through one wall, but now, he could clearly see the dormitory opposite him. His ability to see through objects had significantly improved once again. He was thrilled, but soon felt puzzled. Why are Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong in the dormitory across the way, acting so sneaky?
Where did Wang Fugui go? They keep staring at me. Are they talking about me? As he pondered, Luo Xiu's mind stirred, and he instantly disappeared without a trace, like a droplet of water vanishing on the surface.
At the same time, a piece of information surged into his mind from the bronze temple in his sea of consciousness. Perspective level 2 can see through 2 half-meter thick walls, consuming 0.1 mental energy per use, lasting for 2 minutes. Invisibility level 2 can make all objects within 1 meter of his body invisible upon touch, consuming 0.1 vitality per use, lasting for 2 minutes. Luo Xiu was stunned for a moment. Were these the detailed descriptions of his two talents, summarized for him by the temple god? This was simply too unbelievable. But soon, his attention was drawn to the level 2 invisibility ability. Invisibility for all items touched within a 1 meter range? Range invisibility? Thinking back to the first enhancement last night, when he could make his entire clothing and dagger invisible, Luo Xiu couldn't help but gasp. If he continues to enhance like this, his invisibility range might keep expanding. If it keeps expanding, could it directly conceal a mountain, even a city, a planet? That would be too defiant of the natural order. Luo Xiu couldn't help but breathe heavily. My temple god is so powerful, I absolutely cannot give up halfway. As long as I develop steadily, my late game will definitely be invincible. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong in the dormitory opposite. So, I absolutely cannot capsize in the dark and be schemed against. The invisible Luo Xiu quietly stepped out the door, arriving at the entrance of the opposite dormitory, and gently pressed his ear against it. Ever since he came into the dorm early this morning, he's been sleeping until now, just like a pig. The 1.9 meter tall Zhang Yulong was clearly a bit frustrated. It is indeed a bit outrageous, but his behavior is just as how good described, timid and without much cunning, Chen Xiaodong commented. Seeing him like this, I almost feel bad about harming him. Don't say that. We're not bad people to begin with, we're just repaying Hao Ji's favor. In my opinion, it's best not to act rashly in the military district. If something happens, there will definitely be an investigation, and will surely be exposed. A tall, thin boy they hadn't seen before squinted his eyes and spoke calmly. Zhang Yulong subconsciously asked, then what should we do? Everyone turned to look at Squinty Eyes upon hearing this. Squinty Eyes smiled faintly and said, after all, we are in the army. Although we are new recruits, after a month of training, we will also go out on missions. Missions are unpredictable and dangerous. If someone dies, they can only blame bad luck. So, as long as we make some subtle moves during the mission, or delay a bit when Luo Xiu is in danger, these are all reliable strategies. Speaking of this, he suddenly changed his tone and looked at Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong. But before that, you two had better first win Luo Xiu's trust. It would be even better if you could become his close brothers. That way, when carrying out out the mission, Luo Xiu would feel assured enough to entrust his back to you, and stabbing him in the back would be much easier. Outside the door, where Luo Xiu was hiding, his gaze turned slightly cold upon hearing this. This narrow-eyed man's thoughts were truly venomous to the extreme. After hearing the narrow-eyed man's words, Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong's expressions both shifted. The two exchanged a glance, and Chen Xiaodong spoke. That's easy for you to say. I've heard that Luo Xiu is very reclusive. In high school, he hardly interacted with anyone and had no friends. How could we possibly gain his trust so easily? Chen Xiaodong was right. Luo Xiu indeed originally disliked interacting with people. Every day, apart from studying, he focused solely on cultivation. But there was nothing he could do about it. How could he possibly be cheerful when he was bullied every day by the shrew Humeli? Moreover, Humeli had cut off his supply of body-strengthening liquid and blood-boosting pills. Without dedicating all his time to cultivation, there was no way he could keep up with others' progress. Squinty Eyes heard Chen Xiaodong's question, waved his hand, and said casually, "Oh, that's simple. Someone as reclusive as Luo Xiu is the easiest to manipulate and the quickest to open up to people he trusts. As long as Zhou Yunfei and I play the bad guys and cause him trouble a few times, while you and Zhang Yulong firmly stand by his side and help him out each time, with our good cop bad cop routine, he'll soon see you two as his best friends." Hearing this, Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong frowned and fell silent, clearly feeling there was nothing wrong with Squinty Eyes' plan. Another boy who had been silent all along, the one Squinty Eyes referred to as Zhou Yunfei, saw that no one had objections and said, "I think Hu Chai's idea is pretty good. If there are no other opinions, shall we settle on this plan? I agree too. I approve too." Hearing this, Luo Xiu quietly returned to the dormitory, lifted his invisibility, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Hu Chai, Zhou Yunfei, Zhang Yulong, Chen Xiaodong. Compared to what Luo Tianhao mentioned last night, 2 more people have been added. This Hu Chai, I guess he's a relative of Hu Meili's family? As for Zhou Yunfei, I'm not sure. In order to make my death seem justified, my stepmother and stepbrother have really gone to great lengths. In this life, I truly tread on thin ice. Luo Xiu felt both anger and relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had awakened the soul power, Temple God, which enhanced both his invisibility and X-ray vision abilities, allowing him to hear so much critical information through walls and while hidden in the darkness. If he doesn't know these things, he won't even know how he died in the future. But now, these people are already an open book to him, and he can handle them with ease. However, this series of actions by Humeli and Luo Tianhao also made Luo Xiu even more curious about the so-called martial soul remnant and sparked his interest in exploring the past of his biological father, Luo Jianjun. Why would his father, Luo Jianjun, possess the martial soul remnant? Could it be that Luo Jianjun really had a martial soul in the past? Was that martial soul remnant actually his? Thinking about Luo Jianjun's identity as a retired veteran, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel that his cheap old dad might have once been the strongest soldier king, the crooked-mouthed dragon king, or even the master of the Temple of Heaven or something like that. If that were true, it would indeed be quite interesting. The god of war returns, sees his son living in a doghouse, flies into a rage, and then 100,000 soldiers swarm in, all squeezing into the doghouse together. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiu casually made up a joke, then returned to sit on the bed and began searching on his phone for information related to martial soul remnant and Luo Jianjun. However, no matter how hard he searched, the information he could find was still very limited. Not long after, Wang Fugue returned. He carried a bag and, as soon as he entered the door, shouted to Luo Xiu, "Ha ha, Luo Xiu, your sleeping skills are impressive. Just woke up and haven't eaten yet, right? Come, brother brought you some knife-cut noodles and buns. Eat them while they're hot." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Fugue's chubby body, carrying the aroma of food, walked up to Luo Xiu and handed over the bag. "Braised beef noodles from the cafeteria, tastes pretty good. I just had 2 bowls. And these buns are made with ground armor beef filling, spicy flavor, absolutely delicious." Luo Xiu stared at the bag in a daze, the aroma wafting into his nose. He looked up at Wang Fugue's honest, round face and felt a bit like refusing. But after a moment's thought, he figured that even if Wang Fugue was sent by Luo Tianhao to mess with him, it wouldn't make sense to poison him. With food on the first day, right? That logic didn't add up. He didn't believe Luo Tianhao would offer such a huge reward, willing to sacrifice his life just to kill him. If he were really that rich, why would he and his mother still be skimping on giving him even a single qi and blood pill? Thinking of this, Luo Xiu took the bag and smiled. "Thanks, brother Fugue." He took out the box of noodles from the bag, paired it with the steamed buns, and started slurping away. To be honest, the braised beef noodles were indeed delicious, and the steamed buns were incredibly fragrant. How is it? Tasty, right? I may not boast about other skills, but when it comes to food tasting, I'm absolutely top-notch. Wang Fugue watched Luo Xiu eating with oil dripping from his mouth, speaking proudly while giving a thumbs up. As he spoke, he suddenly gave a mysterious smile, lowered his voice, and said, "By the way, I spent the whole afternoon racking my brains and finally figured out what the new project for the male and female soldiers dormitory competition is." "A new project?" Luo Xiu's expression
expression shifted. Just then, Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong suddenly pushed the door open and came in. The two of them were visibly surprised to see Wang Fugui and Luo Xiu, who was eating noodles. However, Zhang Yulong quickly smiled and greeted them. Yo, Luo Xiu is up. Slept the whole day, huh? Looks like you were up to no good last night. Were you secretly practicing some traditional skills? Chen Xiaodong also chimed in with a mischievous grin. Yeah, we're all men here. We definitely won't laugh at you. Luo Xiu's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. As expected, no matter the world, teenage boys loved practicing traditional skills and polishing their weapons. But the upright, pure, kind, and noble Luo Xiu hadn't done anything like that last night, so he naturally couldn't admit to it. Don't talk nonsense. I was just too tired. Wang Fugui saw the two of them come in and quickly waved. Come on, you're just in time. I was about to tell Luo Xiu the big secret I uncovered. Zhang Yulong curiously asked, what secret? Chen Xiaodong also leaned in. Seeing everyone's keen interest, Wang Fugui grinned mysteriously and said, let me tell you, I found out that the chief instructor for our batch of new recruits is the genius female officer Hu Banruo from the 3rd Corps. She has always believed that women are no weaker than men, so she has prepared a daily little event for us, which is what I mentioned to you this morning, the competition between the male and female dormitories. A daily little event? Every day? What kind of competition? Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong both became interested. Even Luo Xiu paused his chopsticks while eating noodles. Wang Fugui chuckled, grabbed a bun from the bag he handed to Luo Xiu, took a big bite, and said unclearly, the competition is simple. Instructor Hu Banruo will place 10 vitality pills in the male and female dormitory buildings every day and will inform everyone the night before where these 10 pills are. Hidden in the dormitories. After training the next day, it's time to snatch them. Both male and female soldiers can enter each other's dormitory buildings, and by any means necessary, the side that first grabs 5 vitality pills from the other wins. The winning side will get all 10 vitality pills. 10 vitality pills. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Luo Xiu, couldn't help but hold their breath, their hearts racing. One vitality pill is worth 3,000 yuan. 10 pills amount to 30,000. Most of the students who come to join the army usually come from average family backgrounds. 10 blood chi pills not only have high cultivation value but are also quite expensive. Receiving 10 blood chi pills daily is enough to make all the new recruits go wild with excitement. However, Wang Fugui seemed to think this wasn't shocking enough. His tone shifted, and he directly dropped an even bigger bombshell. Hee, brothers, don't get too excited yet. The truly exciting part is still to come. In addition to the daily 10 blood chi pills, at the end of each week, instructor who will reward the side with the most victories during those 7 days with a chance to collectively enter the Martial God Trial Tower. Martial God Trial Tower? What exactly is that? Just as Luo Xiu was filled with confusion, the robust bodies of Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong began to tremble slightly with excitement. Fugui, you're not joking, are you? Seeing the two so excited, Luo Xiu immediately developed a strong interest in this Martial God Trial Tower. What is the Martial God Trial Tower? As soon as he spoke, everyone revealed strange expressions and turned to look at him. Wang Fugui exclaimed in surprise, brother, seriously? You don't even know what the Martial God Trial Tower is? Zhang Yulong explained, the Martial God Trial Tower is the greatest benefit we receive after joining the army. Chen Xiaodong continued, the Martial God Trial Tower was crafted by the strongest individual in the Shenzhou Federation, the one and only martial god, Xiao Wentian. When Xiao Wentian ascended to the rank of martial god, he used extraterrestrial meteoric iron and countless precious materials, forging this void treasure through the tempering of heavenly tribulation. As he spoke, an expression of boundless reverence appeared on everyone's faces. Even in Luo Xiu's mind, an image involuntarily emerged, a towering figure standing in the void, back facing the crowd, walking calmly amidst a storm of lightning. The martial god, according to memory, was a realm achieved by only a handful of beings. They are the pillars of humanity's resistance against ferocious beasts, their power unfathomable. And Xiao Wentian is an unparalleled genius. He possesses SS-level physical potential, A-level mental potential, an innate attribute of the violent and domineering thunder element, and, like Luo Xiu, has dual talents in both physical and mental aspects. Most importantly, he also wields an overwhelmingly powerful martial soul, the Extreme Thunder Heaven Opening Axe. The Extreme Thunder Heaven Opening Axe comes with its own techniques and martial skills, as well as soul skills, enabling Xiao Wentian to triple his cultivation speed and unleash extraordinary power beyond his level under extreme conditions. It is said that Xiao Wentian can easily break through an entire realm using only the techniques and martial skills attached to this axe. If he uses the soul skill, he can break through 2 realms. If he goes all out, he can even surpass 3 realms. In the novel, this type of character is undoubtedly the typical template for the protagonist. It is imaginable how terrifying the Martial God Trial Tower, refined with lightning tribulation and countless heavenly treasures, was when Xiao Wentian obtained the Martial God title. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, believing that this Martial God Trial Tower was by no means an ordinary object. However, Luo Xiu's imagination imagination was ultimately limited. At this moment, Wang Fugue, who was swallowing a bun whole, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and spoke with longing in his tone. The Martial God Trial Tower is a temporal secret treasure crafted by the martial god Xia. It has a total of 99 floors, each being an independent space, housing countless treasures stored by the martial god Xia and the Shenzhou Federation. Any martial artist from Shenzhou can enter the Martial God Trial Tower to freely search for treasures, as long as they pay a certain amount of blood crystals. Whoa! Treasures collected by the martial god and the Shenzhou Federation, and you can freely search for them? Luo Xiu couldn't help but exclaim. This was simply too enticing. Wang Fugue and the others seemed to have anticipated Luo Xiu's reaction. The three of them remained calm, but Wang Fugue gestured for Luo Xiu to calm down and continued. Heh, brother, don't get too excited yet, there's something even more incredible coming up. Even more incredible? Luo Xiu was slightly stunned. Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong nodded in unison. That's right. Just from the name alone, the most enticing aspect of the Martial God Trial Tower isn't the treasures hidden by Xiao Wushan and the Shenzhou Federation, but the trial. Luo Xiu frowned, feeling puzzled by their words. Seeing through Luo Xiu's doubts, the group stopped keeping him in suspense. Wang Fugue directly said, besides containing a vast amount of treasures, each level of the Martial God Trial Tower is also filled with countless fierce beasts. Ferocious beast. Luo Xiu's spirit trembled. Zhang Yulong suddenly corrected, wrong, it's a ferocious beast's phantom. From the lower levels to the higher levels of the trial tower, each level is filled with countless phantoms of ferocious beasts that match the corresponding strength. These phantoms retain all the characteristics of the original ferocious beasts, capable of killing at will, and even if destroyed, they can reform again. More importantly, martial artists entering the trial tower do not need to descend in their true form. They can, like those ferocious beasts, condense phantoms that possess all their own characteristics and strength. Even if killed by the ferocious beasts, they can revive again. Being able to fight ferocious beasts without risking one's life and temper one's strength, for all martial artists, this is simply a heaven-sent opportunity. Wang Fugue remarked with emotion. Oh, in addition, every warrior entering the trial tower can customize the appearance and name of their shadow character. Chen Xiaodong added. Customize the appearance? Name it? Luo Xiu was momentarily stunned. Wang Fugue laughed. Just like in online games, the Martial God Trial Tower allows you to choose a name and customize your appearance. Of course, you can't change your gender. Oh, by the way, the trial tower also has a leaderboard for killing shadow beasts. The top 10 on each floor can receive generous rewards. However what? Luo Xiu asked instinctively. However, so far, almost no one in the top 10 of each level's leaderboard is solo. They're basically monopolized by groups formed by major families, martial arts schools, and mercenary teams, Chen Xiaodong said. Group monopoly? What's that? Luo Xiu asked curiously, like a child eager to learn. He knew nothing about the Martial God Trial Tower. Zhang Yulong chimed in to explain. Group monopoly, as the name suggests, means that most of the rankings are occupied by groups they form. Just like in online games, the Martial God Trial Tower also allows team entries. However, the cost of forming a team is very high, requiring a large amount of blood crystals. Even for wealthy consortia and families, they are only willing to send a 30-person squad at most in one go. So, the opportunity to enter the Martial God Trial Tower as a group is extremely precious. Wang Fugue sighed. After listening to everyone's explanations, Luo Xiu couldn't calm down for a long time. Whether it was the male and female new recruits dormitory competition or the Martial God Trial Tower, both held an incredibly strong appeal for him. After all, the rewards were truly generous. Not to mention the leaderboard of the trial tower, just the 10 blood chi pills distributed daily during the male and female recruits competition were enough to drive all the new recruits crazy. Not to mention the opportunity to collectively enter the trial tower to compete for rankings. Being a soldier may be dangerous, but the benefits are really good, Luo Xiu thought to himself. Moreover, even without treasures and rewards, the experience of directly confronting those fierce beasts in the Martial God Trial Tower is extremely valuable. Martial God Xiao Wentian, truly terrifying and awe-inspiring. Just as Luo Xiu was sighing, Zhang Yulong chuckled. By the way, I mentioned earlier that the Martial God Trial Tower is the biggest benefit for us soldiers. Every enlisted soldier gets one free entry into the trial tower each week, and there are 3 revival opportunities inside the tower. Outside, this would cost at least 10,000 blood crystals. Hearing this, Luo Xiu felt his throat go dry and developed an indescribable respect for the Martial God Xiao Wentian. Martial God Xiao Wentian was truly generous and magnanimous toward the military. A free weekly benefit worth 10,000 blood crystals per person, and the number of soldiers in the Shenzhou Federation is in the millions. This undoubtedly reflects an immense amount of resources. With anticipation for the Martial God Trial Tower, the group chatted for a while longer before each heading to bed. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, before 5 o'clock, Luo Xiu suddenly heard the sound of a rooster crowing outside. The sound was abruptly cut off halfway, as if the rooster's neck had been grabbed by someone. Luo Luo Shou frowned slightly. Open. He instinctively activated his X-ray vision, looking toward the direction of the rooster's crow. However, the rooster was clearly crowing outside, separated from Luo Shou by at least 6 walls. Through his X-ray vision, he only saw a group of new recruits in the dormitory next door still sound asleep in their beds. With a helpless smile, Luo Shou shook his head and withdrew his gaze, preparing to go back to sleep. But as his eyes casually swept across the floor, he suddenly became fully alert. 2 floors below, the door to the first floor new recruits' dormitory had already been quietly opened. Countless soldiers in black military uniforms were flooding into the dormitory like a raging torrent. What's going on? Luo Shou suddenly sat up from the bed. With his penetrating vision, he saw those black-clad soldiers all looking excited, even with a hint of a sinister smile, each holding a bucket of ice water. That's right, ice water. In the buckets, faintly visible were chunks of chilling ice gently rippling with the water. These black-clad soldiers were clearly martial artists who had already reached a certain level, each controlling their footsteps to be extremely subtle. They moved in groups into the dormitory building for new recruits, making almost negligible noise. Luo Shou watched them enter the dormitory building one by one, then split into pairs, guarding the door of each dormitory. After all the dormitories on the first floor were secured, they silently advanced to the second floor. Luo Shou's expression changed slightly. He quickly got dressed at the fastest speed, got down from the bed, glanced at his 3 still sleeping roommates, and quietly walked toward the door. Black military uniforms, moving in groups, strictly disciplined, with those ferocious and excited expressions on their faces. These people are probably veterans from the previous year, holding a bucket of ice water, probably preparing a welcome ceremony for all the new recruits, leaving them with an unforgettable impression of their first day in military life. That's really a bit of dark humor. I need to think of a way to avoid this disaster. I definitely don't want to be drenched in ice water early in the morning, and maybe even get beaten. What should I do? Luo Shou frowned slightly, reached out to pinch his chin, and his mind began to work quickly. Although he had never been a soldier, he knew that such strange traditions did indeed exist in the military. After all, many new recruits are still somewhat arrogant when they first enlist. To curb their pride and impatience, the veterans would give the newcomers a hard time, suppressing their arrogance and instilling a sense of reverence for military life. As it turned out, Luo Shou's guess was correct. These silent, black-clad soldiers were indeed the veterans from the previous batch. They had been tormented by an even earlier group of veterans and were now waiting to vent all their grievances on the new recruits. Outside the dormitory building, the 9 instructors responsible for this operation were gathered together. The most striking among them was a tall, sharp-eyed female instructor, none other than the chief instructor of the new recruits, Hu Banruo, whom Luo Shou had met yesterday. The other instructors stood beside Hu Banruo, their expressions tinged with reverence. Chief Instructor Hu, look at these rookie soldiers. It's almost 5 o'clock and they're all sleeping like dead pigs. They must be too accustomed to a leisurely life, forgetting that we're still in a world plagued by ferocious beasts. Exactly, they have no sense of crisis at all. Their vigilance is even worse than that of a dog. If we encounter a ferocious beast, we might be wiped out completely. Today, we must teach them a harsh lesson. Looking at the male and female recruits' dormitory building, several instructors wore expressions of frustration and disappointment. However, there were also a few instructors who were more lenient with the recruits. Recruits are called recruits because they don't understand anything yet, and that's perfectly normal. When we first enlisted, weren't we the same? Exactly, with the martial god Xiao Wentian guarding us, the Shenzhou Federation has been thriving for over a decade, facing the ferocious beasts. In the wilderness ruins from afar, these recruits are just students fresh out of school. It's completely understandable that they lack vigilance. That's right. Take Qingchuan City, for example. As one of the 36 cities of the Shenzhou Federation, it hasn't experienced a beast riot in 16 years. It's been so peaceful that many people have never even seen a ferocious beast. We shouldn't be too harsh on these kids. Hu Banruo's gaze remained calm as she listened to the instructor's discussions, her expression unchanged throughout. For her, it doesn't matter whether the vigilance of this batch of recruits is high or low. In the end, she will turn them into qualified soldiers capable of standing on their own and winning battles. Seeing Hu Banruo remain silent, the other instructors said no more. However, one of the instructors with a full beard seemed to think of something, and his bell-like eyes suddenly lit up. What do you think? How many dormitories in this batch of recruits can fend off the invasion of the veterans? As soon as he said this, the other instructors immediately became interested. I don't think there will be more than 5. Hard to say, there are quite a few tough ones among this batch of recruits. True, although the new recruits nowadays lack vigilance, their talent is far superior to ours back then. I heard there's a female soldier named Lu Qingxi over there. Seems like she even has a martial soul. That's right, Lu Qingxi is the little princess of the Lu family, one of the 5 major families in Qingchuan City. Her talent is extraordinary, and she's the darling of the Lu family. No one knows why she suddenly decided to join the military. When she arrived yesterday, even our corps commander was stunned and immediately
called the Liu family to inquire. The response was simply to ask our third corps to take good care of her. With such a powerful background, we'd better handle this carefully and avoid any trouble. Don't worry, the corps commander said yesterday that everything will proceed according to the normal training process and no special treatment is needed. Besides, Liu Qingxi is no mere vase. She's already a martial artist with a blood energy value of 1.38. Her physical potential is SS level, and on top of that, she has a martial soul talent with the most explosive lightning attribute. Hearing this, Hu Banruo, who had been expressionless all along, had her pupils slightly shift. She turned to look toward the female soldiers' dormitory, a hint of interest rising in her eyes.
Damn, that's intense. Ha, surprised? I had the same expression when I first heard about it. But the male soldier's side isn't bad either. There's a badass over there.
Who? Of course, it's the son of the 2nd Legion's commander, Feng Baizhan. His dad thought that keeping him in the 2nd Legion would make the instructors hesitant to train him properly, so we sent him over to our 3rd Legion.
Feng Baizhan? He's the son of the 2nd Legion's commander? I thought the name looked familiar when I saw it yesterday.
B-level physical potential. Blood energy value of 1.22, S-level mental potential, mental value of 1.1, and a mental talent, wind affinity.
He's definitely a psychic master. That's right, it's him.
This kid is not someone to mess with, not to mention there are a few other promising recruits with good talents in this batch. I think, before the instructor could finish speaking, he suddenly saw Hu Banruo, who had been silent all along, raise his hand to signal. Time's almost up.
The instructors all looked. 4:59. Everyone immediately turned their gaze toward the male and female soldiers' dormitory building.
At this moment, all the black-clad veterans had basically taken their positions, quietly guarding each floor. The atmosphere was heavy, as if a storm was about to break. The second hand ticked forward 1 second at a time, and the sinister smiles on the faces of the black-clad veterans grew increasingly rampant, as if they could already see the recruits being beaten black and blue by them. Even the instructors had malicious smiles on their faces.
Just as the second hand reached 4 hours 59 minutes and 45 seconds, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the second floor of the female soldiers' dormitory. Boom!
The door of dormitory room 204 for female soldiers suddenly burst open. Liu Qingxi, dressed in a black military uniform and holding a long spear, was surrounded by a purple thunder dragon, lightning flashing all around her. Her blood surged, and she charged out of the dormitory like a ferocious beast.
Thunder roars in the clear sky, spirits roam beneath the earth.
She swung her long spear, and lightning exploded. The veteran soldiers in black guarding both sides of the dormitory were instantly struck and sent flying, the buckets of ice water in their hands crashing to the ground. The veterans at the doors of other dormitories all turned their heads to look. Liu Qingxi did not stop, heading straight for the staircase. Wherever she passed, the veterans were thrown to the ground, their bodies paralyzed by the lightning. Her 3 roommates followed closely behind her, and the group dashed down from the 2nd floor like a whirlwind. All the veterans in front of Liu Qingxi were swept away like clay chickens and pottery dogs. Soon, Liu Qingxi led her roommates to the 1st floor, bursting out of the dormitory building like a bolt of lightning. She stood at the dormitory entrance, resembling a goddess descending to earth. Looking at the instructors not far away, Liu Qingxi shook the spear in her hand and declared with neither arrogance nor servility, "New recruit Liu Qingxi, reporting for duty." The female soldiers' dormitory, which was usually bustling with noise, was now as silent as the grave. Apart from Hu Banruo, all the other instructors were left utterly stunned, their mouths agape. What defines a goddess? This is a goddess. Peerless beauty, upright posture, valiant demeanor, surrounded by thunder dragons, wielding a fierce spear. This scene was deeply etched into the hearts of all the instructors like a brand. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from the male soldiers' dormitory building. Immediately, all the male recruits were startled awake as the fire sprinklers on every floor began spraying water wildly, soaking the veteran soldiers in black uniforms completely.
For a moment, the entire male dormitory was in chaos. Meanwhile, the female dormitory also became noisy due to Liu Qingxi's actions and the alarm sounds from the male dormitory. The usually composed Hu Banruo's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Why did the fire system activate automatically? In the male soldiers' dormitory, all the new recruits instantly woke up. Damn, what's going on? Did the village hand out gold bars? Are you crazy? This is a fire alarm. The building is probably on fire. Fire my ass. I just saw a group of people in black outside. Someone is trying to assassinate me. Get up. Get the hell up. I just remembered. It's all veterans outside. They're here to intimidate us. Little brats, get up. Charge out there for me. We absolutely can't let the veterans look down on us. As long as we're here, the tower stands. Demasha. For the horde. Countless new recruits, as if awakened by a sudden thunderclap, quickly sprang out of bed, dressed swiftly, and rushed out of the dormitory. Meanwhile, some quick-reacting veterans, taking advantage of the fact that some recruits had not yet risen, charged into the recruits' dormitory, drenched in the morning dew. What was supposed to be a one-sided ambush by the veterans instantly turned into a massive rebellion and brawl. Roars erupted like thunder rolling across the sky. guy. Damn it, who the hell pulled the fire alarm? Young man, don't be arrogant. We are all ranked martial artists. You can't beat us. Screw you. If we're not arrogant, can we still call ourselves young? Go, brothers, charge. Quick, quick, quick. The veterans are outnumbered. Charge, charge, charge. Overwhelm them for me. Ah, damn it. No honor in fighting. You stabbed me in the ass. Steal his peaches. Quick, steal his peaches. You damn rookie, courting death. Watch me use my breaking army fist. We absolutely can't let the rookies disgrace us. Veterans, charge. The rookies and veterans immediately clashed in a chaotic brawl. Although the rookies' martial arts levels were inferior to the veterans, they had the advantage in numbers, and a few prodigies led the counterattack with their formidable talents, charging fiercely toward the first floor. Among them, the so-called son of the 2nd Legion commander mentioned by the instructor, Feng Baijian, was particularly striking. His face was pale, his figure thin, and his gaze deep. At this moment, he was surrounded by a group of recruits, yet his right hand was raised in a sword gesture, waving continuously. Under his command, a black longsword seemed to come alive, relentlessly thrusting and pressing toward the veteran soldiers. The veterans were overwhelmed by the black sword, retreating repeatedly in disarray. This scene filled the surrounding recruits' eyes with envy. This was precisely the unique art of object manipulation, possessed by spiritual psychics. At this moment, in the 3rd floor restroom, Luo Xiu cautiously watched the door while disengaging his stealth mode. He wiped the water dripping from the fire sprinkler off his body and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, I'm exhausted. Luckily, the fire sprinkler system in this building works, otherwise, I would have definitely been beaten up by those veterans this morning. But the water from the sprinklers is way too much, it completely drenched me. Seriously. Apparently, the activation of the fire sprinkler system in the male soldiers' dormitory was all because of Luo Xiu. Just now, Luo Xiu saw the black-clad veteran quietly go up to the 2nd floor. To avoid being ambushed or sabotaged by Bao Yuan, he had no choice but to muster his courage, go invisible, and leave the room, planning to find a place to hide first. As soon as he stepped out, he noticed the fire safety system on the ceiling of the hallway. An idea struck him: he could use the fire system to wake up all the new recruits. At first, he worried that the fire system might just be for show, but when he rushed up to the 9th floor and pressed the first fire alarm button, he confirmed that this plan was feasible. The piercing alarm blared loudly. While remaining invisible, he went from the 9th floor all the way down, pressing the fire alarm button on every floor, plunging the entire building into chaos. Subsequently, he quietly returned to the 3rd floor, hid in the restroom, and waited for the chaos in the hallway to reach its peak. At this moment, the outside was already in complete turmoil. Feng Baijian led hundreds of new recruits down from the 6th floor to the 3rd floor. Although the veterans had the strength to resist, since it wasn't a life-and-death fight and they were worried about seriously injuring the recruits, they could only retreat reluctantly. Luo Xiu saw this, and his eyes immediately lit up. He quietly stepped out of the restroom, blended into the crowd, and shouted loudly along with them, beat the Hua, no, beat the veterans. His shout was like a small splash in the wave of new recruits, instantly drowned out, but Luo Xiu felt secretly pleased. After all, this time he not only avoided the trouble of being doused with cold water and beaten by the veterans, but also didn't have to stick his neck out while still managing to fish in troubled waters. It was quite satisfying. Charge, crush these veterans. Just as Luo Xiu followed the crowd and surged to the 2nd floor, a plump figure in the group suddenly let out a soft ha and squeezed to his side. Ha, Luo Xiu, where did you go just now? I didn't see you when I got up. It was Wang Fugue. Close behind him, Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong, 2 burly men, also squeezed over. The 3 of them looked at Luo Xiu with puzzled expressions, but Luo Xiu remained calm, smiling as he patted Wang Fugue on the shoulder. I had to pee urgently this morning, so I went to the restroom. Who knew that when I came out, everything outside had turned into this? Wang Fugue suddenly understood. Ah, that makes sense. When I heard the alarm, I jumped out of bed, but I didn't see you. I thought you'd been caught by the veterans. Ha ha ha, we really hit the jackpot today. Somehow the fire protection system activated automatically, or else we would have been woken up by those veterans with ice water, maybe even taken a beating, and then dragged out for assembly training. We'd probably be half dead by now. Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong nodded in agreement. Exactly, those veterans are really heartless, getting up at 4 in the morning just to plot against us. But it seems their plan completely failed this time. Yeah, this time we won effortlessly, and it was a beautiful victory. Those veterans must be feeling suffocated now, and soon they'll even face punishment. As soon as the words were spoken, the group had already arrived on the 1st floor. All the veterans dressed in black had retreated outside the dormitory building, standing far away with their heads lowered, looking visibly disgruntled. Nearby, Lu Qingxi stood holding a long spear in front of the female soldiers' dormitory building, with a dense crowd of new female recruits behind her. And right in front of those black-clad veterans were 9 figures with vigorous energy and blood, resembling ferocious beasts. Luo Xiu immediately recognized the female officer standing at the very center. It was none other than the new recruit's chief instructor he had met yesterday, today, Hu Banruo. At this moment, Hu Banruo's face was as dark as iron, her aura oppressive like storm clouds. She walked up to the black-clad veterans and sneered, "Haha, truly eye-opening. You've become the first veterans in history to be driven out of the dormitory by new recruits. Your performance is absolutely astonishing." Hearing her words, the veterans' faces instantly turned red, and someone couldn't help but retort, "You can't blame us for this. Who knew the fire alarm system would suddenly activate on its own? Yeah, we've already done our best. Besides, there are psychic masters and martial soul warriors among the new recruits. This is practically setting us up for failure. If the fire alarm hadn't gone off, we definitely could have completed the mission. Even with those geniuses around, if we didn't complete it, we wouldn't have been this embarrassed." Hu Banruo shouted sharply after hearing this, "Silence!" Her gaze swept over all the veterans like a hawk, and she roared angrily, "All veterans, listen up. Head to the tenfold gravity field immediately. Each of you will do 1,000 squats. No food or sleep until you finish." Then, she suddenly turned her head and glared at the new recruits who were secretly laughing, shouting sharply, "All recruits, listen up. Male and female soldiers, divide into 9 formations by floor, now, immediately, at once." At this moment, Hu Banruo was bursting with anger, like a mother T-Rex on the verge of rampaging. Setting aside her position as the chief instructor, the sheer blood and energy pressure emanating from her was enough to make all the recruits and veterans hold their breath. Even the 8 instructors beside her wore serious expressions, showing a hint of apprehension, not daring to say a word. Finally, an old soldier reacted, stood at attention, and shouted, "Received." The other old soldiers immediately became alert and responded in unison, "Received." They then collectively turned around and ran in formation toward the east. The new recruits also reacted quickly, immediately starting to form ranks according to Hu Banruo's orders. After all, it was their first time forming ranks, so some confusion was inevitable. However, Feng Baijian, worthy of being the son of the 2nd Legion's commander, stepped forward and began directing everyone to line up in an orderly manner. Luo Xiu leisurely blended into the team, standing in formation as instructed while secretly observing the 8 instructors, Hu Banruo, and the standout figure in the group, Lu Qingxi. When he first came out, he saw Lu Qingxi standing at the entrance of the female soldiers' dormitory, holding a long spear with lightning coiling around her body. He silently admired her stunning presence but couldn't understand why this prodigy had come to the military camp. What puzzled him even more was that during the awakening ceremony, she actually said good luck to him. This left Luo Xiu utterly perplexed. Could it be that Lu Qingxi secretly had a crush on him? Knowing he was going to enlist, did she actually follow him from school to the military camp? Perhaps her reserved personality made her bad at expressing herself, which is why she had never spoken to him? Thinking about it this way, isn't it a bit narcissistic? Shaking his head, he felt it was unlikely. After all, apart from his decent grades in theory and combat, his blood energy cultivation was unremarkable. How could someone like Lu Qingxi, a goddess-level school beauty, secretly like him? Just as Luo Xiu was secretly speculating, Hu Banruo was also secretly observing all the new recruits, continuously analyzing the earlier situation in his mind. The dormitory building's fire protection system was replaced in the past 2 years, so it's almost impossible for it to malfunction. Even if there were a malfunction, it couldn't possibly cause the entire 9 floors to fail. Moreover, the alarm sound just now started from the 9th floor and rang layer by layer all the way down to the 1st floor. This situation is too abnormal. It was as if someone had rushed from the 9th floor to the 1st floor in an extremely short time, pressing all the fire alarm buttons along the way. Although every rookie could achieve this, the premise is that they must not be discovered by the veterans, which is almost impossible. After all, the veterans had just infiltrated the 4th floor. Being discovered above the 5th floor wouldn't be surprising, but for them to infiltrate the 4th floor without being noticed, how could that go undetected? Could it be that there's a hidden genius among this batch of rookies? Hu Banruo was deep in thought when all the new recruits, under Feng Baijian's command, had already formed 9 neat phalanxes. Each phalanx was further divided into male and female soldiers. Although Feng Baijian was not tall in stature, his presence was imposing. He calmly walked up to Hu Banruo and the 8 instructors, straightened his back, and saluted, reporting to the instructors, "All new recruits have assembled." The 8 instructors nodded one after another, clearly satisfied with Feng Baijian's performance. Even a hint of approval flashed in Hu Banruo's eyes. "Not bad, well done. Return to your unit for now." "Understood," Feng Baijian shouted loudly, then turned and merged into the ranks of the 6th formation. Hu Banruo, accompanied by the 8 instructors, walked up to the new recruits. Sweeping his gaze over the entire group, his voice boomed like thunder, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Hu Banruo. You may call me Chief Hu or Chief Instructor. Starting today, I will oversee all 1,500 of you and teach you every skill you need to master as soldiers, techniques, martial arts, weaponry, tactics, survival, pushing your limits. You will become stronger than ever before, and you will become incredibly brave. And I have only one requirement." Hu Banruo paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over all the new recruits once again, then continued, "That is to
to cherish life, fight to survive, and make sure you keep living.
When facing ferocious beasts and enemies, you must never show mercy. Be cautious, and then be even more cautious.
I do not want to see only a handful of you left when we regroup a year from now.
That would be my failure. Hubanruo's failure. I absolutely will not allow such a failure. Do you understand?
Understood.
All the new recruits shouted in unison.
Although Hubanruo's speech was not particularly impassioned, it planted the seed of caution in everyone's hearts, extinguishing the fiery zeal they had felt after defeating the veteran soldiers and sounding the alarm of impending danger.
After becoming soldiers, they are no longer students immersed in their studies. After becoming soldiers, they will face terrifying beasts head-on.
After becoming soldiers, they must confront enemies even more cunning than the beasts. They are about to leave the greenhouse and face the storm directly.
The atmosphere on the scene instantly grew heavy.
Hubanruo did not continue speaking, giving all the new recruits time to digest her words. She exchanged a glance with the 8 instructors beside her, who then each walked toward one of the 8 formations, while Hubanruo approached the first-level formation where Luo Xiu was located.
Luo Xiu's heart tightened, and he had a vague sense of foreboding.
Although Hubanruo spoke well and Luo Xiu had gained a lot from her words, she was, after all, Luo Tianhao's aunt and the sister of that vicious
woman, Hu Meili.
Moreover, Luo Tianhao had mentioned that she had already been informed. Now that Hubanruo was standing in front of the formation, Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel that she had ulterior motives.
Before long, Hubanruo looked at the crowd again and said, "I've said what needs to be said.
You are all adults and should be able to understand, so I won't waste any more words.
Let's get straight to the point."
She then turned to the 8 instructors and said, "From now on, the 8 instructors and I will each lead one floor's formation to teach the military introductory martial technique, Breaking Army Fist. This martial technique was created by the martial god Xiao Wentian.
It is
suitable for martial artists of all attributes, with different attributes producing different variations.
It has balanced energy consumption, explosive power, and long-term practice can even help open acupoints.
It is the most comprehensive martial technique below the 2nd grade. I need you all to practice this martial technique to the entry level by tonight.
Can you do it?"
Hearing Hubanruo's words, all the new recruits immediately showed expressions of excitement. Back in school, they had already learned about the Breaking Army Fist and knew that this martial technique was created by the martial god Xiao Wentian.
They also understood its practicality and power.
Although the Breaking Army Fist was not exclusive to the military, its market value was as high as 1 million.
Now being able to learn it for free, how could they not be excited?
As soon as Hubanruo finished speaking, all the new recruits seemed to be filled with boundless energy and shouted in unison, "We can do it." The sound was loud and orderly, like the beating of war drums. Hubanruo nodded in satisfaction and waved her jade-like hand. "Begin training." Immediately, she turned to the 3rd floor formation where Luo Xiu was located, pacing back and forth in front of the formation a few steps before speaking calmly. "I will be leading your team, but before teaching the Breaking Army Fist, I need to first select a deputy leader to assist me in completing the training."
Hearing this, Luo Xiu's heart tightened, sensing something ominous.
Sure enough, in the next moment, Hubanruo's gaze suddenly fixed on him, and she called out, "Luo Xiu, step forward."
Just as expected, if Hubanruo is personally leading the team, it can't be anything good.
Luo Xiu thought to himself and quickly responded, "Here." Then he swiftly stepped out of the lineup and stood in front of Hubanruo. He straightened his back, doing his best not to give Hubanruo any leverage against him. The new recruits in the team were all curious when they saw him being singled out. After all, it was the first day of military life, and everyone was still unfamiliar with Hubanruo. The fact that she could clearly call
out Luo Xiu's name naturally sparked a lot of speculation.
Luo Xiu felt all the gazes on him, but he kept his eyes forward as if he hadn't noticed. Hubanruo scanned the new recruits and coldly announced, "Starting today, he, Luo Xiu, will serve as the acting captain of our 3rd battalion, assisting me in completing the training." As soon as the words were spoken, Luo Xiu's face turned slightly pale. This woman was clearly putting him on the spot. He was just a nobody, and, thanks to Hubanruo's inexplicable decision, he had suddenly become the acting captain.
This position was bound to be unrecognized by everyone,
inevitably causing widespread dissatisfaction. Sooner or later, someone would come looking for trouble with him. This completely disrupted his plan of quietly surviving, accumulating divine thought pills to offer to the temple god, and secretly enhancing his talents to grow stronger. Sure enough, the team immediately erupted into an uproar.
"What? You can't just randomly appoint an acting captain like this.
Luo Xiu doesn't look strong at all, and his blood energy value is probably low.
What qualifies him to be the captain? Among warriors, strength speaks for itself. Whoever is stronger becomes the captain." "We don't agree."
"Yes,
we don't agree. Unless there's a duel, whoever wins becomes the captain."
"That's right. We may be rookies, but not just anyone can be the captain."
"Instructor, you need to respect public opinion." "A duel. Let me duel him."
"Yes, defeat me." Under the influence of a few belligerent individuals, the group immediately became noisy.
crazy. Luo Xiu acted as if he hadn't heard anything, standing straight like a spear. To him, avoiding the role of captain was preferable. It brought no benefits and easily made one a target. He secretly enjoyed watching the others argue. As for a duel, he had no intention of risking his life head-on. His philosophy was to be cunning and deceitful, stabbing from the shadows to minimize risk and maximize benefits, never engaging in direct confrontation. A duel was something for brutes. He preferred to hide in the dark, observe the situation, and quietly grow stronger. But he knew that Hu Banruo would never let him have his way. Sure enough, when the crowd shouted duel, in unison, Hu Banruo's face darkened, and he roared, "Shut up!" Then he suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! The ground shook, and the earth within a radius of several dozen meters immediately trembled. All the recruits instantly staggered, swaying, and stumbling. "I'm not negotiating with you, I'm announcing. The only thing you can do is obey orders." Hu Banruo's voice was as cold as frost, making everyone's hearts tighten. Even Luo Xiu secretly admired her, thinking this woman was truly powerful. With just a single stomp, she had thrown over 100 of them into chaos, definitely the realm of a third-grade or higher martial artist. He hadn't expected her to be so formidable at such a young age. Luo Xiu felt a sense of respect and quickly steadied himself, once again straightening his back. Hu Banruo glanced at Luo Xiu with a hint of approval, then swept his gaze over the crowd and said coldly, "I know you are unconvinced, but do you know that Luo Xiu is a rare dual talent in both physical body and spirit? Is there anyone among you who possesses dual talents?" As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Xiu's cheeks flushed slightly. With those so-called dual talents of his, he didn't dare to boast like that. What exactly was Hu Banruo trying to imply? If he didn't know that the temple god was a unique hidden soul of thought, undetectable by others, he might have really thought Hu Banruo had seen through him completely and knew he was a hidden peerless genius. But the others were somewhat surprised to hear Hu Banruo's words. Dual talents. That's indeed quite impressive. Amazing, our class barely has anyone who awakened even one talent, and Luo Xiu actually awakened dual talents. If that's the case, he does deserve to be our captain. Although it can't compare to Goddess Lu Qingxi's martial soul, nor is it as rare as Feng Baijian's spiritual mind mastery, it's still much better than us. No wonder the chief instructor chose him. It seems the chief instructor had seen through everything long ago. To awaken talents in both the spirit and the body, his potential must be truly astonishing. I think Luo Xiu's physical potential is at least A level, and his spiritual potential must be at least C level, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible to awaken a spiritual talent. Indeed, my physical potential is only B level, while his is A level. He definitely deserves to be the captain. Everyone nodded in agreement, showing more recognition for Luo Xiu. At this moment, a mocking voice came from the crowd. Grade A? Ha, Luo Xiu and I went to the same school, both from Tianqing Martial School. But that guy is a celebrity, truly has dual talents. His talents are invisibility and perspective. As for his potential, physical potential is grade C, mental potential is grade D. At our school, he was quite the prominent figure. On the day of his awakening, he even earned the supreme titles of innate lustful saint physique and ancient Greek god of flower picking. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The female soldiers stared at Luo Xiu with heightened vigilance. Invisibility. Perspective? That powerful? I originally thought Lu Bu was already invincible, but I didn't expect this guy to be even fiercer. He's practically our role model, a moral exemplar. His physical and mental potential aren't high, so how did he awaken dual talents? I agree. Say he's unlucky, yet he awakened two talents. Say he's lucky, but the two talents he awakened are practically useless aside from a peculiar sensation. It shouldn't be this bad, otherwise, the chief instructor wouldn't value him so much. Maybe he has other exceptional qualities. Could it be that his vitality value is extraordinary, or his mental value is extraordinary? At this moment, the mocking voice sounded again. Nonsense. Vitality value 0.83, mental value 0.62. What's extraordinary about that? What? So low? That's even worse than me. I thought he was a martial artist with values above 1.0. This is way too bad. He's the captain? Isn't this misleading the team? Exactly. My blood energy value has already reached 0.91, much higher than his. He's the captain? I don't accept it. Not accepting. Not accepting. Luo Xiu listened quietly to the commotion of the crowd, his face expressionless, but his gaze fell on the person who had revealed the information twice just now. Thin-built, squinting eyes, it was Hu Chai, who was conspiring with Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong in the dorm across yesterday evening. Noticing Luo Xiu staring at him, Hu Chai's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. Beside him was a broad-nosed young man, Zhou Yunfei, who had also participated in yesterday's conspiracy. Luo Xiu sneered inwardly but remained silent, turning his head to continue standing upright. He understood in his heart that Hu Banruo would deal with those who were defiant. He only needed to quietly observe. Sure enough, when Hu Banruo saw the crowd arguing again, her face grew even darker. She walked slowly to the front of the group, pointed at Hu Chai, and commanded coldly, "You, step forward." In the
group, Hu Chai's sinister face instantly froze. He hadn't expected Hu Banruo to suddenly target him. After all, both belonged to the Hu family. Although their relationship wasn't close, he still had to call Hu Banruo aunt. Moreover, before coming to the Third Legion, Luo Tianhao hinted to him that Hu Banruo would also help deal with Luo Xiao. But now, what does Hu Banruo mean by this? Soon, Hu Chai reacted, and endless regret surged in his heart. Hu Banruo was not only the instructor of their third-floor phalanx but also the chief instructor this time, and had just explicitly demanded all recruits to obey orders. But he repeatedly defied Hu Banruo's orders, continuously pointing out Luo Xiao's information among the crowd, inciting others, which was undoubtedly a provocation against Hu Banruo. This was due to his impatience for quick success, committing a major taboo in the military. Hu Banruo would definitely use him as an example to warn others. Thinking of this, cold sweat instantly soaked Hu Chai's entire body. He hurriedly stepped out of the ranks with a pale face, stood shoulder to shoulder with Luo Xiao, straightened his posture, and saluted respectfully. Present. Hu Banruo narrowed his eyes and stared at Hu Chai, saying coldly, "State your name and basic information." Luo Xiao listened, tilting his head with interest. Hu Chai straightened his body, becoming even more nervous, and hurriedly raised his voice to report. Hu Chai. Blood chi value 0.82, mental value 0.52, innate attribute Earth, physical potential D level, mental potential E level, no talent. Hearing this, Luo Xiao immediately lost interest. Even he, someone who had been deprived of 6 years' worth of cultivation resources, was better than this. Wasn't this just a complete weakling? With this level, he still dared to conspire against him alongside Luo Tianhao. Hu Banruo, however, was not surprised at all. As soon as Hu Chai finished speaking, she sneered and said, "Not only are your blood chi and mental values inferior to Luo Xiao's, but your physical and mental potential are also worse. You don't even have any talent. In every aspect, you lose to Luo Xiao. What right do you have to mock him in front of everyone?" As soon as the words fell, Hu Chai's face instantly turned bright red. Being publicly criticized in front of so many people, and being compared to Luo Xiao, whom he had just schemed against, only to be told he was inferior, it was more humiliating than death. He once said that Luo Xiao was unfit to be the captain, that his awakened talent was useless, and that his potential and blood energy value were both low. Then, as someone who was inferior to Luo Xiao in every way, wouldn't that make him even worse than trash? Although he had long known that he was no match for Luo Xiao, being publicly pointed out still made him feel a deep sense of shame and anger. The new recruits in the team who were about the same level as Hu Chai or even worse instantly felt their faces flush and lowered their heads in shame. As for those whose physical potential and blood energy values were higher than Luo Xiao's, they still held their heads high, their eyes full of defiance. Hu Banruo temporarily ignored them and simply pointed to the ground, saying to Hu Chai, "Get down and prepare to do push-ups." Hu Chai dared not disobey and quickly got down on the ground, propping himself up with his arms, while secretly breathing a sigh of relief. After all, it was just push-ups, hardly a severe punishment. As a martial artist, although his blood energy value was only 0.82, it was already far beyond that of an ordinary person. Every 0.1 blood energy value equates to 30 kilograms of punching force. With a blood energy value of 0.82, he could deliver a punch with 246 kilograms of force. To put it in perspective, on Earth, an average person's punch is about 50 to 150 kilograms, Bruce Lee's punch was 157 kilograms, and Mike Tyson's punch was 244 kilograms, which is considered the human limit. Hu Chai was still an unranked martial artist. With his strength, doing hundreds of push-ups would be a breeze, requiring no effort at all. Hu Banruo indeed favored him. Although he was embarrassed in front of everyone, the punishment was as light as a feather. However, just as Hu Chai was secretly feeling relieved, Hu Banruo suddenly turned to Luo Xiao and said, "Luo Xiao, you stand on Hu Chai's back." Ha! Luo Xiao was slightly stunned, and the others widened their eyes, full of curiosity. Hu Chai was even more confused. Hu Banruo suddenly turned her head and stared at Luo Xiao. "What?" "Luo Xiao, listen to my order. Stand on Hu Chai's back right now." Then, she commanded Hu Chai, "Carry Luo Xiao on your back and do push-ups. No slacking, no stopping." Hearing this, Luo Xiao's eyebrows twitched. This was taking things too far, wasn't it? Making him stand on Hu Chai's back while he did push-ups, although he found it a bit thrilling, actually standing on him would completely trample on Hu Chai's dignity. By then, Hu Chai would probably become his sworn enemy, irreconcilable like fire and water. "Coach, this doesn't seem very appropriate, does it?" Luo Xiao tried to decline, unable to figure out Hu Banruo's intentions. He wasn't sure if Hu Banruo simply wanted to punish Hu Chai for disobeying orders, or if she intended to use this to escalate the conflict between them. Or perhaps she wanted to kill two birds with one stone? If it was truly the latter, then Hu Banruo's mind and methods were far too sinister. Luo Xiao stared at Hu Banruo's face, trying to discern something, but Hu Banruo's face was expressionless, cold as frost, her eyes filled with anger and authority. She shot Luo Xiao a glare. "What, do you also want to defy military orders?" As soon as Luo Xiu heard this, he immediately leapt onto Hu Chai's back with a whoosh, then stomped heavily and saluted, reporting to the chief instructor. "I am ready." Ugh! Hu Chai's body suddenly sank, nearly coughing up blood from Luo Xiu's stomp. The veins at the corners of his eyes bulged, his teeth clenched so hard they made a grinding sound, and his eyes were bloodshot with rage. He wished he could immediately spring up, drag Luo Xiu off his back, and tear him to pieces. But he didn't dare to resist. Even when Luo Xiu stomped his foot down hard and secretly twisted his back with force, causing his arms to tremble, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Then, he began doing push-ups one after another. The scene instantly fell silent. The other recruits, seeing this, all kept quiet out of fear, tightly shutting their mouths. Everyone could tell that the military was different from school. The instructor wasn't a teacher. If you defied her, you would truly face harsh punishment. Hu Banruo was not someone to mess with, and the consequences of disobeying military orders were something they couldn't afford to bear. Hu Banruo's gaze swept over and landed on the foot Luo Xiu had just stomped down hard and secretly exerted force with. A hint of amusement flashed in her eyes, but she didn't reprimand him. She walked over to Luo Xiu, once again scanning all the recruits, looking left and right, then raised her chin. "So, Luo Xiu is now the acting squad leader. Does anyone else object?" The crowd shouted in unison, and this time, no one dared to step forward to oppose. Hu Banruo let out a cold laugh, clearly very satisfied with their response. She then took a few steps back, moving to an open area, and faced the group again. "Next, I will teach the breaking army fist. I will demonstrate it 3 times. Watch carefully, and then the acting squad leader will be responsible for supervising and guiding your practice." She turned to Luo Xiu. "Tonight at 6 o'clock, the 9 formations will conduct a group drill performance. The formation with the worst performance in practicing breaking army fist will be responsible for cleaning the corridors and restrooms of 2 dormitory buildings, and the acting captain will bear the main responsibility. The cultivation resources of that formation must be entirely distributed to teammates to make up for the gap." Luo Xiu, did you hear me clearly? At 6 in the evening, the 9 formations competed, and the last place had to clean toilets, with the captain even having to give up all cultivation resources? Standing on Hu Chai's back, bouncing up and down, Luo Xiu immediately stopped being leisurely upon hearing this. Cleaning toilets was no big deal, but giving up his resources? That was as good as taking his life. The chief instructor is indeed the chief instructor. It seems Hu Banruo never intended to play any tricks or schemes on me. She just wants to openly and straightforwardly make me suffer. Let me be the captain, causing dissatisfaction among the other recruits, making enemies for me, then using the punishment of Hu Chai as a warning to others, making Hu Chai and me mortal enemies. Now, openly using the competition among the 9 phalanxes to try to deprive me of this month's cultivation resources. If I hadn't overheard Hu Meili and Hu Chai's conversation a few nights ago, I really wouldn't have thought in this direction. This Hu Banruo is truly a master. Countless thoughts flashed through Luo Xiu's mind in an instant. Seeing Hu Banruo raise an eyebrow, he quickly straightened his posture, stomped his foot, saluted, and shouted loudly, "Understood, instructor." With this stomp, the jackal underfoot grimaced and trembled all over. Hu Banruo squinted and nodded, then turned around and said, "Everyone below, watch carefully." As soon as the words fell, her entire body straightened instantly, and a sharp aura like a spear or sword erupted from her. Boom, as if thousands of troops and horses were charging. Everyone instinctively held their breath, including Luo Xiu. He stared intently at Hu Banruo's body, which, though not robust, was brimming with explosive power, his fists unconsciously clenched. At the same time, the bronze temple in Luo Xiu's sea of consciousness rippled slightly, and he involuntarily activated his spiritual talent, perspective. The next moment, Hu Banruo moved. First move, rallying the troops on the battlefield. As the words fell, her entire being erupted like thunder. Her body moved and shifted continuously, rapidly changing positions front, back, left, and right. At each spot, she unleashed a series of booming punches, resembling a general beating the war drum to rally troops on the battlefield, solemn and imposing. For a moment, all the recruits were captivated by Hu Banruo's terrifying punches. Only Hu Chai continued huffing and puffing as he did push-ups, though he still tried to lift his eyes to observe the technique. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu, on his back, quietly furrowed his brows. Under the perspective view, Luo Xiu saw Hu Banruo's blood and energy surging, her whole body emitting a faint red glow. However, what puzzled him the most was that as her moves changed, faint golden threads within her body flickered on and off. These threads' brightness seemed to complement the moves, as if seamlessly integrated. It seemed that only with the flickering of these threads did Hu Banruo's moves gain their soul. These threads governed the operation and transformation of the moves. Could this be the meridian route of the breaking army fist? Could perspective vision have such a marvelous use? This is simply unbelievable. While Luo Xiu was overwhelmed with excitement, Hu Banruo had already completed the first move, but her punches and kicks didn't stop as she immediately transitioned to the next move. Second move, war drums resounding. Hu Banruo let out another spirited shout, her voice booming like spring thunder. Immediately, she swung her fists rapidly rapidly, accelerating further and faster, as if beating a drum. Each punch was accompanied by a deep, resonant rhythm of a war drum. Boom 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 boom, boom 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 boom. Hubanruo's punching rhythm seemed to synchronize with everyone's heartbeat, and each strike made everyone present feel their hearts pulsating in tandem with her fists. As if standing on a battlefield, listening to the sound of countless war drums, blood boiling and surging with energy. In Luo Xiu's eyes, he could still see golden threads flickering with the movement of the fists. He stared intently at Hubanruo, his mind racing, striving to memorize the flow trajectory of these golden threads. As he memorized, it seemed that a shadow in his sea of consciousness began practicing punches alongside Hubanruo. Everyone was completely immersed in Hubanruo's boxing technique, their eyes fixed, as if entranced and captivated. Hubanruo is indeed the chief instructor for this year's new recruits. Her boxing technique flows like clouds and water, moving with her heart and will. Every move and style is perfected to the highest level, and every punch is delivered with impeccable precision. Third move, warrior sets out. Fourth move, speed is paramount in warfare. Fifth move, dark clouds overwhelm the city. Sixth style, one warrior against 1,000. Seventh style, thunderous strike. Eighth style, crushing the mighty enemy. Ninth style, sweeping through thousands. 10th form, crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Hubanruo seemed to be completely immersed, practicing with abandon, throwing punch after punch, her fists aligning with her body aligning with her hips moving in sync with her body. Time and space seemed to freeze, and Hubanruo became the only dynamic presence. Luo Xiu watched her every move with insatiable hunger, the phantom in his sea of consciousness moving swiftly like thunder in sync with Hubanruo's actions. Strands of golden threads flowed continuously within the phantom. As the phantom's movements became increasingly fluid, Luo Xiu's understanding of the breaking army fist grew clearer, as if someone was practicing on his behalf, enhancing his proficiency. No one knew how much time had passed, but Hubanruo finally stopped his movements after performing the breaking army fist 3 times, slowly adjusting his breath. The crowd remained immersed in the shock of the moment, unable to recover for a long time. The only sound in the air was Hu Chai's heavy breathing as he did push-ups. The phantom in Luo Xiu's sea of consciousness continued tirelessly, practicing the Pajun fist over and over again. Moments later, Hubanruo finished adjusting his breath, and the new recruits gradually regained their composure. Facing the crowd, Hubanruo said loudly, "Alright, the Pajun fist is like this. It's not very difficult, but it's the most practical for you at this stage. Make sure to familiarize yourselves with it quickly, and don't forget tonight's training performance." Then she turned to look at Luo Xiu. "Luo Xiu, arrange for them to start training. I have something to attend to and will leave for a while." Before she finished speaking, she hurriedly left without waiting for Luo Xiu's response. Luo Xiu stood dumbfounded on Hu Chai's back. It wasn't until Hubanruo had walked far away that he reacted and quickly shouted, "Chief instructor, when practicing the Pejun fist, can I get off Hu Chai's back?" "Do as you like." Hubanruo waved her hand without turning back and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving them unsure of what she was going to do. Luo Xiu withdrew his gaze and looked at the new recruits in front of him, feeling a slight headache. He really didn't want to be this captain. Looking at the clarity and dullness in their eyes, it was obvious they hadn't understood the breaking army fist that Hubanruo had just demonstrated. Their minds were surely a mess. If these people can't grasp the basics of the breaking army fist before the evening drill performance, his cultivation resources will undoubtedly be docked. This is the so-called the disaster of the pond fish, implicating the city gate. That's right, he is the city gate, and these clueless new recruits are the pond fish. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu felt a wave of frustration in his heart. But to prevent his resources from being taken away, he quickly pulled himself together. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu jumped off Hu Chai's back, and the feeling of his feet firmly on the ground made his eyes light up. He walked up to the crowd, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem, everyone, to be honest, I don't really want to be this captain. The responsibility is heavy, yet there are no benefits, and I might even be resented and disrespected by everyone. But I have no choice. I don't know why the chief instructor appointed me as captain, and this puts a lot of pressure on me." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd's faces showed expressions of astonishment, clearly not expecting Luo Xiu to be so candid. Compared to being directly aloof and commanding, Luo Xiu's words undoubtedly bridged the gap between them. The expressions on everyone's faces gradually softened, and the defiance in their eyes toward Luo Xiu instantly dissipated quite a bit. But just at that moment, Luo Xiu suddenly changed his tone, let out a cold laugh, and arrogantly said, when the chief instructor was demonstrating the breaking army fist, "Earlier, seeing you rookies looking so clueless and confused, I suddenly felt that the position of captain is only fitting for me. You all are simply not qualified at all." Luo Xiu's sudden change in attitude completely caught everyone off guard. They were stunned at first, then immediately burned with anger. "Who are you calling a rookie? What do you mean by that? We didn't learn the Pajun fist, so did you? Stop acting all high and mighty." "Exactly, you somehow became the captain out of nowhere, and you still mock us. You're really pushing it, acting so arrogant. You're just someone with connections. So what if you know the chief instructor? Does that make
make you special? Your physical potential and blood vitality are inferior to mine. You are simply unworthy of being the captain. That's right, a petty man flaunting his success. With such average talent, how dare you act so arrogant? We don't accept this, we don't accept you. The new recruits of the third formation were instantly filled with righteous indignation, furious beyond measure. However, amidst the crowd, Wang Fugui, Zhang Yulong, and Chen Xiaodong, though finding Luo Xiu's words harsh, still tried their best to plead on his behalf. Everyone, don't be angry. Luo Xiu probably didn't mean it that way. He must have his reasons. Yes, don't act impulsively. The chief instructor just left, don't cause trouble. Hu Chai is still lying there. If you anger the chief instructor, we'll all suffer. Hearing the three trying to dissuade them, the crowd's momentum weakened slightly, but their eyes still glared at Luo Xiu with indignation. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, was quite satisfied. He thoroughly enjoyed seeing everyone so enraged. Indeed, he was deliberately provoking their anger. After all, when people are angry, they often unleash unprecedented potential. Once that potential is tapped, the speed of learning the breaking army fist would naturally increase. To ensure that everyone could grasp the basics of the breaking army fist before 6 o'clock, he had no choice but to use this method to push them, compared to earning their goodwill, leveraging their anger to help them master the breaking army fist and secure his cultivation resources for the month was clearly the more practical choice. Luo Xiu knew exactly what he wanted. He slowly walked to the front of the crowd, deliberately let out a cold laugh, and taunted, "I'm arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. I've already completely mastered the breaking army fist taught by the chief instructor. Why shouldn't I be arrogant? Such a simple fist technique, don't tell me you rookies really haven't learned it yet? No way, right?" This sarcastic tone once again ignited everyone's anger. Even Wang Fugui and the others didn't know how to defend Luo Xiu anymore. "You are simply too much. You say you've mastered the Pajun fist? We don't believe it. I've only just grasped bits and pieces of it and you claim to have mastered it? Absolutely impossible. If it weren't for the chief instructor's sake, I would have already jumped up and tackled you." Even the female soldiers in the team couldn't help but retort, "You're so annoying. Just because you're the captain, what's there to be so arrogant about? With that petty attitude of yours, you're destined to stay single for life. I will make sure to spread your poor behavior among the sisters, so you can't hold your head high in front of all the female soldiers." Luo Xiu was indifferent, shrugged, and spread his hands, saying, "I know you're not convinced, but what's the use of that? If you're lacking, practice more. Let's speak with real skills. If anyone thinks they're better than me, come out and perform a set of breaking army fist. Let me see your level." Hiss. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly took a sharp breath and glanced at everyone. "Don't tell me you haven't learned even a bit? Or are you afraid to come out and embarrass yourselves?" This questioning tone completely ignited the anger of all the new recruits in the third formation. The fury on everyone's faces erupted like a volcano. In the crowd, a figure suddenly pushed through the people, rushed in front of Luo Xiu, assumed a stance, and said fiercely, "Damn it, let me do it. I want to see if you can understand my Pajun fist." With that, he turned his body and assumed the starting position. The others, seeing this, cheered and encouraged him. "Way to go, brother. We support you. Fight well and show Luo Xiu what you're made of. Practice hard. Slap him in the face. Yes, slap him in the face. Don't let him keep being arrogant. Let him see that we are definitely not weaklings." Listening to the crowd's shouts, Luo Xiu still wore a disdainful expression on his face, but when his gaze fell on the rookie who stepped forward, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Isn't this Zhou Yunfei? The one who shares a dorm with Hu Chai and conspires with Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong on how to set him up, the fourth person in their group. I didn't expect him to jump out so eagerly this quickly. Quite the schemer, isn't he? Since Hu Chai is already under his foot, he clearly doesn't mind stepping on another." Luo Xiu walked up to Zhou Yunfei, sneering coldly, "Oh, young man, you're quite bold. Out of so many people, you're the only one daring to stick your neck out. Do you know the saying, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot?" Zhou Yunfei's gaze was sinister, but his words were righteous. "Luo Xiu, you're going too far. I, Zhou Yunfei, may have only learned half of the Peijun fist, but I can't stand you pointing fingers at all the new recruits in the third formation. You don't have the right." Changing his tone, he continued, "Didn't you say you've mastered it all? Then let's make a bet. I'll start practicing the Peijun fist, and as the captain, you should be able to point out my mistakes. I don't expect you to make my Peijun fist more powerful, but at the very least, ensure I don't practice it wrong. If you can do that, I'll admit you're qualified to be our captain. If you can't, not only must you voluntarily resign as captain to the chief instructor, but you'll also have to kneel and apologize to us. So, what do you say? Do you dare?" As soon as the words fell, Zhou Yunfei laughed smugly. He stared at Luo Xiu with a sinister expression, clearly very satisfied with his own performance. Hu Chai, who was doing push-ups on the ground, had a slightly flushed face from exertion and also showed a hint of approval. The new recruits were even more excited, though some felt the punishment was a bit too harsh and frowned slightly. Wang Fugui was the first to step forward to mediate for Luo Xiu. "Oh, come on, we're all going to be comrades and brothers
brothers in the future.
Why make things so tense?
Brother, don't get angry. Don't make things hard for Luo Xiao. Let's just practice the Pei Jun fist together properly. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Zhou Yunfei back into the team. But unexpectedly, Zhou Yunfei flung his hand away, directly pushing Wang Fugui aside.
He sneered coldly at Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao, do you dare?
If you're a man, say something. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Luo Xiao, and the atmosphere became tense and confrontational. Wang Fugui wanted to persuade again, but Luo Xiao waved him off with a smile. Of course, I dare.
But don't you think your punishment is too light?
If I can't point out your flaws, I'll resign as captain and apologize to you.
But if I can, you'll have to acknowledge my ability. It seems like you haven't paid any price at all. How about this? I won't bully you.
If I find your flaws and help you correct them, you'll have to do as I say, kneel
and submit to me.
From then on, if I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to go north, you can't go south.
You'll be my obedient dog. How about it? Do you dare? Luo Xiao had no intention of reconciling with Zhou Yunfei.
He simply wanted to take this opportunity to stomp on him hard, so that Zhou Yunfei would be hesitant and weakened the next time he tried to deal with him, saving Luo Xiao a lot of trouble. Zhou Yunfei obviously did not expect Luo Xiao to turn the tables on him.
After a moment of hesitation, realizing he was in a difficult position, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, it's settled then, I agree.
He then stepped back and shouted, watch closely, the first move of the Pei Jun fist, marshalling troops on the battlefield.
With a thunderous roar, Zhou Yunfei assumed his stance, his fists moving rhythmically with his body. He summoned all his strength, his blood and energy surging, and began to execute the Pei Jun fist from memory.
His body erupted with power, his steps swift as the wind, and each punch he threw was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain.
Each punch landed as if tearing through the air, producing deafening explosions. The imposing momentum amazed everyone around, their eyes gleaming with admiration.
Good, beautiful.
That move, troops on the battlefield, is truly impressive.
Full of spirit, at least 3/10 of the chief instructor's level.
Not bad, truly impressive. Looks like Luo Xiao is going to be in trouble now. Didn't expect this guy to be so amazing. Amid the cheers, some female soldiers looked at Zhou Yunfei with admiration in their eyes.
Clearly, his performance had won their favor. But when everyone was gleefully anticipating seeing Luo Xiao's panic or despair, they found that his face, apart from showing shock, was filled with excitement.
Yes, excitement.
Luo Xiao looked at Zhou Yunfei, his gaze resembling that of someone who had just seen a gentle beauty in the kitchen wearing only an apron, his breathing slightly quickening. It's not that Luo Xiao had any peculiar hobbies. At this moment, through Luo Xiao's perspective vision, the scene was identical to when he had watched Hu Banruo practicing boxing.
He could clearly see the golden threads inside Zhou Yunfei's body constantly flickering with light as he practiced.
However, these golden threads were much thinner and more chaotic compared to those inside Hu Banruo. Even when performing the same moves, the trajectories often changed.
Upon closer observation, Luo Xiao finally understood that Zhou Yunfei's boxing practice was entirely superficial, lacking any inner essence, and sometimes even the external form was unclear. Whenever
there was form without spirit, the trajectories of the golden threads inside his body would deviate, and when there was neither form nor spirit, these golden threads wouldn't flicker at all.
Whoever says perspective vision is useless again. This is practically cheating.
Luo Xiao shouted wildly in his heart. At first, he thought the art of clairvoyance could at most be a great asset in reconnaissance, but now he realized that its greatest value lay in martial arts cultivation. Thinking about the phantom in his sea of consciousness that was constantly practicing the breaking army fist to improve its proficiency, and then linking it to those shimmering golden threads, Luo Xiao's heart surged with excitement. With this ability of clairvoyance, he could not only anticipate the enemy's moves and see through crises but also make rapid progress in martial arts cultivation. At least in terms of martial technique training, he would be far ahead of others. Luo Xiao licked his lips, his throat slightly dry. At this moment, Zhou Yunfei had already completed the first move of the breaking army fist.
His stance shifted, and he shouted loudly, second move, war drums resound. With that, he prepared to change his fist form and execute the second move.
But Luo Xiao suddenly spoke up. After confirming the special ability of X-ray vision, Luo Xiao didn't want to wait any longer.
He waved his hand and said directly, all right, stop practicing. If you keep going, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back my laughter. With your level, you still dare to act arrogant in front of me? What did you say? Zhou Yunfei stopped his movements and roared angrily.
The other recruits also shouted indignantly.
What do you mean? Didn't he practice just fine? Trying to act mysterious. Clearly just talking nonsense. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. They're practicing with great vigor, and you say they're not good. Are your eyes the problem?
If you don't want your eyes, donate them to someone in need.
Exactly.
Afraid of losing soon, so you're deliberately picking a fight.
Facing the crowd's doubts, Luo Xiao remained indifferent. There were simply too many people who didn't understand his depth. In
this world, people are always so superficial. A truly interesting soul can only be genuinely understood through deep interaction.
action. He took a deep breath, walked up to Zhou Yunfei, shook his head disdainfully, and pointed at his left arm, saying, "The position of your left jab is too high, failure." Pointing at the right arm, right swing punch with exhalation too rushed, failure. Then pointing at both arms, forward thrust combo with breath holding and leaning back, failure. Speaking faster and faster, pointing at the legs, step forward kick with the back foot not following, failure. Left front kick without breath control, failure. Dragon tail sweep with too narrow an angle, the failure of all failures. Finally, Luo Xiu pointed directly at Zhou Yunfei's nose and said coldly, "From start to finish, your first move of the Pajun Fist, troops on the battlefield, is nothing more than a ridiculous street dance performance. Completely chaotic. A fist of failure." Boom! Zhou Yunfei seemed to be stunned by the lion's roar technique. His face turned pale, his body staggered, and he retreated several steps, almost falling to the ground. Luo Xiu's aura suddenly surged, like dark clouds pressing down on a city, making Zhou Yunfei unable to look directly at him, his breathing becoming heavy. The others were also intimidated by this aura, all staring in shock as if struck by lightning. The air instantly froze, and no one dared to easily question Luo Xiu's words. However, moments later, Zhou Yunfei finally regained his composure. His cheeks flushed as he shouted weakly, "What gives you the right to say that? You have no evidence at all. You're just spouting nonsense. All that talk about breathing, position, morning and evening, it's all baseless drivel. I don't accept it. I don't agree." His rebuttal brought the crowd back to their senses, but no one was swayed by his agitation. Luo Xiu explained it clearly just now. "It doesn't sound like he's making things up. Yeah, I couldn't tell anything just now. Maybe he really knows his stuff, but it could also be nonsense. Who knows? Verifying is simple. Just have that guy practice again following what Luo Xiu said, right?" "Exactly. Practice again according to Luo Xiu's guidance. Practice it again." Everyone was brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly requesting Zhou Yunfei to follow Luo Xiu's guidance and practice the first move of the Pajun Fist, rallying troops on the battlefield, once more. Zhou Yunfei's expression kept changing, wanting to refute in his heart, but seeing everyone's high spirits, he finally gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, "Fine, I'll do it your way and try again. I'll explain as I go, and I want to see if it's really as you say, flawed everywhere." With that, Zhou Yunfei once again assumed his stance and began performing the first move of the Pajun Fist, rallying troops on the battlefield. He clenched his fist and struck out, the shadows of his punches overlapping heavily. "Shift your shoulder to the right, exhale, thrust forward with a straight punch." Luo Xiu shouted expressionlessly. Zhou Yunfei followed the instructions, halting his originally thrown punch abruptly, then raised his shoulder and charged forward fiercely as guided by Luo Xiu. Boom! The fist sliced through the air, resembling an explosion, with an incredibly astonishing force. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison at the sight, then instinctively turned to look at Luo Xiu, whose expression remained calm. Even Zhou Yunfei himself was so shocked by the power of this punch that he forgot to continue his movements. The next moment, Luo Xiu's voice rang out again, "What are you standing there for? Step back, charge forward with a punch, slow your breathing, left hook, and uppercut." Zhou Yunfei instinctively followed Luo Xiu's instructions, his body spinning as his fist swung continuously. Each punch was like a veteran returning to the battlefield, with names seemingly etched under each strike, the momentum of his punches building layer upon layer. "Step forward with your right foot, horizontal elbow strike forward. Exhale and kick to the right, retreat and inhale. Turn around and swing the tail, change position. Punch, punch, swing the arm, lift the waist, raise the knee, step back, move to the left, inhale, switch breath, glance around like a galloping horse, black tiger steals the heart." As Luo Xiu's commands fell one by one, Zhou Yunfei's punches were like mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, each punch resounding like thunder. Everyone stared blankly at the Zhou Yunfei, who seemed like a completely different person from before, their hearts surging with emotion and their astonishment hard to contain. A moment later, under Luo Xiu's guidance, Zhou Yunfei finally mastered the first move of the Pajun Fist. He stood there like a god of war on the battlefield, his entire body surging with an intense vitality. Just his presence alone made those around him feel a sharp and chilling killing intent. Luo Xiu turned to face the crowd, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and his voice resounding like a bronze bell. "Speak up, who else is unconvinced?" Silence. Everyone could see that under Luo Xiu's guidance, the power of Zhou Yunfei's first move of the Pajun Fist had increased by an entire level. It was evident that Luo Xiu truly had real skills. Earlier, he wasn't boasting or being arrogant, he had genuinely mastered the Pajun Fist and had likely achieved complete mastery. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to provide just a bit of guidance and cause someone else's Pajun Fist to improve so dramatically. The crowd's gazes grew fervent. Regardless of how Luo Xiu had mocked them earlier, the truth was now laid bare. Luo Xiu had the ability to guide them in mastering the Pajun Fist. Moreover, he could significantly enhance the power of their Pajun Fist. What did a little mockery matter? Being able to grow stronger under Luo Xiu's guidance was the real deal. The first to react was Wang Fuguei. He swallowed his dry throat and shouted excitedly, "Damn, Luo Xiu, no, Captain Luo, you're incredible." The others perked up upon hearing this. No wonder Captain Luo Luo. This is amazing.
Exactly, no wonder the chief instructor chose him as captain. Turns out the chief instructor had seen through everything all along.
I knew it. The chief instructor is a genius of the third corps. How could he randomly pick someone as captain? Turns out Captain Luo is this incredible.
I just said that Captain Luo must have exceptional qualities to be chosen as the captain.
You didn't believe it and insisted on doubting him. I think you're just jealous. Exactly, that's what I think too. Captain Luo didn't say anything before, showing his broad-mindedness and not wanting to argue with you.
But you kept provoking him, and now look, you've hit a brick wall.
Ah, weren't we all just misled by Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei?
It's all their fault. At first, Hu Chai was making sarcastic remarks behind his back, and then Zhou Yunfei stepped in to back him up.
I think they just couldn't stand Captain Luo doing well and deliberately opposed him.
That's right, they are simply petty-minded, jealous that Captain Luo is favored by the chief instructor. For a moment, everyone was furious, criticizing Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei for their wrongdoings, and lamenting how they were misled by the two, misunderstanding Luo Xiu. Hu Chai, who was doing push-ups, and Zhou Yunfei, who was still processing Luo Xiu's guidance, heard these words and were so frustrated they almost spat blood.
Hu Chai was so
angry he couldn't catch his breath, his arms gave out, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground.
Zhou Yunfei's face turned bright red, wishing he could crawl into a hole. At that moment, someone in the team suddenly said, "Huh? Didn't you just say that as long as Captain Luo could guide Zhou Yunfei to master the breaking army fist, he would have to kneel, admit his mistake, and submit to Captain Luo? Why is Zhou Yunfei silent now?"
As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Yunfei could no longer pretend to forget about the bet, his teeth almost grinding to pieces. He suddenly turned his head to look at the team, only to see everyone staring at him with faces full of disdain.
"What are you doing? Trying to back out? If you can't afford to lose, then don't pretend."
Exactly, just look at Captain Luo.
The difference is like night and day.
No wonder the chief instructor values him. Can't afford to lose but still dares to glare, as if we would be scared of him.
Ladies, take a good look. This is a typical low-quality guy. Really off-putting.
Ladies, steer clear, never go for someone like this in the future.
Kneel down. Be a man and apologize to Captain Luo. Apologize quickly. Captain Luo is very magnanimous and won't hold it against you.
Listening to everyone's accusations, Zhou Yunfei was burning with anger, almost ready to rush out and tear everyone apart, including Luo Xiu.
But he knew he didn't have the ability to do that. He couldn't. He struggled internally, wanting to shamelessly renege on the bet, but he understood that if he did, how could he continue to survive in the army? However, if he really had to kneel and admit his mistake to Luo Xiu, what would happen to his dignity? Was he really going to become Luo Xiu's dog in the future?
That was clearly impossible. After all, he had taken benefits from Luo Tianhao to deal with Luo Xiu. Just as Zhou Yunfei was caught in a dilemma, Hu Chai, who was lying on the ground, sighed softly, "Kneel.
The future is long." These words made Zhou Yunfei tremble all over.
He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, took a few deep breaths, and finally turned to Luo Xiu.
Luo Xiu glanced him up and down expressionlessly, then asked with some interest, "What, have you made up your mind?" Zhou Yunfei's eye twitched violently, wishing he could lose control and smash Luo Xiu's infuriatingly handsome face, but he held back.
He took a few more deep breaths, walked up to Luo Xiu, and said in a deep voice, "A bet is a bet." As soon as the words were spoken, he knelt down, his knees bending, and with a thud, he knelt in front of Luo Xiu, loudly shouting, "I'm sorry, Captain Luo, it was my fault." Luo Xiu quietly watched Zhou Yunfei, noticing his whole body trembling with shame and anger, bloodshot eyes gradually appearing, fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Luo Xiu curled his lips, waved his hand, and said, "All right, go back to the team. Don't embarrass yourself again, especially not by pretending to be important in front of me. If it happens again, I'll kick you out of the barracks directly." The veins on Zhou Yunfei's forehead throbbed as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Understood." After speaking, he stood up, lowered his head, and returned to the ranks, his face dark and silent. Luo Xiu, after dealing with Zhou Yunfei, turned his gaze to Hu Chai, who was lying on the ground. "Get up, stop pretending to be dead, go back to the ranks, and practice boxing with the others. Don't drag down our third formation." Hu Chai's mouth twitched. He gritted his teeth, got up without saying much, and went straight back to the ranks, standing next to Zhou Yunfei, keeping his head down and trying hard to stay inconspicuous. Seeing that the situation was under control, Luo Xiu turned to face the crowd. At this moment, the doubts and defiance on the recruits' faces had completely disappeared, replaced by overwhelming enthusiasm. "Captain Luo, what do you say? The brothers will follow your lead." "Yes, yes, Captain Luo, you decide. The sisters will follow your lead too." Luo Xiu nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "All right, form up and start training." As soon as the words fell, everyone quickly dispersed, making space for their activities, and stood neatly in front of Luo Xiu. "All right, the first move of the Pajun Fist, rallying troops on the battlefield." Luo Xiu's gaze swept across the crowd as he directly issued the command. "Ha!" Upon hearing his order, everyone punched in unison. Though not perfectly synchronized, their momentum was overwhelming, like surging waves. Luo Xiu activated his perspective ability and quickly
quickly identified the issues in everyone's movements. You, raise your arm up. You, lift your hips and tighten your abdomen. You, swing your arms and turn your head. You, turn around and look at the moon. Your butt is almost sticking up to the sky, pull it back a bit. And you, stop striking seductive poses, eyes forward, tone down the flirtatious looks. Good, just like that, keep going. Under Luo Xiu's guidance, everyone's breaking army fist movements quickly became standard and proficient. Luo Xiu's position in everyone's hearts also rose sharply, solidifying his role as the captain. Just as everything was progressing smoothly, in the war zone monitoring room, Hu Banruo was intently staring at the big screen. The screen was showing footage of the veteran soldiers raiding the male recruits' dormitory in the morning. On the screen, the fire protection system on the 9th floor had already been activated, and a curtain of water was pouring down. Immediately afterward, the systems on the 8th, 7th, 6th, and 5th floors were activated in sequence. On the screen, the fire alarm buttons on each floor seemed to be pressed and released instantly, as if someone had swiftly struck them. Hu Banruo stared intently at the screen. When the fire alarm on the 4th floor sounded and the rain curtain fell, her pupils suddenly contracted. Pointing with her delicate hand, she urgently said, "Stop, stop, zoom in here, quickly zoom in." The soldier operating the surveillance footage beside her immediately froze the screen upon hearing her command. His fingers swiftly manipulated the keyboard, and the area Hu Banruo pointed to was instantly magnified several times. She stared at the image on the large screen, gasped sharply, and instinctively asked, what is this?" On the screen, under the curtain of firefighting rain, a hazy outline appeared. Though not very clear, it could faintly be discerned as a person's head and shoulders. A terrifying thought instantly surged in Hu Banruo's mind. Someone had deliberately activated the firefighting system. Someone, invisible, had silently pressed all the firefighting buttons. Hu Banruo was startled by his own speculation and muttered incredulously, "Someone activated the invisibility skill, rushed to the 9th floor, and then pressed all the firefighting switches along the way, triggering the alarms and rain curtain to disrupt the veterans' raid. How is that possible?" When the alarm echoed throughout the dormitory building, all the rookies were already awake. If that invisible person returned to the dorm, wouldn't their roommates have already seen them stark naked? Or, did he not return to the dormitory at all? Hu Banruo analyzed the situation step by step, still finding it hard to believe. But then she froze. Among this batch of new recruits, the only one with the invisibility talent is Luo Xiu, isn't it? Luo Xiu. Hu Banruo repeated the name, signaling the soldier operating the surveillance to restore the footage. Then she said, "Check the situation on the 3rd floor, starting from when the alarm went off." The soldier immediately switched the large screen to the 3rd floor footage and dragged the progress bar. The black-clad veteran ascended the stairs, step by step. Just as the black-clad veteran reached the 2nd floor, the door of dormitory 306 suddenly opened slightly, but no one came out. Hu Banruo held his breath and focused, speaking in a deep voice, "Continue." The screen continued to scroll, the alarm on the 9th floor sounded, and the rain curtain fell, followed by layers gradually unfolding. When the alarms on all floors echoed throughout the building, the fire rain curtain enveloped the entire structure. The veterans looked bewildered, while the new recruits rushed out of their dormitories one after another. The door of the restroom on the 3rd floor opened slightly. After a while, the door of dormitory 306 opened again. Wang Fugue, Zhang Yulong, and Shen Xiaodong stormed out with an imposing presence, standing shoulder to shoulder with the veterans at the entrance. But after waiting for a long time, Luo Xiu's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Hu Banruo's eyes lit up instantly, pointing at the screen and shouting eagerly, "Continue." The soldier continued to drag the footage until Feng Baijian led the group downstairs, and Luo Xiu's figure finally appeared. He cautiously peeked out from the 3rd floor restroom, expressionless, and quietly blended into the crowd. But upon seeing this, Hu Banruo's pupils suddenly contracted. Why is he wearing clothes? Invisibility shouldn't require taking off all your clothes to work, right? He had clearly just activated invisibility, pressed all the fire alarm buttons, and then quietly entered the restroom. How could he come out wearing clothes? Could it be that he had already hidden the clothes in the bathroom? Was it before the veteran arrived, or was it last night? Hu Banruo frowned deeply, feeling that this was almost impossible. Luo Xiu was just a rookie. How could he have predicted that the veteran would launch a surprise attack this morning? Continue, rewind the time. Keep rewinding to yesterday morning. Hu Banruo pointed at the big screen and issued the command. She wanted to see if Luo Xiu had truly foreseen the situation and hidden the clothes in the bathroom in advance. The footage rewound all the way back, and Hu Banruo saw Luo Xiu entering the dormitory building for the first time, finding dorm room 306, and stepping inside. After a while, Wang Fugue, Zhang Yulong, and Shen Xiaodong came out of the dormitory one after another, but Luo Xiu did not appear. Continued dragging the progress bar until noon. Luo Xiu still hadn't come out. In the afternoon, he still didn't show up. By evening, the dormitory door moved slightly, but Luo Xiu's figure was still nowhere to be seen. After a while, the dormitory door gently closed again, and soon Wang Fugue returned, but Luo Xiu still hadn't appeared. Hu Banruo Ruo's gaze grew increasingly heavy. Shortly after, Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong also returned to the dormitory one after another. Even by evening, and even the next day, when the veterans began to gradually enter the new recruits' dormitory, Luo Xiu still hadn't appeared. He hadn't gone to the bathroom to hide clothes. It was as if he had completely vanished the moment he entered the dormitory. Hu Banruo stared blankly at the surveillance footage, his mind in turmoil. How is it possible? He actually didn't hide his clothes in the bathroom. Then why did he come out of the bathroom wearing clothes in the morning? Could it be that his invisibility ability can include his clothes as well? Impossible. Hu Banruo subconsciously dismissed this idea. After all, since the era of advanced martial arts, there has never been anyone capable of turning invisible along with their clothes. All known individuals with the invisibility talent could only make their bodies invisible. While this is useful, it is far from astonishing. But if it wasn't the clothes turning invisible as well, then how did Luo Xiu come out of the bathroom fully dressed? It simply doesn't make sense. Hu Banruo suddenly fell into confusion. How is this possible? Could I have missed some detail? She muttered to herself, still unwilling to give up, pointing at the surveillance screen and saying, "Quick, watch it again." The soldier in charge of monitoring quickly switched back to the footage of the third floor, rewinding to yesterday morning, and then replayed it. Hu Banruo stared intently at the screen, not daring to miss a single frame. As the footage played and time flew by, she once again saw the scene of Luo Xiu sneaking out of the restroom and blending into the crowd. However, she still did not notice anything unusual. Unwilling to give up, she watched it again. Still no issues. Luo Xiu was like this, suddenly appearing fully dressed. He hadn't hidden the clothes in advance at all. Hu Banruo involuntarily clenched his fists, his throat slightly dry. Could it be that he can really make his clothes invisible too? Thinking of this, Hu Banruo's breathing involuntarily became rapid. Various thoughts instantly flooded his mind. If Luo Xiu could really turn invisible along with his clothes, his value and rarity would instantly surpass that of spiritual mind masters like Feng Baijian. Although spiritual mind masters are rare, there are at least 1,000 of them in the entire Shenzhou Federation. However, there is not a single one that can turn invisible along with their clothes. Becoming invisible with clothes means that such a person could instantly become one of the top scouts in the Shenzhou Federation. This is only because Luo Xiu is still young, lacks experience, and his martial arts level is still low. If he accumulates enough reconnaissance experience and his martial arts cultivation reaches above the third rank, he could completely shed the title of one of and become the absolute strongest scout. Such an existence holds extraordinary significance for the Divine Continent Federation and even all of humanity, possessing immense strategic value. Thinking of this, Hu Banruo couldn't help but feel excited. She had long forgotten about her nephew Luo Tianhao's request for her help in dealing with Luo Xiu, or rather, she had never truly taken it to heart. Making Luo Xiu the captain was merely a casual decision. Now, her mind was entirely consumed by Luo Xiu's importance. No, I must report this to the Legion commander. She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself, then took out her phone and dialed the Legion commander's direct line. After a few rings, the call was answered, and a dignified and steady voice came from the other end. "Hello, Prajna, what's the matter?" On the training ground, 9 formations of new recruits were practicing with great enthusiasm, and the third phalanx is undoubtedly the most unique one on the field at this moment. Without an instructor, its discipline is even stricter than the other phalanxes with instructors. Everyone is currently practicing the breaking army fist along with Luo Xiu. Third move, Warrior's Expedition. Luo Xiu stood at the front of the team and shouted loudly, his figure agile like a swimming dragon, his steps continuous, his punches moving with the wind, each strike carrying an unstoppable momentum. The new recruits in the formation followed closely behind, their punches sharp like blades, their movements uniform, and the sound of their punches thunderous. Each breath and exhale was accompanied by a shout of "Ha!" For a moment, the shout shook the heavens, resembling the rolling thunder of spring. Not far away, at the front of the second formation, the upright figure of Lu Qingxi quietly turned her head to look in this direction, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. She then let out a soft snort, turned her cold face toward the new recruits of the second formation, and said in a frosty tone, "The essence of the Pajun fist lies in the word break. Only by pressing forward relentlessly can you utterly defeat the enemy. Boost your morale, you are not stray dogs, so there's no need to cower or retreat." The third move of the Pajun fist, the warrior sets out. As her words fell, Lu Qingxi was the first to throw a punch, her entire being like the vanguard of an army, exuding an overwhelming aura, pressing forward without hesitation. At the same time, the situation in the other formations was largely the same. Each was led by their respective captains, with instructors overseeing from the rear, tirelessly practicing the Pajun fist. The atmosphere was fervent, and the shouts were deafening. However, when a few instructors gathered and glanced toward Luo Xiu's side, they all revealed expressions of astonishment. Who exactly is this kid? Why does his Pajun fist look a bit different? Indeed, it does seem more imposing than the way we practice it. No, it's not just about the imposing aura. His Pajun fist carries more essence, just like the martial god imagery we saw before.
4, where martial god Xiao Wentian personally demonstrated it. Could it be that he has also seen the martial god imagery before? Won't be like Baijan, the son of some legion commander, right? That's possible, otherwise the chief instructor wouldn't have made him the captain. By the way, where is the chief instructor? No idea, I saw him teach 3 punches and then hurriedly leave. A bit strange. Luo Xiu was completely unaware that he was being secretly watched by the instructors. At this moment, he was immersed in practicing the Pajun fist, unable to extricate himself. As he continued to practice the fist technique, he saw golden threads flowing within his body. With the movement of these golden threads, he felt his physique gradually but steadily strengthening. This brought joy to Luo Xiu's heart. He suddenly remembered that Hu Banruo had once mentioned that the Pajun fist was created by the martial god Xiao Wentian. Although simple, it could assist in cultivation and enhance vitality. It now seems that Hu Banruo's words were indeed true. Initially, Luo Xiu thought that after acquiring the temple god, his talent would continuously improve, but his strength and realm would be limited by the potential of his physical body, making it difficult to advance quickly. However, the Pajun fist gave him hope. Luo Xiu could clearly feel that completing 3 full rounds of the Pajun fist was akin to consuming a chi and blood pill. A single vitality pill can at least increase his vitality value by 0.01. At this moment, he had already completed the 6th round and was preparing to start the 7th. Why don't I feel anything? However, Luo Xiu quickly noticed something unusual. Just now, during the first 6 rounds, every time the body moved, that feeling of becoming stronger would appear. But during the 7th round, after completing the first move rallying troops on the battlefield, there was no reaction at all. Clearly, the enhancement effect of the breaking army fist had already disappeared. Could it be that it can only enhance twice a day? Luo Xiu speculated in his heart, feeling slightly regretful, but soon let it go. If continuous practice could always enhance it, then the Pajun fist would be too heaven-defying. Even a martial god wouldn't defy common sense. The human body's capacity is limited. Forget practicing punches, even taking chi and blood pills, an entry-level martial artist can only take 1 a day at most. Now the Pajun fist allows me to improve twice a day, which is already quite good. One shouldn't be too greedy, it's important to know contentment. After organizing his thoughts, Luo Xiu no longer led the team in practicing punches but instead stepped into the group to start guiding everyone. Not bad, raise your hand a bit higher. Move your hips back, don't stick them out. What are you doing? Don't turn your legs outward, stay steady. Just as Luo Xiu was leading the 3rd formation to make rapid progress in the Pajun fist technique, a dignified middle-aged man rushed into the military district's monitoring room like the wind. As soon as he entered, he got straight to the point. Looking at Hu Banruo, who came up to greet him, he asked, "Banruo, is what you said true? Someone can really turn invisible along with their clothes?" Hu Banruo nodded respectfully and replied, "I'm not 100% certain, but I speculate that's the case." Immediately, he led the middle-aged man to the surveillance screen and signaled the soldier to pull up all footage related to Luo Xiu and the 3rd floor of the new recruit's dormitory. "Legion Commander, please take a look. This recruit is named Luo Xiu. His physical talent is invisibility, and his mental talent is clairvoyance. Since entering the dormitory yesterday, he has not left the room. But in the evening, when no one was around, the door of their dormitory automatically opened slightly and quickly closed, repeating the same action after a while. And at around 4:50 this morning, during the usual veteran raid on the rookies, their dormitory door once again automatically opened slightly and closed. Afterward, starting from the 9th floor, the fire alarm system was activated floor by floor, drenching all the veterans under the fire sprinkler system and completely thwarting their raid plan. In the chaos, Luo Xiu quietly emerged from the 3rd floor restroom, blending into the crowd, still wearing his clothes. However, from the surveillance footage, it's clear that since he entered the male dormitory, he never left and certainly didn't go to the restroom to hide his clothes. Therefore, I deduced that his invisibility ability likely conceals his clothes as well. Hu Banruo spoke while pointing to the faint shadow appearing on the large screen amidst the fire sprinkler curtain. "Legion Commander, look, it's quite evident here that someone activated invisibility mode while simultaneously triggering all the fire systems." The middle-aged man's face was as dark as water, silently staring at the spot Hu Banruo indicated, his eyes flickering with light. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "For now, don't confront him directly. Observe him secretly first. Weren't you planning to host a dormitory competition between male and female soldiers? Start it tonight. Later, place the chi and blood pills in both dormitories." He pondered for a few seconds and then added, "Try to get him as many resources as possible. Let him experience the benefits of staying in the military. Make sure to tie him firmly to our 3rd Legion. We absolutely cannot let him be poached by those big family conglomerates outside, nor can we let other legions take him away. The 369th secret realm is about to open. With him here, the 3rd Legion will undoubtedly remain invincible." The 369th secret realm is about to open? Hu Banruo was visibly shocked upon hearing this news, clearly deeply affected. The middle-aged man nodded, his voice low, "That's right. right. The 369th secret realm, which contains the chaos transformation fruit and countless secret treasures, is about
to open again.
This time, the entry conditions are even stricter. Only martial artists of the second rank or below can enter, and their bone age must be under 30.
Below second rank? Are you crazy? The 369th secret realm is fraught with dangers.
Martial artists below the second rank entering it wouldn't survive at all, Hubanruo exclaimed, unable to comprehend the rules this time.
The middle-aged man sighed. There's no choice. The last time the 369th secret realm was opened, it was heavily polluted by the sacrificial summoning of the Crimson Church's fanatical followers. It's very likely this will be the last time it opens.
Hearing this, Hubanruo frowned deeply. The last time?
Is the situation already that bad?
Those scum from the Crimson Church are truly disgusting.
The middle-aged man waved his hand. Let's not talk about that.
In any case, the opening of the 369th secret realm is extremely important this time. If our third legion had someone who could become completely invisible, we
would definitely have the upper hand in the secret realm.
Whether it's other legions, schools, or corporations, they would all fall before us.
Even if members of the Crimson Church infiltrated, we could handle them with ease.
Speaking of this, a confident smile appeared on his face, as if he could already see Luo Xiu leading the third legion to sweep through the secret realm and seize all the treasures in a spectacular scene. After all, the strength of those entering the secret realm is not vastly different. The key competition lies in reconnaissance and concealment.
The ability to become
completely invisible is top-notch in both hiding and scouting. Only those with the clairvoyance talent can barely rival it.
This highlights Luo Xiu's importance. Hubanruo nodded thoughtfully, seeming to have an idea, and asked, Legion Commander, should we apply for a talent potion for Luo Xiu?
If he takes it, his talent might undergo another mutation. Apply for it first, but don't give it to him directly. Every week, recruits have one opportunity to enter the Martial God Trial Tower. When the time comes, ask me for permission and observe his performance throughout. If he performs well, then give the talent potion to him as a reward. The middle-aged man decided after a moment of thought.
Hubanruo's eyes lit up. This is great. Only things earned through effort will be cherished. The Legion Commander is indeed experienced.
The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Old ginger is naturally spicier. But I can't compare to the clarity of you young people.
By the way, how is his physical potential?
Hubanruo replied. His physical potential is C level, and his mental potential is D level. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, pondered for a few seconds, and said, the potential is fairly average, but that's okay. The Research Institute has sent word that they've developed a potion that can enhance physical potential. Although it's still in the experimental stage, it's said to be quite effective, capable of boosting physical potential to A level in one go. Its production is even scarcer than talent potions. If this kid can achieve a few merits, I'll help him apply for it. Alright, I'll head back first. I need to have a good discussion with a few of the old guys in the Legion to figure out how to train this kid in the future. If he really grows up, that would be incredible. After saying this, the middle-aged man strode out with a commanding presence.
Take care, Commander.
Hubanruo watched the middle-aged man leave, then turned to look at the surveillance screen. Fixing his gaze on Luo Xiu, who had blended into the crowd from the third-floor restroom, he squinted slightly, a trace of reminiscence flashing. In his eyes, Luo Xiu, the legend of the military, son of Luo Jiangwo. You two truly live up to being father and son, both fond of hiding your true abilities. It seems my hypocritical nephew is bound to be disappointed this time. Thinking of her nephew Luo Tianhao calling her earlier to ask for help dealing with Luo Xiu, Hubanruo couldn't help but reveal a
trace of a contemptuous sneer.
She had always looked down on such shady characters who only resort to underhanded tricks behind
the scenes and are utterly unpresentable.
Originally, to avoid falling out with her sister Humeili, she had reluctantly agreed to Luo Tianhao's request, allowing Luo Xiu to become the captain of the third squad. Now, it seemed like a fortunate mistake. Given Luo Xiu's importance, the position of squad captain was merely the starting point. As the Legion commander had said, she still needed to find a way to make Luo Xiu the chief captain, or even rise to a higher position. As for her nephew Luo Tianhao, who possessed S-level physical potential, the gap between him and Luo Xiu would likely only grow wider. Unless, Humeili, you schemed for so long, but don't end up with nothing, not even the martial soul remnant, and end up
despised by Luo Jianjun.
If your son can't measure up to that woman's son, then you'll truly have brought disgrace to the Hu family. With a sigh, Hubanruo shook her head and stopped overthinking. Glancing at the time, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The showcase of the Breaking Army Fist drill by the 9 new recruit squads at 6 o'clock was fast approaching.
It's time to see how these rookie brats are doing in their training.
Saying this, she prepared to leave the monitoring room. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered that she had been so busy coming to check the surveillance that she had left Luo Xiu to train the third phalanx on his own.
Now it was probably a complete mess.
Hubanruo immediately felt annoyed. Damn it, the Legion commander told me to give him as many cultivation resources as possible. If
if the third phalanx he's leading ends up in last place tonight, all of this month's cultivation resources will be deducted. That won't do, I need to go check right away. She dashed out of the monitoring room in a hurry, her steps quickening, her whole figure like an arrow released from a bow. 3 minutes later, she finally arrived at the martial training field. She walked straight to the third formation, her voice arriving before she did. Luo Xiu, how is your practice going? Are there still many things you don't understand? You can. Before finishing her sentence, Hu Banruo suddenly froze. She saw that the new recruits in the third formation were not as chaotic as she had imagined. Instead, they were lined up neatly, following Luo Xiu's commands, practicing the breaking army fist in perfect unison. At this moment, everyone had reached the 9th move of the breaking army fist, sweeping across thousands. Each person resembled a battle-hardened iron-blooded army that had just won several victories, exuding an aura of killing intent, as if they had just charged out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, ready to press their advantage. As the force of their punches erupted, even Hu Banruo felt a moment of suffocation. That terrifying sensation of facing an invincible army surged into her heart instantly. Shocking, simply beyond words. Luo Xiu, who was standing in the team giving instructions to everyone, paused when he heard her voice, turned around in surprise, and said, Chief Instructor, you're back? What did you just say? Hu Banruo stared at Luo Xiu for a while, finally confirming that the surprise on his face was not feigned. He truly wasn't putting on an act. Licking her slightly dry lips, she cleared her throat and her voice returned to its usual cold tone. It's nothing. You're practicing well, carry on. After speaking, she quickly turned around and walked toward the other instructors. As soon as she turned, her expression changed drastically, her delicate face filled with shock. How is that possible? How did he do it? In such a short time, these rookie soldiers are actually so obedient, all following his orders. Moreover, how are they progressing so quickly with their breaking army fist technique? Could it be that after I left, another instructor came to help guide them? That must be the case, otherwise, it's truly unbelievable. Hu Banruo suppressed the storm of emotions in her heart and quickly walked toward the other instructors. When the instructors saw her approaching, they all greeted her. Hello, Chief Instructor. Hu Banruo nodded and got straight to the point without wasting words. Everyone, after I left, who helped guide the third formation's Pajun fist, they've been practicing very well. The other instructors all looked puzzled upon hearing this. One of the bearded instructors asked in confusion, Chief Instructor, we didn't give any guidance to the recruits in the third formation. It was all done by the captain you appointed. Another instructor laughed and said, Exactly, Chief Instructor. Come on, tell us, which corps commander's son is this captain you appointed? His breaking army fist is simply masterful, no less skilled than us. It's obvious he's from a military family, probably trained with the breaking army fist since childhood. Another instructor chimed in, you guys are shameless. His breaking army fist is far superior to ours, clearly surpassing us by a long shot. There's even a trace of the essence of the martial god Xia in his breaking army fist. The instructor just now gave an awkward laugh. Ha, you guy, not leaving us any face at all. I was just afraid this young man would get too proud. Go, always trying to glorify yourself. I'm ashamed to be associated with you lot. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter, clearly enjoying a very harmonious relationship. However, listening to their words, Hu Banruo's mind went blank, and he felt dizzy and lightheaded. No one guided the third squad. It was all done by the captain you appointed. He must be the son of some legion commander, right? The breaking army fist far surpasses the instructors. It even carries a trace of the divine aura of the summer martial god. A single sentence was like thick bronze pillars striking the temple's bronze bell, making her head buzz. At this moment, only one thought remained in her mind. How could it be possible? She was very clear about what was going on with Luo Xiu, the son of the legion commander. If Luo Jianjun had not been deposed, perhaps Luo Xiu would have become the son of the legion commander, but there are no ifs in this world. Practicing the breaking army fist since childhood? Even more impossible. With that annoying sister who melee around, it's already a miracle that Luo Xiu has survived until now. Yet this guy, who grew up under such difficult circumstances, secretly awakened a terrifying talent that could even make clothes invisible, not to mention his outstanding understanding of martial arts and his exceptional leadership skills. One afternoon was all it took to make all the new recruits in the third phalanx completely obedient. Even practiced the Pajun fist, which I rehearsed 3 times, to the point of possessing a trace of the martial god's charm. This surprise almost turned into a fright. Hu Banruo tried her best not to appear shocked, but her gaze couldn't help but glance in Luo Xiu's direction. Watching Luo Xiu's proud figure among the crowd as he instructed everyone in practicing the fist techniques, a thought surged in Hu Banruo's mind once again. No, I have to report this to the Legion commander. It was just a fleeting thought, and she quickly suppressed it. At this moment, the Legion commander was surely discussing with those old veterans how to train Luo Xiu, and she couldn't interrupt them casually. Besides, she couldn't make a fuss over everything. After all, she was the genius female soldier of the 3rd Legion. He is now the leading figure of the 3rd Legion. She must stay calm. Hu Banruo took a few gentle breaths, ensuring her emotions had
had settled, then turned to look at the other 8 instructors. Alright, it's getting late. We can basically start the drill practice. Have the recruits prepare. We'll officially begin at 6 o'clock. Understood. Seeing Hubanruo get serious, the 8 instructors straightened their expressions, quickly stood at attention and saluted, then each left to return to their respective formations. Before long, all the formations were assembled. Hubanruo walked to the front of the new recruits' formations, glanced left and right, and said coldly, after a day of practice, I believe you all have gained some understanding of the Pijun Fist. Now, it is time to test your results. After speaking, she leaped gracefully with the 8 instructors onto the observation platform behind her. Overlooking the scene, Hubanruo slightly raised her chin and said firmly, alright, let me reiterate, the last place in this martial exercise will be responsible for cleaning the dormitory hallways and restrooms for the next week. In addition, the cultivation resources for the team leader this month will be prioritized for teammates to help bridge the gap. More importantly, I will personally fund a reward for the group that achieves final victory, 3 meals at the cafeteria tonight and tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, the formation of new recruits immediately erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Although the reward wasn't particularly generous, it was still personally funded by Hubanruo, which wasn't bad at all. Hubanruo nodded, raised her hand to signal for quiet, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Now, the martial display of the Pijun Fist by the 9 formations of new recruits officially begins. With that, she pointed to the first formation. First formation, step forward. As the words fell, the captain of the first formation shouted loudly, first formation, all members, step forward. This voice was like a heavenly melody, exploding across the martial arts field, causing everyone to tremble in awe. Following the sound, they saw that the captain of the first formation was a chubby fellow, solidly built, appearing very sturdy. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire first formation shouted in unison, first, I am the first formation, always striving for first. Immediately, the first formation stepped forward to the lecture platform. Form the ranks, the chubby captain shouted once again, his voice still loud and powerful. All the recruits in the first formation immediately dispersed on the spot, quickly arranging themselves into a spacious and orderly array, leaving enough room for maneuvering. Seeing this scene, a hint of surprise flashed in the instructor's eyes. Not bad, not bad. This level of discipline already shows a bit of a veteran's demeanor. Indeed, though they seemed a bit flustered when they first dispersed, clearly due to nervousness. Hee, Big Beard, you trained him well. Come on, tell us, what's so special about this little chubby guy? Hearing the crowd's discussion, the bearded instructor chuckled. This little chubby guy is called Bai Tuanchuan. He has an A-level physical potential, and his physical talent is voice like a bell. He was born to be a captain. Pretty interesting, no wonder his voice is so loud. It's just that his name is a bit odd. Ha, it's indeed impressive. You've really found a treasure, kid. All the instructors looked on with envy upon hearing this. The bearded instructor was especially smug. With Bai Tuanchuan here, my first squad can follow orders to the letter at any time, making training much easier. This time, you all better prepare to lose. As he spoke, the first squad was already prepared. Bai Tuanchuan stood at the front of the team and shouted loudly once again, Pijun Fist, first move, troops on the battlefield. Very good. As the words fell, all the recruits in the first squad began performing the Pijun Fist simultaneously. Viewed from above, their movements were perfectly synchronized, powerful, and full of vigor, making for an impressive sight. The instructors nodded in approval, while the bearded instructor was beaming with joy. 20 minutes later, the first formation's drill ended. Bai Tuanchuan shouted, first formation, fall back. The voice quickly spread across the entire training ground, and all the recruits immediately gathered, returning to their original formation. On the viewing platform, Hubanruo remained expressionless and then raised the scoring card he had prepared in advance, which displayed, no, discipline, 38 points, Pijun Fist technique, 32 points, total, 70 points. Other instructors also revealed their scorecards, 75 points, 76 points, 78 points, 79 points, 74 points, 76 points, 77 points, with the exception of the bearded man who gave a high score of 86 points. Hubanruo waved his hand, signaling the first formation to step back, and coldly said, second formation, Luqingxi, get ready. In front of the second formation, Luqingxi stood tall and poised, exuding a cold and sharp aura. Upon hearing Hubanruo's command, she instantly transformed into an unsheathed sword. She slightly lifted her beautiful eyes, and a faint dragon's roar echoed from within her body. Second phalanx. With a sharp cry, Luqingxi slowly raised her right arm. The recruits behind her seemed like ultimate weapons sealed for 100 years, gradually awakening. Step forward. As the words fell, all the recruits in the second phalanx trembled violently. Wow! The orderly sound of footsteps echoed as everyone straightened their postures and began to march forward. Swish, 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 swish. The soldiers' footsteps seemed to fall in perfect rhythm, each step as stirring as the drums of a battle formation. Standing to the side, Luo Xiu watched the scene, frowning slightly, a hint of surprise in his heart. He looked up toward Luqingxi at the front of the formation, only to find that she seemed to be watching him as well.
When he met her gaze, Lu Qingxi quickly looked away and strode toward the viewing platform like a spear. Luo Shou blinked and muttered to himself, "There's definitely something off about this girl. Could it be that she has a crush on me? Impossible." Just as he was anxiously guessing, Lu Qingxi shouted again, "Everyone, form up." In an instant, the recruits of the second formation quickly dispersed, faster and more orderly than the first formation. The bearded instructor on the viewing platform immediately became flustered. "Hey, isn't this bullying? That little girl from the Lu family, a dignified martial soul awakener and an SS-level physical potential holder. What is she doing messing around in the army?" The other instructors burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, now you're panicking? Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Where's your swagger now? Hee hee, with this treasure from the Lu family showing up, nothing else can compare after this. Since Lu exists, why must Bai exist?" "Very good." A black-faced man among the instructors rarely revealed a proud smile. "Don't be envious, Qingxi is from my second squad. This time, she'll bring me glory." The other instructors merely curled their lips upon hearing this, unwilling to argue. Hu Banruo remained expressionless, pointed downward, and said coldly, "All right, stop arguing. Watch the punches." The crowd instantly fell silent. At this moment, Lu Qingxi had already led her team into formation. Standing at the forefront, her gaze was as cold as frost, yet her voice was as warm as winter sunlight. The first move of the Pajun Fist, rallying the troops on the battlefield. As soon as the words fell, the morale of the recruits in the second formation surged, like an unstoppable torrent. The seasoned instructors, who had seen countless battles, couldn't help but be momentarily dazed by this momentum. In the eyes of every soldier, there was only one word: break. Break through all obstacles ahead, shatter all enemy forces, extinguish all darkness in the world. And standing at the forefront, Lu Qingxi resembled a razor-sharp spearhead, piercing through enemy lines wherever she went. With each move of the Pajun Fist, the second formation's momentum for breaking through reached its peak. The instructors on the viewing platform felt as if they were facing hundreds of bloodthirsty beasts. The overwhelming aura sent chills down their spines. The bearded instructor coughed and said with difficulty, "Was this Pajun Fist taught incorrectly? It feels like these recruits are ready to destroy everything in their path. This technique shouldn't be called Pajun Fist, it feels more like the Fist of Annihilation." The other instructors also wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. "It's indeed a bit terrifying. How on earth is this girl teaching boxing? At this rate, the second phalanx might turn into a killing machine." The dark-faced instructor's expression was grim. "Humph. The Pajun Fist is meant to break through everything. I think this girl from the Lu family is teaching it quite well." At this moment, Hu Banruo also nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Lu Qingxi's understanding of the Pajun Fist is somewhat biased, this momentum is like a spear breaking through formations, sharp and unstoppable. Quite impressive. After speaking, she lowered her head and quickly wrote down the score on the grading board. Shortly after, she raised the scorecard: discipline 45 points, Pajun Fist 45 points, total 90 points. Seeing this, the other instructors also raised their scorecards, revealing the scores one by one: 93, 92, 98, 89, 90, 94, 91, 92. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar, as these scores were evidently intimidatingly high. Lu Qingxi seemed to have anticipated this, slightly raising her chin, glancing in Luo Shou's direction, her lips moving faintly. She then commanded the second formation of recruits to regroup and return to their positions. In the distance, Luo Shou fixed his gaze on Lu Qingxi, as if he could hear her words again. "Keep it up, don't let me down." He was momentarily dazed, then heard Hu Banruo's voice shouting from the viewing platform, "Third formation, Luo Shou, get ready." Luo Shou immediately regained his composure, his spirits lifted. Thinking about how this martial exercise was tied to this month's cultivation resources, it was as if he had been injected with a stimulant, and his momentum erupted instantly. What on earth is going on? Third formation, heed my command. As soon as the words fell, all the new recruits of the third formation straightened their postures, except for Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei. Everyone else had expressions of fervor and reverence on their faces, their gazes fixed firmly on Luo Xiu, as if he were their sole leader. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Luo Xiu took a deep breath and raised his hand slightly. Step forward. The movements of the recruits in the third phalanx were like extensions of Luo Xiu's body, decisive and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Even Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei had fully integrated into the group at this moment, stepping out from the phalanx and advancing to the front of the viewing platform. There were no rousing slogans, nor the earth-shaking dragon roars like those of Lu Qingxi. The third phalanx was like the waters of an abyss, silent and enigmatic. On the viewing platform, a glimmer flashed in Hu Banruo's eyes as she softly said, "Luo Xiu, don't let me down." Luo Xiu lightly touched his chin but did not respond. His gaze swept over all the new recruits in the third formation, meeting their eyes. Feeling a slight surge of excitement, he couldn't help but shout, "I stand with you." As soon as the words fell, the entire third formation responded in unison, "We stand with Captain Luo." The sound was deafening, like thunder. Luo Xiu was startled by the sudden synchronized response. To be honest, he hadn't rehearsed this move beforehand and had
no idea how these recruits managed to be so perfectly in sync. Calming his mind, Luo Xiu turned to face the lecture platform. The first move of the breaking army fist, troops assembled on the battlefield. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the entire martial arts arena seemed to instantly transform into a battlefield. The new recruits of the third formation moved their fists like the wind, each punch powerful, resembling seasoned generals leading troops into battle, standing spiritedly on the field. Every punch thrown was like a general, commanding from the city walls, stirring the hearts of all. Following that, the momentum of their punches was like the simultaneous beating of war drums, warriors charging into battle, unstoppable, breaking through enemy lines. This display of punching techniques seemed to transport everyone present to a battlefield surrounded by ferocious beasts. Not to mention the soldiers from other formations on the viewing platform. Even the instructors standing on the podium held their breath, not daring to make a sound. It was as if everyone had forgotten this was merely a martial arts demonstration, their spirits rising and falling with the punches of the new recruits from the third formation. Some felt invigorated, some were filled with passion, some exuded a bloodthirsty ferocity, some were determined to fight to the end, and others felt a deep sense of satisfaction, utterly exhilarated. Not far away, Lu Qingxi watched Luo Xiu throwing punches at the front of the formation. A faint blush appeared on her cold, delicate face but quickly disappeared. Her eyes were full of admiration, though she suddenly seemed to remember something and let out a soft hum. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Xiu had led everyone in demonstrating the Pajun fist. Yet, whether on stage or off, everyone seemed oblivious, still staring blankly. No one knew how much time had passed before Hu Banruo finally came to her senses. She cast a deep glance at Luo Xiu, who stood at the front of the team, then quickly lowered her head and wrote down a score on the grading card. Moments later, she raised the card. Discipline, 46 points. Breaking army fist technique, 50, crossed out, 49 points. Total score, 95 points. On the viewing platform, when they saw the score raised by Hu Banruo, the scene instantly fell silent. Several instructors exchanged glances, their eyes revealing helplessness, and then lowered their heads to write down their respective scores. 99 points, 98 points, 100 points, 98 points, 98 points, 97 points, 99 points, 98 points. When all the instructors raised their scorecards, a burst of exclamations erupted from the 9 formations. After the exclamations, no one questioned the fairness of the scores. It was simply because Luo Xiu and the third formation's performance just now was absolutely stunning. The bearded instructor looked at the third phalanx retreating to the array and sighed. Damn it, comparing people really drives you mad. This kid is just too strong. How on earth did he manage to do it? The dark-faced instructor said helplessly. It's truly despairing. I thought with Lu Qingxi as our trump card, we would definitely secure first place in this competition. But now, I realize what it means to say there's always someone better out there. When I observed him before, I just thought he was personally well trained. I never expected him to be even better at leading troops. Not only does he command the new recruits of the third phalanx as if they were extensions of his own arms, but even their mastery of the breaking army fist is outstanding. The other teams have barely scratched the surface of the breaking army fist, while the third phalanx has at least reached a decent level of proficiency. Luo Xiu, in particular, has achieved mastery. Sigh, what are we even comparing? There's no point. Let's just admit defeat. The instructors were clearly somewhat discouraged, unwilling to give Luo Xiu high marks, but the strength displayed before them made it difficult to justify not awarding high scores. A hook-nosed instructor looked at Hu Banruo with a wry smile and said, Chief Instructor, you must be cheating. Where did you find such a monster? I asked you earlier, but you didn't answer. Whose son is this Luo Xiu? Letting him compete is practically bullying the others. It's just not fair. Hearing this, the other instructors' eyes lit up, and they all chimed in. Yes, it's unfair. Luo Xiu grew up in the military and has been practicing the breaking army fist for many years, while others have only trained for a day. Exactly, this is basically a professional challenging amateurs. I think Luo Xiu should be excluded, and the competition should be redone. That's right, having someone like Luo Xiu, a military scion, participate is indeed unfair. Although this demonstration match of the Peijun fist is not official and offers little benefit, the other instructors are still willing to compete if it means surpassing Hu Banruo, the chief instructor. Seeing Luo Xiu almost dominate the entire competition, leaving no suspense, several instructors began to feel uneasy. The hook-nosed instructor once again brought up Luo Xiu's identity as the son of a military bigwig, giving the other instructors hope for a comeback. After all, it is indeed unfair for the son of a military bigwig to participate in the competition. Hu Banruo initially felt a trace of pride in her heart as she listened to everyone praise Luo Xiu, though her face remained calm and composed. However, when she heard them mention again that Luo Xiu was the son of a military bigwig, a playful smile appeared on her delicate face. She never looked back, only murmured meaningfully, "Oh, it's unfair for the military officer's son to compete? Then will Feng Baijian still compete later?" As soon as these words were spoken, the instructor's tone instantly froze. Feng Baijian was, after all, the true son of the commander commander of the 2nd Corps of Qingchuan City. They were so focused on talking about Luo Xiu that they forgot about the existence of this heavyweight figure. For a moment, all the instructors fell into an awkward silence, looking at each other as if they had shot themselves in the foot. If Feng Baijian cannot participate in the competition, what will happen to the 6th phalanx? If Feng Baijian is allowed to compete, then letting a monster like Luo Xiu exist would be even more unfair, wouldn't it? The instructors looked at one another, all at a loss for what to do. Hu Banruo saw this scene and felt even more delighted. Although she was the chief instructor and, as a woman, ranked above many male instructors, which inevitably caused some dissatisfaction and resistance, these instructors would always create some trouble for her in private. However, at this moment, Luo Xiu alone had managed to make all 8 instructors suffer in silence, naturally putting Hu Banruo in an excellent mood. She glanced at Luo Xiu, who was already sitting in the 3rd formation below the stage with his eyes closed, seemingly resting, and the corners of her mouth curved into a slight smile. Luo Xiu, oh Luo Xiu, you truly are my lucky star. Thanks to you this time, I will definitely repay you well in the future. Thinking this, she suddenly turned to look at the instructors with awkward expressions on their faces. With a gentle smile, she said, oh, by the way, one more thing, Luo Xiu is not the son of some military bigwig. He's just an ordinary new recruit, and today is his first time encountering the breaking army fist. As soon as she finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to the instructors' dumbfounded expressions. She turned around and remained silent, leaving the instructors behind her gasping in shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Isn't he the son of a military bigwig? Impossible, impossible, this is too terrifying. How can someone have such an astonishing talent in leading troops and martial arts? Monster, simply a monster. Listening to the incredulous exclamations of the instructors behind her, Hu Banruo inexplicably felt a surge of delight, as if those praises were actually meant for her. She once again looked toward Luo Xiu at the front of the 3rd formation, the admiration in her eyes now completely unhidden. If you knew that Luo Xiu could even make his clothes invisible, achieving complete invisibility, what expressions would you have then? Meanwhile, as the instructors were still in shock, the 4th and 5th formations had already passed below the stage. Both teams performed mediocrely, although their captains had certain skills and unique traits. The overall execution of the Peijun Fist was clearly inferior compared to the 3rd formation led by Luo Xiu, leaving little to spark any interest. Hu Banruo only gave scores of 81 and 83. Next up was the 6th formation, led by Feng Baijian, the son of the 2nd Corps commander. Feng Baijian stood calmly at the front of the team, with the recruits behind him following closely, appearing as if their minds were perfectly in sync. In front of Feng Baijian, a black longsword floated in mid-air, like a guiding spirit. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiu, sitting in front of the 3rd phalanx, was full of envy. To be honest, as a transmigrator, who hasn't dreamed of the legendary sword flight? But in this high martial world, only spiritual mind masters can perform sword flight. Yet his spiritual potential was only D-level, just one step away from the entry-level standard of C-level for spiritual mind masters, which inevitably left Luo Xiu feeling regretful. I wonder if Temple God can be upgraded in the future. If upgrading could enhance potential, that would be great. If not, strengthening blood energy and spiritual value would also work. As long as the spiritual value breaks through 1.0, I could at least barely step into the threshold of a spiritual mind master. Sigh, the road to becoming stronger is truly long and arduous. Just as Luo Xiu was feeling emotional, Feng Baijian had already led his team to the front of the viewing platform. The formation was perfectly aligned, their discipline no less impressive than Lu Qingxi's 2nd phalanx and Luo Xiu's 3rd phalanx. Moreover, there was an eerie sense of synchronization that neither the 2nd nor the 3rd phalanx possessed. Luo Xiu couldn't quite grasp these details, but the instructors on the viewing platform saw them clearly. Hu Banruo fixed his gaze on Feng Baijian at the front of the formation, a trace of solemnity flickering in his eyes, a mental link. The 2nd Corps commander even taught Feng Baijian this kind of psychic secret technique. It seems the son holds significant weight in his heart. Amidst these thoughts, Feng Baijian's clear and refined voice, tinged with an air of elegance, rang out from below the platform, the first move of the Peijun Fist, marshalling the troops on the battlefield. Immediately after, something bizarre occurred. Everyone in the 6th formation moved like puppets being controlled, synchronizing their movements with Feng Baijian. Punching, stepping, kicking, turning, every action was identical to Feng Baijian's, as if copied and pasted. Feng Baijian's Peijun Fist appeared exceptionally practiced, with standard and familiar movements, as though honed through countless repetitions. The recruits of the 6th formation following closely behind him mirrored his actions, precise, fluid, and perfectly synchronized. Before long, Feng Baijian led the group to complete the drill. The entire venue fell silent. On the viewing platform, the instructors stared in stunned disbelief at Feng Baijian and the 6th formation below, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Isn't this considered cheating? Feng Baijian used the spiritual secret technique mental link to connect the minds of all the new recruits in the 6th phalanx with his own, so naturally, whatever he did, others would do as well. With such performance,
silence, how can fair scoring still be possible? After a few seconds of silence, all the instructors turned to Hubanruo, chief instructor. How should this be judged? At this moment, even Hubanruo felt a bit troubled. Does it count as cheating or not? If it doesn't, then from start to finish, Feng Baijan was the one controlling everyone in the 6th phalanx, and all the movements and martial displays were merely extensions and transformations of Feng Baijan's personal actions. But if it does count as cheating, the others did participate in the martial display after all, and each person genuinely completed their movements, which were perfectly synchronized. This is truly a difficult dilemma to resolve. Hubanruo sighed, pondered for a moment, then leaned over and wrote on the scoring card. Discipline, 49. Breaking Army Fist Technique, 46. Total score, 95. Compared to Luo Xiu's 3rd phalanx, Feng Baijan and the 6th phalanx indeed exhibit superior discipline, to the point of being extraordinarily strong. After all, everyone is spiritually connected to Feng Baijan, controlled by him, united in mind and intent, and acting as one. However, in terms of martial arts, Feng Baijan is merely proficient to the extreme, but falls far short of Luo Xiu in terms of artistic expression. Thus, Hubanruo gave this score. The total score is the same as Luo Xiu's 3rd phalanx, but each has its own strengths. Upon seeing this result, the instructor of the 6th phalanx immediately beamed with joy. The chief instructor truly has a discerning eye. This score is exceptionally fair. Other instructors saw this and also showed thoughtful expressions on their faces before lowering their heads to start scoring. 97 points, 98 points, 96 points, 95 points, 96 points, 97 points, 97 points, and the instructor of the 6th formation himself gave a score of 100 points. On the podium, Feng Baijan saw the scoring results from all the instructors. A trace of regret flashed across his slightly pale face, but he still maintained a calm and composed expression. He bowed slightly and led the 6th formation back to the ranks. However, as he passed by the 3rd formation, he paused lightly in front of Luo Xiu, smiled kindly, and said in a low voice, "Your breaking Army Fist is quite good. If you have time, let's exchange pointers. My name is Feng Baijan. I live in dorm 606. Feel free to come find me." Luo Xiu was momentarily stunned. He had originally thought Feng Baijan had come over to deliver some harsh words because he had stolen the spotlight. After all, in novels, those rich second-generation heirs, official second-generation heirs, and military second-generation heirs are all arrogant and domineering, making him think that second-generation heirs all had something wrong with their heads. But now it seemed that might not be the case. At least for now, Feng Baijan appeared quite amicable. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. After realizing what was happening, Luo Xiu cheerfully responded, all right, brother Hundred Slayer, I will definitely come to find you for some fun." Feng Baijan's expression stiffened slightly, and he corrected gloomily, "It's Baijan, not Hundred Slayer." Luo Xiu scratched his head and laughed, just joking, it's all the same. With your skills and dashing looks, brother, you'll unlock the title of Hundred Slayer sooner or later." As soon as these words came out, Feng Baijan finally understood Luo Xiu's meaning. His face instantly turned bright red, and even his neck flushed deeply. He glanced at Luo Xiu, wanting to say something, but after opening his mouth, no words came out. In the end, he could only lower his head and hurriedly return to the 6th formation. This reaction left Luo Xiu completely baffled. Feng Baijan's behavior, why did it resemble that of a shy little girl? Forget conquering 100 people, could it be that he hadn't even held a girl's hand before? A pure-hearted second-generation soldier? Could such a person really exist in this world? But it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, Feng Baijan had even made a point to come over and greet him, the one who had stolen the spotlight. It wasn't unreasonable to think of him as a pure-hearted big boy. Luo Xiu turned to look at Feng Baijan, whose face in the 6th formation was still flushed, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself, brother, acting like this, you'll never find a girlfriend. Girls these days love reading books like The Rugged Man's Nightly Devotion. A pure-hearted boy like you is bound to be teased by them. But don't worry, your bro's got your back. With that thought, Luo Xiu decided that the next time he went to find Feng Baijan, he'd bring along a copy of The Soldier or Sister by to broaden the little brother's horizons. The subsequent drills of the 7th, 8th, and 9th formations were not particularly impressive, mostly adhering to standard performance. However, the 8th formation made a blunder while practicing the breaking army fist. One male soldier, overly nervous, ended up confusing left and right, causing his breath to become chaotic. He nearly suffered a chi deviation, rolling his eyes back and collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth. At that moment, the captain and instructor of the 8th formation looked livid. In the end, it was Hubanruo who intervened, jumping directly from the observation platform into the 8th formation to rescue the male soldier. Luo Xiu instinctively activated his X-ray vision to observe the condition of the male soldier. He discovered that when the soldier went berserk, the golden threads that should have been flickering inside his body had all turned blood red, especially in his limbs, which were entirely engulfed in crimson. This scene shocked Luo Xiu immensely and also gave him new insights into the flow of energy. After all the formations completed,
completed their drills, it was no surprise that the last place went to the 8th formation. The captain of the 8th formation was a petite and adorable female soldier, as delicate as a flower. However, upon hearing the result, she seemed as if the sky had fallen, collapsing directly to the ground. A month's worth of training resources had been wasted just like that. What made it even worse was that she and the 8th formation were now responsible for cleaning the entire dormitory building for the recruits. Instantly, cries of anguish erupted from the 8th formation. In stark contrast, the first place was awarded to the 3rd formation led by Luo Xiao, although Hu Banruo gave Feng Baijian and Luo Xiao the same score. The other instructors' evaluations clearly favored Luo Xiao. Feng Baijian, however, remained calm and unperturbed. Yet, when he saw Luo Xiao's "you know what I mean" expression, his face involuntarily turned red. This made Luo Xiao find the situation both amusing and exasperating. A dignified second-generation soldier blushing like this, it was truly both laughable and exasperating. However, this sense of helplessness was quickly drowned out by the cheers of the 3rd platoon. The new recruits surged forward, lifting Luo Xiao high into the air. "Woohoo, we won! Long live Captain Luo! Long live Captain Luo is awesome! Captain Luo is awesome! Ah, we won! Long live Captain Luo!" Immersed in the enthusiasm of the crowd, Luo Xiao began his first day of military life in such an unforgettable way. Watching the cheers before her, Hu Banruo's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. Although she hadn't contributed directly to this championship, Luo Xiao was someone she had promoted, and she had also discovered his unique qualities. The 3rd platoon was nominally her team as well, and she felt proud of this. However, she hadn't forgotten the instructions from the corps commander. Once the crowd's excitement had slightly subsided, she cleared her throat and said loudly, "New recruits, quiet down. I have an announcement to make." As soon as the new recruits heard this, they immediately stopped cheering and turned their eyes to Hu Banruo in unison. She paused briefly, organized her thoughts, and then announced in a clear voice, "I believe many of you have already heard rumors. To prove that women are no less capable than men, I will be introducing a new activity among this batch of recruits, the male versus female dormitory competition. The rules are simple. Every day, I will place 5 vitality pills in both the male and female dormitories and inform you of their exact locations. You will need to use strength, intelligence, and strategy to engage in offensive and defensive battles to ultimately seize the other side's 5 vitality pills. Beyond that, the issue of final distribution will also be the biggest challenge you must face. However, the bottom line is that you must not violate the unity of the team or do anything that would cause resentment or dissatisfaction among everyone." Upon hearing this, all the new recruits' eyes lit up. After all, wasn't joining the military all about competing for resources? This activity offered additional resources, and there was no way they would miss out. Seeing the high spirits of the crowd, Hu Banruo shouted again, "I hereby announce that the male versus female dormitory competition begins today. The vitality pills in the male dormitory will be placed in rooms 104, 203, 314, 520, and 602, while the vitality pills in the female dormitory will be placed in rooms 113, 304, 418, 615, and 901. Within an hour after dismissal, I will place all the vitality pills in their designated locations. By tomorrow evening before dismissal, you may use all your skills to compete for these 10 vitality pills. Now, everyone, dismissed." Hu Banruo left the training ground directly with 8 instructors. After a brief silence, the scene immediately became noisy. "Ha, there, leaving just like that? No rules at all? The freedom is way too much, isn't it? So what are we supposed to do now? A competition between the male and female dormitories? Does that mean the previous phalanx system is useless now, and we just need to split into male and female teams? That must be it. But the chief instructor didn't appoint captains for the male and female teams. Who's in charge? How do we organize?" The 9 phalanx battalions that had been formed over the course of a day instantly fell into disarray because of this male versus female dormitory competition. Everyone was at a loss, looking at each other in confusion, desperately wanting someone to take the lead. But Luo Xiao was completely unbothered. He waved his hand grandly and said, "Brothers and sisters of the 3rd phalanx, it's time to eat. We've been training all day, aren't you hungry? Don't forget, today's cafeteria expenses are all on the chief instructor. I'm going to make sure she pays big time. Come on, follow me." With that, Luo Xiao headed straight toward the cafeteria, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. The first to react was Wang Fugue. He chuckled and pulled Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong beside him, saying, let's go. Food is the most important thing, nothing's bigger than a hungry stomach. Let's follow Luo Xiao to eat first, we can deal with everything else later." After saying this, the 3 quickly chased after him. The other members of the 3rd phalanx hesitated for a moment before also following suit. Even the female soldiers of the 3rd phalanx ended up leaving together. Lu Qingxi watched Luo Xiao's figure gradually receding into the distance, her lips unconsciously curling in dissatisfaction, clearly displeased with Luo Xiao's behavior. The others who stayed behind looked at each other in confusion. After a day of Pajun fist training, everyone was naturally hungry. But with the male and female soldiers' dormitory competition about to begin, which involved 10 chi and blood pills, who could still think about eating? What should we do?
I don't know.
The person in charge hasn't been chosen, there's no plan for defense or offense, and the distribution of the chi and blood pills is still undecided.
Should we just go eat too?
Damn, Captain Luo can lead the 3rd Battalion to win the championship and eat for free in the cafeteria.
Can you do that? But just standing here isn't going to solve anything.
The chief instructor has really given us a tough problem this time.
At this moment, a girl among the female soldiers suddenly said, "How about we vote first? Let's choose someone to take charge." For the female soldiers, I vote for Captain Lu Qingxi.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. Putting other matters aside for now, the leader must first be decided. A group without a leader is nothing but scattered sand. This leader must be clarified first. With someone taking the lead, others will follow, and the crowd immediately began shouting.
I vote for Lu Qingxi. I vote for Feng Baizhan. Lu Qingxi. Rashua's team is strong. I vote for him. Everyone's already left. Probably doesn't want to be the leader.
I'll vote for Captain Feng instead.
I vote for myself. I feel terrifyingly strong right now.
While everyone was enthusiastically voting, Luo Xiu had already led his teammates from the 3rd Phalanx to the army cafeteria. The army cafeteria was extremely spacious, with 2 floors, capable of accommodating 5,000 people dining simultaneously.
This was Luo Xiu's first visit, so he couldn't help but feel a bit curious.
Wang Fugue, on the other hand, was quite familiar with the place and acted like a tour guide, leading him and the other new recruits around the cafeteria.
Brothers, this is the noodle section.
The chefs here are master cooks from the noodle capital, Dajin City, skilled in hundreds of types of noodles.
The noodles here are absolutely amazing.
I tried them yesterday, and the taste was incredible.
If you love noodles, you must give them a try. This is the meat paradise, offering all kinds of meat, including even beast meat. Yesterday, I had a serving of one-eyed wolf meat.
After eating it, I felt warm all over, but the texture was a bit tough, so I wouldn't highly recommend it.
This is small bowl cuisine, focusing on delicacy, with dishes from various cuisines.
Yesterday, I ordered the hot and sour shredded potatoes, and it tasted even better than my mom's cooking.
Highly recommended.
And this is. Under Wang Fugue's guidance, everyone quickly toured the cafeteria and gained a general understanding of the different cuisine sections.
Afterward, Luo Xiu waved his hand. Eat, pick whatever you like, and make sure to eat your fill. You'll need the energy to fight for the chi and blood pills later. Brothers, dig in. Oh.
With a cheer, the crowd dispersed. Luo Xiu headed straight to the meat section, followed closely by Wang Fugue. Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong exchanged a glance and followed as well.
Luo Xiu, do you have something in mind?
Wang Fugue asked as he walked. Hearing this, Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong immediately perked up their ears.
What idea?
Luo Xiu was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that Wang Fugue was referring to the dormitory competition between the male and female soldiers. He shook his head and said, I don't have any ideas.
I'm just hungry and want to eat quickly. I haven't eaten all day. Even an Iron Man can't be tormented like this.
What Luo Xiu said was indeed the truth. He deliberately avoided giving a clear answer about the dormitory competition because he had no intention of participating in group actions. Those 10 vitality pills could be exchanged for 1 divine sense pill.
If he acted with the group, should he contribute his strength? If he did and managed to grab some vitality pills, how would they be distributed? It was all too troublesome. But if he acted alone, he could calmly raid the female soldiers' dormitory
for all their vitality pills, and then, while the female soldiers were panicking and the male soldiers were confused, quietly take all the vitality pills from the male dormitory as well. That way, he could achieve a grand slam all by himself. 10 vitality pills, enjoyed by one person, wouldn't that be delightful? However, Wang Fugue felt a bit puzzled upon hearing this. After all, Luo Xiu had just led them to win the Pajun Fist Martial Arts Championship.
Why not? Seize the momentum and keep going? Unable to hold back, he exaggeratedly wailed, Oh my brother, your heart is way too big. You're not even tempted by 10 vitality pills? If we go late, we might not even get the scraps. Seeing him like this, Luo Xiu couldn't help but chuckle.
While taking a piece of roasted demon horn steak from the meat rack in the meat section, he said casually, It's not that I'm not tempted, I just think it's quite troublesome.
The male soldiers might not all listen to me, and the female soldiers are even harder to deal with.
The distribution of the chi and blood pills is also tricky.
These things require some brain work. I'd rather eat more meat and stay grounded.
After saying this, he carried a plate full of roasted meat and walked straight to the dining area. Wang Fugue stared blankly at his back, his expression uncertain. Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong immediately came over.
Zhang Yulong asked, Fugue, if Luo Xiu isn't participating in this event, what should we do? Chen Xiaodong added, Yeah, that's 10 chi and blood pills we're talking about.
Wang Fugue sighed, shook his head, and said, I don't know. How about we go back and take a look at the situation first, then talk to Luo Xiu later and discuss it?
Alright, let's go back and take a look first.
The two, preoccupied with the 10 vitality pills, nodded in agreement without much thought. The three of them hurriedly left. Luo Shou watched them leave and finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it feels like sneaking food behind my husband's back. I just wanted to enjoy this meal all by myself without anyone knowing. Looks like my mental fortitude isn't strong enough. I guess I'll get used to it after eating alone a few more times. He shook his head, lowered his head, and began devouring the food in big bites. Half an hour later, he finally cleared the steak in front of him, his body brimming with vitality and strength. It's time to get to work. 10 vitality pills, just thinking about it is exciting. Wiping his mouth, Luo Xiu left the restaurant in high spirits. His figure flickered and disappeared into the night. However, he was completely unaware that a fly was quietly tailing him. Meanwhile, in the military district's monitoring room, a soldier wearing a specially designed alloy helmet suddenly shuddered, then reached out to press the button on the right side of the helmet. An image was immediately projected from the helmet onto a large screen nearby. Chief Instructor Hu, I linked a fly using my psychic ability. The psychic helmet has projected the fly's perspective, and the target has left the cafeteria. Good. Keep tracking. Be careful not to let him notice. This operation must remain covert. The speaker was none other than Hu Banruo. At this moment, the only one who could be addressed as Chief Instructor Hu was her. Hu Banruo, with a hint of excitement, stared at the large screen, a look of pride appearing on her face. This was an idea she had just come up with on the spur of the moment. The person wearing the alloy mental helmet was a psychic from the 3rd Legion. His mental ability was Animal Mark, which allowed him to use psychic power to mark an animal and establish a mental connection with it. Once the connection was successful, he could control the animal's actions for a short time and share the animal's 5 senses: sight, smell, taste, hearing, and touch. The duration of sharing and control depended on the animal's size and vitality. For a fly, sharing the 5 senses for an entire day was no problem at all. Theoretically, this ability was extremely useful for reconnaissance, but in practice, it was only effective against low-level warriors and ordinary people. This was because high-level warriors and fierce beasts had extremely sharp senses, and a fly trailing them for an extended period would easily be detected. Normally, this psychic focused more on training his psychic power and rarely used this ability. But at this moment, being summoned by Hu Banruo to monitor Luo Xiu was just the right fit. Hu Banruo was clearly very pleased with her plan, and her usually cold face now showed a trace of girlish excitement. She stared at Luo Xiu on the large screen, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Luo Xiu, oh Luo Xiu, no matter how extraordinary your talent is, you wouldn't have expected someone to discover and monitor you, would you? Hee hee, go ahead and try to turn invisible. Let me see if you can truly become completely invisible. Under Hu Banruo's surveillance, Luo Xiu staggered toward the recruit's dormitory. By his estimation, both the male and female soldiers should have already chosen their leaders. If his guess was correct, the leader on the female side was likely Lu Qingxi. As for the male side, in his absence, Feng Baizhan was the more probable choice. Next, it would be time to arrange their forces and formulate a detailed plan to seize the vitality pills. At this moment, both sides would undoubtedly gather together to discuss their strategies. The location for this meeting was more than 60% likely to be at the entrance of the dormitories. After all, it was close to the battlefield and could also prevent sneak attacks from the other side. As expected, Luo Xiu's predictions were spot on. When he arrived near the recruit's dormitory, he saw the male and female soldiers standing in front of their respective dormitory buildings, the atmosphere tense and confrontational. The core figures of the two teams were indeed Lu Qingxi and Feng Baizhan. Patrols were stationed all around the dormitory buildings, clearly indicating that both sides wanted to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Well, it seems they're not stupid, Luo Xiu commented softly from a distance, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingxi and Feng Baizhan, who were commanding their teams with confidence and authority. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on his lips. But none of this matters. The vitality pills are all mine. As he finished speaking, his gaze began to sweep around. After confirming that there was no one around and no surveillance, Luo Xiu's heart stirred, and he whispered, "Hide." As soon as the words fell, Luo Xiu instantly disappeared without a trace, like a raindrop falling into a lake, the ripples quickly dissipating. In the monitoring room, Hu Banruo clenched her fists tightly, her face full of excitement. Damn, he really went completely invisible. I was right. Quick, quick, remember his scent, follow him closely, and don't lose track. Understood. The psychic wearing an alloy helmet responded, focusing intently and using a fly-like keen sense of smell to track Luo Xiu's trail. At this moment, Hu Banruo almost wanted to howl at the sky, unable to contain her excitement. A perfect invisibility talent, an unprecedented ability, and it had appeared in the new recruit she was leading. She almost wanted to report it to the Legion commander immediately, but she held back. She wanted to see what other surprises Luo Xiu could bring. Luo Xiu, don't let me down. After becoming invisible, Luo Xiu quickly made his way to the dormitory building for male and female soldiers. However, as he approached, he slowed his steps. The
area was full of martial artists, and any large movement could easily draw attention. After observing for a moment, Luo Xiu decided to start with the female soldiers' dormitory. Once he had collected all the vitality pills there, he would move on to the male soldiers' dormitory. Upon closer inspection, the outer wall of the female soldiers' dormitory seemed difficult to climb, so he abandoned the idea of scaling the wall from the side and decided to make a frontal approach. Luo Xiu silently crept toward the female soldiers' dormitory, but the closer he got, the lighter his steps became. The area was simply too crowded, leaving almost no gaps. If he didn't slow down, he might bump into one of the female soldiers at any moment. Hidden within the crowd, a mix of various fragrances and faint traces of sweat filled the air, making Luo Xiu's eyes feel slightly uncomfortable. I can't take this. Thank goodness for this ability, he muttered to himself. If this fell into the hands of some pervert, they'd probably need 6 flavor Remania pills as meals and nutrition drinks as water, and even that wouldn't be enough. What a pity. I, your brother, have grand ambitions, and these ordinary women can't catch my eye at all. Thinking this in his heart, Luo Xiu gradually approached the entrance of the female soldiers' dormitory. At the same time, he began to see Lu Qingxi among the female soldiers more clearly and faintly heard their discussions. Captain Lu, I think we should leave 100 people to guard the gate, and the rest can charge straight ahead. Those male soldiers will definitely feel too embarrassed to stop us. Exactly. If the sisters at the front wear something a bit more seductive, the effect will definitely be better. I think this is inappropriate. We female soldiers can hold up half the sky. We can't rely on such means to win. It's too vulgar. Indeed, the female soldiers should also act with integrity. With Captain Lu's strength, we can charge straight into the formation. Once Captain Lu activates her martial soul, she can defeat gods and Buddhas alike. We just need to follow behind and clean up the aftermath. No, that's not an option. Captain Lu is strong, but if she leads at the front and gets ambushed, we'd be leaderless, and the situation would become even worse. Yeah, I think it would be better if the female soldiers were engaged in heated discussions. Lu Qingxi frowned deeply, her cold and stunning face filled with seriousness. To be honest, she also felt lost at the moment. The activity designed by Hu Banruo had too much freedom, making it difficult for everyone to find the best breakthrough point. After some thought, Lu Qingxi synthesized everyone's opinions, raised her hand to signal for silence, and said, "Today is the first confrontation match. The male soldier's performance won't be much better than ours, so don't get impatient. Stay calm. Now, let me share my thoughts. First of all, obtaining the vitality pills from the male soldier's dormitory is undoubtedly a hell-level challenge, but protecting our own vitality pills will be much easier. As long as we deploy enough personnel in and around the dormitory where the vitality pills are stored, we can ensure an invincible position. As for how to get the vitality pills from the male soldier's dormitory, I think we can wait until night falls, until everything is silent, until the male soldiers can no longer hold out. That will be the perfect time for us to launch a surprise attack. Victory lies in catching them off guard." After hearing Lu Qingxi's words, the female soldiers immediately fell into deep thought. Soon after, they began a heated discussion centered around the topic, striving to refine the plan. At this moment, Luo Xiu, who had already sneaked to the entrance of the female soldiers' dormitory, gave Lu Qingxi a meaningful smile amidst the crowd before turning around and stepping into the dormitory. To be honest, this was Luo Xiu's first time entering a girl's dormitory. As soon as he walked in, the first thing he noticed was the smell. It was completely different from the atmosphere of the male soldier's dormitory. Upon entering, he was greeted by a mix of various scents, perfume, soap, shampoo, body wash, and other fragrances. Luo Xiu couldn't quite decide whether it was pleasant or unpleasant, but it was definitely not a scent he liked. Holding his breath, he scanned the surroundings and then headed toward Dormitory 113, the location Hu Banruo had previously revealed as the place on the first floor of the female soldiers' dormitory where the chi and blood pills were hidden. Dormitory 113 should be the third room from the end on the right-hand side. To avoid drawing attention, Luo Xiu dared not walk too quickly, fearing that his footsteps might sound unusually loud in the empty hallway. Meanwhile, he was also calculating in his mind. After this operation, perhaps he should buy a pair of soft-soled shoes online. Soft-soled shoes make less noise when walking, making them more convenient for such missions. The discussion outside the female soldiers' dormitory building remained lively, but for some reason, Lu Qingxi felt a surge of unease in her heart. At this moment, Luo Xiu had already reached the entrance of Dormitory 113. The door was slightly ajar, and voices of female soldiers could be heard from inside. "Sigh, I wonder how the discussion outside is going. Are we just going to stay in the dormitory like this? Yeah, staying here is fine, but if we manage to keep this vitality pill, how should we distribute it in the end?" True, although there are 10 vitality pills available every day, with 5 allocated to the female soldiers, there are over 700 of us female soldiers. Too many people and too little to go around. The chief instructor's design for this activity does seem a bit problematic. Well, maybe the chief instructor did it on purpose? Besides, blood chi pills are expensive, and giving us recruits 10 extra pills a day is already
quite generous. Luo Xiu took advantage of the slightly ajar dormitory door and quietly slipped into dorm 113. The surveillance fly following closely behind also landed silently and crawled into the dormitory. In the monitoring room, Wu Banruo stared at the projection screen showing the scene in dorm 113 and couldn't help but marvel. Luo Xiu managed to sneak into the female soldiers' dormitory building so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxi and the others outside are still discussing how to defend the female soldiers' dormitory and how to infiltrate the male soldiers' dormitory. The contrast is almost ridiculous. She seemed to recall something, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Then she said to the psychic controlling the surveillance fly, "Follow him quietly. I want to see how he finds the blood chi pills and how he takes them. He can turn invisible, but the blood chi pills and the box containing them can't, right?" "Got it." The psychic responded promptly and immediately controlled the surveillance fly to quietly follow Luo Xiu, tracking him closely by scent. After entering the dormitory, Luo Xiu saw 4 delicate female soldiers chatting idly. Scanning the room, perhaps because they had just moved in 2 days ago, the place was still relatively tidy, without any of the messy things men shouldn't casually see. However, the girls' sitting postures were a bit casual and not very graceful. The girl wearing glasses, lying sprawled out on the innermost bed of the dormitory, suddenly sighed, "Staying in the dorm is so boring. I really want to visit the male soldiers' dormitory." As soon as she said that, the other girls immediately started teasing. "Spring has been over for so long, how come you still haven't gotten over it? Come on, tell us, have you already secretly tasted the forbidden fruit? How does it feel? Share it with us quickly." The girl with glasses immediately blushed and said shyly, "Oh, stop talking nonsense. I just haven't seen the male soldiers' dormitory and wanted to take a look. This time, there's finally a legitimate opportunity. Don't you all feel curious? Well, I'm curious. I really want to know what Feng Baijian's dorm looks like. Seeing him blush in the team today was actually kind of cute. I need to check first if he has one of those teddy bear pillows on his bed." Your taste is quite unique. I actually prefer someone like Luo Xiu. He seems so mysterious. I heard that at first he called everyone in the third formation a bunch of rookies, but in the end, he managed to whip them into shape. Even the Pei Jun fist was personally taught by him. The girl with glasses was speaking, and as soon as she finished, her face turned even redder. He. Do you secretly want Luo Xiu to scold you too, you little rascal? You're so annoying. I'm not talking to you guys anymore. The girl with glasses buried her head under the covers, and the dorm was instantly filled with hearty laughter. Hearing this, Hu Banruo in the monitoring room couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You kid, quite the ladies' man, huh?" Meanwhile, Luo Xiu, who was using X-ray vision to scan the entire dormitory for the chi and blood pill, suddenly froze for a moment. Apparently, he was a bit caught off guard. Were the girls chatting so happily in the dorm? How did the topic even shift to him? And besides, does someone really enjoy being scolded? But soon, he stopped dwelling on these thoughts. What mattered more at the moment was that he had found the chi and blood pill. That thing is hidden in a small box under the bedboard of the girl with glasses. No wonder she has been lying on the bed all the time. Turns out this is the reason. Luo Xiu cautiously walked to her bedside, quietly squatted down, his eyes perfectly level with her fair and tender feet. Crystal clear, round and delicate, absolutely a blessing for foot enthusiasts. Luo Xiu remained silent for a few seconds, sensing the danger of the female soldiers' dormitory. He forcibly shifted his gaze and refocused his attention on the chi and blood pill under the bed. He reached out his hand and touched it. With a thought, the small box immediately turned invisible and was pulled out by him in one swift motion. The surveillance fly hidden under the bed had a clear view of the scene. In the monitoring room, Hu Banruo stared at the big screen and exclaimed, the box turned invisible too? How did he find this box? He didn't do anything, just walked over and touched it. Hu Banruo seemed to have turned into a walking encyclopedia of questions, his head filled with doubts. How is this possible? I clearly placed the vitality pill there, so how did he find it so precisely? Not only did he find it, but he also made the box invisible and took it away. So, does this mean he can not only turn himself perfectly invisible but also make objects invisible and take them along? Then what if what he's holding isn't a box, but a dagger, or a sword, a spear, a sniper rifle, or even a rocket launcher? Hu Banruo didn't dare to think further, fearing she might scream uncontrollably. At this moment, Luo Xiu had already completed his mission and quietly exited dorm 113. Walking to the staircase, he let out a long sigh. The female soldiers' dormitory is indeed a dangerous place. I just got here, how could I casually take off my shoes? This time I saw delicate feet, but what if next time I see something else white and bare? This is practically a test for an officer. After a few seconds, Luo Xiu finally calmed his thoughts. After all, he was only 18, full of youthful vigor, and his mind had yet to reach a state of complete composure. I'd better quickly collect all the chi and blood pills and leave the female soldiers' dormitory as soon as possible. Which dormitory is next? Was it 204? As he thought about it, he went upstairs and arrived at the door of 204, only to find the dormitory completely empty. He glanced around, then quietly stepped into the room and carefully searched searched using X-ray vision, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find where the qi and blood pill was hidden.
Could I have remembered wrong? Was it 304 instead of 204?
Luo Xiu scratched his head, about to leave. Just as he turned his head, the corner of his eye caught sight of a delicate leather notebook peeking out from under the pillow on the nearby bed.
A name was written in that corner, Lu Qingxi. Is this Lu Qingxi's dormitory?
Luo Xiu was somewhat surprised. He casually picked up the leather notebook from under the pillow, intending to confirm. He had just opened the first page when he froze, because on the first page, his name was prominently written. Grandpa said that person is called Luo Xiu, also studying at Tianqing Martial School. The name is quite ordinary, I haven't heard of it, and I don't like it. Luo Xiu once doubted whether he had misread it. Why would Lu Qingxi write his name in the notebook? He doesn't even know Lu Qingxi. Moreover, her behavior was strange during the previous encounters with Lu Qingxi. And what exactly is the situation with her grandfather? Why did her grandfather tell her my name? Could it be that the two of them know each other? Originally, Luo Xiu felt that peeking at someone else's notebook was somewhat inappropriate, but when he saw his own name, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Luo Xiu turned to the second page. No matter what, Luo Xiu is my fiancé, so I've decided to get to know him first. Seeing this, Luo Xiu's eyes widened. Engagement? When was this decided? Why do I have no recollection of it at all? His mind was suddenly struck hard. In his memory, there was absolutely no fragment about an engagement. Not even his heartless father, Luo Jianjun, had ever mentioned it. He was just an ordinary child from a regular family, while Lu Qingxi was the exceptionally gifted daughter of the prestigious Lu family. Their identities and statuses were worlds apart. How could they possibly have any connection? There must be some hidden secret behind this. Luo Xiu continued reading. Today, I went to school to inquire a bit, and the result was somewhat disappointing. Luo Xiu is as ordinary as one can be, even to the point of being a bit pitiful. His father is half disabled, his mother is missing, his stepmother is malicious and refuses to provide him with cultivation resources, and his stepbrother turns out to be that hypocrite Luo Tianhao. His life at home must be tough. It's actually a bit pitiful. You really did your homework, huh? Who on earth leaked my miserable situation? Luo Xiu smiled helplessly, then noticed some small text at the bottom of the page. P.S. Pitiful people must have their hateful traits. His hateful trait is being engaged to me. Can I break off the engagement? Damn it! 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a poor youth. If you dare to break off the engagement, I'll dare to set a 3-year challenge. Luo Xiu roared in his heart, though he couldn't quite explain why he was so angry. Simply continued flipping through. Page 3. Asked Grandpa, can't call off the engagement. Sigh, is this really a woman's fate? The books were right after all. How should I fight against destiny? Today, I secretly observed Luo Xiu and felt that he seemed a bit gloomy, not talkative, and avoided interacting with others. He might have autism. I feel like I've already glimpsed my dark future. Luo Xiu was speechless yet amused. However, what Lu Qingxi said was indeed correct. Luo Xiu before he transmigrated was truly not great. After being suppressed for so many years, the fact that he didn't directly jump off a building was already quite remarkable. He continued flipping through. Page 4. I don't want to pay attention to him anymore. I focused on cultivating and finally broke through, becoming a ranked martial artist. Heaven rewards those who persevere, so happy. Page 5. Over the past month, I have stabilized at the first grade martial artist realm, with a blood energy value reaching 1.36. I feel incredibly strong. Page 6. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. I'm a bit nervous, but more excited. Logically, my potential shouldn't be low, right? I hope to awaken a decent talent. Did I forget something? Oh, I remember now, I have a marriage engagement. So annoying. I hope he can also awaken some good potential and talent tomorrow. Footer, P.S. It is said that a girl's encouragement can help with awakening? Alright, I will cheer for him. Ah, I see. Luo Xiu recalled the day of awakening, when Lu Qingxi passed by him and said, keep it up, don't let me down. At the time, he found it strange and thought it was an auditory hallucination. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingxi turned out to be quite interesting. He continued flipping through. Page 7. I knew I was the best. Ha, SS level physical potential, lightning element, and I even awakened a martial soul. I'm truly amazing. It's just that my mental potential is a bit weak, only C level. Although it meets the standard to become a spiritual psychic, dual cultivation might be a bit strenuous. Luo Xiu really got lucky because of my encouragement. C level physical potential and D level mental potential both awaken talents. It's simply absurd. But these two talents, invisibility, X-ray vision, are a bit embarrassing. This is a disgrace to my reputation, and I won't forget this grudge. Page 8. Updated overnight because Grandpa said Luo Xiu is going to the army. Ah, why doesn't he take the college entrance exam and go to the martial arts academy? What if he dies in the army? Actually, it might be good if he dies. That way, I'd be free. But, is that really okay? I can't just let him die like that.
I have to keep an eye on him.
Damn it, I was originally planning to apply to the Shenzhou Martial Arts Academy, but you messed up my plans.
I'll remember this grudge. Luo Xiao, how is this my fault? But Lu Qingxi is actually a pretty decent person.
His mind suddenly conjured up the image of Lu Qingxi's stunningly cold and beautiful face, as if she were a celestial being, along with her tall and graceful figure, those straight, slender, jade-like long legs, and that pink little bunny pattern.
No, what am I even thinking?
Luo Xiao shook his head, quickly dismissing those random thoughts, and continued reading.
Page 9, I saw him during registration today. He seems like a completely different person, much more cheerful. Could it be because he's finally free from that heartbreaking home? Maybe. He called me Lu Qingxi, classmate, and asked for directions. So dumb, how could he not even know that? Since his attitude was fairly respectful, I showed him the way. But he didn't even say thank you. Fine, I'll remember this grudge. Holding grudges again. Lu Qingxi is just too good at this.
Luo Xiao felt a bit frustrated, suddenly recalling the dissatisfied look Lu Qingxi had
given him earlier in the second formation.
It seemed this was the source of it. After all, she had already held so many grudges against him.
Keep reading. Page 10 seems to be unfinished, only written halfway. Page 10, how could the chief instructor let him be the captain of the third phalanx? So strange. But he actually did a good job, not only
making the third phalanx completely obedient but also teaching them the breaking army fist and even winning the championship.
I guess he brought me some glory. However, he actually dared to beat me. So infuriating. I'll remember this grudge. I have something to do tonight, so I'll write more later. Hopefully, I can sneak into the male soldier's dormitory at midnight and stab his kidney with my mystic thunder spear. Luo Xiao. Alright, so this is how you want to play it. No matter what I do, you're determined to hold a grudge.
On the surface, she seems cold and untouchable, but behind the scenes, she's like this.
Luo Xiao couldn't help but laugh and cry.
While Luo Xiao was secretly reading Lu Qingxi's diary, Hu Banruo, who had been monitoring him with a fly, was getting anxious.
The surveillance
fly followed Luo Xiao to the second floor and noticed that he had been staying in dormitory 204 for several minutes without coming out.
Hu Banruo felt irritated. What on earth is this guy doing? Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he doesn't want more vitality pills? Wait, I remember 204 is Lu Qingxi's dormitory, right? Could it be he likes Lu Qingxi? Whoa, this is big news.
Just as Hu Banruo's gossiping instincts were going into overdrive, Luo Xiao put Lu Qingxi's diary back in its place and walked out of dormitory 204. He realized that his invisibility time was
running out and he needed to act quickly.
Moreover, he remembered that he had gone to the wrong place. The second vitality pill in the female soldier's dormitory was actually in 304, not 204. So, as soon as Luo Xiao stepped out, he sprinted straight toward dormitory 304.
There were indeed people in dormitory 304, but relying on his previous experience, Luo Xiao quickly found the vitality pills. This time, he didn't hesitate.
Even though he saw some things he shouldn't have, he didn't linger. He took the vitality pills and headed straight to the next storage location, dormitory 418. In dormitory 418, he did encounter some difficulty because the vitality pills were hidden inside the air conditioner. The position was too high, and Luo Xiao couldn't alert anyone, so he had to quietly climb onto the
upper bunk of the female soldier's bed.
Just as the female soldiers were about to notice something unusual, he grabbed the vitality pills, activated invisibility, jumped off the bed, and quickly fled the dormitory. Even so, the female soldiers in dormitory 418 were still alarmed and immediately began checking to see if the vitality pills were missing.
Screams instantly echoed throughout the entire dormitory building. Ah, the vitality pills are gone.
Qi and blood pill, Qi and blood pill.
Quick, look for it.
The Qi and blood pill has been stolen. The Qi and blood pill has been stolen.
Quick, notify Captain Lu. For a moment, the female soldier's dormitory was in complete chaos.
Upon learning that the vitality pills from dormitory 418 had been stolen, Lu Qingxi immediately ordered the entire female soldiers' dormitory building to be surrounded and personally
led a team inside. Just as she entered the building, several female soldiers rushed up to report, Captain Lu, something's wrong. The vitality pills from dormitory 113 are gone too. Captain Lu, we can't find the vitality pills from dormitory 304 either.
These two pieces of news hit like a thunderclap, and Lu Qingxi's face turned pale.
She couldn't spare a thought for defense, attack, or allocation and dashed upstairs. She had to protect the last two vitality pills, otherwise, everything tonight would be a joke. Damn it, who on earth stole the vitality pills? How exactly did they steal it? The people in 113 and 304 didn't notice a thing. Could it be that someone can retrieve items from a distance? Rushing up the stairs, various speculations flashed rapidly through Lu Qingxi's mind. But even if she was faster, Luo Xiao had already taken the vitality pills from dorm 615 and left successfully. The vitality pill of room 615 was hidden above the doorframe. When Lu Luo Xiu arrived. The female soldiers of room 615 were coming out to observe.
They had heard shouting downstairs, but the content was unclear, so they all came out to watch. This scene left Luo Xiu both shocked and delighted. In high spirits, he rushed straight into room 615 and easily retrieved the vitality pill. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxi had already reached the 5th floor. Luo Xiu didn't linger in room 615 and sprinted directly toward the staircase. Just as he reached the stairway, he collided head-on with the fiery and hurried Lu Qingxi. "Hiss, you got here so fast." Lu Qingxi's face was grim, her internal energy surging like a tidal wave. She resembled an enraged humanoid dragon, brimming with fury and ready to explode at any moment. Frowning, she turned toward the 6th floor, where she happened to spot the female soldiers of room 615 still observing outside. "What are you doing?" Lu Qingxi instinctively asked aloud. The female soldiers of 615 had obviously noticed Lu Qingxi and her group as well, and immediately came forward. "Captain Lu, why are you here?" Lu Qingxi frowned slightly, quickly striding toward 615 while asking, "How's the vitality pill? Has anyone gone upstairs?" A tall female soldier from dormitory 615 quickly responded, "The vitality pills are still here. No one came upstairs. We've been staying in the dormitory the whole time. We just heard some commotion and came out to check." Hearing this, Lu Qingxi let out a slight sigh of relief, but an inexplicable unease surged in her heart. All the female soldiers in the dormitories downstairs had stayed inside and hadn't seen anyone go upstairs, yet the vitality pills had mysteriously disappeared. Only dormitory 418 seemed to have heard strange footsteps. The closer she got to dormitory 615, the stronger her unease grew. She quickened her pace, and as soon as she reached the doorway of 615, she shouted to the female soldiers standing there, "Quick, check if the vitality pills are still there." The female soldiers froze for a moment, then nodded and quickly rushed into the dormitory to check. Shortly after, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ah, where's the vitality pill? The vitality pill is gone. It's over. Why is the vitality pill missing?" Upon hearing this voice, Lu Qingxi's heart sank. She knew she was a step too late again. The person who stole the vitality pill had indeed succeeded. "Ah, I'll remember this. If I find out who took the vitality pill, I'll make you taste the power of my Thunderlight soul-breaking spear." Lu Qingxi roared in her heart, but she knew she couldn't lose her composure at this moment. She suppressed her fury and abruptly turned to look toward the staircase. "Quick, 9th floor. The last vitality pill is in 901. Block the 9th floor for me. No one is allowed to leave the 9th floor. Not even a fly can be allowed to fly out of the 9th floor." Hearing Lu Qingxi's orders, the equally enraged female soldiers shouted in unison and rushed toward the 9th floor. In an instant, hundreds of people blocked the corridor completely. Lu Qingxi kept moving upward through the crowd, and the female soldiers, seeing this, quickly made way for her. The scene was one of unity and determination. At this moment, Luo Xiu, having just seen Lu Qingxi, immediately understood that his time was running out. He didn't hesitate and rushed straight to the 9th floor. The blood chi pills were stored in room 901, the first room after going upstairs. However, the female soldiers in room 901 had clearly noticed the commotion downstairs and were fully prepared, with the door locked from the inside. This left Luo Xiu somewhat dumbfounded. How was he supposed to get the blood chi pills now? Seeing Lu Qingxi and the other female soldiers charging upstairs like mad women, Luo Xiu didn't hesitate, turned around, and dashed into the deepest part of the hallway, into an empty dormitory with an open door, temporarily giving up on the last blood chi pill. The surveillance fly trailing closely behind also followed him relentlessly, barging into the empty dormitory along with him. In the monitoring room, Wu Banruo saw Luo Xiu's current disheveled state and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Still wasting time reminiscing about old memories in room 204, huh? Now, you've been caught red-handed by your beloved Lu Qingxi, haven't you? Ha ha, imagining you being caught by the one you love is truly amusing. But I still hope you can escape and create a miracle." Luo Xiu couldn't hear these words. The noise outside was gradually rising, and Lu Qingxi and the female soldiers were clearly about to reach the 9th floor. Luo Xiu felt his heart racing, almost about to leap out of his chest, pounding loudly. "Lu Qingxi and her team are coming too fast. What should I do to get out? The hallway is completely blocked, and the invisibility time is almost up. I should have known better than to read Lu Qingxi's diary. Serves me right." Luo Xiu didn't choose to sit and wait for death. He quickly turned around, locked the door, and swiftly scanned the dormitory. His gaze soon fixed on the window. How about taking a gamble? Although still a bit hesitant, the approaching footsteps in the hallway quickly made him cast aside his doubts. Without hesitation, he grabbed 2 bedsheets from the lower bunk, swiftly tied a knot, secured one end to the bed frame, and tightly held the other end as he jumped out of the window. At that moment, Lu Qingxi arrived at the dormitory door with her team. Seeing the tightly closed door, she immediately sensed something was off. She reached out and pushed, but the door didn't budge. Lu Qingxi immediately became excited. "Right here." As she spoke, she suddenly stepped back and used the momentum to slam into the dormitory door. An ordinary dormitory door couldn't possibly
possibly withstand the strength of Lu Qingxi, a novice martial artist. The door was smashed open as if it were made of paper. She was ready to shout, "I've caught you." The words had yet to leave her mouth when an open window and bedsheets tied to the bed frame appeared before her eyes. The dormitory was empty, without a trace of anyone. Lu Qingxi stormed angrily to the window, leaned out to look down, and saw nothing but an empty space below. She slammed the windowsill heavily, her heart ablaze with fury. "Let's go. Follow me to the male soldiers' dormitory." Lu Qingxi didn't want to think about anything at the moment. She just wanted to fiercely defeat all the male soldiers and catch the little thief who stole the vitality pills. It was simply outrageous, stealing 4 vitality pills right in front of her and all the female soldiers. This was practically a slap in her face. As the person in charge, she had been discussing with the female soldiers how to guard the vitality pills and plan a nighttime raid on the male soldiers' dormitory to retrieve them. But in the blink of an eye, all their efforts had been stolen. Those male soldiers were truly despicable. On the surface, they pretended to guard the door with them, but secretly sent someone to sneak into the female soldiers' dormitory to steal the vitality pills. It was utterly dishonorable. Lu Qingxi walked out from the innermost dormitory, heading toward room 901 while giving orders, "Keep room 901 closed, make sure to protect the last blood chi pill. Leave 10 people to guard it, the rest follow me downstairs. Surround me, this time we're going to teach the male soldiers a harsh lesson. Downstairs, bring me my Xianlei spear." Immediately, she stormed downstairs like a whirlwind, leading the group. The 9th floor was instantly deserted. The female soldiers followed Lu Qingxi all the way down, returning to their respective dormitories to grab their weapons. Each of their faces was filled with righteous indignation, clearly furious. Who could remain calm after being played like this? Soon, Lu Qingxi led the female soldiers out of the dormitory building. The male soldiers, who had just seen the female soldiers inexplicably return to the dormitory, now looked puzzled as they saw them come out again. What on earth are they up to? Why did they all go back to the dormitory just now? Look, they're all holding weapons. Could it be that they're about to start a direct fight? Hiss, no way, the female soldiers wouldn't be that violent, right? Look at Lu Qingxi and the anger on their faces. It's obvious they're about to go all out. Run quickly, back to the dorm to grab weapons. Led by Lu Qingxi, the aggressive female soldiers charged forward like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the male soldiers' camp. Standing at the very center, Feng Baijian was initially stunned, but his expression quickly changed. With a flick of his right hand, the black longsword on his back flew with a swoosh to the front of the female soldiers' formation, stopping right in front of Lu Qingxi. The female soldiers' formation suddenly froze. Feng Baijian raised his voice and asked, "Captain Lu, what are you trying to do? Are you planning to fight the male soldiers?" Lu Qingxi lifted the Xianlei gun, lightly swept it to deflect the flying sword, and said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the blood chi pills you stole, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, we'll settle this with weapons." Stole the blood chi pills? Feng Baijian was stunned, then instinctively asked, "When did we ever steal your blood chi pills?" The other male soldiers were all dumbfounded. Except for the male soldier responsible for guarding the chi and blood pills, everyone else was here. Excluding Luo Xiu and some 3rd Phalanx members who went to the cafeteria to eat, most of them had already returned to the team after finishing their meals, and the same was true for the female soldiers. Hearing Feng Baijian's words, Lu Qingxi was extremely furious, pointing the Xianlei spear at Feng Baijian with a fierce motion. "I had long anticipated that you would say this. After all, who would willingly admit to stealing something? It doesn't matter if you don't confess, as long as you give us 4 vitality pills, we'll retreat." As soon as these words were spoken, the male soldiers' camp erupted in chaos. "What? 4 pills? Are you crazy? We male soldiers are all here. None of us stole your vitality pills." "That's right, you clearly wanted an excuse to start a war, yet you insist on accusing us of theft. If you want to fight, then let's fight. We're ready anytime. Expecting us to hand over 4 vitality pills is nothing but wishful thinking. Come on, let's settle this with a battle." The male soldiers' anger and arrogant clamor instantly provoked the female soldiers' fury. The thief who stole the vitality pills actually dares to be so arrogant. Charge, sisters, teach them a harsh lesson. The broadsword in my hand has been itching for action for a long time. Dare to act but not take responsibility. All these male soldiers are cowards. Captain Lu, let's do it. Scatter them. Feng Baijian listened to the bickering between the male and female soldiers on both sides, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. He stepped to the front of the formation and solemnly said to Lu Qingxi, "Captain Lu, we really didn't steal your vitality pills. Just now, we were still discussing how to attack and raid your female soldiers' dormitory to get the vitality pills. We haven't even started taking action yet, so how could we have gotten the pills so quickly? I hope Captain Lu will go back and check carefully to see if the pills were dropped somewhere." Feng Baijian's tone, though tinged with helplessness, remained calm. He had no intention of starting a fight with the female soldiers for no reason, nor was he afraid of them. But Lu Qingxi didn't believe him after hearing this, such high-sounding words. Then who exactly took our vitality pills? Did they just fly away on their own? Stop talking nonsense. If you didn't steal them, then step aside and let us search. If we find
find nothing, all of us female soldiers will apologize to you and voluntarily give you tomorrow's vitality pills. But if we do find them, you'll have to hand over both today's and tomorrow's vitality pills. Do you dare? As soon as these words were spoken, before Feng Baizhen could respond, the male soldiers erupted. Let you search the male soldiers' dormitory? We might as well strip naked and let you take a good look. You're even asking us to hand over today's and tomorrow's vitality pills. What a beautiful plan you've got. Exactly, letting you come in and search. What about the dignity of us male soldiers? If we didn't steal, then we didn't steal. Yet you insist on making a fuss. It's truly unreasonable. Enough talking, let's fight. Captain Feng, I can't hold back anymore. Yes, Captain Feng, they're bullying us too much. Captain Feng, let's go to war right now. Feng Baizhen raised his hand to signal the male soldiers to quiet down. He turned to look at Lu Qingxi, his expression serious. Captain Lu, I initially wanted to avoid any misunderstandings, so I spoke to you politely. But if you insist on cheating, I won't stop my brothers anymore. Lu Qingxi sneered coldly. Then stop wasting words. Let's see who's more capable. With that, she raised the Shenlei spear in her hand, let out a crisp shout, and charged toward the male soldiers' formation first. Behind them, the female soldiers raised their weapons one after another and followed closely, the entire female soldiers' camp resembling a sharp arrow shooting straight at the male soldiers' position. The male soldiers were not to be outdone either. Although they hadn't fully picked up their weapons yet, they shouted loudly as they charged toward the female soldiers. Feng Baizhen retreated behind the crowd, controlling his flying sword to occasionally block the female soldiers' attacks for the male soldiers. For a moment, chaos erupted in front of the new recruits' dormitory, an utter mess. At this moment, Luo Xiu quietly appeared on the 7th floor of the female soldiers' dormitory. Earlier, he had jumped down from the 9th floor, but instead of going directly downstairs, he climbed down to the 7th floor using bed sheets, sneaking in through a window and hiding. He had been silently observing the situation downstairs. When he saw the fight break out, he was instantly thrilled. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for him? The more chaotic it gets, the better his chances to take advantage of the confusion. At this moment, the female soldier's dormitory building was already empty. He was preparing to sneak into the 9th floor again and give them an unexpected counterattack. Luo Xiu slowly walked out of the 7th floor dormitory. The empty corridor was eerily quiet, with even slightly heavier footsteps echoing. He had just rested for half a day and even drank some water in someone else's dormitory, so his energy had somewhat recovered. He did not rush to the 9th floor but stopped at the stairway corner. There is only one blood chi pill left in dormitory 901. Lu Qingxi must have stationed quite a few people nearby, and 901 is probably locked from the inside. So if I want to get the blood chi pill, I absolutely can't break in from the front. And since I can't phase through walls right now, the only option is to go in through the window. Luo Xiu analyzed the situation in his mind and finally came up with a plan. He then tiptoed toward the 9th floor. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw more than 10 female soldiers left by Lu Qingxi guarding the door of dormitory 901. These female soldiers were gathered together, blocking the doorway, chatting sporadically. Did you see it just now? Lu Qingxi's face turned pale with anger. Forget about Captain Lu, I'm furious too. Who knows where that little thief came from? Before we could react, for vitality pills were stolen from us. You guys, how exactly did this little thief manage to steal? How come those 4 dormitories didn't notice a thing? Who knows? Honestly, even if we were guarding outside the whole time, we never saw any male soldiers come in. Do you think it could be one of our own female soldiers stealing from us? Hiss, now that you mention it, that does seem possible. Not even snatching the 5 vitality pills from the male soldiers yet, and already stealing from our own. If Captain Lu catches them, they might just get stabbed to death on the spot. Indeed, we must be more cautious. Not only can we not let male soldiers in, but we also can't allow any female soldiers to enter. No matter what, we can't lose this last blood chi pill. The female soldiers' expressions were solemn as they nodded in agreement. It seemed they were more inclined to believe that the culprit was among the female soldiers rather than a male soldier sneaking in. At this moment, Luo Xiu was right beside them. He held his breath, wanting to laugh but not daring to, and could only quietly shuffle his steps, afraid of bumping into these female soldiers. However, the female soldiers stood too close, and several times he almost brushed against them. It took more than 10 seconds for Luo Xiu to narrowly make his way through them. Then he moved forward, found a dormitory with a half-open door, and slipped inside. Quietly letting out a sigh of relief, Luo Xiu wasted no time in the dormitory, heading straight for the window and nimbly climbing out. But after climbing out, he didn't jump down. Instead, he silently crawled along the edge below the window toward room 901. Right now, I must look just like Spider-Man. Luo Xiu chuckled self-deprecatingly, but his hands were tightly clenched. This was the 9th floor, and the wind outside was quite strong. If he isn't careful, he will become the first male soldier in history to fall to his death from a female soldier's dormitory building. He cautiously approached dorm 901. Like other dormitories, the window of dorm 901 was also open. After all, the weather was still hot, and without opening the windows for ventilation, condition, the dormitory would be uninhabitable. Luo Xiao quietly crawled to the window and peeked inside. Inside the room, 4 female soldiers were sitting on the bed in chairs, scrolling through their phones while excitedly chatting.
Wow, look, Captain Lu is amazing.
She led the other female soldiers in charging at the male soldiers, almost reaching the entrance of the male dormitory. The instructor just said earlier that in this dormitory battle between males and females, we must stick to the rules.
No fatalities or injuries are allowed. We can fight, but not too harshly. Ha, are you afraid that Captain Lu will lead our female soldiers to crush those soft male soldiers?
No, it's just that this is a competition, not a battle against enemies or fierce beasts.
Injuring someone wouldn't be good.
There are strong ones among the male soldiers too, like Captain Feng Baijian. His flying sword is quite intimidating to us female soldiers.
Spiritual mind masters are indeed powerful.
It's a pity we can't go down there. Otherwise, I'd really like to see whether Captain Lu's martial soul is stronger or Captain Feng's swordsmanship is more impressive.
I'm more curious about Captain Luo.
He seems so ordinary, but I always feel there's something mysterious about him.
Yeah, I just asked the girls below to look around, but they didn't see Captain Luo.
Some female soldiers from the 3rd formation said Captain Luo disappeared after eating, and no one knows where he went.
Do you think Captain Luo might have stolen those 4 vitality pills from our female soldiers' dormitory? Outside the window, Luo Xiao's heart tightened.
He had tried his best to keep a low profile, but outstanding people are like fireflies in the night, too dazzling.
No matter how deeply they hide, they are easily discovered. It seems I must be more careful in the future and never reveal any flaws.
Just as he was silently warning himself, the female soldier inside the room continued speaking. That's unlikely. Although Captain Luo has the invisibility talent, everyone knows it's pretty useless. It only works if he takes off all his clothes, and, even then, it lasts for a very short time.
I don't believe Captain Luo would be willing to strip naked and sneak into our female soldiers' dormitory.
Exactly. If he did come in and his invisibility wore off and we caught him, how would he ever survive in the army after that?
It does seem a bit not worth the trouble. Who could it be? Listening to the female soldiers helping to clear his name, Luo Xiao felt relieved and then carefully climbed into the dormitory. However, as soon as he entered, he accidentally knocked over a cup on the windowsill. Clang, the cup fell onto the windowsill, making a crisp sound.
The female soldiers in the dormitory were immediately startled and all turned to look toward the window. Luo Xiao quickly held his breath and tiptoed to the side. Lily, why is your water cup tipped over?
The female soldier called Lily had already walked to the window.
She leaned out and looked around outside but saw nothing. She pulled back, shook her head, and said, I don't know, maybe it was the wind. After speaking, she went to sit on the bed nearby. Luo Xiao watched as that rounded but slowly approached, so shocked that his breath stopped. He quickly moved 2 steps away, narrowly avoiding it. Damn, that was close. He pressed his hand against his chest, fearing that the sound of his heartbeat might be noticed. When the female soldiers started chatting again, he seized the opportunity to find a gap and activated perspective. His gaze swept across the entire dormitory and finally spotted a box containing the vitality pills in one of the female soldiers' beds. Hard work truly pays off. Luo Xiao clenched his fist and quietly approached the bed, reaching his hand inside. After feeling the qi and blood pill, he quickly made it invisible and then slipped it into his pocket. Without the slightest hesitation, he cautiously moved toward the window and climbed out. Meanwhile, the female soldiers of room 901 remained unaware of anything unusual, still engrossed in the male and female soldiers' dormitory confrontation video someone had filmed, enthusiastically discussing it. Luo Xiao returned to the dormitory he had just been in, slipped out through the half-open door, and headed straight for the last dormitory where he had just evaded Lu Qingxi. After entering, he climbed out of the window again, using the tied bedsheets to quietly make his way to the 7th floor.
Then he went all the way down. Soon, he emerged from the female soldiers' dormitory.
In front of the male and female soldiers' dormitory building, chaos had already erupted.
The female soldiers were extremely furious, each seemingly possessed by the spirit of a war god. Led by Lu Qingxi, dozens of them charged into the 1st floor of the male soldiers' dormitory. Both sides were locked in an intense and evenly matched fight. What a great opportunity.
It seems I don't have to wait until tonight or tomorrow. I can get all the vitality pills from the male soldiers' dormitory right now.
Luo Xiao suppressed his inner ecstasy and dashed into the male soldiers' dormitory like a madman.
Behind him, Hu Banruo, who was watching the surveillance footage, widened her eyes and muttered speechlessly, this guy is way too greedy.
He just cleaned out all the vitality pills from the female soldiers' dormitory, and now he's heading to the male soldiers' dormitory. He's really sprinting toward becoming the public enemy of all recruits.
Then, she glanced at the psychic controlling the fly beside her and urged, hurry up and follow him. I want to see how he steals the vitality pills from the male soldiers' dormitory.
How long can his invisibility last anyway? By my count, it's been at least 7 or 8 minutes already. It should be running out soon, right? If his invisibility lasts more than 10 minutes, then his value will have to be reassessed.
Hu Banruo stared intently at the projection screen, her thoughts racing. Since she discovered that Luo Xiu could achieve perfect invisibility, she had been shocked countless times. It seemed that Luo Xiu could indeed remain invisible for over 10 minutes, which was no longer impossible. If it was confirmed that Luo Xiu could stay invisible for more than 10 minutes, then the report to the Legion commander tonight or tomorrow morning would probably need to include another item.
Luo Jianjun and that woman's son really keep surprising people. I wonder how that woman is doing now. I heard she's not doing well.
Sigh, truly a person with a hard fate. Hu Banruo shook his head, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and regained his composure before looking at the projection screen again.
At this moment, Luo Xiu had already rushed into the male soldiers' dormitory.
However, the first floor of the male soldiers' dormitory was particularly chaotic at this time, as the female soldiers led by Lu Qingxi were fiercely clashing with the male soldiers led by Feng Baizhan. Luo Xiu wanted to rush in but had no idea how to navigate through this fiery sea of fists, blades, and guns. Dormitory 104 had already been locked from the inside earlier, making it almost impossible to get the vitality pills from that room. What a hassle. Luo Xiu retreated from the first floor. Unable to break in, he could only take a detour and climb up the side of the dormitory building to reach the upper floors. Fortunately, he was a martial artist. Although he hadn't reached any rank, his physical strength and agility far surpassed that of ordinary people, so climbing to the second floor with bare hands wasn't too difficult.
After climbing to the second floor, he casually found an empty dormitory and went inside.
After coming out, he headed straight to dormitory 203, where the vitality pills were stored.
However, as soon as he arrived at dormitory 203, Luo Xiu was stunned. The spacious dormitory was completely empty, and the door was wide open.
Isn't that way too bold? Could it be a trap? Was the vitality pill moved?
That doesn't make sense either. Didn't the chief instructor explicitly forbid moving the vitality pill?
Luo Xiu scratched his head in confusion, walked into the dormitory, and began scanning with his X-ray vision. Soon, he found the box containing the vitality pill under the pillow of the upper bunk near the window. He walked over, picked up the vitality blood pill, and his eyes carried a hint of daze.
So simple? Why does it feel a bit unreal? Luo Xiu didn't linger for long.
He felt that obtaining the vitality blood pill from the male soldiers' dormitory this time should be very easy. Judging by the situation downstairs, they must have all gone down to assist in the battle, and the situation upstairs was likely the same. He went all the way up without encountering any obstacles and quickly arrived at the third floor, dorm 314, which was right across from their dorm. Luo Xiu walked familiarly to the door of dorm 314, only to find someone inside. Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei had not gone down to fight with the female soldiers but were instead sitting gloomily in the dorm. The dorm door was wide open, and their conversation could be clearly heard from the doorway.
I've already told Luo Tianhao about today's matter. What did he say?
He told us not to act rashly for now and to wait for the right moment. It seems Hu Banruo doesn't want to help him deal with Luo Xiu. Without the chief instructor's help, our role might be limited.
Let's stick to the original plan.
Have Zhang Yulong and Chen Xiaodong show goodwill to him.
There will always be missions to carry out. That bastard made me kneel today, completely lost face.
Same here, he stepped on me and made me do push-ups for so long.
Damn Hu Banruo. Damn Luo Xiu.
No idea where that kid went. The fight below is a mess and he still hasn't shown up.
Humph, that guy is sneaky. Probably found a place to hide.
I think so too. By the way, can't we just keep this vitality pill for ourselves?
We can just say it was stolen. After all, the vitality pills in the female soldiers' dormitory have also mysteriously disappeared. If one goes missing here, it shouldn't matter, right?
The one speaking was Zhou Yunfei. As soon as he said this, Hu Chai's eyes immediately lit up. He glanced toward the door and lowered his voice, saying, "This might actually work." Zhou Yunfei also responded in a low voice, "Things are so chaotic outside right now. This is a great opportunity for us.
Taking advantage of the confusion couldn't be more fitting."
Hu Chai pondered for a few seconds, then tugged on Zhou Yunfei's arm. "You're right, we shouldn't waste a free vitality pill. It's settled then, we'll split it evenly and take it right away to avoid any complications." "Where's the vitality pill?"
Zhou Yunfei pointed to the windowsill.
"Over there, in that tea mug." On the windowsill sat a very vintage-looking tea mug, left there by someone unknown. Hu Chai's heart leapt with joy upon hearing this. He quickly walked toward the windowsill, saying as he went, "Hurry, hurry, let's split the vitality pill." Thinking about getting half a chi and blood pill for free, Hu Chai suddenly felt that the pain from being stepped on by Luo Xiu earlier didn't seem so bad. Zhou Yunfei also became excited. The two walked to the windowsill and leaned over to look into the tea jar. However, the next moment, their bodies suddenly trembled violently as if struck by a hammer. Hu Chai immediately shouted, "Damn, where's the chi and blood pill?"
Boom! Zhou Yunfei was also stunned. How could it be gone?
"I just checked it earlier." Hu Chai's face immediately turned bright red, shouting anxiously, "Search! Hurry and search! It can't be lost! Oh, search! Hurry and search!" The two of them instantly became flustered and started scrambling around. And right at the door, Luo Xiu walked out leisurely, holding the box of vitality pills he had just obtained.
Bang! The two of them wanted to steal the vitality vitality pills? Isn't this like snatching food from a tiger's mouth? He would never allow such a thing to happen. So, just as the two began to harbor their thieving intentions, he quietly went in and took the vitality pills. After obtaining the vitality pills, Luo Xiu didn't linger for a moment and directly left the third floor, heading toward the fifth floor. The dormitory 520 on the fifth floor was also empty. Not a single person was there. Luo Xiu easily retrieved the qi and blood pill hidden there, then went upstairs to dormitory 602. There was someone in dormitory 602, but only one person. As Luo Xiu approached, he heard strange sounds coming from the dormitory. Oh yeah. With intense curiosity, he walked in. The person in the dormitory didn't notice at all, his eyes fully focused on the screen of the phone in his hand. Luo Xiu stood behind him, following the source of the sound to look at his phone, and his pupils instantly shook. You brat! Instead of going down to help with the fight, you're hiding in the dorm watching videos in secret. Still damn watching foreign women. Still damn playing the king's game. Still damn wearing Superwoman, She-Orc, and Spider-Woman costumes. Instinctively, Luo Xiu slapped the head of the guy who was fully focused on watching the video. The guy staggered from the hit and exclaimed, Who hit me? He covered his head with his left hand while quickly pressing his phone face down on the table with his right hand, glancing around nervously. No one responded to him, and the only thing left in the air was the strange sound coming from his phone that he hadn't had time to turn off. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu had taken a qi and blood pill from the dormitory bookshelf and once again stood behind that guy. Another slap landed, and amidst that guy's frantic screams, Luo Xiu casually walked out the door. It was as if background music played in his ears. The light of righteousness shines upon the earth. That oh yeah sounds in the dormitory finally disappeared, replaced by an unbelievable phone ringtone. Captain Feng, something's wrong. The blood and energy pills in dorm 602 were stolen by a ghost. I was just guarding the pills while watching a video, and a ghost ambushed me. Feng Baijian was maneuvering his flying sword to fend off Lu Qingxi's offensive. This woman was truly formidable. Once her martial soul was unleashed, she could take on 100 opponents alone, leaving the male soldiers in utter disarray. If it weren't for the exceptionally strong defense of his flying sword, which greatly limited Lu Qingxi's attacks, the male soldiers would have long been overwhelmed by her and her subordinates. The situation was already dire, and upon hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Feng Baijian felt as if the sky was collapsing. He grabbed his phone and exclaimed, What did you say? The vitality pills were stolen by a ghost. This is simply ridiculous. Although this world has all kinds of bizarre ferocious beasts, he had never heard of something like a ghost. But none of that matters. The key issue is that the vitality pills are gone. And they were the vitality pills from the 6th floor. How is that possible? With him guarding, there was absolutely no way the female soldiers could break through and rush up. What on earth is going on? Speak clearly. Feng Baijian, who was always calm and unruffled, couldn't suppress his emotions at this moment and roared angrily at the phone. From the other end of the line came the voice of his buddy, sounding on the verge of tears. Captain Feng, I don't know either. I was just staying in the dormitory when something suddenly tapped me on the head. I turned around but saw nothing. After a while, I got tapped on the head again, and still, I saw nothing. I felt something was off, so I went to check the qi and blood pills, only to find they were gone. After hearing this, Feng Baijian was so frustrated he almost spat blood, but he still forced himself to stay calm, not blaming that guy. Instead, he turned back to look at Lu Qingxi, who was still wreaking havoc, and gritted his teeth as he said, Captain Lu's methods are truly ruthless. Using an excuse to distract us while sending someone to raid the male soldiers' dormitory and steal the blood vitality pills from room 602, truly impressive. Lu Qingxi swept her Shenlei spear sharply, dispersing the male soldiers attacking her. Her beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. Steal your blood vitality pills? She immediately retorted angrily. When did we ever steal your blood vitality pills? Clearly, you stole ours and now have the audacity to accuse us. Feng Baijian's face darkened instantly. If it wasn't you who stole them, then why are the blood vitality pills from room 602 missing? Could it really have been stolen by ghosts? At this moment, Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei ran downstairs in a panic, shouting as they ran, Something's wrong. The vitality pills are missing. The two ran up to Feng Baijian, panting heavily, and said, Captain Feng, something's wrong. We were guarding the vitality pills in dormitory 314, and just now, when we were about to check, the vitality pills were gone. But we didn't see anyone enter the dormitory at all. It's like the vitality pills vanished into thin air. Of course, they wouldn't admit that they wanted to keep the vitality pills for themselves, but when Feng Baijian heard that the vitality pills in dormitory 314 had also mysteriously disappeared, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. What on earth is going on? How can everyone say they just disappeared suddenly? This is too absurd. Forcing down the urge to curse, Feng Baijian immediately shouted, What about the vitality pills for dorms 104, 203, and 520? Go check quickly. Before long, a knock came from the first floor. Hey, brothers from 104, are your vitality pills still there? A few seconds later, a response came from inside. They're here. We just checked. How's the fight going outside? Hearing this, Feng Baijian let out
out a slight sigh of relief. But that relief was quickly replaced by tension again. Several male soldiers who went upstairs to check rushed down in a panic, shouting loudly, "They're gone! Captain Foam, all the vitality pills in dorm 203 are gone! Captain Foam, the vitality pills in dorm 520 are gone too!" Feng Baijian only felt his head buzzing. All gone, all gone. Now, only dorm 104, which is locked from the inside, still has one left. Opposite her, Lu Qingxi heard the news and initially wanted to sneer and mock them for acting, but upon closer inspection of Feng Baijian and the expressions of the reporting male soldiers, she realized it didn't seem like an act. If these male soldiers were such good actors, why bother being soldiers? Wouldn't it be more fitting for them to become actors? She recalled how the qi and blood pills in the female soldiers' dormitory had also disappeared silently right under everyone's noses, and a chill surged in her heart. Who could it be, possessing such skills to steal the qi and blood pills from both the male and female soldiers' dormitories without a trace? One pill was left in the male soldiers' dormitory, and one pill was left in the female soldiers' dormitory. Just as Lu Qingxi furrowed her brows in deep thought, her phone rang. Feng Baijian and the others immediately turned their gazes toward her, full of suspicion and inquiry. Clearly, they still suspected that Lu Qingxi had found an excuse to provoke a fight in the male soldiers' dormitory and then sneaked in to steal the vitality pills. Lu Qingxi ignored them, glanced at the caller ID, and directly put the phone on speaker. Soon, an anxious voice came through. "Captain Lu, something's wrong. The vitality pills in dorm 901 are gone too." "What?" Lu Qingxi exclaimed instinctively. She immediately realized something was wrong and quickly asked, "What happened? Didn't you lock the dormitory door? There were so many sisters guarding the entrance, how could the vitality pills be gone? Did you open the door?" The voice on the other end of the phone immediately replied, "No, we didn't open the door at all. The door has been locked the whole time, and the sisters outside are all here. They didn't notice anything unusual. But when we checked the vitality pills just now, we found they had disappeared." As soon as the words were spoken, the first floor of the male soldiers' dormitory fell into an eerie silence. Everyone felt a chilling sense of dread creeping up their spines. The vitality pills in both the male and female soldiers' dormitories had vanished in such a bizarre manner, leaving only the solitary vitality pill in dormitory 104. Meanwhile, in dormitory 901, which was also locked and guarded by over a dozen female soldiers, the vitality pills inside had just mysteriously evaporated as well. Can the vitality pills in dormitory 104 still be safeguarded? The situation suddenly became strange and unpredictable. Feng Baijian frowned and looked at Lu Qingxi, probing as he asked, "Captain Lu, are you really not deliberately claiming the vitality pills are gone to stir up a fight in the male soldiers' dormitory and take advantage of the chaos?" Lu Qingxi, still reeling from the shock of the vitality pills being stolen from the female soldiers' dormitory, was instantly enraged upon hearing this. "Feng Baijian, what nonsense are you spouting? If I wanted to start a fight, would I need an excuse? One person, one gun, and a direct charge would suffice." Before the words had even faded, the Thunder Dragon martial soul flickered faintly behind Lu Qingxi, accompanied by the roar of dragons and the rumble of thunder. The black thunder spear in her hand gleamed coldly, as if an invincible Valkyrie had descended. Feng Baijian opened his mouth but had no words to refute, his brows furrowing even deeper. He looked at Lu Qingxi. "So, Captain Lu, what do you think is going on here? We've been fighting chaotically for so long, both sides suffering losses, and now out of the 10 vitality pills, only one remains in dorm 104, disappearing so mysteriously. Could it really be the work of some ghostly entity?" The people around shuddered involuntarily upon hearing this. Although no one had ever seen a ghost, the fear of the unknown always stirred unease in their hearts. The current situation is indeed eerie and strange. Lu Qingxi frowned slightly and responded, "The talk of ghosts is absurd. It must be someone with special abilities or a ferocious beast. Earlier, I almost caught him on the 9th floor of the female soldiers' dormitory, but he escaped through the window. Although I didn't see his figure, I noticed bed sheets tied by the window." "Tied bed sheets?" Feng Baijian's heart trembled. "That definitely isn't a ghost. When he saw you coming, he escaped from the 9th floor but didn't go straight downstairs. He most likely went to the 8th or 7th floor. When you came down to fight us, he climbed back up, caught you off guard, and stole the last blood chi pill. Then, he sneaked into the male soldiers' dormitory and took advantage of the chaos to steal 4 blood chi pills. Only room 104, with its locked door and tight security, was inaccessible to him, so he had to leave one behind for now." Based on Lu Qingxi's words, Feng Baijian quickly deduced the situation with near accuracy. However, just as he finished speaking, the door of dormitory 104 suddenly burst open with a loud clang. Immediately after, 4 male soldiers rushed out, their faces pale as they cried out, "Captain Feng, the vitality pills are gone. All the vitality pills in our dormitory suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they were just gone." Feng Baijian swayed, almost losing his balance. Supporting himself on a nearby male soldier, he asked with difficulty, "They're really gone? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" The male soldier from dormitory 104 replied helplessly, "They're really gone. We checked several several times, and the vitality pills just vanished into thin air.
Captain Feng, what should we do? What should we do?
Feng Baijian suppressed the urge to spit blood, turned to look at Lu Qingxi, who was equally dumbfounded, and said, Captain Lu, I think this matter has
already exceeded our capabilities.
There must be some veteran or some kind of special fierce beast that sneaked in.
We should quickly report this to the chief instructor.
After hearing this, Lu Qingxi also felt it made sense. She and Feng Baijian were both among the best of the new recruits. If even they were being toyed with by this mysterious force, unable to find even the slightest trace, it was clear that someone stronger than them had intervened in this confrontation between the male and female dormitories and stolen the 10 vitality pills. Among the new recruits, there was absolutely no one stronger than them.
Thus, Lu Qingxi nodded. Alright, let's report it to the chief instructor.
The two reached an agreement, and Feng Baijian was tasked with making the call.
After 2 beeps, the call was quickly connected, and a cold voice came from the other end. Hello? Feng Baijian spoke up. Chief instructor, I am Feng Baijian. Here's the situation.
He reported the situation in the male and female dormitories in detail and finally raised his suspicion. Chief instructor, we suspect that this confrontation exercise involves veterans or special fierce beasts.
However, the next moment, Hu Banruo's voice echoed throughout the first floor of the male dormitory.
I know everything you said, but I can tell you clearly that the ones who stole the 10 chi and blood pills are none other than the recruits of your batch. Heh, you recruits are truly interesting. Hu Banruo's words were like a ruthless blade, mercilessly shattering the pride in the hearts of Feng Baijian and Lu Qingxi. They considered themselves excellent, unmatched among the recruits, but Hu Banruo said that right under their noses, a recruit of the same rank had stolen 10 vitality pills, which was hard for them to accept.
Feng Baijian immediately asked in shock, Chief instructor, are you sure it was really a recruit? Hu Banruo snorted coldly, it was indeed a recruit. Enough talk, handle your own matters and stop bothering me.
After saying this, Hu Banruo hung up the phone. In the monitoring room, Hu Banruo pursed her lips, clearly displeased with Feng Baijian's skepticism. She turned her head to look at the projection screen displaying the feed from the surveillance fly. On the projection screen, Luo Xiu had already appeared. He was standing under a large tree that was out of the surveillance range, pretending to walk out slowly in a deliberate manner. Seeing this, Hu Banruo couldn't help but chuckle softly, her light laughter instantly brightening the atmosphere in the monitoring room like spring. This guy really knows how to put on an act. He just secretly stole 10 vitality pills from the male and female soldiers' dormitories, and now he looks so harmless.
If I hadn't been watching him the whole time, who would have thought he was the mastermind behind it all? The psychic who had been silently controlling the fly couldn't help but interject. Chief instructor, this recruit's abilities are truly
extraordinary and could have a significant impact on our future strategies. I suggest reporting this matter to the Legion commander. Hu Banruo nodded slightly. Before asking you to help, I already reported to the Legion commander.
The commander instructed not to make a fuss and to observe him secretly for a while first.
The psychic master said no more, refocused, and controlled the fly to closely follow Luo Xiu. At this moment, Luo Xiu walked with a light step, as if he had just discovered he was the top scorer in the college entrance exam, his excitement evident. Nothing lifts the spirit like good news. 10 vitality pills, so easily in hand. When Feng Baijian and Lu Qingxi were confronting each other, he had already quietly come down from upstairs.
After observing in secret for a moment, he once
again used his old trick, sneaking into dormitory 104 through the outer window and casually stealing the vitality pill right under the male soldier's nose. However, this vitality pill is ultimately a hot potato and needs to be dealt with quickly. If only I could exchange it for a divine thought pill, he thought. Luo Xiu walked while pondering, a hint of difficulty appearing on his face. Although he had discarded the box containing the vitality pill and only used a plastic bag to hold it, the bulging item in his pocket was still extremely conspicuous. If he returned to the male soldier's dormitory later and was discovered, it would definitely be hard to explain. Moreover, who can guarantee that the frantic Feng Baijian and Lu Qingxi won't order a search for the vitality pills? If they end up being found on him, that would be a huge problem. What should I do? Luo Xiu clutched his bulging pocket, muttering to himself in a low voice. Under the glow of the setting sun, his shadow stretched. Long behind him, resembling a greedy dragon that had found a treasure but didn't know how to consume it, looking somewhat desolate. In the monitoring room, Hu Banruo saw this scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Send a few veteran soldiers to pass by him and hint that the vitality pills can be exchanged for points or other items at the armory. Yes, one of the 2 black-clad soldiers guarding the door immediately hurried away. Hu Banruo stared at Luo Xiu on the screen, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Greedy people are always like this, ignoring the consequences.
But now I can see clearly as a bystander.
If I were him, I would also take all 10 vitality pills. After all, the feeling of secretly keeping everything to oneself is truly exhilarating. Before long, the black-clad soldier who had left earlier reported back. Captain Hu, the matter has been handled.
A veteran has been sent to Luo Xiu's side.
Hu Banruo nodded, a sense of unprecedented satisfaction welling up in his heart. Being able to observe everything from from behind the scenes, knowing secrets that others didn't, and then casually helping Luo Xiu solve problems. This feeling was truly wonderful. Could it be that I have some strange, peculiar hobby? As he asked himself this, the projection screen displayed the figures of 3 or 4 black-clad veterans. They seemed to be strolling casually past Luo Xiu, even casting a curious glance at him. This immediately made Luo Xiu alert and extremely nervous. It wasn't until he recognized a few veterans that his expression relaxed slightly. However, he was soon drawn to the conversation of the veterans. Old Wang, how many points do you have now? Can you lend me some? I won't lend it, I don't have much left either. Last time, I exchanged blood crystals for 100 points and bought 10 vitality pills. Now I only have a few dozen points left. A few dozen points is still quite a lot. Lend me some, I'll exchange them for 2 vitality pills. Damn, you're really shameless. You still haven't returned the 30 points you borrowed from me before. Ahem, I'm just a bit short right now. I'll definitely pay you back when I have points. Hearing these words, Luo Xiu couldn't help but step forward and ask, Hey, everyone, what exactly are points? The veteran soldiers stopped in their tracks, and the one called Old Wang gave him a once-over. New here? Luo Xiu quickly nodded. Yes, I just arrived yesterday. I'm not very familiar with the unit yet, so I hope you can give me some guidance. Old Wang smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, guidance is fine, but I need to correct one thing about how you address us. In the army, new recruits can't call veterans big brother. You have to call them squad leader or senior. Got it? Squad leader? Senior? A trace of contemplation flashed in Luo Xiu's eyes, and then he clasped his fists and said, greetings, seniors. Old Wang laughed heartily. Good, you're in now. Let me tell you, these points are the universal currency in the army. They can be used to exchange for items, and you can also earn points by making contributions. With points, you can get whatever you want from the armory. The most basic item, of course, is the vitality pill. One vitality pill costs 10 points, and it's the same price when you sell it, 10 points per pill. That's one good thing about our army. No platform fees, handling fees, or management fees, none of that nonsense. They don't exploit us poor soldiers. If you need anything, go check out the armory. It's not far, just over there. As he spoke, Old Wang pointed in a direction. Just keep walking that way. See that building? Go inside, head to the second floor, turn left, and the third room is the one. Luo Xiu looked in the direction and indeed saw a building, about 500 or 600 meters away, not too far. Alright, let's go take a look. We still need to train. Old Wang finished speaking, patted Luo Xiu on the back, and then left with the other veterans. Luo Xiu watched their gradually receding figures, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. He always felt that these people arrived too coincidentally, but he couldn't figure out why they would specifically come to tell him these things. Could it be that they knew about the 10 vitality pills he had just obtained? Luo Xiu shook his head and immediately dismissed the thought. He was already in stealth mode. Could these people possibly have supernatural abilities like thermal imaging, prediction, or X-ray vision? That would be terrifying. This shouldn't happen. Forget it, don't overthink it. Go exchange the vitality pill for the divine sense pill first. With the divine sense pill, I can enhance my talent again tonight. The progress is really fast. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu immediately became excited, his steps quickening. Before long, he followed Old Wang's directions and found the armory. Hello, is this the armory? As soon as Luo Xiu finished speaking, a surprised voice came from the room. Huh? It's you! Aren't you the rookie who awakened the abilities of invisibility and X-ray vision? Hearing this voice, Luo Xiu paused slightly and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a round-faced female soldier. Oh, it was the same round-faced female soldier who had been responsible for registration and distributing supplies on the day he enlisted. Luo Xiu didn't pay much attention to her almost slip of the tongue just now. Smiling, he walked into the armory and greeted her. So it's you, senior. Why are you here in the armory? The round-faced female soldier pursed her lips but seemed quite satisfied with Luo Xiu's way of addressing her. I've always been in the armory department. That day, I was distributing equipment to you new recruits. Is it unreasonable for me to be working there? You do have a point. Luo Xiu was momentarily stunned. The round-faced female soldier snorted lightly. So, tell me, what are you doing at the armory department? What do you need? You're actually the first new recruit to come here. Her tone carried a clear sense of surprise. Hearing this, Luo Xiu became even more enthusiastic. He chuckled, stepped forward, pulled out a bulging plastic bag from his pocket, handed it to her, and said with a cheerful smile, Senior, I'm here to exchange points and buy some stuff. Look, these are 10 vitality pills. Chi and blood pill? The round-faced female soldier's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. She quickly reached out to take the plastic bag, examining it from left to right. She opened the seal and saw the bright red Chi and blood pills lying inside, her eyes widening in shock. Pointing at the bag, then at the pills inside, and finally at Luo Xiu, she opened her mouth. You actually use this to store Chi and blood pills? Luo Xiu looked puzzled. What's wrong, senior? Is there something inappropriate? Inappropriate? The round-faced female soldier saw Luo Xiu's confused expression, which didn't seem intentional at all, and
and felt a pang in her heart. Who in their right mind would use a plastic bag to store chi and blood pills? These are cultivation pills worth 3,000 apiece on the market. Treating them like trash and casually storing them like this, how is that acceptable? Why did you put the vitality pills in a plastic bag? The round-faced female soldier was at a loss for words. Luo Xiu's behavior was truly unusual. Luo Xiu scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. Isn't this just for convenience? If I put them in a box, it would take up space and be hard to carry. Convenience? Take up space? Hard to carry? The round-faced female soldier felt as if thunder had exploded in her mind upon hearing this. She had initially planned to give Luo Xiu a good scolding for his wasteful behavior, but realizing that he didn't seem to care at all, her anger gradually subsided. Judging by his attitude, he clearly doesn't think much of these 10 vitality pills. 10 vitality pills are no small amount. I guess this Luo Xiu must be the young master of some wealthy family. I better not meddle in other people's business. Sigh, I really envy these damn rich families. When will I be able to treat vitality pills like trash and toss them into a plastic bag? The round-faced female soldier muttered to herself, took a deep breath, and swiftly opened the plastic bag. She carefully took out 10 vitality pills one by one, counted them, and placed them into the box designated for storing vitality pills. Then she looked back at Luo Xiu and asked, 10 vitality pills confirmed. They can be exchanged for 100 points. Are you sure you want to proceed with the exchange? Luo Xiu immediately brightened up upon hearing this. Yes, after exchanging the points, can I get a divine sense pill? I need 1 divine sense pill. Another divine sense pill? The round-faced female soldier couldn't help but exclaim, but quickly realized her slip and hurriedly added, yes, a divine sense pill costs 100 points, so you can exchange for it. Saying this, she took a box of divine sense pills from the shelf next to the counter and handed it to Luo Xiu. Although she couldn't understand why Luo Xiu, as a martial artist, would choose not to exchange for vitality pills and always opt for divine sense pills, she knew it wasn't her place to question. Her job was simply to handle the exchange. Luo Xiu took the divine sense pills with great excitement, feeling a bit dazed. Originally deprived of all cultivation resources by Humeli, he had only been in the army for 2 days and had already obtained 2 divine sense pills, something he had never even dared to dream of before. Adding the one given to him by his cheap old dad, Luo Jianjun, he now easily held 3 divine sense pills in his hands. If converted into blood chi pills, that would be 30. Back in school, he might have only gotten 1 a month, and even that was secretly given to him by Luo Jianjun. Thinking of this, a wave of bitterness surged in his heart, and he couldn't help but shed a few tears. Now, being in the army, it finally felt like his hardships had come to an end. If you need to exchange for more resources in the future, feel free to come to the military supplies office and find me. Amid the round-faced female soldier's farewell, Luo Xiu left the military supplies office. Subsequently, he couldn't wait to head toward the male soldier's dormitory. It was time to enhance his talent once again. However, when he arrived in front of the dormitory building, he found that the male and female soldiers had not dispersed. Instead, upon seeing him, they all surged toward him. Leading the group were Lu Qingxi and Feng Baijian. Luo Xiu muttered to himself, here comes trouble, but still calmly stepped forward to meet them. After all, he didn't have a single blood chi pill on him anymore, so there was no evidence left. They couldn't possibly claim there was something wrong with the divine sense pill he had, could they? What's going on? Lu Qingxi's face carried a hint of doubt and curiosity, while Feng Baijian's complexion remained pale, his expression calm. He slightly extended his hand and said in a gentle tone, Captain Luo, please wait. Luo Xiu paused his steps, slowly coming to a stop, and thought to himself, another test of my acting skills has arrived. He pretended to be puzzled and said, isn't this Brother 100 Slayer? Brother, is there something you need? As he spoke, his gaze swept over the recruits behind Feng Baijian and Lu Qingxi, his face carrying a look of inquiry. Hearing the title Brother 100 Slayer, Feng Baijian's face immediately flushed red, and he said helplessly, Captain Luo, don't say that. I'm not called 100 Slayer, it's Baijian. But he quickly realized he was being misled and said seriously, Captain Luo, here's the situation. The results of the male and female soldiers' dormitory competition were just announced, and all 10 vitality pills have disappeared. Without a trace. Both the male and female soldiers lost. I confirmed with the chief instructor, and the chief instructor said that one of our recruits did take the vitality pills, but we know nothing about this recruit. Feng Baijian's tone carried frustration and helplessness, mixed with a hint of admiration for that mysterious recruit. Before he could finish, Luo Xiu pretended to be surprised and said, all 10 vitality pills are gone? The male and female soldiers' dormitory competition is over? Did I come back too late? Then, as if realizing something belatedly, he frowned and looked at Feng Baijian, asking in surprise, so, Brother 100 Slashes, are you suspecting that I took the 10 vitality pills? Feng Baijian also felt that such suspicion was somewhat inappropriate. His face turned even redder, and he nodded awkwardly, that's right, Captain Luo. At that time, only you and some people from the 3rd Phalanx were absent, and also, his words stopped at the tip of his tongue, and he didn't reveal the real reason. In fact, the reason they suspected him was because because Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei had told him that Luo Xiu possessed the ability of invisibility.
Feng Baizhan felt that suspecting Luo Xiu was inappropriate, but at the same time, he thought that Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei, who had leaked the clue, were even more in the wrong. At this moment, Lu Qingxi stepped forward, walked up to Luo Xiu, and said coldly, Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei from your third phalanx said that you have the ability of invisibility, so we have reason to suspect you. If you have a clear conscience, let us search you. If you truly have a vitality blood pill on you, we admit defeat, acknowledging your superior tactics in this round, playing us like pawns in your hands. However, we will keep a close eye on you in future competitions. If you don't have a vitality blood pill on you, then we have slandered you, and we will apologize. Moreover, I will personally step in to discipline and guide Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei. Luo Xiu, as a man, just voluntarily give up resisting and let us search you.
Do you dare? Lu Qingxi's words were resolute and echoed throughout the front of the new recruits' dormitory building.
However, as soon as she spoke, Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei, hiding in the crowd, instantly turned pale.
Wasn't this an outright betrayal? Did Lu Qingxi do this on purpose?
The two slightly raised their heads to look forward, just in time to meet Luo Xiu's gaze. Their hearts immediately raced, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Earlier tonight, they had agreed not to provoke Luo Xiu for the time being, as they couldn't afford to mess with him. Yet now, they were directly exposed under everyone's scrutiny.
If no qi and blood pills were found on Luo Xiu, how would they continue to survive in the third faction? They would definitely be torn apart by their teammates.
Luo Xiu glanced at the two with a faint smile, then turned to look at Lu Qingxi. Her skin was as fair as snow, her brows and eyes as cold as ice, and the faint scent of jasmine on her body wafted over, intoxicating Luo Xiu slightly. If he didn't know that Lu Qingxi was his fiancée with whom he had a marriage arrangement, Luo Xiu might have really thought she was domineering, cold, and unfeeling. But at this moment, he understood clearly that Lu Qingxi didn't believe he had stolen the qi and blood pill. That was why she deliberately told him that the informants were Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei, and even said that if nothing was found, she would personally punish those two. He had to admit, Lu Qingxi was genuinely good to him. Thinking back to the words in Lu Qingxi's diary, I will remember this grudge, Luo Xiu found her even more endearing.
How nice, if only it were a bit bigger. Could it be that long legs and a full figure can't coexist? Luo Xiu muttered to himself inwardly, his gaze involuntarily sweeping over Lu Qingxi's chest.
Then, he let out a long breath, raised his head righteously, and said with a resolute tone, all right, since Captain Lu said so, how could I refuse? I must show you that I am a real man. As soon as he finished speaking, he tore his shirt open with a loud rip, revealing well-defined muscular lines. Then he slapped his chest twice and shouted, come on, search.
Lu Qingxi was stunned by his bold action.
She instinctively glanced at Luo Xiu's chest, where 6 distinct abs were visible, and her cold, delicate face immediately flushed slightly.
Thinking of Luo Xiu's casual gaze, earlier, Lu Qingxi couldn't help but feel he had ulterior motives.
She snorted coldly, turned her head proudly, stepped aside, and said softly, let Captain Feng do it. I'm afraid your bony frame might hurt my hands.
Ahem, let me handle it.
Feng Baizhan coughed lightly from the side, feeling like these two were flirting, though he had no evidence. He walked up to Luo Xiu and gestured for him to simply take off his shirt. Next, he patted Luo Xiu's pants pocket and searched downward like a security check, but everything was empty. Then, he picked up Luo Xiu's discarded shirt, shook it, and began rummaging through its pockets. Moments later, he felt a box.
Feng Baizhan's expression changed as he pulled the box out of the pocket.
Holding the box up in front of Luo Xiu, his gaze turned serious. Captain Luo, this is.
The words were not yet finished, and the onlooking recruits immediately became excited. That's clearly a box for holding pills.
Whoa,
could it be that Luo Xiu really took today's vitality pills?
That would be too impressive. No, that would be too cunning.
Use your brain, can 10 blood vitality pills fit into one box?
Maybe he was afraid of being discovered, so he threw away the other boxes and stuffed all the blood vitality pills into 1 or 2 boxes.
That's possible. Keep searching, maybe we'll find other boxes.
Lu Qingxi, standing nearby, slightly narrowed her pupils when she saw the box.
Although emotionally she was unwilling to believe that Luo Xiu had stolen the blood vitality pills, rationally she also thought he wasn't that capable.
She had joined the military to keep an eye on Luo Xiu and ensure he wouldn't get into trouble. If Luo Xiu were really found guilty, she truly wouldn't know what to do. But obviously, Luo Xiu was not flustered at all. He took the box from Feng Baizhan's hand and casually opened it with a click. Then he held the box up to Feng Baizhan's face. Come, brother Baizhan, as a spiritual mind master, you should be very familiar with this pill. Tell everyone, what is this?
Divine mind pill.
Feng Baizhan answered without even looking. He was too familiar with this kind of pill. As a spiritual mind master, he consumed at least 1 divine mind pill every month to enhance his mental strength. Luo Xiu had just opened the box when he smelled a familiar scent.
Hearing Feng Baizhan's response, Lu Qingxi breathed a sigh of relief.
However, the people around them showed confusion. Divine sense pill, this thing is precious. It's an essential pill for spiritual sense masters.
Isn't Luo Xiu a martial artist? Why does he need this divine sense sense pill. And where did this divine sense pill come from? Yeah, it's a bit strange.
10 chi and blood pills are roughly equivalent in value to one divine sense pill.
Such petty thinking, isn't it? What's wrong with Captain Luo having a divine sense pill? Doesn't everyone have things they like?
Exactly, Captain Luo isn't obligated to explain the source of his personal belongings to us.
That's right.
Whoever just questioned Captain Luo, I think you're just like Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei, jealous of someone being better than you and unable to stand seeing others succeed.
Everyone was talking about it.
Luo Xiu smiled faintly, having anticipated this reaction, and calmly said, the divine sense pill is the
enlistment benefit I received yesterday. Everyone gets one. I just chose the divine sense pill and didn't take the vitality pill.
As for the reason, I had calculated in my mind that since I could awaken a mental talent and my mental potential had reached D level, there was a chance I could truly become a
mentalist.
So, I decided to take a gamble on the divine sense pill.
After all, if I failed, it would just be wasting one pill, but if I succeeded, wouldn't I soar to great heights?
Saying this, I closed the box containing the divine sense pill and slipped it into my pocket. Beside me, Feng Baijian rummaged through Luo Xiu's other pockets but found nothing. He then returned the clothes to me and said loudly, Captain Luo, there's nothing in the other pockets. Then, he slightly bowed and apologized, I'm sorry, Captain Luo, we misunderstood you.
Now I sincerely apologize and hope you can forgive me. Lu Qingxi was initially somewhat pleased because they hadn't found anything on me.
But when she saw Feng Baijian apologizing to me, her expression instantly stiffened. Only then did she remember that she had said earlier that if nothing was found, she would have to apologize and personally reprimand Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei. She raised her eyes to look at me, only to see me staring at her with a faint smile.
Lu Qingxi felt as though I had seen through something, but then thought it was unlikely.
After some thought, she could only comfort herself. This must be Luo Xiu's nature, with a touch of mischievous humor.
Yes, it must be like this, she thought to herself.
I'll remember this grudge. She let out a light snort, her face still showing an unwilling expression. She walked up to me and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Please forgive me.
Ha, what?
I leaned in closer, as if I hadn't heard clearly. Lu Qingxi gritted her teeth at this, adding another grudge to her heart, and repeated loudly, I'm sorry.
I misunderstood you. Please forgive me. Oh, I see, it's okay. Just don't wrong a good person like me again in the future,
I said with a smug smile. Lu Qingxi gritted her teeth, the sound of grinding audible, understood. Immediately, she whipped her head around, her spear pointing at the ashen-faced Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei in the team, shouting, scoundrels,
prepare to die.
With that, she shot out like a bolt of lightning. As she left, whether intentionally or not, her foot stomped heavily on mine, making me grimace in pain.
Then, a burst of heart-wrenching cries echoed, calling for their parents.
Hu Chai and Zhou Yunfei were pinned to the ground by Lu Qingxi and beaten mercilessly, yet no one stepped forward to intervene. I watched their miserable cries, let out a cold laugh, turned around, and returned to the male soldiers' dormitory. Back in room 304, I greeted Wang Fugui, then lay down on the bed, swallowed the divine thought pill I had just obtained, closed my eyes, and began, silently reciting in my heart, praying reverently to the temple god, blessed primordial heavenly lord,
blessed temple heavenly sovereign.
Amid the chaotic and frenzied whispers, I once again felt the pleasure of my entire body being cleansed, as if the impurities within me were slowly flowing away with the vibrating sounds. The tingling sensation in my eyes felt like a refreshing SPA for them, incredibly soothing. I immersed myself in this pleasure until the deep quiet of the night. At midnight,
suddenly, I woke up in a daze, staring blankly at the dormitory ceiling, feeling as though I had transcended.
In my sea of consciousness, the small bronze temple suddenly flickered faintly, and a stream of information instantly surged into my mind. Perspective level 3 can penetrate 3 walls with a thickness of half a meter, consuming 0.1 mental value per use, lasting for 5 minutes. Invisibility level 3 can render invisible all items within a 3-meter range of physical contact, consuming 0.1 blood energy per use, lasting for 5 minutes. Talent has evolved 3 times cumulatively, allowing the unlocking of an additional talent ability. Perspective extra abilities: 1. Super Perspective, 2. Illusion Vision, 3. Enchanting Eye. Extra stealth abilities: 1. Super Stealth, 2. Shadow Clone, 3. Stealth Maniac. I sat on the bed in a daze, feeling that all of this was somewhat unreal.
Strengthening 3 times could actually unlock an additional talent ability? This is practically cheating. Which martial soul or spirit soul could possess such outrageous abilities?
Even the martial god Xiao Wendian, his martial soul merely came with innate martial techniques. As for whether it had any other special abilities, who has ever heard of that? There's no record in the classics of any martial soul or spirit soul being able to enhance talents, let alone unlock additional abilities based on strengthening.
This completely overturns the commonly known principles.
I couldn't help but once again question the origins of this bronze temple. Temple god, it's simply too defiant of the natural order.
Why would something so extraordinary appear in his sea of consciousness? Could it really be because he's a transmigrator? Thinking about it, this seems to be the most reasonable explanation.
With a bit of unease in his heart, Luo Xiu's consciousness slowly slowly sank into his sea of consciousness. His gaze fell on the bronze temple emitting a faint divine glow, and he silently
asked in his heart, "Temple God, Mighty One, could you help clear up my confusion? What exactly are these special abilities about? Otherwise, I really don't know how to make a choice."
To be honest, he felt that the fact that the temple god could provide concrete information every time his talent leveled up was already strange enough. He didn't believe at all that the temple god could truly understand what he was saying. However, in the next moment, Luo Xiu was completely stunned. He saw the faint glow of the bronze temple flash, and streams of information once again flooded into his consciousness.
Information on advanced perspective ability,
super perspective, an enhanced version of perspective where seeing through walls, clothes, or even mountain rocks and the flow of internal meridians is merely the foundation.
The
true advancement lies in the ability to perceive the subtle, discern the principles of operation, uncover methods of improvement, and understand the causes of infinite changes.
Illusion, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you.
It's as if you've fallen into the abyss you see in your eyes, which may not necessarily be a bad thing.
Charm, walking hormones, a pair of eyes brimming with spring water, capable of captivating countless women.
When they meet your gaze, they've already lost completely.
Advanced stealth ability information.
Super stealth, an enhanced version of stealth, not only concealing yourself and the items on you but also making the objects you touch invisible.
And this is just the
basics. The true advancement lies in enabling invisible objects to detach from your body, becoming invisible without contact, and concealing larger and more numerous items.
Shadow clone, a cliché skill, seen everywhere in movies and TV shows, a low-level gimmick that's not worth mentioning. Stealth berserker, a combination of invisibility and berserk mode. Doesn't it sound like a genius design?
After turning invisible, you gain full attribute berserk mode, with combat power
skyrocketing several times over.
The downside is a temporary loss of sanity during the berserk state.
An invisible berserker with terrifying destructive power. Interesting, right?
Luo Xiu blankly absorbed all the information in his sea of consciousness, his mind completely dazed.
At first, the small bronze temple seemed utterly unremarkable. After offering a divine thought pill, the temple deity showed no obvious changes. Upon offering a second divine thought pill, the temple deity began releasing information about the enhanced talents in his sea of consciousness.
By the time the third divine thought pill was offered, the temple deity not only released information but also responded to his requests, even speaking in a lively tone.
What on earth is going on? Luo Xiu couldn't help but wonder if the temple deity truly had life.
It seemed to have been in a deep slumber until he offered 3 divine thought pills, which gradually awakened it.
Since it's a temple, who exactly is the deity being worshipped?
Each time he offered a divine thought pill, a few incantations would flash through his mind. Luo Xiu quickly pinpointed a name: Sacred Temple Heavenly Lord, Primordial Heavenly Venerable, Moral Immortal Venerable, and Spiritual Treasure Heavenly Venerable. He was familiar with these as the 3 pure ones of Taoism.
But the name, Sacred Temple Heavenly Lord, was completely foreign to him.
Moreover, the name contained the word temple, clearly indicating a close connection to this small bronze temple. Perhaps, this holy temple Celestial Lord is the deity worshipped in this small bronze temple, the legendary temple god.
Holy Temple Celestial Lord, who exactly is this divine being?
Luo Xiu shook his head and chose not to delve deeper, knowing that with his current understanding of the temple god, racking his brains would likely lead nowhere. He simply shifted his attention back to these additional talent abilities:
Super X-ray vision, illusion vision, charm, super stealth, shadow clone, stealth maniac. Which 2 should I choose? Luo Xiu first ruled out shadow clone and charm.
The temple god clearly looked down on shadow clone, calling it cliché, overused, and a low-level skill unworthy of being showcased. Perhaps the temple god had more advanced clone skills, but Luo Xiu simply hadn't reached the level required to unlock them yet. As for charm, Luo Xiu is a man destined to surpass the martial god.
How could he indulge in the comforts of tenderness, seducing women everywhere and flirting recklessly?
Although it might be enjoyable, it greatly erodes one's willpower and is absolutely not an option. Regarding phantom vision and frenzied stealth, Luo Xiu hesitated repeatedly and ultimately decided not to choose them. Phantom vision does sound powerful, allowing him to trap opponents in an illusion when they look into his eyes. It's a highly offensive skill, catching others off guard.
However, once the opponent is prepared, this skill becomes rather useless.
As for frenzied stealth, the cost of losing rationality is too high.
After full body enhancement, losing one's sanity could lead to irreparable mistakes at any moment. This risk is something he cannot easily accept.
So in the long run, super stealth and supervision are the wisest choices. After sorting out his thoughts, Luo Xiu lay back on the bed again. With his eyes closed, he silently conveyed to the temple deity in his heart, I choose super stealth and supervision. Begin enhancement.
With the revival of spiritual energy, all things compete to grow.
In the silent nourishment of nature, Luo Xiu once again fell into a hazy sleep.
He only felt
that his entire body had entered a new round of evolution, a sensation several times more pleasurable than being massaged by 100 slender, fragrant beauties.
In this state of trembling relaxation, Luo Xiu's body was operating automatically in an indescribable manner.
His vitality gradually increased, and his mental and psychic powers steadily strengthened.
Even
the technique he had only skimmed through and had yet to formally practice, the Vajra-breaking army technique, was autonomously cultivating itself in a slightly different way from the original method.
With each breath Luo Xiu took, it seemed as though countless divine essences burst forth. In his sea of consciousness, the small bronze temple emitted a faint glow, not dazzling but imbued with a guiding force.
Chaos, distortion, and maddening whispers enveloped the entire bronze temple, as if the sounds of ancient rituals from eons ago were echoing, drawing Luo Xiu into a dreamlike trance.
After an unknown amount of time, he seemed to hear someone calling by his ear, "Luo Xiu, wake up. The chief instructor wants everyone to gather." Gather? Luo Xiu jolted awake, instantly alert.
He quickly sat up in bed and saw Wang Fugui, Zhang Yulong, and Shen Xiaodong already dressed neatly, standing by his bedside, smiling at him.
Wang Fugui, seeing him awake, immediately said, "Hurry up and get dressed, it's already 5:25. The chief instructor requires everyone to be assembled downstairs at the martial arts field by 5:30.
Zhang Yulong and Shen Xiaodong also nodded repeatedly. Luo Xiu was about to get dressed when his gaze unintentionally swept over Wang Fugui and the other two, and he was instantly stunned. In the faint morning light, golden threads flowed within the three of them, with some parts turning red, resembling blockages. Beside the red threads, faint green threads could also be seen. The apertures within their bodies flickered between light and dark, some emitted a faint golden glow, while others exuded a pitch-black luster, appearing particularly eerie and terrifying. In addition, Luo Xiu could clearly see the fine textures on their skin, the floating dust particles in the air, the subtle changes in their pupils as they moved or stayed still, the slight growth of their hair, and even the minute spatial distortions caused by the flow of air. All of it was crystal clear to him. What shocked him even more was that he could even see the surface of Wang Fugui's heart and flesh, where a tiny white dot seemed to emerge as if scorched.
"This is supervision?" Luo Xiu exclaimed inwardly. "Subtle details, the principles of operation, methods of improvement, the causes of all changes."
He murmured to himself.
"This is absolutely absurd."
He snapped back to reality, and in his astonishment, he quickly crawled out of the bed, habitually grabbing the steel bed frame beside him to steady himself. However, as soon as he exerted force, he heard a crisp creak, and the bed frame he was holding slightly twisted and caved in.
"Whoa!" Luo Xiu exclaimed in shock.
Wang Fugui and Zhang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and even they were stunned.
Wang Fugui blurted out, "Luo Xiu, your grip strength is way too strong. What's your blood vitality level now?" Zhang Yulong asked.
Luo Xiu let go of the bed frame, scratching his head while pulling up his pants. "I'm not too sure either.
It was measured at 0.83 during my awakening." 0.83? That's about the same as mine. Did you take some blood vitality pills to boost it a lot?
Wang Fugui looked a bit dazed. Shen Xiaodong denied it. "Impossible. My blood vitality level is 0.92, and even I couldn't twist the steel pipe of the bed frame unconsciously."
"That would require deliberate effort." Zhang Yulong nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I'm at 0.93, and I can't do it at all." "Captain Luo, are you secretly hiding your strength, planning to amaze everyone?"
His words carried a hint of probing.
Luo Xiu shook his head. "I don't have that kind of ability. During martial arts awakening, there were mentors watching.
Those people are all martial artists above the 3rd or 4th
rank. How could I fake it right under their noses?
I guess I was just groggy from sleep, and when I got up, I triggered some potential.
It probably won't be this strong in a while."
After saying that, he stopped letting everyone dwell on it, quickly and decisively got dressed, rushed into the washroom, and splashed his face with water.
Once he was fully awake, he waved at the door. "Let's go, time to assemble." Wang Fugui and the others quickly followed.
Soon, everyone arrived at the martial arts training ground. On the training ground, the bustling crowd remained, and everyone continued to line up according to the 9 formations from yesterday.
The new recruits in the 3rd formation saw Luo Xiu approaching, and regardless of gender, greeted him with smiles. "Morning, Captain Luo." "Good morning, Captain Luo." "Hello, Captain Luo."
Luo Xiu responded to each greeting with a smile. However, as his gaze swept over the crowd, just like when he saw Wang Fugui and the others, he clearly noticed golden, red, and green threads flowing within each person's body, with their acupoints emitting golden light and dark energy.
His gaze shifted to the 8 instructors chatting not far away.
He could clearly see the airflow surging in their life palaces, condensing into liquid and merging into the palaces, a scene of extraordinary mystery. This super X-ray vision ability is really a bit freakish. I can even see through people of a higher rank than me. Just as Luo Xiu was in shock, Hubanruo slowly walked over from a distance. Her gaze had been faintly fixed on Luo Xiu. Yesterday, after she had the veteran guide Luo Xiu to the armory, she had been secretly observing him. She originally thought Luo Xiu would exchange the vitality pills for points to save for later use, but unexpectedly, he directly exchanged them for spirit pills. Her inquiry was confirmed by the round-faced female soldier, who stated that Luo Xiu had also chosen spirit pills instead of vitality pills when he enlisted. This
This made Hu Banruo even more puzzled, and she didn't quite believe Luo Xiu's claim that he wanted to rely on spirit pills to stimulate his potential and become a spiritual mind master. She couldn't shake the feeling that Luo Xiu was full of secrets, and these secrets made her unbearably curious. No way, today I must thoroughly dig into this. Let's see what unknown secrets are hidden behind that harmless face of yours, and whether it's worth placing a big bet on you. With a hint of anticipation, Hu Banruo walked excitedly to the front of the 9 major formations. Everyone, attention, stand at attention, she shouted sharply, and all the recruits instantly fell silent, straightening their bodies like rows of upright steel guns. Hu Banruo scanned the crowd with satisfaction, finally fixing her gaze on Luo Xiu's face. Very good, your mental state is excellent. As soldiers, warriors need this kind of vigor. Yesterday, we learned the universal Pejun Fist. I believe everyone has basically mastered it. I won't elaborate further on the benefits of the Pejun Fist, but I hope you will practice it at least 3 times a day from now on. Additionally, I am appointing Luo Xiu as the chief instructor of Pejun Fist for all recruits. I trust there will be no objections, as yesterday, his 3rd formation team won the competition without any suspense, which is enough to prove his unparalleled mastery of the Pejun Fist. However, that's not the main point. As everyone looked puzzled, Hu Banruo's lips curved slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd once more. He walked up to Luo Xiu and said meaningfully, "Today, our focus is the Martial God Trial Tower." As soon as Hu Banruo said this, the scene instantly erupted, and all the recruits were thrilled. Even Feng Baijian and Lu Qingxi, the scions of prominent families, were no exception. They had never entered the Martial God Trial Tower before their awakening. Hu Banruo saw everyone's expressions and was very satisfied. He continued, "I believe many of you joined the army because of the Martial God Trial Tower. You should all be aware of its capabilities, so I won't elaborate. Today is your first time entering the Martial God Trial Tower. Here, I must make one point clear. The higher the score you achieve on your first attempt in the Martial God Trial Tower, the greater the benefits you will receive. Therefore, I hope you will give it your all today to slay more ferocious beast phantoms and strive for a higher score. This will be your 3rd benefit after joining the army, so make sure to cherish it. Now then, everyone, turn to the right, move out, head to the Martial God Trial Tower. Today, we storm the tower." As soon as the words fell, the new recruits turned excitedly and, under the guidance of their respective instructors and team leaders, hurried toward the Martial God Trial grounds of the army. Luo Xiu walked on the outer side of the 3rd formation, unable to conceal his excitement. The treasures inside the Martial God Trial Tower were simply too abundant. Not only did it contain countless rare materials and secret treasures invested by the Summer Martial God and the Shenzhou Federation, but each level also offered ranking rewards. On top of that, there was the special reward for the first tower challenge mentioned by Hu Banruo earlier, making it a triple benefit. Not to mention that killing the shadow beasts inside could also hone combat skills. I just don't know if the scenes inside the Martial God Trial Tower can be seen by others. If I expose too much, won't I end up being captured and dissected? While Luo Xiu was caught in his dilemma, the group had already arrived in front of an extremely peculiar building. This structure stood about 100 meters tall, shaped like a massive horizontal battle axe, exuding sharpness and an overwhelming aura of dominance. As they approached, everyone felt a wild and ferocious energy rushing toward them, as if the giant axe possessed life, making it hard to breathe. Hu Banruo explained at the right moment, "This is the Martial God Trial Ground of our 3rd Legion. Its exterior design is inspired by the martial soul of Xiao Wenian, the strongest warrior in Shenzhou, the Extreme Thunder Heaven Opening Axe. This building contains a total of 3,000 trial pods. Once you enter a trial pod, you can log into the Martial God Trial Tower. In the Trial Tower, you can freely edit your nickname and fine-tune your appearance, and all information is absolutely confidential. Anything you do inside the Trial Tower will not be noticed by the outside world. Only your nickname will display your ranking, the number of beasts you have slain, and your accumulated points. As for the treasures you obtain inside, you don't need to worry about others finding out. They are entirely your own opportunities. This is the generous gift from Martial God Xia and the Shenzhou Federation to all warriors." Hearing these words, the crowd grew excited once again. However, Luo Xiu couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He was just worried about privacy issues, wondering if anyone would find out, but Hu Banruo immediately turned around and guaranteed absolute confidentiality within the Martial God Trial Tower. How could it be such a coincidence? But if it weren't a coincidence, how could Hu Banruo know what he was thinking? No matter how hard Luo Xiu thought, he couldn't figure out what the problem was. "Sigh, forget it, I won't think about it anymore. In any case, doing our best to gather more resources and strengthen our power is the most important thing. Everything else can wait. Besides, the military wouldn't go to great lengths for someone as insignificant as me, right?" Thinking of this, Luo Xiu felt slightly relieved and looked at Hu Banruo again, only to find that the other party's gaze seemed to have just shifted away from him. Before he could think further, Hu Banruo pointed to the entrance of the giant axe building and said, "From now on, stay in order and enter the trial area according to your formations. The first
first formation goes to the first floor, the second formation to the second floor, the third formation to the third floor, and so on. Your instructors will lead you to the area where the trial pods are stored.
Each person gets one trial pod, no grabbing. Distribute according to the formation. After lying down in the trial pod, there is a button on the right-hand side.
Press it to close the pod, then follow the voice instructions inside to enter the Martial God Trial Tower.
Now, the first formation, move out.
As soon as the words were spoken, the instructor of the first formation led the team toward the giant axe building, followed by the second formation, the third formation. Soon, Luo Xiu followed the third formation to the third floor. Hu Banruo led the group to a double-door entrance. With a push, the doors opened, revealing a massive, futuristic hibernation chamber. Inside, hundreds of trial pods were quietly arranged, emitting a faint blue glow. Each trial pod was equipped with a monitor that displayed the user's heart rate and life status in real time.
Hu Banruo clapped his hands and said, "Alright,
Luo Xiu, you arrange for them to enter the trial pods.
Before entering, you can take a nutritional capsule next to the monitor. It will keep you from feeling hungry all day. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now."
After speaking, Hu Banruo turned and left. Luo Xiu stared blankly at his departing figure, feeling helpless. This instructor is way too laid back, truly a hands-off manager. With no other choice, Luo Xiu had everyone find a trial pod for themselves. After assigning them properly, he instructed everyone to take a nutritional capsule and then lay down in a trial pod himself. Lying inside was unexpectedly comfortable, not too hard, not too soft, with perfect support for the lower back, leaving no sense of emptiness. The moment the cabin door closed, Luo Xiu suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and his eyelids involuntarily closed gently.
A beam of light swiftly scanned across. Trial participants' vital signs are normal. Trial cabin scan information is empty. Verifying. Verification successful.
Welcome, warrior, to your first login to the Martial God Trial Tower.
Entering the preparation space. Immediately after, a sensation of spinning and dizziness struck. Time seemed to stretch endlessly yet pass in an instant.
Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded in Luo Xiu's ear. "Welcome to the Martial God Trial Tower." Luo Xiu's mind trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes, only to see a graceful beauty floating not far in front of him. She was dressed in a light green ancient-style long dress, her sleeves fluttering gently as she hovered in midair, charming and lovely. Luo Xiu was momentarily stunned.
"Hello, hi, I am your guiding spirit. You can call me Sanner."
Subsequently, Luo Xiu saw the beautiful woman in green clothing conjure a green umbrella out of thin air. As she opened the umbrella, she slowly floated down from midair. She floated in front of Luo Xiu, leaned in to scrutinize him up and down, then circled around to his back before returning to face him again.
Blinking, she asked, "So, do you need to change your appearance?"
Luo Xiu was amazed by the realism and liveliness of this guiding spirit, but he still nodded and said, "Yes, keep my body shape the same for now."
"Can you add a mask that can't be removed?" "No problem." The umbrella snapped its fingers with a pop, and a cat face mask instantly appeared on Luo Xiu's face.
At the same time, a mirror appeared in front of him. Luo Xiu touched his face and felt no discomfort at all. His vision was completely unaffected. Looking at himself in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction. He had to admit, the cat face mask looked quite good, carrying a hint of eeriness. On the black cat's face, one could almost see those emerald green eyes.
"Well then, now you can choose a name you like. What do you want to be called?" The umbrella floated in front of Luo Xiu again and asked curiously. A name he liked? Luo Xiu's mind went blank.
In the past, he played quite a few games, and each time he used a different name: sleazy, edgy, bizarre, random. There were so many nicknames that they were uncountable. Names like Level 8 Gale, Morongbai, Little Mushroom That Steps on Girls, Sexy Little Apron, Godlike Man, Forgotten Love, and so on. He had them all. However, the one he used the most was Shura 001. Because his name was Luo Xiu, and Shura 001 was both cool and related to himself, he was very satisfied. As for why he didn't directly use Shura, it's simple, he could never get it. No matter which game it was, as soon as the server opened, whenever he tried to register Shura, the system would always prompt, "This nickname is already taken." That's right, it's just that frustrating.
This time, Luo Xiu didn't hold out any hope. He didn't think the name Shura could still be available.
So, he simply said, "Then let's call it Shura 001. The green-clad girl, Sanner, twirled the green umbrella in her hand, blinked her eyes, and seemed to be helping Luo Xiu input the name. But soon, she cheerfully said, "Sorry, this name is already taken."
Already taken? Luo Xiu was speechless on the spot and blurted out, "Damn, are you kidding me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Sanner blinked her eyes and immediately replied, "Your name, damn,
are you kidding me, has been recorded.
Would you like to enter the first level of the Martial God Trial Tower now?" Luo Xiu.
Good, very good, excellent. He carefully examined Sanner's flawless big eyes and the innocent expression on her face. Although lively and smooth, there was still a hint of stiffness, confirming that she was not a real person but merely an intelligent virtual projection with a beautiful appearance. He smiled helplessly, sighed, waved his hand, and said, "Forget it, let's go to the Martial God Trial Tower." Tower. Alright, the first level of the Martial God Trial Tower has been linked for you.
Saner smiled faintly, gently waved the umbrella in her hand, and a void-like door appeared before Luo Xiu.
The next moment, Luo Xiu felt a strong suction force pulling him uncontrollably into the gate of nothingness. After a bout of dizziness, Luo Xiu appeared in a vast world. There was sunlight, clouds, mountains, various gigantic plants, and city ruins covered by large expanses of vegetation. Luo Xiu stretched out his hand and felt the wind flowing through his fingers. The sense of reality was as if he were in the real world.
Masterful craftsmanship. Impossible.
A treasure personally forged by the martial god. Truly extraordinary. Luo Xiu sighed in admiration, suddenly noticing a green figure appear before him. A tiny palm-sized umbrella was holding a rain umbrella, floating in front of him, excitedly shouting, "Ha, grass.
No way, we meet again." Surprised? Unexpected? Surprise, unexpected. If it weren't for the phrase damn, no way, Luo Xiu might have been even happier.
He was so frustrated that he almost wanted to spit blood, while feeling as if the whole world had dimmed. If this name were to accompany him for a lifetime, it would probably be tens of thousands of times more embarrassing than the infamous, loves drinking beast milk. Ignoring Luo Xiu's speechlessness, little umbrella spun her umbrella and floated in front of him. From now on, I will serve as your personal tour guide, explaining the various landscapes and types of ferocious beasts on the first level of the Martial God Trial Tower.
Listen carefully and learn well. Follow me. With that, little umbrella flew toward the somewhat oppressive ruins ahead, explaining in detail as she went.
Up ahead is the iconic area of the first level, the coastal ruins, modeled after Linhai City.
Linhai City was a metropolis from the pre-High Martial era, once an extremely prosperous place and one of the few first-tier cities in the Shenzhou Federation, with a stable population of around 65 million.
However, when the ferocious beasts descended, Linhai, as a coastal city, was quickly overrun by
countless beasts crawling out of the sea.
According to incomplete statistics, over 20 million people were killed or injured at that time. Such devastating casualties made this city an eternal scar in the heart of the Shenzhou Federation. Thus, Martial God Xia replicated these ruins on the first level of the Martial God Trial Tower to warn future generations, never forget the national calamity and eradicate the beasts completely.
Do not forget the nation's calamity and eradicate the beasts completely.
Luo Xiu carefully savored these words, his gaze fixed on the looming ruins of Linhai ahead.
The overwhelming danger and desolation seemed to conjure the image of a towering figure standing resolutely before countless ferocious beasts, shielding humanity.
A trace of reverence surfaced in Luo Xiu's eyes. Xiao Wentian, the martial god, a title truly well-deserved. While he was lost in thought, Xiao Saner continued, within the Linhai ruins, there are a total of 136,472 types of non-ranked ferocious beasts, and 30 types of first-tier
primary ferocious beasts.
Among them, terrestrial and amphibious beasts account for 40%, marine beasts for 30%, and flying beasts for 30%.
The number of each type is unknown, varying from many to few, and their distribution is random.
Some prefer solitude, while others live in groups.
It is especially important to note that the
5 senses of these beasts far surpass those of humans, so if you encounter one, don't even think about launching a sneak attack, they've likely already detected you. Luo Xiu had little to say about this. While others might harbor concerns, he had none at all. At this moment, they were already very close to the Linhai ruins, just a few hundred meters more, and they would step inside. Xiao Xiu, we're about to enter the Linhai ruins.
Your trial is about to begin.
Slaughter, that is the romance of a warrior.
Damn, are you serious? Are you ready?
The little umbrella seemed to have a chatterbox spirit. Luo Xiu didn't respond, but she didn't mind at all, and it even seemed like she had no emotions. After entering the Linhai ruins, you must be extra careful.
Ferocious beasts may appear at any time.
When facing them, never show mercy.
Striking decisively is a skill every warrior must possess. Every kill will become your glory, forging an undefeated medal for you.
Each non-ranked ferocious beast killed counts as 1 point each.
First-ranked junior ferocious beast killed counts as 10 points. All points will be automatically deposited into your glory account. Damn, no way.
This is your first time entering the Martial God Trial Tower.
Your killing performance will also earn you additional rewards.
The higher the points, the richer the rewards.
Just thinking about it is exciting.
By the way, you're about to face the ferocious beasts, but you haven't chosen a weapon yet.
What weapon do you want to use?
Hearing this, Luo Xiu's expression finally changed. He pondered for a moment, and a word suddenly flashed through his mind, spear. Perhaps it was because of Lu Qingxi's dashing image with a spear that he felt he also needed a stylish long spear. So, he directly said, give me a long spear, preferably a sharp one. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Saner waved the umbrella in her hand, and a silver long spear over 2 meters in length appeared in Luo Xiu's hand. He weighed it and found it surprisingly handy.
Good gun. Just as he was marveling, Xiao Saner's voice rang out again. Huh? Your luck isn't bad.
You've just entered the coastal ruins, and already a ferocious beast has come to greet you.
Charging straight at you is a non-ranked ferocious beast, a one-horned wild boar. Its skin is tough, its flesh thick, its impact force astonishing, and its speed incredibly fast. Look, it's coming at you. What are you standing there for? Go for it. Luo Xiao was fiddling with the silver spear, wondering if he might be called the little overlord of the silver spear in the future. Hearing Shao Saner's words, he immediately turned his gaze toward the direction of the coastal ruins. He saw a massive pig-like creature with bristling brown-black fur charging at him like a runaway train. Unicorn wild boar? Luo Xiao was not impatient. He carefully observed the ferocious beast with a sturdy single horn on its head and two sharp tusks in its mouth, feeling a surge of excitement. This was his first time facing a ferocious beast of this world directly. Unlike ordinary beasts, he seemed to sense a fierce aura emanating from this creature, as if it harbored a destructive malice capable of annihilating everything. Even the roar it emitted carried a madness that soared to the heavens, a fight to the death. Could it be that all these ferocious beasts have gone mad and lost their sanity? Or is it only the lower-level ferocious beasts that behave this way? While guessing, Luo Xiao became even more vigilant, as the one-horned wild boar was already very close to him. At the same time, he activated perspective. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. With the help of the super perspective ability, the galloping wild boar seemed to move in slow motion in his eyes. He could clearly see the boar's fur in detail, even the dirt hidden within the fur, and even the tiny droplets of saliva splashing from its mouth as it ran were vividly visible. But what shocked Luo Xiao the most was not this ultra-microscopic dynamic vision. He could actually see through the wild boar's body, observing golden, red, or green meridian threads, as well as faintly golden or darkly shrouded acupoints. Moreover, he could see the boar's flesh, internal organs, blood vessels, and bones with absolute clarity. It was as if his eyes had turned into an ultra-high-definition X-ray machine at this moment. This kind of experience left Luo Xiao momentarily dazed. Fortunately, Shao Saner's reminder pulled him back to reality. The one-horned wild boar is already charging at you. This is your first battle. Face it, young man, take it down beautifully, and you will earn the glory of a warrior. Luo Xiao's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the wild boar almost right in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the silver spear tightly in his hand and silently muttered, "Hide." The next moment, his body instantly vanished from where he stood, as if he had never been there. A delighted exclamation came from Shao Saner in the air. Wow! He turned invisible. Just as the one-horned wild boar unleashed its only skill, horn charge, accelerating to its limit like a piercing arrow, Luo Xiao suddenly disappeared. It lost its target, stumbling awkwardly. Boom boom! The one-horned wild boar's eyes were blood-red, roaring furiously. But before it could act, a silver flash streaked through the empty space behind it. A silver spear suddenly emerged from the void, carrying an unstoppable force, and fiercely pierced into the one-horned wild boar's rear. Squish! The next moment, a sharp spear tip pierced through its chest, blood splattering everywhere. The one-horned wild boar only had time to let out a painful screech before collapsing to the ground with a thud. The silver spear was swiftly withdrawn, and Luo Xiao's figure slowly emerged behind it. Wow, beautiful! The instantaneous force of this thrust reached 342 kilograms. Combined with the sharpness of the silver spear, along with your unexpected angles and timing, the destructive force reaches at least 500 kilograms. Congratulations on killing the non-ranked ferocious beast, the one-horned wild boar. Outstanding achievement, points +1. You have broken the record for the fastest kill of a ferocious beast on the first floor of the trial tower. A full tower announcement will be made. As Shao Saner finished speaking, a broadcast sounded in the ears of everyone on the first floor of the Martial God trial tower. Congratulations to what the heck for breaking the record for the fastest ferocious beast kill on the first floor of the Martial God trial tower, with a kill time of just 0.43 seconds. Reward, points +100. Luo Xiao listened to the broadcast in a daze, his mind somewhat distracted. Killing a ferocious beast only earns 1 point, but breaking a record rewards 100 points, what a huge profit. Just as he was overjoyed, within the first level of the Martial God trial tower, whether it was the free trials by various armies or the paid training by mercenary groups, financial conglomerates, prominent families, or even individuals, everyone who heard the broadcast was utterly shocked. Damn, no way. 0.43 seconds. That's insane. Could it be that a martial artist above the first rank has secretly snuck in? Impossible. The rules of the Martial God trial tower are strict. Martial artists above the first rank absolutely cannot enter the first level space. This speed is terrifying. I remember the previous record holder was called Li Huan, and his fastest kill was 0.88 seconds. This person is called. Damn, no way. Damn, no way. What kind of ridiculous name is this? At the same time, on the top floor of the 3rd Legion's Martial God trial hall, Hu Banruo stared at the large screen in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, no way." On the screen was the scene of Luo Xiao piercing the horned wild boar, his figure slowly coming into view. As the military cooperated with the Martial God Xiao Wentian, they naturally possessed backdoor access to the Martial God trial tower. Without backdoor access, how would the authorities discover the geniuses within Shenzhou? After leaving the 3rd floor, Hu Banruo went straight to
to the top floor, reported to the Legion commander, and immediately gained monitoring access to the martial god trial tower.
She began observing Luo Xiu right away.
At first, she burst into laughter because of Luo Xiu's peculiar name. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, her expression suddenly froze, and her face turned slightly red.
She softly muttered, "What kind of name is this guy giving himself?"
Her gaze shifted, and her expression instantly grew serious. Even that long silver spear can turn invisible.
Just how strong is his invisibility talent?
And his strength, over 300 kilograms in a single strike, clearly at the level of a first-grade martial
artist. This guy is hiding his abilities so well.
As soon as he entered the tower, he killed the one-horned wild boar in a single blow, breaking the record for the fastest kill on the first floor of the martial god trial tower.
What a surprise he's given me.
Hu Banruo squinted her eyes, as if something had come to mind, and revealed a trace of a contemptuous smile. That foolish sister of mine still thinks she's so remarkable, believing she's already ruined this child.
She assumes that her borrowed son is so outstanding and even wants
to use him to seize Luo Jianjun's martial soul relic.
Ha!
Now it seems she's probably ended up with nothing.
Compared to Luo Xiu, Luo Tianhao is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, not even in the same league.
He's nothing more than a ridiculous clown. She made no effort to hide her criticism of her sister Hu Meili and her nephew Luo Tianhao, as she had never liked them to begin with. The next moment, Hu Banruo's eyes widened sharply as she stared at the big screen, unable to stop herself from exclaiming, "Damn!
No way!" On the big screen, a group of one-horned wild boars appeared in front of Luo Xiu.
Xiao San'er was explaining to him the herd behavior of the
one-horned wild boars.
Luo Xiu didn't waste any words and went straight into stealth mode, but in an instant, something bizarre happened. In the herd of one-horned wild boars 100 meters away from Luo Xiu, one of the boars suddenly stopped running without making any sound.
It didn't
stop on its own but was pierced by something transparent and invisible that descended from the sky, penetrating its head and pinning it to the ground. At the same time, the tower-wide broadcast sounded again. "Congratulations to what the heck for once again breaking the record for the fastest beast kill on the first level of the martial god trial tower, with a kill speed of 0.31 seconds. Reward plus 100 points. How is this possible?" Hu Banruo, with her 4-grade golden bell realm eyesight, could tell that the object piercing the one-horned wild boar was none other than the illusory silver spear in Luo Xiu's hand.
But Luo Xiu had just gone invisible. How could he instantly rush from 100 meters away to the front of the boar herd and pierce the running one-horned wild boar from top to bottom? Even for her, a 4-grade golden bell realm martial artist, it would be impossible to achieve such speed relying solely on physical movement, unless using body technique martial skills. No matter how much Luo Xiu hides his strength, it's impossible for him to be a 4th-grade golden bell realm martial artist who also knows movement techniques, right? Therefore, only one possibility remains. Luo Xiu can make the silver spear, which becomes invisible along with him, remain hidden even after leaving his body. Just as Hu Banruo had this thought, the one-horned wild boar pinned on the big screen was suddenly flung away, and the transparent spear embedded in it was withdrawn. Immediately after, an incredibly bizarre slaughter feast began.
The herd of one-horned wild boars, which had stopped moving after being pinned down, suddenly began collapsing one after another without any warning. They couldn't see anything, only sensing that a terrifying ghost seemed to be wandering around, reaping lives like the Grim Reaper. Squish, squish. The sound of metal piercing through flesh echoed intermittently across the clearing. The unicorn boars were either pierced through their anus, their eyeballs, or their hearts from the side, screaming miserably as they fell to the ground.
Their wails seemed to play a symphony of slaughter. Squeak, 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 squeak.
Wild boars kept falling, blood splattered everywhere, resembling the depths of hell.
And at this eerie moment, Little Umbrella's voice kept echoing in the space.
"You have killed a one-horned wild boar, points +1. You have killed a unicorn wild boar, points +1. You have killed a unicorn wild boar, points +1.
The voice, like a repeating recorder, made the atmosphere on the scene even more eerily strange. After dozens of seconds, the still-living unicorn wild boar finally couldn't hold on.
In its originally scarlet and frenzied eyes, an expression called fear unexpectedly emerged. They wailed mournfully while losing control of their bowels, all collapsing to the ground with a thud.
Their livers and gallbladders
ruptured, blood spewed from their mouths, and their bodies convulsed uncontrollably, as if in a frenzy beyond their control.
The voice of the Little Umbrella's tape recorder finally stopped, and it excitedly said, "You scared 8 unicorn wild boars to death, points +8.
Such an unprecedented achievement, truly glorious and utterly terrifying. Martial God Trial Tower's new achievement unlocked. Congratulations on becoming the first warrior to scare a ferocious beast to death.
Reward, points +100, announced to the entire tower." As soon as the words fell, a crisp announcement sounded again, echoing through the first floor of the Martial God Trial Tower. "Damn! No way!" Overflowing with martial virtue, unparalleled bravery. In the
fierce battle with the herd of one-horned wild boars, 8 of them were scared to death, achieving a brand new accomplishment. accomplishment, the first martial artist to scare a fierce beast to death, reward plus 100 points. Luo Xiu stood there dumbfounded, listening to the announcement, and slowly revealed himself from his invisible state. He glanced at the guiding spirit, little umbrella, fluttering in front of him, then looked at the 8 one-horned wild boars lying on the ground, their convulsions gradually subsiding, and exclaimed in surprise, "This works too?" He had thought these one-horned wild boars were completely devoid of reason, but to his surprise, they could actually feel fear. Strangely enough, this series of killings did not make him feel the slightest bit of nausea or discomfort. Instead, it made the blood in his veins boil, leaving him in a state of exhilaration. He thought to himself, could it be that I was born to be a belligerent person? Luo Xiu had not yet found the answer when little umbrella flew in front of him, smiling and saying, "Damn, no way, your cumulative score has already reached 327 points. Not a bad start. Currently, your ranking on the first floor of the Martial God Trial Tower is 216,874th. Keep pushing. In this round of tower entry by the 3rd Corps of Qingchuan City, you are temporarily in first place. The second place is Qing Ci Wushuang with 38 points, and the third place is Shibu Bai Ringzhan with 32 points. In the 3 major legions of Qingchuan City, you also rank first. The second place is Kil Aa from the 1st Legion with 40 points, and the third place is Qing Ci Wushuang from the 3rd Legion with 38 points. You are far ahead of the 3 major legions in Qingchuan City. Please keep it up. Additionally, among the new recruits of the 36 cities and 108 legions in the Shenzhou Alliance today, you are currently ranked second. The first place is Xia Fulin from the 1st Legion of Longzhou City with 331 points, not far ahead of you. The third place is Men Must Fight from the 1st Legion of Xinhai City with 288 points. You are already very outstanding, but you still need to proceed steadily, maintain your lead, and keep going. Ali give. Luo Xiu remains silent. After a moment of contemplation, he finally gained a general understanding of the geniuses in this world. He practically had to cheat just to barely rank second among the 108 legions of the Divine Continent. How extraordinary must that person named Xia Fulin be? The surname Xia, and in the 1st Legion of Longzhou City? Could there be some connection to the martial god Xia Wentian? He silently noted down this name, a sense of urgency rising in his heart. Still need to quickly become stronger. The geniuses in this world are too terrifying. The new recruits entering the tower today neither have top-notch talent nor resources. Those geniuses with deep backgrounds, large families, and plans to enter the Supreme Martial Arts Academy of Shenzhou haven't even started entering the trial tower yet. Luo Xiu was filled with emotion, and his longing for resources reached its peak. Resources! Resources! I need resources! Just as he clenched his fists, the corner of his eye suddenly caught sight of the ground in front of the coastal ruins. His body froze abruptly. Wait, what's that? Through his perspective, about 20 meters in front of the coastal ruins, there seemed to be a treasure chest emitting a faint golden glow. What the heck? There's a treasure chest? Luo Xiu then remembered that besides ferocious beasts, the Martial God Trial Tower also hid various treasures randomly scattered by Martial God Xia and the Shenzhou Federation. A surge of excitement instantly filled his heart. But when he looked closely, he discovered that around the treasure chest coiled a nest of densely packed, twisted, and winding snake-like ferocious beasts. The thickest one among them was at least as thick as a water bucket. In Luo Xiu's mind, knowledge he had once learned about identifying ferocious beasts suddenly flashed through, and information about this giant snake surfaced before his eyes. Earthrock python, a tier 1 primary ferocious beast, capable of burrowing underground and moving stealthily. Its body can petrify, making its mobility and defense extremely formidable, and it is exceedingly difficult to kill. Moreover, its reproduction ability is astonishing, capable of producing hundreds of young rock pythons at a time. Any non-elite martial artist encountering it is certain to die. Just as Luo Xiu asked Little Umbrella if he could provide a Luoyang shovel and was preparing to dig for treasure, an earth-shattering storm had already erupted within the Martial God Trial Tower. Damn, no way? Why is it him again? Breaking 2 records in such a short time and achieving a brand new milestone, this guy is totally cheating. In the depths of the desert, a delicate young girl bathed in golden light wielded a massive axe. With a swift motion, she severed the head of a ferocious giant scorpion beast. Wrinkling her adorable nose, she said with a hint of frustration. The tiny parasol floating beside her head chuckled and said, "Miss Fulin, you also broke 2 records today." Xia Fulin pouted and huffed. "That's different. I'm the granddaughter of the martial god, almost a second-grade warrior. I have treasures gifted by my grandfather and the Golden Sun martial soul personally, overseen by him. There's no way this person has a bigger background than me, right? Sanner, help me find out this guy's name and which family of geniuses he belongs to. I want to see just who is this amazing." The little umbrella giggled as she circled around Xia Fulin and said softly, "No, Miss Fulin, your authority doesn't allow you to check the true identities of others in the Martial God Trial Tower. I can only tell you that he is also from the military." Xia Fulin's eyes widened instantly in surprise and said, "Someone from the military? Could it be that fool from the
Xianyuan family in Xinhai City? No, his name is Men Must Fight. Could it be someone from another military corps? While Xia Fulin was speculating about Luo Xiu's identity, many others were also guessing his background. Inside the martial god trial tower, the disciples of major families, corporations, mercenary groups, and martial arts sects, after hearing Luo Xiu's full tower battle record announcement 3 times in a row, logged off one after another to report the matter to their superiors or headquarters. In an instant, all 36 cities of the Divine State Federation were abuzz with discussions about one name. Damn, no way. The first to react, of course, were the 108 legions. The legion commanders were the first to learn that Luo Xiu was affiliated with the military. However, when they used their commander-level authority to investigate Luo Xiu's true identity, they all received the same result. Someone had elevated, damn, no way, S privacy permissions to the highest level, making it inaccessible even to the legion commanders. This infuriated all the legion commanders, who collectively exclaimed, damn, no way. Major consortia and families, upon realizing that the martial god trial tower channel could not reveal Luo Xiu's identity, began leveraging their financial power. The Twisted Dough Consortium directly offered a reward of 10 million, seeking identity information for Grass. No way. As long as the clues are genuine and valid, the bounty will be paid. The 40 Thieves Consortium also offered a reward of 10 million, but expanded the scope of the reward to include all information and clues, whether it's realm, talent, martial techniques, martial soul, or weapons used. As long as it can be verified, compensation will be given. Additionally, the Alphabet Consortium, Logistics Consortium, Food Delivery Consortium, and the Technology Consortium specializing in developing high-tech alloy weapons also issued rewards, each making their own promises. Some conglomerates, families, and sects even directly stated that if damn, no way, is willing to leave the military and join them, they would spare no expense in providing massive resources to help enhance their combat power, aiming to surpass Xia Fulin. That's right. The major forces are so frenzied because Luo Xiu has repeatedly broken records in a short period, with his points infinitely approaching Xia Fulin's. Who is Xia Fulin? The major forces are well aware. She is the most beloved granddaughter of the martial god, with extraordinary talent and endless resources. And this what the heck? No way, suddenly emerged from nowhere, and was actually able to instantly approach Xia Fulin's strength, shocking all the factions. If this person does not come from a major power but rather a small family or even a humble background, they would undoubtedly be a treasure for all the major powers, whether to nurture or to strip and transfer. In a fantasy world, even a supreme bone can be dug out, let alone in a high martial world. Of course, there is another reason, which is that secret realm number 369 is about to open, and this will be the last time it opens. But qualification to enter secret realm number 369 this time is limited to martial artists below the 2nd rank. If a martial artist capable of continuously breaking records in the martial god trial tower appears, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the gains within the secret realm. Therefore, with various factors combined, the importance of the name, Grass, no way, has risen significantly. Suddenly, throughout the entire Xinzhou, the peculiar name, Grass, no way, has become exceptionally prominent. At the highest level of the 3rd Legion's martial god trial facility, the elusive 3rd Legion commander, who rarely shows himself, was now standing beside Hu Banruo, his gaze fixed on the large screen where Luo Xiu was already digging, near the earth rock python. He took a sharp drag of his cigarette, exhaling smoke with a hissing sound that blurred his face as it spread. He sighed and said, "This kid is really something else. Trying to keep him hidden won't be easy." Hu Banruo nodded in deep agreement. Now, all the major forces outside have started offering rewards for information on Luo Xiu. Some forces have even claimed to have initiated military inspections, attempting to sift through legion after legion to uncover Luo Xiu's identity. The commander shook his head helplessly. "There's nothing we can do about it. We can only ensure that he remains undetected within the martial god trial tower. I've even put my reputation on the line and personally requested the martial god to increase his privileges." Hu Banruo asked worriedly, "That Lord Martial God, he wouldn't." The Legion commander waved his hand to interrupt her speculation. "Rest assured, Lord Martial God has the world in his heart. Seeing such an outstanding talent would only bring him joy, and he would never have any other thoughts. In fact, he might even give him special care. This is precisely why I bypassed the military and directly applied for permission from Lord Martial God." At this point, the Legion commander sighed meaningfully. After all, the Martial God is pure, but the military is full of unpredictable minds. No one can determine how many members of the Crimson Church are hidden within its ranks. Hearing the words Crimson Church, Hu Banruo's expression immediately turned grave. That was a group of lunatics who worshipped power and destruction, believing that all things should return to their primal state, where the strong prey on the weak. They saw all rules and civilizations as conspiracies of the rulers that must be shattered to return everything to nature. They colluded with ferocious beasts to create beast tides and open city gates, leading to the early loss of 3 or 4 major cities in the Shenzhou Federation. Billions of lives were lost, and their bloody crimes were too numerous to record. If Luo Shou were targeted by the Crimson Church, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hu Banruo couldn't help but shiver. Just as he was about to consult the Legion commander for a strategy, he noticed that the commander's cigarette butt was almost burned down to the filter. However, the commander seemed oblivious, still staring intently at the large screen, his mouth slightly open, faintly muttering under his breath. Damn. Hu Banruo was slightly stunned. Before he had a chance to look at the screen, a notification sounded. Damn, no way. Keen sense of smell, decisive action, a single strike blind kill of an early stage tier 1 ferocious beast, the Earth Rock Python. Achieving a brand new achievement, Intuitive Warrior, reward points plus 100. Additionally, breaking the record for the speed of killing a tier 1 ferocious beast on the first floor of the Martial God Trial Tower, reaching 0.36 seconds, reward points plus 100. To be honest, Little Umbrella was quite useful, at least for conjuring up a Luoyang shovel at any time. Luo Shou asked Little Umbrella to produce a Luoyang shovel, and without hesitation, Little Umbrella swung the umbrella in his hand, transforming it into a standard and high-quality Luoyang shovel. Although Luo Shou had never used one before, he had watched live streams, so he quickly got the hang of it. This thing was indeed fast for digging. After Luo Shou used the Luoyang shovel to dig a dozen closely spaced large holes, he asked Little Umbrella to switch to a military shovel. With his current strength, digging soil was a piece of cake. Before long, he had excavated a large pit over 10 meters deep, but when he dug to about 5 or 6 meters away from the treasure chest and the Earth Rock Python, he stopped. With his X-ray vision, he saw that the Earth Rock Python guarding the treasure chest was sound asleep. Digging recklessly forward would be underestimating the opponent. Moreover, once a fight broke out, it would undoubtedly take considerable effort. After all, this was the opponent's territory, and it could burrow into the ground and petrify its body. Launching a direct assault would completely hand the initiative to the opponent. Wouldn't that be foolish? Luo Shou would never do something so stupid. So, he put away the entrenching tool and had Little Umbrella switch to a silver spear. Sigh, this is so tedious it's giving me a headache. Hopefully, the treasure chest will yield something good. Otherwise, going to all this trouble really wouldn't be worth it. Luo Shou gripped the silver spear tightly, using his X-ray vision to continuously lock onto the head of the Earth Rock Python. The Earth Rock Python squinted slightly, surrounded by countless smaller rock pythons as thick as a thumb, coiled densely around it. Their numbers were so overwhelming that they could easily trigger trypophobia. Fortunately, Luo Shou didn't have that issue. He just found the writhing, tangled mass of snakes somewhat disgusting. But it didn't matter, they all had to be dealt with soon. After all, if even their mother was gone, how could they be left behind? That would be far too pitiful. With this thought, Luo Shou had already planned an end for these little beasts, and a strange sense of transcendence arose in his heart. As a result, his mindset became increasingly calm and serene as he took aim. 1, 2, 3. Silently reciting the numbers in his heart, as the words left his lips, he lowered his stance, aligned his hips, gathered all his strength, and fiercely thrust the silver spear toward the Earth Rock Python. Go to hell! The silver spear, like a streak of silver light, tore through the sky and plunged straight into the soil. Driven by immense power, the sharp spearhead resembled a rampaging dragon, its speed reaching the pinnacle. In the blink of an eye, it traversed the distance between Luo Shou and the Earth Python. The slumbering Earth Python seemed to instinctively sense the threat. Its scarlet eyes suddenly snapped open, letting out a screech. But before it could react, the silver spear had already reached its head. Squish! The silver spear pierced deeply into the head of the Earth Rock Python without any resistance, the tip shooting out from its lower jaw, violently penetrating its head and body, and finally embedding into the ground. Blood gushed out like a spring, flowing through the hollow created by the spear and pooling at Luo Shou's feet, moistening the earth. At this moment, Little Umbrella spun joyfully around him and said, "Congratulations, you have slain a tier 1 beginner-level ferocious beast, the Earth Rock Python. Points plus 10. Your kill speed has broken the first-level record, earning you an additional 100 points. What's even more impressive is that you achieved a blind kill while being mutually invisible with the python. This is truly astonishing. You've unlocked a new achievement, Intuitive Warrior, earning an extra 100 points, and a full tower announcement will be made." Immediately afterward, the Legion commander and Hu Banruo saw the scene on the large screen at the highest level of the trial site. Luo Shou hadn't expected such an unexpected reward. He scanned the panicked, fleeing little rock pythons below through the soil layer, not in a hurry to sweep them away, but instead curiously looked at Little Umbrella and asked, "By the way, besides rankings, what else are these points good for? Can they be exchanged for items?" The Little Umbrella spun cheerfully in the air and said, "Of course, you can. 500 points can be exchanged for a blood chi pill." Luo Shou exclaimed in surprise, "That expensive?" The Little Umbrella pouted and said, "It's already good enough that you can exchange for it. After all, coming to the Martial God Trial Tower involves both trials and treasure hunting, as well as exchanging resources. If you go to the public area, you can even expand your network and fulfill social needs. upgrades. We also have to bear the operational costs. Hearing this, Luo Xiu was even more surprised. You even understand operational costs? And what exactly is this public area?
Little Umbrella smugly wiped her little nose with her hand and explained, the public area is actually equivalent to the multiplayer
server in a game.
Where you are now is the single-player server, and you're the only one here after completing the first level
of exploration. But once you go to the public area, it's like entering the multiplayer server. You can see all the warriors who have entered the public area.
Everyone can team up to fight monsters, explore, or even engage in friendly exchanges or sparring.
It works like that. Luo Xiu was instantly intrigued. So how do I enter this multiplayer server? No, I mean the public area?
Little Umbrella flew around him in a circle and said mischievously, you have to pay extra.
Luo Xiu was speechless. Very well, next time for sure. Asking for my money is as good as asking for my life.
He gave up the idea of going to the public area to play and prepared to go down to clear out the small rock pythons, while opening the treasure chest along the way. Little Umbrella was still beside him explaining, spending 1,000 points to enter the public area is actually quite worth it. Luo Xiu ignored her, gestured for her to hand over a sapper's shovel, and continued digging.
1,000 points.
He only had just over 500 points now, and the price of 2 blood chi pills was simply daylight robbery. I'd rather starve to death than jump down there into the public area. Luo Xiu cursed inwardly, waving his entrenching tool as he had already cleared the distance between himself and the earth rock python. Although the earth rock python was dead, faced with tens of thousands of small rock pythons, he dared not let his guard down. The first thing he did was activate stealth.
The entire figure silently and seamlessly entered the not-so-small cave dug out by the earth rock python.
As soon as he stepped in and saw the little rock python scurrying around, he waved to Xiao Sanner, using a spear to kill these little snakes isn't very efficient.
Give me a long knife instead.
Xiao Sanner immediately handed over a long knife. As soon as Luo Xiu touched the knife, it melted into his invisibility like flowing water, disappearing instantly.
What followed was the same eerie scene that
had occurred earlier among the one-horned wild boars. One by one, the little rock pythons were inexplicably sliced into several pieces, blood splattering everywhere, yet no trace of the attack could be seen. Although the little rock pythons didn't freeze in fear like the one-horned wild boars, they still scattered in all directions.
Fortunately, Luo Xiu acted swiftly and cleanly, killing them efficiently. Dealing with these little snakes was indeed much easier than handling the large wild boars, though the points earned were somewhat meager. Xiao Sanner's rapid voice continuously rang in his ears. Points plus 0.2, points plus 0.1, points plus 0.5, points plus 0.3.
When the points accumulated to 124, Luo Xiu's vision finally no longer caught sight of those elongated creatures darting around. Whoosh, he let out a long breath of turbid air, dropped the long blade, and slowly walked to the treasure chest emitting a faint golden glow.
Turning back to look
at the little umbrella floating in the air, he asked, how do I open this chest?
Just open it directly? Do I need a key or some kind of hidden mechanism or password?
The little umbrella flew to Luo Xiu's side, stood on the treasure chest, and looked up at him, saying, it's not that complicated.
There's no key.
You just need to lift the lid with your hand to open it.
After slashing so many little snakes, Luo Xiu also felt a bit fatigued.
That's good. He nodded, sat directly on the corpse of the earth rock python, placed his hand on the treasure chest, and gave it a strong pull.
A dazzling golden light instantly burst out from the gap of the chest.
The lid was lifted, and a ball of light slowly floated out. When the ball of light floated in front of Luo Xiu, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he exclaimed in shock, cloud-chasing shadow-stepping technique.
Amid Luo Xiu's exclamation, the ball of light shot directly into his glabella.
In the next moment, a surge of unfamiliar and profound information exploded in his mind. The cloud-chasing shadow-stepping technique, an earth-grade movement technique, can be learned by a first-grade martial artist. Technique effects: chase the clouds and the
moon, explore shadows, and catch the wind.
When performed, the body moves like a leaf, elusive and traceless, with movements as light as a swallow and as swift as the wind. Beginner level, speed increases by 30%, jump height increases by 30%. Master level, speed increases by 50%, jump height increases by 50%.
Proficient level, speed doubles, jump height doubles.
Advanced level, speed increases by 2 times, jump height increases by 2 times. Perfect level, speed increases by 5 times, jump height increases by 5 times. However, the second grade light body realm cannot reach the great accomplishment level.
This movement technique is divided into 2 parts: Shadow Step and Cloud Pursuit.
Shadow Step is responsible for increasing speed, while Cloud Pursuit focuses on climbing heights. A moment later, Luo Xiu rubbed his slightly aching head and slowly came back to his senses. The way this technique is passed down is really unique, directly forcing it into my mind. If only back in the day during my college entrance exams, all the knowledge could have been stuffed into my head like this, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would have been a piece of cake.
Still, this movement technique is indeed impressive.
At this moment, in front of the bronze small temple within Luo Xiu's sea of consciousness, a phantom resembling resembling him appeared once again, just like when he practiced the breaking army fist before. The figure flickered, golden lines flowing within its body, continuously performing the chasing cloud and shadow stepping technique. Luo Xiu's understanding of this movement technique was also rapidly improving. When the phantom performed it the first time, he reached the beginner level. By the third time, he achieved proficiency, and by the 10th time, he had already reached minor mastery. All of this happened within just half an hour inside the martial god trial tower. It seemed that when Luo Xiu cultivated certain techniques within his sea of consciousness, the flow of time was far faster than in the outside world, leaving him somewhat puzzled. He didn't even understand why this phantom appeared, merely assuming it was an additional ability granted by the temple god. Luo Xiu didn't think much about it. The phantom continued to practice the cloud-chasing shadow step in his sea of consciousness, and he finally climbed out of the pit he had dug for himself. Breathing in the fresh air outside once again, Luo Xiu squinted his eyes in comfort. The underground really isn't a place for humans to stay, especially after killing the earth rock python. The mix of the bloody smell and the earthy stench is truly unbearable. He casually commented, hoisted the silver spear, and headed deeper into the ruins by the sea. Little Umbrella fluttered joyfully in front of him. Your total score has now reached 751 points, firmly placing you in first among this tower entry group. Even Xia Fulin is more than 200 points behind you. Luo Xiu was slightly stunned. Why has the score reached 761? Shouldn't it be 661? He had calculated earlier. Adding the record-breaking achievement, the new accomplishment, the 124 points for killing the little snake, and the previously accumulated over 300 points, it shouldn't have exceeded 700. Little Sanar, however, said in surprise, you opened a treasure chest. Finding a treasure chest adds 100 points. Did I forget to tell you? Luo Xiu suddenly realized and then said helplessly, you really didn't say. Little Umbrella stuck out her tongue apologetically, flew around Luo Xiu once, and then said shyly, sorry, that was my mistake. To make it up to you, I'll tell you something. Luo Xiu asked curiously, what is it? Little Umbrella said with a mischievous smile, earth rock snakes usually appear in pairs, male and female, bound by life and death. You killed the female snake, so the male snake will definitely fight you to the end. And the male snake can fly. As soon as the words were spoken, Luo Xiu felt an extremely dangerous aura rapidly approaching from behind. He didn't have time to think much. With a single thought, he immediately activated invisibility, his body instinctively dodging to the right, shifting half a meter in an instant. At that moment, a gust of foul wind swept past. The spot where he had just been standing was pierced by a black lightning bolt, the wind from its passage stinging his cheeks painfully. Cold sweat broke out on his back. He looked toward the black lightning bolt and finally saw its true form. It was a pitch-black snake with a subtle sheen, about a meter long and as thick as a cucumber. On its sides grew 3 pairs of jet-black wings resembling those of a bat, flapping incessantly at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The snake's head was sharp like a drill, and its blood-red triangular eyes were fixed intently in the direction where Luo Xiu was, its crimson tongue flicking out repeatedly. Can this thing see me? Luo Xiu felt a chill run down his spine under its gaze. The little umbrella flew to his shoulder and whispered, of course it can see you. The male earth rock python is actually blind. It can't see anything but can detect heat signals through its tongue. Even though you're invisible, you haven't lowered your body temperature. What's more, you killed the female snake and so many little snakes, so you're covered in their blood scent. Even without its tongue, it could locate you just by smell. To it, you're like a 10,000-watt spotlight in the dark, shining incredibly bright. Luo Xiu was speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? Before he could finish speaking, a black snake arrow shot toward him again. Luo Xiu only saw a flash of black light, and his chest felt as if it had been pierced, bringing a tearing pain. Instinctively, he performed the shadow step, and his body instantly became blurry. Swoosh! The black light pierced through his chest, yet it was as if it passed through a phantom, dissipating into the wind without a trace. Looking again, Luo Xiu had already shifted 2 meters to the side, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Even more shocked were the Legion commander and Hu Banruo, who had been staring intently at the screen. Hu Banruo's pupils suddenly contracted, and she exclaimed, chasing Cloud shadow step. It's at the minor accomplishment stage. This is impossible. Even the Legion commander's face twitched slightly. A ground-level movement technique. This is probably one of the most precious treasures in the martial god trial tower. Ground-level techniques, whether movement skills, martial arts, or cultivation methods, are all extremely profound. To cultivate one to the minor accomplishment stage, even a genius with S-level physical potential would need at least half a year. From the moment he opened the treasure chest until now, it's only been a few minutes. The two of them felt their worldview almost collapse. The Legion commander pondered for a moment, then suddenly said gravely, I think we've been a bit arrogant. Simply protecting Luo Xiu in the martial god trial tower isn't enough. With the strength he's displayed, he will definitely be targeted by the Crimson Church. Not only is his stealth talent unparalleled, but his perception ability far surpasses that of ordinary gifted individuals. When he killed the female serpent earlier,
he must have used his perception to penetrate several meters of distance, striking accurately with his spear. Now it seems his talent for comprehending techniques is even more extraordinary. You've mentioned before that his breaking army fist even carries a trace of the martial god's essence, and you only taught him 3 times. He can even teach others to quickly improve their breaking army fist. This young man is truly exceptional. At this point, the Legion commander took a deep breath, extinguished the cigarette butt on the ground, and said with a profound look in his eyes, "Prajna, keep a close watch on him. I need to make some preparations. I have a feeling the Crimson Church will be here soon." Speaking, the Legion commander hurriedly left the room. As for Hubanruo, he turned back to look at the big screen and instantly widened his eyes again. How can he be so fast? On the big screen, Luo Xiu's figure seemed almost illusory, flickering as he held the silver spear that he hadn't had time to replace, charging toward the black male snake hovering in midair and flicking its tongue not far away. "Luoxiu, be careful." Hubanruo looked at Luoxiu on the screen and couldn't help but shout. But it was all in vain. Luoxiu was inside the martial god trial tower, while she was outside, so no matter how much she shouted, it was impossible for him to hear. But there was no choice. Hubanruo was genuinely worried now, completely involuntarily. In Hubanruo's view, the male and female earth rock pythons were entirely different species. The female snake was massive and relatively slow-moving, while the male snake had completely maxed out agility and speed. At the same time, it could fly and possess the attributes and characteristics of the earth rock python, able to cling to surfaces and with a body as hard as iron. Among first-tier ferocious beasts, it could almost be considered a bug-like existence, if not for its bloodline being too weak with low growth potential, making it impossible to become a second-tier ferocious beast. It could have also earned a fearsome reputation among second-tier ferocious beasts. But what about Luo Xiu? His greatest reliance is invisibility, but at this moment, invisibility is completely ineffective in front of the giant serpent, making him no different from other warriors. Although the Legion commander said that Luo Xiu's X-ray vision is likely much stronger than others, in Hubanruo's view, no matter how strong the X-ray vision is, at most it can only see the giant serpent's flesh and internal organs, which are completely useless in battle. So, even though Luo Xiu at this moment displayed the chasing cloud and shadow step at the minor accomplishment level, moving so fast that Hubanruo was left dumbfounded, she still believed Luo Xiu's chances of winning were not high. Watching Luo Xiu, who had already charged in front of the black male serpent on the screen, Hubanruo let out a long sigh and couldn't help but shake her head. Still young and impulsive, a bit reckless. But this might not be a bad thing. In the Martial Soul Trial Tower, newcomers have 3 free revival opportunities. If he gets killed this time, using 1 revival chance to realize his shortcomings could be a good lesson. Just as she finished speaking, Luo Xiu had already thrust his spear toward the black male serpent, which was hovering in midair with its wings spread. Luo Xiu's spear strike was as fast as it could possibly be, and just as precise. The sharp spearhead was aimed straight at the black male serpent's brow. A subtle sound of breaking through the air tore through the space like a whistle. But in the next moment, a piercing sound rang out, and just as Hubanruo had anticipated, the black male serpent's body seemed to be equipped with electromagnetic ejection, instantly rising vertically and disappearing from Luo Xiu's sight. Seeing this scene, Hubanruo sighed once more. Alas, if the rock python king snake were so easy to kill, how could it be called the bug of first-tier ferocious beasts? Luo Xiu's movement technique is already very fast, but his spear technique is chaotic and disorganized, clearly just random swings. It seems I need to find him a powerful spear technique. But what reason should I use to give it to him? If only he could find the earth-level spear technique Wind Concealment Soul Extinguishing Spear that pairs with the Chasing Cloud Shadow Step on the first floor of the trial tower, that would be great. Unfortunately, no one knows where that book is hidden even now. Hiss. With a sigh, Hubanruo looked at the screen again and saw that after the rock python king snake ascended into the air, it swiftly flew behind Luo Xiu at an incredible speed. Without any pause, like an arrow of death, it shot straight toward Luo Xiu's back. As for Luo Xiu, he stood there motionless, as if completely unaware. Hubanruo raised his right hand to cover his eyes, unable to bear watching, and lamented, revive, and after reviving, carefully reflect on the gains and losses this time. Don't recklessly provoke such social first-tier ferocious beasts again. At the very least, wait until you've mastered a spear technique before challenging the first floor again. By then, she hadn't even finished her sentence when she suddenly flung down the hand covering her eyes with fingers spread apart, as if she had seen a ghost. She stared fixedly at the big screen, frozen in place. On the big screen, the black rock python male snake moved like lightning, almost at a speed too fast to react, piercing through Luo Xiu's back and out of his chest. Hiss hiss hiss. It neighed joyfully, as if it had avenged a great grievance. The strange thing was, even though it had pierced through that human's chest, it didn't taste a hint of blood. This left it somewhat puzzled. It couldn't help but turn its head to look back, its scarlet vertical pupils suddenly contracting. It saw a pair of deep black eyes, as profound as an abyss, staring at it coldly. That human wasn't dead. With a sense of crisis, the rock python
python's male snake instantly tensed to the extreme, its 6 wings buzzing as they vibrated, and its body shot forward rapidly. At this moment, its speed had reached the peak of its life as a snake. It had never moved so fast in its life. But a cold voice, as if coming from the depths of the abyss, sounded behind it, "Shadow Seeker." In an instant, its blood surged backward, its body trembled slightly, and with the corner of its eye, the rock python serpent saw that the person had turned into a blur, approaching at lightning speed like a fierce wind, grinning viciously, and reaching out to grab its tail. At that moment, it was utterly terrified. It felt the approach of death. Without caring about anything else, it hurriedly lifted its body again, its 6 wings trembling as its serpentine form shot skyward. But in the next moment, that voice, as if from the depths of the underworld, sounded once more beneath it, "Chasing Cloud." Afterward, it saw Luo Xiu shoot up like a rocket, his body rising nearly 10 meters in an instant, catching up to it in the blink of an eye. Then, its tail was grabbed. ****ing. After a standard expletive, Luo Xiu's body plummeted violently to the ground. With a loud boom, following the downward momentum, Luo Xiu grabbed the tail of the rock python male snake and swung it fiercely, smashing its head onto the ground. "Fast, aren't you?" Boom. Another swing. "You can see me, can't you?" Boom. Another swing. "Still trying to fly, huh?" Boom. Another swing. "Still sneaking attacks, huh?" Boom boom boom. Continuous swings. "Still damn ambushed me twice." Boom 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 boom. Wild swings. "Remember, only I ambush others, no one ambushes me." Boom. Luo Xiu once again slammed the male rock python onto the ground, then stepped on its vital spot and thrust his silver spear fiercely into its head. Squelch. The male rock python finally met the end of its humiliating life, reuniting neatly with the female snake and the little snakes as a family. The little umbrella flew over at the right moment and obediently announced, "You have slain a Tier 1 early-stage ferocious beast, the Earth Rock Python, male. Points +10. You have surpassed the highest speed limit of the first level of the Martial God Trial Tower, even exceeding many Tier 2 warriors, breaking the record once again. Reward, points +100, and an announcement will be made tower-wide." Subsequently, the emotionless tower-wide announcement echoed once more above the first level of the trial tower, leaving countless people dumbfounded by "Damn, no way yet again." Hu Luo Xiu wiped the faint sweat off his forehead, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and leaned on the silver spear, feeling a bit fatigued. Almost got caught off guard. Fortunately, the Chasing Cloud shadow step unexpectedly broke through to the Grand Mastery stage ahead of time. "I thought I would be like others and only break through to Grand Mastery when I reached the 2nd-tier warrior level. Temple God, truly impressive." A trace of joy appeared on Luo Xiu's face, but he had no idea that the extreme speed he had just unleashed had caused immense shock to Hu Banruo, who was watching him, as well as to all the external conglomerates, families, and factions. Hu Banruo's breathing quickened. She suddenly slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "No, I have to hurry and stop the Legion commander. He needs to make more preparations. The record Luo Xiu just broke is simply too defiant of the natural order. The Crimson Church might not wait for him to come out of the Martial God Trial Tower. They might even make a move inside the tower at any moment." With that, she turned and walked out without looking back. Hu Banruo was able to maintain a steady pace while in the monitoring room, but once she came out, she couldn't help but start running wildly. The truth is, the more she thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed, which made her feel a bit panicked. Luo Xiu's performance was simply too dazzling. In a short period of time, he broke 4 records, achieved 2 brand new accomplishments, and even found a treasure chest. The first 3 records were all related to kill speed. Although it sounds impressive, it can still be broken. The descendants of great families all have some powerful trump cards. As long as these cards are played, they can definitely cause massive damage instantly and set a new record for kill speed. In fact, achievements like scaring a fierce beast to death or blindly killing one can also be achieved through various means. But the speed record that Luo Xiu just set is somewhat heavyweight. This must be achieved solely through powerful personal strength. A mere first-rank martial artist, with speed surpassing many second-rank martial artists? What a terrifying record. Even a martial artist like Lu Qingxi, who possesses a speed talent, would basically find it impossible to achieve. If the first 3 records and 2 achievements could attract the attention of the Crimson Church, then this last record would absolutely make those heretics of the Crimson Church take it extremely seriously. They absolutely will not allow such a human genius to grow. They will definitely take immediate action, either to carry out brainwashing and invasion on Luo Xiu in the Martial God Trial Tower, or directly encircle and kill him. Thinking of this, Hu Banruo's expression grew even more grave, and his steps became increasingly swift. Although the Martial God Trial Tower is a divine artifact created by Xiao Wuxian, it is not completely without flaws. Although the trial participants entering the trial tower are simulated illusory bodies, and even if they die, they can be resurrected without causing any harm to the martial artist's physical body. However, these illusory bodies are simulated after the Martial God Trial Tower establishes a mental link with the trial martial artists, and through certain special methods, after killing the trial martial artist, it is possible to destroy the mental link between the trial martial artist and the martial god trial tower, causing immense damage to the trial martial artist's spiritual sea of consciousness. At best, they may become foolish idiots. At worst, they could lose their soul and become vegetative. And the Crimson Church happens to possess this method. Therefore, Luo Xiao is now in extreme danger.
No, I absolutely won't allow such a thing to happen.
Hu Banruo lightly bit her silver teeth, unconsciously clenched her delicate fists, and a look of determination rose on her face.
And at this moment, she finally saw the back of the Legion commander.
Hu Banruo's eyes lit up, and she rushed forward. Legion commander, please wait. Just as Hu Banruo stopped the Legion commander to renegotiate the importance of Luo Xiao, asking to raise the level of arrangements. In Longzhou City, in a small, neatly kept courtyard, a bald old man lying on a recliner basking in the sun suddenly opened his cloudy eyes. Those eyes were incomparably weathered and indifferent, as if they had seen through everything in the world like a supreme ruler.
In an instant, the aura made the entire small courtyard turn cold and frozen.
After a moment, the bald old man squinted his eyes again and murmured softly to himself, "First guide him to the public area.
Let that little girl who knows charm techniques make
contact with him first, giving him a chance to believe in the Crimson Lord.
If he remains obstinate, let his soul perish within the tower and turn him into a vegetative state."
As soon as the words fell, a faint yes echoed from the void in the courtyard, and then silence returned. Only the radio on the small table in front of the old man broadcasted a piece of news. In the early hours of last night, a level 3 beast tide suddenly attacked Quanzhou City.
Within the city,
cultists of the Crimson Church colluded with the beasts, opening the city gates. Quanzhou City suffered heavy losses. So far, 80,000 deaths have been reported, with over 100,000 injured. The old man's lips curled into a smile, a wonderful sound, praise be to my lord. At the same time, when the major families, corporations, and sect forces received the news that Luo Xiao had broken the speed limit record, everyone was thrilled. The Manhwa Corporation immediately raised the bounty to 30 million. The 40 Thieves Group also followed suit directly. Other consortia also successively increased the bounty, aiming to obtain real information about Luo Xiao. Various major families and sects directly extended olive branches, announcing throughout the Divine Continent that as long as Chao
no way
was willing to join their family or faction, they would prioritize granting access to their heavyweight cultivation techniques and martial skills. They even offered treasured soul artifacts, magical tools, secret techniques, and more to Chao
no way. One sect even promised to
bestow the position of young sect master, allowing Chao no way to inherit the sect leader's token and their sole supreme soul artifact.
Moreover, a major power has already conducted investigations and confirmed that Luo Xiao himself is likely a new recruit in the Legion within Qingchuan City.
For a time, the entire Divine Continent was in turmoil, with all major forces sending people flooding into Qingchuan City. At the same time, all the clansmen in the Martial God Trial Tower were instructed to wait in the public area, striving to invite Luo Xiao to join the family sect at the first opportunity, demonstrating utmost sincerity and attitude.
As for the major families in Qingchuan City, such as the Hu family where Hu Banruo belonged, the Lu family of Luqingxi, and the Feng family of Fengbaijian, along with other families large and small, they all began sending
messages to their younger generation in the military, demanding that they spare no effort to find this grass
no way and persuade him to join their clan. Even if he wouldn't join, having him as an honorary member would suffice.
However, Luo Xiao was completely unaware of the commotion outside. At this moment, he had already ventured deep into the Linhai ruins.
Along the way, he didn't even activate his invisibility.
The cloud-chasing shadow-stepping technique had been fully mastered by him.
With his figure flickering, every thrust of the silver spear in his hand resulted in the death of a ferocious beast, whether it was flying, running, or burrowing underground.
Luo Xiao didn't let a single one escape. After all, these were all gleaming white points. It took just an hour, and Luo Xiao was already covered in blood from the killing. His total points skyrocketed directly to 1223. In fact, he even dug up a treasure chest just now. However, the chest didn't yield any martial techniques or skills but instead produced a storage ring.
This made Luo Xiao very happy.
After all, in the novels he used to read, all those cultivators had storage rings, which allowed them to carry a lot of items effortlessly, retrieve them with a snap of their fingers, and even keep them fresh.
It felt both convenient and impressive.
Luo Xiao had long wanted one, but storage rings were extremely rare in this world. According to market prices, one would cost 10 million, and even then, they were unavailable for purchase as no one was selling them. Little Umbrella said that the physical storage ring would be delivered to him within 3 days after he leaves the tower. Luo Xiao was even happier. He stood on the corpse of a giant fire-breathing ape, reached out, and pulled a silver spear from the ape's skull, his eyes showing some fatigue.
Sigh, didn't they say the Martial God Trial Tower was full of treasures? Why is it that after all this time, I've only found 2 treasure chests? One was hidden underground, and the other beneath the lair of this first-level giant ape. Both were so hard to find and even harder to retrieve.
Killing this giant ape was as difficult as dealing with the male earth rock python, and Luo Xiao had to put in quite a bit of effort. Just to be safe, he had approached
while invisible. Who would have thought he accidentally stepped on a few dry grasses on the ground, making a noise? The giant ape, which had been dozing with its eyes half closed, immediately spewed flames toward the spot where the sound came from, engulfing the entire space in an instant. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have almost been scorched. The little umbrella that had been flying back and forth suddenly froze slightly upon hearing Luo Xiu's words, its lively eyes becoming momentarily dazed. Then, as if possessed, it descended with a vacant look, landing on Luo Xiu's shoulder and letting out a sinister laugh. Of course, it's hard to find and rare to come by. The easy-to-find and common treasures were taken long ago. The martial god trial tower has been open for so long. But I know a place where there are still plenty of treasures, including a spear technique that complements the chasing cloud shadow step. Luo Xiu didn't notice the little umbrella's abnormal behavior and thought it had just gotten stuck. Upon hearing about a spear technique that complements the chasing cloud shadow step, he couldn't help but feel intrigued and asked, "Where?" The little umbrella murmured softly, "Public area." Public area? That multiplayer server? Luo Xiu was slightly taken aback, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. He didn't actually think the public area was particularly dangerous, but he felt distressed about the 1,000 points. Entering the public area once costs 1,000 points. Isn't this just daylight robbery? He had been working hard here for half a day, killing so many fierce beasts, breaking 4 records, achieving 2 accomplishments, and digging up 2 treasure chests, only to accumulate 1,223 points. If he directly spends 1,000 to enter the public area, wouldn't that mean all his efforts were in vain? However, he really wanted the gun technique that complemented the chasing cloud shadow step. Seemingly noticing Luo Xiu's hesitation, a strange glint flashed in little umbrella's eyes. She then circled around Luo Xiu's head and said, "The symbolic significance of points in the martial god tower outweighs their practical value. Even if you exchange them for vitality pills, 1,000 points can only get you 2 pills. Moreover, the points you spend won't affect your real-time ranking." Luo Xiu's expression shifted. "It won't affect the ranking?" The little umbrella nodded, of course. Otherwise, if the first place on the leaderboard exchanged all their points for vitality pills and ended up with 0 points, would they suddenly become the last place? That would be too unreasonable, wouldn't it? Luo Xiu nodded, feeling a sudden surge of interest. If that's the case, then it's not a big deal. If it doesn't affect the ranking, the loss is just 2 vitality pills, which seems to still be within an acceptable range. However, Luo Xiu casually glanced at the little Sanner who had her back to him, feeling a bit puzzled. This little one should just be an emotionless NPC, at most with some added AI traits to make her slightly more lively. But why would she actively guide me to the public area? Clearly, Luo Xiu noticed something unusual. Although little Sanner's voice, appearance, and behavior hadn't changed, her recent words all seemed to be constantly guiding him toward the public area. If it were the previous little umbrella, there probably wouldn't be such a strong inclination of consciousness. Before, she even forgot to tell Luo Xiu about the male earth rock python's heat-sensing trait and the extra points for opening treasure chests. But when it came to the matter of the public area, she explained it so clearly and actively mentioned so many benefits. This was a bit unusual. Either Little Umbrella has a specific program that guides all trial participants to spend 1,000 points to go to the public area, or Little Umbrella has been hacked like a computer program, deliberately guiding him to the public area. Luo Xiu secretly heightened his vigilance but deliberately said nonchalantly, "Hiss, it seems like going to the public area isn't a big deal, but it's still a bit of a loss. If I spend 1,000 points to go in and find nothing, that would be a huge waste. 1,000 points are worth 2 chi and blood pills, after all." Upon hearing this, Little Umbrella almost instinctively said, "Don't worry, didn't I just tell you? The public area has the complementary spear technique for the cloud-chasing shadow-stepping art. That spear technique is called Wind Veil Soul Extinguishing Spear, and it's also an Earth-level martial skill. I happen to know where the treasure chest containing this technique is hidden, so I can take you there." Luo Xiu's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart, he was already certain that this Little Umbrella definitely had a problem. Moreover, it probably wasn't an official guide. An official guide couldn't possibly have the Little Umbrella directly lead the trial participants to dig up treasure chests, otherwise, there wouldn't be enough treasure chests for all the participants to dig up. This damn thing has been hacked. Fortunately, I'm not the kind of fool who gets blinded by treasures. Luo Xiu secretly gave himself a thumbs up, feeling an urge to shout at Xiao Sanner, "Bold demon, I can tell at a glance that you're not human." Oh, but after thinking it over, he suppressed the impulse. He cleared his throat, sighed, and said, "Forget it, I just feel uneasy with my wallet being too empty. I'll wait a bit longer. I'll hunt some more fierce beasts, and once I've saved up 2,000 points, I'll head to the public area." Luo Xiu prepared to cast a long line to catch a big fish and see what exactly was waiting for him in the public area. Anyway, if he couldn't handle it when the time came, he could just go invisible and make a run for it. But he felt a bit puzzled. Who could it be, daring to invade Xiao Wuxian's divine artifact to lure someone as insignificant as me? This is just too strange. I won't end up like those characters in fantasy novels novels, becoming a pawn in the hands of some almighty figure, will I? Am I really that important?
Having read countless online novels, Luo Shou considered himself well informed, yet he still couldn't figure out why someone would go to such great lengths to scheme against a mere first-rank martial artist like him. It can't be that just because he broke a few records and was deemed too talented, some big shot decided to take action and lured him into a trap to eliminate this genius, right? A big shot wouldn't be so petty, would they? Just as Luo Shou ruled out the most likely correct guess, Little Umbrella grinned and nodded, flying back onto his shoulder with a cheerful exclamation, "Let's go! Let's go! Time to hunt fierce beasts." At that moment, Luo Shou clearly felt that the original Little Umbrella seemed to have returned. Meanwhile, in the clean little courtyard of Longzhou City, a respectful voice emerged from the unseen darkness. "Protector, we utilized an official piece responsible for the maintenance of the martial god trial tower to forcibly take over the communication rights
of the guiding spirit beside grass. No way.
We successfully induced him, and he has decided to head to the public area once his points reach 2000. The personnel for the first floor public area of the martial god trial tower are also ready, and the little white flower skilled in charm techniques is in position." The bald old man lying on the recliner squinted, his eyes slightly open upon hearing this, then slowly closed them again. Got it. As soon as the words fell, his right hand, placed on his lower abdomen, clenched abruptly. From the position where the respectful voice had just sounded, a painful scream immediately erupted. Following that, a figure emerged from the shadows and exploded into a spray of blood with a bang. A series of rustling sounds echoed from within the shadows. The bald old man said nonchalantly, "From now on, no swearing in front of me."
That, damn.
"No way, from now on, you will call him, codename,
Qingchuan.
Alright, once the operation is over, have the official pawn responsible for maintaining the martial god trial tower commit suicide." After speaking, the bald old man closed his eyes again. After another rustling sound in the shadows, everything returned to calm. In the yard, the sound of the radio once again filled the air. The sunlight was dazzling, but when it shone on the bald old man, it cast a massive shadow, resembling a primordial beast.
"Martial god trial tower, first floor, amidst the coastal ruins."
Luo Shou dashed out of a ruin with an excited expression, followed closely by a swarm of thumb-sized, densely packed, black bees that blotted out the sky.
The scene looked as if it were the end of the world. "Ah, this is amazing. I never expected to find a treasure chest inside the beehive." Luo Shou ran while glancing back at the swarm of bees pressing down like dark clouds over his city, shouting in panic, "Quick, quick, quick! Little Sanner, teleport me to the public area. Otherwise, I won't make it." At this moment, Luo Shou's body felt somewhat sticky, completely covered in gooey honey. Just now, he had fought his way through, relying on invisibility, X-ray vision, and the cloud-chasing shadow-stepping technique. Through various ambushes, he easily pierced through hundreds of ferocious beasts, causing his points to skyrocket and finally reach the 2000-point milestone. Just as he was about to head to the public area to take a look, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a glimmer of golden light in a nearby abandoned residential building. Having already opened 2 treasure chests, Luo Shou was instantly thrilled. This was clearly the glow of a treasure chest. So, he rushed in without hesitation. Then, he understood why such an obvious spot still had an unclaimed treasure chest. The place where the treasure chest was hidden was inside a massive beehive spanning over dozens of meters. Countless black bees swarmed around the hive, and the terrifying buzzing sounded like a massive thundercloud undergoing a tribulation. Luo Shou saw the scene and immediately felt a bit of a headache. In this place, let alone a first-grade martial artist coming alone, even if a group of second-grade martial artists came together, they would likely be wiped out completely. Luo Shou knew the name of those black bees: black rain poison bees. First-order primary ferocious beasts, living in groups, numbering in the tens of thousands. Each venomous bee carries 3 venomous stingers, each of which is toxic enough to kill a first-order ferocious beast. Although their physical strength is average, the liquid inside their bodies has a corrosive effect when they are killed. Every attack blots out the sky and covers the sun, with thousands of venomous bees swarming like black raindrops, hence the name black rain venomous bees. Individually, they are weaker than ordinary first-order ferocious beasts, but their numbers are overwhelmingly large. A third-tier ferocious beast wouldn't dare provoke it. However, Luo Shou had no such concerns. He directly activated invisibility and sneaked in. At first, everything went smoothly. Relying on his superb movement skills, he avoided one patrolling black rain venom bee after another and finally approached the massive hive. But entering the hive took a lot of effort, mainly because it was filled with honey and larvae everywhere, and he couldn't even find an entrance. In the end, he managed to quietly sneak into the beehive by following a returning bee. As soon as he entered, he saw a chubby, white, and ugly bee. It was huge, at least as big as a watermelon. It should be the queen of the black rain poison bees. The ugly queen bee was lying lazily on the glittering treasure chest, sound asleep. Originally, Luo Shou was planning to just take the treasure chest and leave, but Xiao Sanner pointed out that the queen bee's abdomen contained a piece of honey essence, which was highly beneficial for mental strength. So, Luo Shou casually raised his hand and struck with his blade, piercing piercing the sleeping queen bee. He used his spear to extract the honey essence from its abdomen and swallowed it. And to his surprise, this thing's effect was ridiculously strong. Even the temple god, dormant in his sea of consciousness, was directly activated. He didn't even need to actively offer worship. A strengthening upgrade was directly completed. Now, his invisibility and X-ray vision have both been enhanced to level 4. The effects have been significantly improved once again. But the result of killing the queen bee was that the entire hive instantly went into a frenzy. Countless black rain poison bees began to rage, crazily swarming into the hive. Luo Xiu had no way to return the same way, so he waved his hand, hid the treasure chest in his storage ring, and then randomly picked a spot to dash out, getting large clumps of honey all over himself. Luo Xiu didn't bother cleaning off the honey and directly used his area invisibility ability to make the honey on his body invisible as well. The enraged black rain poison bees could only sense the presence of honey passing by them but couldn't see anything, leaving them somewhat puzzled. But instinct drove them to chase after. Thus, there was the embarrassing scene of Luo Xiu just now. Just as Luo Xiu's words had barely fallen, the little umbrella flying beside him giggled, pointed her umbrella at Luo Xiu, and a void gate suddenly appeared before him. Luo Xiu rushed straight in. At the same time, little umbrella's prompt sounded in his ears. Current total points, 2,134. Points used, 1,000. Remaining redeemable points, 1134. Public area connected. As the prompt ended, Luo Xiu had already passed through the void gate and arrived in a dense forest. All around were towering, massive trees, and the ground was covered with a mix of newly and decayed fallen leaves, which felt soft and spongy underfoot. However, the trees blocked out the sky, allowing only scattered rays of light to squeeze through the canopy, making the entire environment appear particularly eerie and dim. Is this the public area? Luo Xiu frowned and asked instinctively. Little Umbrella immediately flew in front of him and explained, "This is the Evernight Forest, which also exists outside the public area. However, you haven't left the ruins of Linhai yet, so you haven't seen it here. According to estimates, the Evernight Forest is about 10 times the size of the ruins of Linhai. As for the entire first floor of the Martial God Trial Tower, besides the ruins of Linhai and the Evernight Forest, there are also the Erla Desert and the Windmorn Canyon. Within the Evernight Forest, there are 700,000 types of non-ranked ferocious beasts and over 3,000 types of first-ranked ferocious beasts. Most importantly, this is the place where Xia Martial God and the officials have hidden the most treasure chests. Therefore, martial artists entering the public area like to come here first to explore." At that moment, Little Umbrella's figure suddenly paused slightly, and an unnatural glint flashed through its eyes again, just like before. Then it said, "Now, do you want to find the treasure chest containing the Wind Veil Soul Extinguishing Spear? That treasure chest happens to be in the Evernight Forest." Luo Xiu was curiously observing the various strange trees around him, marveling at the wonders of creation. Hearing this, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He realized that Xiao San'er had been invaded again. He then chuckled lightly and said, "Oh, really? It's like searching high and low only to find it effortlessly. Let's go, we'll set off right now. Hurry, hurry." Xiao San'er nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. "Alright, let's go." Then, the small figure swiftly flew up and began leading the way ahead. Luo Xiu steadily followed behind, neither too far nor too close, watching the fluttering figure of Little Umbrella with flickering light in his eyes. As soon as I arrived in the public area, Little Umbrella was taken over by an invasion again. It seems that someone might have marked her. Once they detected her and me entering the public area, they activated the mark and invaded again. The person behind this is really impatient. Wind Concealing Soul Extinguishing Spear? It's indeed a good bait, but I wonder what's been prepared for me ahead. I'm starting to look forward to it. Luo Xiu, deep in thought, followed Little Umbrella all the way forward. Along the way, they startled many ferocious beasts that hadn't reached any rank. Luo Xiu didn't use invisibility. He felt that this Little Umbrella probably didn't know he could turn invisible, and seemed to be merely mechanically controlled to have speaking permissions. So, he decided to keep this point to himself for the time being. He then wielded the silver spear and, relying on the extreme speed of the cloud-chasing shadow-stepping technique, effortlessly slew all the ferocious beasts. The Little Umbrella fluttering ahead was evidently a bit surprised upon seeing the burst of speed Xiu displayed after using the cloud-chasing shadow-stepping technique. This made Xiu even more certain that, at this moment, the Little Umbrella knew nothing about him except that he had mastered the cloud-chasing shadow-stepping technique. Luo Xiu immediately felt relieved. About 15 minutes later, the figures of other people appeared in their line of sight. A three-person team had their formation disrupted by a Gale Tiger. With a fierce pounce, the Gale Tiger sent one man flying, then with a sudden tail swipe, struck a woman, flinging her against a large tree. Finally, facing the last remaining woman, it opened its massive blood-stained jaws and bit down. The woman was extremely beautiful, resembling a girl next door type, though her figure was rather exaggerated, large where it should be large, small where it should be small, round where it should be round, and smooth where it should be smooth. She held a long sword in her hand, but before she could do more than thrust it forward, the giant
tiger bit down, shattering the sword with a crunch. Then, the giant tiger struck fiercely, sending the beautiful woman flying as her delicate body tumbled through the air. In the midst of tumbling, her expression became increasingly poignant and captivating. Her disheveled hair made one feel an uncontrollable pang of sympathy. Seeing the fierce wind tiger about to pounce again, she forced herself to get up, just in time to spot Luo Shou being brought over by Xiao San'er. Her eyes immediately lit up. Struggling to rise from the ground, she staggered and stumbled, shouting as she ran tumultuously toward Luo Shou. Help! Help! Save me! Help! Luo Shou looked at the dizzying, soft, and elastic movement, narrowing his eyes slightly. Then, without a word, he turned and ran away. The shadow step was executed to perfection by him. Before the graceful woman could even reach him, he had already moved 100 meters away, hiding behind a sturdy tree. The air instantly froze. Even the frenzied Gale tiger paused for a moment in slight confusion. The graceful woman widened her eyes in shock, momentarily forgetting that there was still a Gale tiger behind her.
This is not what I expected. What kind of man sees a beauty being attacked and chooses to run away first? Especially when it's such a stunning beauty with an explosive figure, delicate features, and a pitiful demeanor. Do you have any sense of responsibility left? Still not a real man. The Gale tiger was the first to regain its composure. It let out a furious roar, a terrifying sound like a massive wave that directly caused the beautiful woman and the other two injured men and women to feel dizzy. Meanwhile, far away, Luo Shou happened to be outside the range of the roar and was completely unaffected. Little Sana was by his side, her gaze already back to normal. She pointed at the Gale Wind Giant Tiger and introduced, Gale Wind Giant Tiger, a solitary ferocious beast, mid-level tier 1. Its body is as large as an elephant, its speed like the wind, its strength like an ape, and its combat ability is extremely strong. Its innate skills include Gale Pounce and Beast King Roar, with the roar causing a dizziness effect within a 30-meter range. Luo Shou nodded but didn't take the Gale Wind Giant Tiger seriously. What's going on? If these three people weren't here, the Gale Wind Giant Tiger would have been instantly killed by him. Not to mention a stealth attack, even in a head-on confrontation. With Luo Shou's current speed and vitality, he had nothing to fear. However, he still doesn't quite understand what these people are trying to do. So, it's better to hide in the distance and observe for now. It's just, these people are so weak and stupid. Roar! Don't they know that you can't get distracted when facing danger? You see, they've all fallen for it, haven't they? Seeing the fierce wind tiger behind the beautiful woman ready to pounce, Luo Shou quickly poked his head out slightly from behind the tree and shouted loudly at the beautiful woman, Big sister, run quickly, the tiger is going to eat you. As he spoke, the fierce wind tiger had already lunged fiercely at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman, hearing Luo Shou's shout, snapped out of her daze with a jolt. A trace of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in her eyes at first, but was quickly replaced by fear. Without a moment's hesitation, she didn't even bother to protect her two large treasures and rolled directly to the ground. A fishy wind brushed past his ear, narrowly avoiding the attack of the Gale Giant Tiger. The Gale Giant Tiger missed its strike, clearly enraged. It let out a furious roar, abruptly turning its head to glare in the direction where Luo Shou was. Its pair of giant eyes, like blood-red lanterns, looked incomparably sinister. However, Luo Shou had already left the original big tree long ago. At some point, he circled to a spot 100 meters away on the right side of the group, then secretly poked his head out from behind another big tree and softly called out, Hey, it's time to counterattack. If you don't fight back now, you're going to die. After saying that, he retracted his head, his figure flashed, and he disappeared again without a trace. There's no helping it, being fast is just that cool. Upon hearing Luo Shou's words, the two martial artists who had been knocked flying also reacted immediately, quickly enduring the pain and scrambling to get up from the ground. Then he ran to the beautiful woman and stood beside her. The three of them raised their weapons again, facing the Gale Tiger. The Gale Tiger saw the three humans stand up again and became even angrier. With a roar, its massive figure moved as fast as lightning, pouncing in the blink of an eye, bringing with it a storm of blood and wind, and swiped a claw toward the three. Roar! This time, the three were clearly more methodical than before, completely avoiding direct confrontation with the Gale Tiger. Before the tiger's claws could strike, they scattered in different directions, then charged forward together, aiming their weapons at the Gale Tiger's lower abdomen. Judging by their strength and speed, all three had clearly reached the level of first-grade martial artists. Clang! 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 The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as all three weapons solidly struck the body of the Gale Tiger. Unfortunately, although their attacks were powerful, they failed to break through the Gale Tiger's physical defense. However, the Gale Tiger felt the pain and immediately let out a roar. Its massive body swung fiercely, and the three were once again flung away. The Gale Tiger's eyes turned blood red, clearly provoked into a feral rage. It unleashed the Beast King's roar once more, causing the three to be stunned in place again, their eyes showing a dazed expression. From a distance, Luo Shou observed the scene and could only think that these people were pathetically weak. Roar! A mere first-rank intermediate beast managed to beat them like this, and they still want to scheme against him? With what brains are they scheming? To cast a long line to catch a big fish, he had no choice but to step
happen again. With a flash of his figure, he dashed over, first dragging the beautiful woman away, then dragging the other two, gathering them together. Smack, smack, he gave each of them 2 slaps. Hey, hey, wake up, the tiger is coming. After speaking, he flashed away again, running to the distance and hiding behind a tree. Quick, charge. If you don't charge now, you're really going to die. The 3 of them only felt a burning sensation on their faces and saw bright red palm prints on each other's faces. Amidst their anger, a deep sense of helplessness surged in their hearts. Not far away, the Gale giant tiger had already arched its back and was pouncing toward them. Roar, roar. No choice, the 3 immediately spread out and once again took their stances to confront the Gale giant tiger. Yes, yes, just like that. Go quickly, stab its egg. Don't look at me, go on. Not far away, Luo Xiu mysteriously poked his head out from behind a tree, holding a large chunk of honey in his hand, eating while shouting at the 3. The corners of the 3's mouths twitched slightly, but they dared not lose focus. With a furious roar, they all charged at the Gale giant tiger. Not bad, that's the spirit. Stab him in the rear. Or the eyes. Tiger whip will do. Luo Xiu occasionally changed positions, each time appearing while chewing honey in big bites, pointing out the weak spots of the Gale tiger and giving guidance to the 3. Each time the 3 were swatted away by the Gale tiger, Luo Xiu would rush over immediately to save them, wake them up, and then push them back into the battlefield to continue fighting the Gale tiger. In this way, as the 3 were tormented to the brink of collapse, the Gale tiger was also covered in bloody holes, barely clinging to life. Luo Xiu suddenly wielded a long spear and, like a phantom, charged in front of the Gale giant tiger, piercing through its head with 1 strike. Ah, another 10 points credited, can't let it go to waste. Luo Xiu withdrew the spearhead, laughing playfully. Hearing his words, the 3 were almost furious enough to spit blood. So after fighting for so long, they were abused by the Gale giant tiger, slapped by Luo Xiu, and had to endure the torment of Luo Xiu watching the show from afar while eating snacks. In the end, they were half dead from exhaustion, and yet the rewards were effortlessly taken by Luo Xiu. This is just too inhumane. Luo Xiu, as if oblivious to the shame and anger on the 3 people's faces, walked over to the elegant young woman with a cheerful smile, reached out, and helped her up. Oh, this beautiful young lady, are you alright? The elegant young woman was speechless. Do I look like I'm fine to you? She secretly bit her lip, but her face was pitiful and aggrieved as she began to sob softly. Please, big brother, don't make fun of me anymore. It's all my fault for overestimating myself and insisting on venturing into the forest of eternal night. I ended up encountering that ferocious Gale tiger. If it weren't for you, I fear I would have lost my life here. Boo-hoo! As she spoke, she threw herself into Luo Xiu's arms, crying her heart out. For a moment, her tear-streaked face was as delicate as a rain-soaked pear blossom, utterly captivating, like a small white flower adorned with dewdrops. Meanwhile, Hu Banruo had already returned to the monitoring room on the top floor of the trial site. She watched the small white flower desperately squeezing into Luo Xiu's arms on the big screen, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. With a cold snort, she reached out and tapped the Bluetooth earpiece on her right ear, saying, Legion Commander, Luo Xiu has already reached the Long Night Forest in the public area. Currently, an unidentified individual has approached Luo Xiu. The plan can begin, and Lu Qingxi and the others can be sent over. To be honest, a large number of men have little resistance to women who take the initiative to throw themselves into their arms. Whether they like them or not is another matter, but they won't let the opportunity go to waste. Unless they're unattractive. But Luo Xiu is different. He has a moral obsession with cleanliness. What if a woman who casually throws herself into someone's arms is sick? So, even though the delicate flower desperately pressed herself into his embrace, and he did feel the soft warmth and fragrance against his chest, like holding soft jade, he still slightly frowned and pushed her away. Absolutely without the slightest reluctance. Looking at the somewhat puzzled little white flower, Luo Xiu smiled faintly. Young lady, you and I are strangers. You can't just call me brother casually. Is that something you can call casually? The little white flower was slightly stunned and was just about to say she didn't mind, but then Luo Xiu changed his tone and said, but if you don't mind, you could call me dad instead. That one you can call casually, I certainly don't mind. The little white flower's pitiful little face instantly froze, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. What do you mean you don't mind? I freaking mind, okay, but she could only roar angrily in her heart. On the surface, however, she looked at Luo Xiu with tearful, beautiful eyes and said with shame and indignation, being beaten like this by the Gale tiger, we are already miserable enough. Why must you humiliate me further? If this is how I can repay your life-saving grace, then go ahead and humiliate me. I only beg you not to trouble my 2 companions. After saying this, she raised her slender, fair neck like a swan, closed her eyes, and brought her pitifully delicate face closer to Luo Xiu, looking utterly pitiable. Her 2 companions beside her, seeing this, immediately spoke up to stop her. Little white flower, don't do this. It's not worth it. If it were a normal person, they should feel a sense of guilt at this moment. After all, such a delicate and fragile little beauty showing such a submissive posture is truly heart-wrenching. Actually, even Luo Xiu felt for a moment that he might have gone too far. The poor young girl was so pitiful, yet so beautiful, with such a great figure. If he didn't bully her, she would surely be very happy, and maybe they could even become friends, leading to a closer relationship. But in the next moment, within Luo Xiu's sea of consciousness, the bronze small temple emitted a faint glow, and the sound of a bell rang out. Luo Xiu's entire body trembled instantly, and he snapped back to clarity. His gaze sharpened as he activated his supervision and looked at the delicate girl again, only to see her surrounded by a pink aura. This pink aura was subtly seeping into his body, especially into his mind and spirit. Could this be the legendary art of enchantment? Luo Xiu's heart tightened, and his gaze turned slightly cold. I was careless and didn't dodge. Carelessly, I fell into the trap. So this art of enchantment can be used like this? Adapting to the environment, events, and tone, instead of just coquettishly posing to seduce. Feels like I was misled by novels before. I used to think that those who knew enchantment techniques were all obviously flirtatious women. Turns out there are also those who are completely unguardable. I'll have to be careful in the future. If one day I wake up and see my first love, my white moonlight, sitting in the front row wearing a school uniform, with teary eyes saying, "I don't want to wait anymore. I want to be with you now. Let's elope," wouldn't I just fall for it immediately? Luo Xiu shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he formed a plan in his heart. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he reached out a hand and gently flicked the smooth forehead of the delicate girl. "Alright, stop crying. I was just teasing you. Sit down and meditate to recover from your injuries. I'll keep watch for you." After speaking, he ignored the stunned look from Xia Bai and turned around, beginning to survey the surroundings. This sudden change left Xia Bai and her two companions somewhat puzzled. Dang! Nevertheless, they all sat down to begin meditating, as they had indeed expended a lot of energy during their battle with the Gale Tiger. Once they finished meditating, Luo Xiu took the initiative to start a conversation with them. Only just learned that this girl, who resembles a delicate white flower, is actually called Little White Flower in the Martial God Trial Tower. During the conversation, the three people with Little White Flower kept subtly probing for Rashu's real information, but clearly, Rashu didn't reveal a single detail. He only said that he is a direct disciple of the martial god Xiao Wendian, lives in Longzhou City, has an SSS-level physical potential, a talent for growing, shrinking, and vibrating, and possesses a Wolf-Tooth Club martial spirit. Anyway, it was just nonsense. The three of them saw that they couldn't get anything out of him, so they stopped asking about these things. Instead, they started casually chatting with Luo Xiu, and before long, the relationship between the four of them had significantly improved. Luo Xiu even suggested that they might as well swear a blood oath and become sworn brothers, stunned the three of them into a daze. In the end, Luo Xiu even led the three of them on a rampage through the long night forest, slaughtering all the nearby fierce beasts along the way. He did not use invisibility. Each time, he performed the cloud-chasing shadow-stepping technique to push his speed to the limit. But even so, most of the fierce beasts were instantly killed by him. When the three saw Luo Xiu's speed reach such an incredible level, they exchanged glances. During a break, Little White Flower stepped forward, hugged Luo Xiu's arm, gently rested her head on his shoulder, and softly said, "Dear senior brother, I really envy you. From a young age, you've been the personal disciple of Xiao Wuxian, born with innate nobility, enjoying wealth and luxury, endless resources, and boundless glory. But Then, she began to recount how miserable her life had been, growing up without parents, being bullied in various ways, not having enough to eat or wear, and even during her school years, being oppressed by the children of powerful families. Several times, she was nearly robbed of her purity and reduced to a walking corpse. In short, she had endured all the world's injustices and hardships, as tragic as one could imagine. By the end, her face was covered in tears, and she was sobbing uncontrollably, like a flower battered by a violent storm, evoking heartbreak and pity. Then, she tilted her tear-streaked, delicate face upward and asked Luo Xiu, "Dear senior brother, why is this world so unfair? Why are some people born to enjoy the world, standing above others, while some are born at the bottom, never able to escape the mire? Why must there be so many levels of inequality? Why can those people bully others at will? Are we destined to suffer from birth?" Hearing this, Luo Xiu felt that the main act was about to begin. This little white flower should reveal her intentions, but to be honest, he doesn't know how to answer the little white flower's question. After all, this matter is not a simple black and white issue, like 1 + 1 = 2 that can be easily clarified. Human nature, the world, and society are all very complex problems. He doesn't want to think about it too much right now, nor does he have the ability to think about it so much. He just wants to become stronger. So, Luo Xiu shook his head and was about to casually respond with something, so she would say what she wanted to say next. But at this moment, a cold voice came from afar and drew closer. Whether the world is fair or not is hard to say, but if you don't remove those two disgusting things from him right now, you'll soon feel the unfairness of lightning. With a burst of thunder, a tall and upright figure suddenly descended from the sky. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of straight, slender, and perfectly flawless long legs. Then, it was a face full of vitality that could be felt even through the cold eyes behind the mask. Finally, it was a pitch-black long spear flickering with lightning. The tall figure said nothing, suddenly lifting the pitch-black long spear in her hand. The spear tip pointed directly at Little White Flower's throat, with purple lightning coiling around the spear shaft, faintly accompanied by the roar of a dragon. With just a single word, Little White Flower's face instantly turned pale. Her body instinctively loosened its grip on Luo Shou's arm, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed in the tall figure's beautiful eyes. Without hesitation, she thrust the long spear forward again. The icy spear tip, carrying an intense chill, stabbed toward Little White Flower's chest. The Little White Flower's eyes were filled with terror, and her figure retreated in extreme disarray. But no matter how she retreated, the deadly spear tip always stayed tightly in front of her, as if it wouldn't withdraw unless it pierced through her chest. The two stunned companions nearby finally snapped out of it, shouting, "Stop," as they charged forward with their weapons. However, the two couldn't even handle the Gale Tiger, so how could they possibly withstand the pitch-black spear entwined with thunder? The tall figure didn't even glance at them, sweeping an arm across, sending the two flying. Their bodies went numb, and they lay on the ground convulsing. The Little White Flower turned pale with fright. She glanced at Luo Xiu, who looked somewhat stunned, and cried out loudly, "Senior brother, save me." Boom! Luo Xiu snapped back to his senses upon hearing her words. But before he could make a move, he saw the tall figure's icy eyes glaring at him, as if saying, "Just try saving her, I dare you." Luo Xiu gave an awkward smile, coughed dryly, and shrank back a little. "Well, I'm feeling unwell, a bit of a stomachache, maybe I had too much honey just now." After saying that, he tilted his head and nonchalantly started whistling. Hearing this and seeing Luo Xiu's actions, Xiao Baihua's delicate face instantly turned pale, almost spitting blood. What happened to the sworn blood pact and becoming sworn brothers? Get lost. What happened to sharing blessings and enduring hardships together as promised? What happened to saying that seeing her would remind you of an old acquaintance you deeply admired? You freaking! Little White Flower cursed Luo Xiu furiously in her heart for spouting nonsense, but her body dared not slow down. It was as if her physical potential had erupted, repeatedly dodging the pitch-black spear and retreating 10 meters away. But before she could catch her breath, the tall figure charged forward again. "Shameless, flaunting yourself. How dare you spread deceitful words?" Watching the tall figure, like a thunderous judgment, continuously thrust the long spear at the Little White Flower. The Little White Flower kept dodging, but it became increasingly strenuous, and its face grew paler. Luo Xiu secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva at the sight. "Why is Lu Qingxi here? Strange, why do I feel like I've been caught cheating? Just now, she looked at me as if she wanted to hit me too." That's right, this tall figure is none other than Lu Qingxi, known for her iconic long legs. She was just enjoying herself farming monsters, her points skyrocketing to over 900. Suddenly, the little umbrella guiding her said, "Third Legion, damn, no way, has been targeted by suspected Crimson Church cultists. The situation is dangerous. Please quickly accumulate 1,000 points, enter the public area, Long Night Forest, coordinates, and assist in the operation. Mission completion reward, 300 points. Lu Qingxi certainly knew about grass. No way, this legendary figure who had been announced across the entire tower several times. Moreover, with her family background, she had also heard of the Crimson Church's existence. Originally, she was curious about who this record-breaking genius in their legion could be, hiding so deeply. However, due to the anonymity within the Martial God Trial Tower, she had no way of finding out. Now, with such a sudden opportunity to meet face to face, she naturally didn't want to miss it. So, she immediately sped up, killed dozens of ferocious beasts to gather 1,000 points, and directly called Xiao Sanner to enter the public area. Then, she quickly rushed toward the coordinates provided by Xiao Sanner. She had just arrived when she saw Chang Wei hitting Lai Fu. No, it was seeing the cat-faced masked crap. No way, being completely clung to by Xiao Baihua, with his arms sinking into Xiao Baihua's two utterly useless mounds of fat. Xiao Baihua was still playing the victim while saying suggestive words. And as for the cat-faced masked crap, no way, the more she looked, the more familiar he seemed, the more he resembled someone. Even through the mask, that familiar feeling and aura kept overwhelming her. Isn't this the bastard Luo Xiu who has a marriage contract with her? There's absolutely no mistake. So, she was instantly furious, daring to hug and cuddle with this wicked woman behind my back. Very well, I'll remember this grudge. In her heart, she added another grudge against Luo Xiu, then rushed out. She couldn't wait to destroy the vile woman's tool for seduction. As for Luo Xiu, she would settle the score later. Lu Qingxi's moves became increasingly swift, activating her talent double speed. The spear in her hand instantly turned into a blur, and the delicate flower could no longer hold her ground. Seeing that Lu Qingxi's spear tip was about to pierce her throat, Xiao Baihua let out a delicate shout, her eyes instantly becoming profound, and a wave of enchantment surged into Lu Qingxi's vision. Lu Qingxi was momentarily stunned, but it was only for an instant. A dragon's roar suddenly rose from within her body, and a phantom of a thunder dragon, shimmering with purple light, erupted from her. With a roar, it charged directly at Xiao Baihua, blasting her away. Lu Qingxi regained her composure, her eyes growing even colder.
colder. Charm technique? Heh, you deserve to die. Then, she let out a cold laugh, raised her pitch-black spear, and mercilessly thrust it toward the delicate flower. But just at that moment, with a crisp clang, Lu Qingxi's spear was deflected, and Luo Xiu, holding a silver spear, stood in front of the delicate flower. Lu Qingxi's gaze froze for a moment, and her tone turned slightly cold as she said, "Are you going to stop me?" Luo Xiu cleared his throat, walked over to the utterly stunned little white flower, reached out to pull her up, and then looked at Lu Qingxi, saying, "Hey, what kind of talk is that? This young lady, you attacked the moment you appeared. Isn't that a bit too aggressive? I see bloodshot veins in your eyes, which suggests liver fire is flaring up. How about this? I have some honey here that can soothe the liver, calm the nerves, and relieve stress. Take it and have some first. As for little white flower, she's my newly sworn sister, bound to me like family. How could I let you lay a hand on her?" Hearing this, both little white flower and Lu Qingxi were momentarily stunned. But before little white flower could feel touched, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back as the tip of a spear pierced through her chest. She turned her head in confusion to look at Luo Xiu, only to hear Luo Xiu say earnestly, "I just asked Xiao Saner, and she said that killing someone in a public area not only won't be punished but also allows you to take half of their points. Since you're my sworn brother, how could I let someone else take those points? Of course, I had to do it myself. Let me see. Wow, you have quite a lot of points. Half of them are over 2,000. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Xiu turned his head to look at a man and a woman who had just recovered from their paralyzed state. His eyes lit up. Oh, two more sworn siblings. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and appeared in front of the two. With two swift puff sounds, the silver spear pierced through their chests before they could react. At the entrance of the forest of the long night, 3 flashes of white light appeared, revealing 2 women and 1 man. It was the 3 newly resurrected little white flowers. Little white flower's eyes were filled with resentment and venom as she spoke to the floating little umbrella in front of her. "Praise the Crimson Lord, the inducement mission has failed. We can now activate the Underworld Bridge 100 Locks blood sacrifice technique, destroy his spirit, and strip away his mental aptitude and memory content." The 3 corpses stabbed to death by Luo Xiu had already turned into fluorescence and dissipated into the air. The forest, which was bustling just moments ago, now only had Luo Xiu and Lu Qingxi left. Luo Xiu happily checked with Saner the half of the points they had gained from killing the 3 people, which added up to over 5,000. Clearly, the 3 of Xiao Baihua were not entering the first level of the Martial God Trial Tower for the first time. Each had accumulated quite a lot of points. But now, it all benefits Luo Xiu. Just as Luo Xiu was sighing over the saying "murder and arson bring wealth," a cold snort suddenly came from beside him. "Are you very pleased with yourself?" Luo Xiu's expression stiffened slightly, and when he turned his head, he saw Lu Qingxi's cold and angry eyes. To be fair, even with a mask on, just looking at her eyes, one could sense Lu Qingxi's indescribable beauty. However, Luo Xiu thought about it again and felt something was off. Wait, that's not right. Damn. No way, not Luo Xiu. She can't possibly see through the catface mask and recognize me as Luo Xiu, right? Even if she can tell I'm Luo Xiu, she's not really connected to me. There's just a marriage contract, and that was made without my knowledge. What am I guilty of? Am I about to be at fault? Wouldn't that make her guess that I secretly read her diary? No, absolutely not. I can't let her figure it out. Besides, she ruined my plan to play the long game as soon as she showed up. She's the one in the wrong here. Realizing this, Luo Xiu immediately cleared his throat with a dry cough, raised his head toward Lu Qingxi, and said in a deep voice, "Young lady, I am a stranger to you. Why do you come at my sworn brother with such hostility the moment you appear? Isn't that a bit too overbearing?" Lu Qingxi narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly at these words, a hint of danger flashing through them. However, she did not answer Luo Xiu's question and instead said in a frosty tone, "Are you saying I'm irritable?" Luo Xiu was stunned for a moment, then saw Lu Qingxi take a step closer to him and say coldly again, "And you're saying I have excessive liver fire?" Thinking of his earlier offhand remarks, Luo Xiu suddenly felt a headache coming on. But Lu Qingxi took another step closer to him and said, "And you even suggested I eat honey to calm my liver, reduce irritability, and relieve stress?" Luo Xiu opened his mouth, feeling a bit stuck. Lu Qingxi stepped closer again, directly walking up to Luo Xiu, leaving only a fist's distance between them. Luo Xiu could even faintly feel the chill emanating from her. "Still stealing my kills and taking my points?" As she spoke, Lu Qingxi stepped forward again, pinning Luo Xiu's foot, still saying I'm too domineering now? There was almost no distance between the two of them, and Luo Xiu could clearly feel Lu Qingxi's breath gently brushing against his slightly raised chin. For some reason, his heart was pounding with nervousness. What he didn't know was that Lu Qingxi felt the same way at that moment. She had indeed been angry just now, but she hadn't figured out why she was angry. Just seeing Luo Xiu close to that vicious little white flower made her inexplicably furious.
furious. Moreover, after she killed that little white flower, Luo Xiao actually dared to call her irritable and domineering, which made her even more indignant. It was simply ungrateful. The little white flower was a member of the Crimson Church who would devour people without leaving a trace. But when she angrily approached Luo Xiao, an unprecedented feeling instantly swept through her entire body, and her heart pounded as if it were about to leap out. But at this moment, she found herself in a difficult position. After all, she was the one who initiated it. The breathing of the two gradually became rapid. The tantalizing breaths exchanged between them made it even harder for them to stay calm. The originally oppressive atmosphere of seeking accountability had long since shattered, becoming romantic and peculiar. Lu Qingxi had never been this close to a boy before. The delicate face hidden under the mask unconsciously turned slightly red. Why isn't he continuing to argue? Hurry up and make an excuse, push me away, or step back yourself. But Luo Xiao was also in extreme torment at this moment, not daring to move recklessly. Just as the two were at a loss, the two little umbrellas fluttering in front of them suddenly exclaimed in unison, "Ah, a beast pack is surging up. It's the dark demon wolves." As soon as the words fell, a rustling sound gradually became clear in the darkness of the forest. Countless scarlet eyes, like red fireflies, surrounded Luo Xiao and Lu Qingxi, densely packed, stretching beyond the horizon. Luo Xiao let out a startled cry, turned his body, and instinctively shielded Lu Qingxi behind him. Lu Qingxi's expression flickered slightly, a trace of an inexplicable emotion appearing in her eyes, but without any hesitation, she stepped forward, shook the pitch-black spear in her hand, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Luo Xiao. Feeling the battle intent rising from Lu Qingxi, Luo Xiao felt slightly reassured, but the next moment, a strange and eerie whistling sound echoed, causing the dark demon wolf pack hidden in the shadows to become restless. Awu! Waves of wolf howls pierced through the sky, resembling a pre-battle demonstration. Luo Xiao frowned, activating his supervision instantly. His gaze penetrated through the dense darkness, past several giant trees, and spotted dozens of human figures hiding behind the dark demon wolf pack. Among them, three familiar figures were crowding around an arrogant young man, pointing in Luo Xiao's direction and saying something. Judging by their venomous expressions, it was clearly nothing good. These three familiar figures were none other than Bai Xiaohua and his two companions, who had just been stabbed to death by Luo Xiao's 3 shots. Luo Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then quietly concealed the silver spear in his hand, took a deep breath, lowered his stance, and retreated slightly. Gathering all his strength to the limit, he hurled the invisible spear with force, aiming straight for the arrogant young man surrounded by Bai Xiaohua and the others. How annoying. After all, to capture the bandits, first seize their leader. Although I don't know who this defiant young man is, he looks like the leader. Bastard. So, it's definitely not wrong for him to die first. Lu Qingxi noticed Luo Xiao suddenly moved for no reason and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Then, seeing that the spear in Luo Xiao's hand was gone at some point, he asked again, "Where's your weapon?" Luo Xiao grinned and said, "Ah, it's nothing, just being too close to you just now made my body a bit stiff, so I moved around a little. As for weapons, there's no need to deal with a mere pack of wolves." As he spoke, his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. So much. When he reappeared, Luo Xiao was already in the midst of the wolf pack. He kicked one dark demon wolf under the chin and then vanished again. Seeing this, although Lu Qingxi was annoyed by Luo Xiao's irritating words, she still immediately brandished her spear and charged forward. And just as the two were battling fiercely against the dark demon wolf pack, the invisible spear thrown by Luo Xiao had already pierced through the air like an unseen lightning bolt, shooting toward Xia Baiwa and the other two, as well as the arrogant young man. At this moment, the arrogant young man was staring in Luo Xiao's direction, somewhat impatient. Three useless fools, unable to deal with a mere martial artist who has just stepped into the first-grade realm, and even being played around by him. Xia Baiwa, I think your charm techniques are nothing special. Tonight, come to my room, and let me enlighten and enhance you, and pray for a blessing from my lord on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Xia Baiwa's face turned pale, her eyes filled with terror. But at this moment, the defiant young man suddenly changed his expression, sensing an extreme and deadly danger approaching, yet unable to see its source. He wanted to dodge, but didn't know where to move. Though his thoughts were lengthy, only an instant had passed. In the next moment, it was as if the defiant young man's head had been struck by a heavy object, and his body was hurled backward with his head as the core. A streak of fresh blood spurted from his forehead. "Steward, sir." Everything happened too quickly for Little White Flower and the others to react. They rushed toward the defiant young man, but they saw the defiant young man fly several meters away, his head brutally pinned to the ground, a horrifying round hole on his forehead, his eyes wide open, dying with unresolved grievances. Beautiful. Luo Xiao saw the arrogant young man pinned to the ground with a single shot and excitedly clenched his fist. At this moment, he felt very satisfied with the accuracy of his throw, making all the practice he did while slaying fierce beasts to earn points worthwhile. A leader has died, these people should be in chaos for a while. However, I guess that guy will revive soon, just like Xia Baiwa and the others. Damn, if only we weren't in the martial god trial tower right now. While Luo Xiao felt felt a bit regretful. Lu Qingxi beside him also heard the exclamations of Xiaobaiwa and the others outside the wolf pack. She gazed into the distance, but could only vaguely make out some chaotic silhouettes. Although she didn't know what was happening, Lu Qingxi immediately became alert. She still remembered her mission this time, to protect Luo Xiu and stop the followers of the Crimson Church. The little white flower from earlier was clearly a follower of the Crimson Church, otherwise, it wouldn't have lured Luo Xiu. The suddenly appearing dark demon wolf pack is also a beast taming method commonly used by the Crimson Church's followers. Those people outside should be from the Crimson Church. It seems that since their attempt to lure us failed, they are now resorting to force. Lu Qingxi thought of this and quickly shouted to Luo Xiu, who was pondering how to take advantage of the chaos. Someone's coming. Let's break through quickly and fight our way out in the opposite direction. As she spoke, she swung the pitch-black spear in her hand, and lightning instantly coiled around the spear's shaft, crackling loudly. The dark demon wolves surrounding her immediately scattered in terror. Quick, follow me, she shouted coquettishly at Luo Xiu, then brandished her thunder spear and charged forward, taking the lead. It seemed she had never considered that Luo Xiu, this, no way, who could break so many records in the martial god trial tower, was actually very strong. In moments of crisis, she instinctively wanted to protect Luo Xiu. As she mentioned in her diary, she came to watch over Luo Xiu and ensure his safety. Luo Xiu had initially thought about whether there was a chance to take down all those people outside in one go, but seeing Lu Qingxi's actions, he felt a slight stir in his heart. He softly muttered, "Stupid woman," and then used Shadow Step to follow behind Lu Qingxi. The two moved one after the other, with thunder clearing the way, passing through the wolf pack as if it were an uninhabited land. Originally, they had planned to break through, but Lu Qingxi discovered that these dark demon wolves were as fragile as clay chickens and pottery dogs under her lightning attacks. Unknowingly, the two of them ended up defeating the dark demon wolves, leaving them in complete disarray. There was no other way. The dark demon wolves were not particularly powerful beasts, not even reaching the first tier. However, these creatures were rare dark attribute beasts and relatively troublesome to deal with. The fur on their bodies was surrounded by poisonous dark energy. One or two of them might not pose much of a threat, but when hundreds or thousands gather, they can form a domain of dark poison. Although the damage is not high, it can subtly and gradually erode a martial artist's vitality. The original plan of the arrogant youth and little white flower was, if they couldn't lure Luo Xiu, they would first use the dark demon wolf pack to wear him down. After all, with his speed and probability of refreshing, his combat power among first-rank martial artists definitely placed him in the ranks of the strong. If they could avoid direct confrontation with him, there was no need to take unnecessary losses. When Luo Xiu was almost exhausted, they could then activate the Nether Bridge 100 Locks blood sacrifice method, one of the sinister techniques mastered by the Crimson Church that could inflict massive harm on people within the martial god trial tower. This would strip Luo Xiu of his memories and mental aptitude, while also destroying his spirit, turning him into a vegetative state. Who would have thought that Luo Xiu would pull off such a move? He directly concealed the silver spear and threw it, first pinning down the deacon responsible for performing the Nether Bridge 100 Locks blood sacrifice technique. Moreover, he had Lu Qingxi by his side, a prodigy blessed with a thunder-type martial soul. Thunder is supremely firm and yang, naturally capable of perceiving all sinister and dark things. The dark toxin of the shadow demon wolf pack was obliterated by Lu Qingxi's attack before it had a chance to take effect, reduced to ashes by the electric shock. Thus, the Crimson Church's plan fell apart inexplicably before it could even be implemented. After a dozen minutes, Luo Xiu and Lu Qingxi had already broken free from the shadow demon wolf pack, carving a bloody path out. Beneath their feet lay the still warm corpses of the demon wolves. Lu Qingxi, panting heavily, turned back to glare at Luo Xiu, who was looking around, and shouted angrily, "Do you even know who that little white flower sister you just mentioned is? She's a cultist of the Crimson Church, and these shadow demon wolves are one of the Crimson Church's usual beast taming methods. Just now, I even saw shadows outside, which should also be people from the Crimson Church. They're all here to kill you." Crimson Church? Luo Xiu's gaze sharpened, with a hint of doubt. Although he had heard of this organization before, he only knew it was an anti-human cult and couldn't figure out what connection he had with them. Moreover, Lu Qingxi said the Crimson Church was here to kill him. How could that be possible? What? You don't believe me? Seemingly noticing the doubt in Luo Xiu's eyes, Lu Qingxi sneered, "The martial god trial tower is not completely safe. There are still methods to directly destroy a trial taker's spirit within the tower, turning them into a vegetative state. And the Crimson Church possesses many such methods." Hearing this, Luo Xiu was immediately startled, feeling a chill run down his spine. He truly didn't know about these things. Otherwise, he wouldn't have leisurely planned to play the long game. But why would the Crimson Church target him? Lu Qingxi was like a worm in his stomach, anticipating his question before he could even ask, and continued, "You broke so many records, especially the last speed record, which completely caught the attention of the Crimson Church. The Crimson Church has always had a policy of either recruiting geniuses or destroying them outright. Yet you, blinded by lust, recklessly formed a sworn sibling bond with a woman from the Crimson Church. Hearing this, Luo Shou finally pieced together the entire incident, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He had been so low-key, yet he still ended up being targeted, and they even came straight to the martial god trial tower to deal with him. Simply insane. However, since they are cultists, how could their methods be so limited? Just as Luo Shou was thinking this, a sudden mutation occurred. The dark demon wolf corpses piled on the ground began to dissolve into black blood one by one, and the previously quiet forest suddenly echoed with eerie whispers. At the same time, a sinister and angry voice sounded not far from the two. Heh, very good, excellent. You killed me in one strike, worthy of being the genius valued by the church. But no matter how talented you are, today you have no path but death. Following the sound, they saw the defiant young man who had been pinned down by Luo Shou now standing not far away, glaring at Luo Shou with a face full of malice. Clearly, he had used a resurrection. The defiant young man pointed a finger at Luo Shou, forming a hand seal, and quickly chanted a string of incomprehensible incantations. In the next moment, the heads of hundreds of Crimson Church followers, including Little White Flower, who were rushing over, instantly exploded. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, and blood flowed like chains from their necks, connecting with the blood of the dark demon wolf's corpse on the ground. The blood on the entire ground began to bubble and boil as if it were alive. Luo Shou instinctively sensed an extreme danger and reached out to pull Lu Qingxi away. The defiant young man let out a furious roar. You can't escape. Underworld Bridge 100 Locks Blood Sacrifice Technique. As his words fell, the blood on the ground instantly exploded, transforming into a sky full of blood mist that directly enveloped Luo Shou and Lu Qingxi, forming a massive cocoon of blood. The eerie bloodlight flickered continuously, and an evil, chaotic, and maddening aura began to invade Luo Shou's mind. Praise the great Crimson Lord. Grant life to the order of countless universes in the end. The end. A series of incomprehensible whispers echoed within Luo Shou's sea of consciousness, as crimson blood began to spread across it. However, when the crimson blood reached the front of the small bronze temple, the temple suddenly emitted a faint glow. A furry, pitch-black claw extended from within the temple and fiercely struck down on the crimson blood with a powerful blow. The furry, pitch-black claw didn't appear imposing, as if it was just a casual swipe. Yet, as it descended, it caused the crimson blood to surge into a monstrous wave. The crimson blood suddenly exploded into a sky full of blood mist. Within this blood mist, countless twisted faces seemed to coalesce, madly seeping into Luo Shou's sea of consciousness in all directions. For a moment, Luo Shou, enveloped in the blood, felt as if his head was splitting apart, and his entire body seemed to be pierced by thousands of fine needles. But in just an instant, the descending cat paw gently clenched again. Amid the blood mist filling the sky, the twisted faces let out a piercing, mournful scream, shattering once again with a deafening explosion, only to instantly coalesce once more, as if being toyed with, forming into a massive crimson blood sphere. On the surface of the blood sphere, a face beyond the description of words emerged. It seemed to be writhing in pain, glaring in fury, and trembling with excitement all at once. It was impossible to discern what kind of creature it was, or perhaps it wasn't a creature at all. An indescribable sense of eeriness enveloped the entire bronze temple. But the bronze temple suddenly withdrew its furry, pitch-black claw. The familiar sound of a bell echoed within the bronze temple. A piercing scream erupted from within the crimson blood cell. Damn it, it's you! Then it once again transformed into a vast sea of blood, attempting to flee but uncontrollably being forcefully sucked into the small bronze temple, like a sky-covering red cloth being dragged into an abyss. At the same time, the dozens of people, including the recently resurrected Little White Flower, suddenly exploded once more, and the crimson seed within their sea of consciousness let out a mournful howl before shattering into pieces. After a moment, faint light flickered on the small bronze temple. The sea of consciousness within Luo Shou became calm once again. Outside, the giant cocoon of blood water enveloping Luo Shou and Lu Qingxi suddenly seemed to lose its support, collapsing in pieces and falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the arrogant young man beside them had his head blown apart at some unknown point, leaving only a shriveled corpse lying face up on the ground. Next to the rebellious young man's corpse stood a thin young man wearing a scholar's mask, with a black longsword swirling around him. He murmured in some confusion, I haven't even made a move yet, so why did this guy just explode? And why hasn't he turned into glowing light to start reviving? Logged off? It wasn't just him who was puzzled. Even Hu Banruo, who had been monitoring Luo Shou's movements from the top-level control room of the trial site, was at a loss at this moment. The Legion commander's method to counter Feng Baijian hasn't even been used yet, so how did the Nether Bridge 100 Locks blood sacrifice technique get broken? This doesn't make sense. Smack! Could it be that the Crimson Church's spell just now didn't succeed? That's impossible. The crimson cocoon of blood has already formed. It couldn't have failed. Could it be that the Legion commander has already started taking action? As Hu Banruo was speculating, inside the Legion command room, the Legion commander extinguished the cigarette in his hand, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and solemnly said, begin the roundup. Dang! On the 5th, 6th, and 9th floors, in the offices of several leaders and executives, the same thing was happening, only more violently and decisively. Several bald-headed leaders shouted things like, "Which army and department are you from? I'm going to report you to your corps commander, and show me your operation orders, I need to verify your identity," in a tough tone. But the black-clad soldiers responded with a slap to the face. Then, like wolves and tigers, they electrocuted the leaders and executives until they convulsed, and then subdued them. Not only the operational center of the martial god trial tower, but also hundreds of unremarkable residential buildings in Longzhou City were simultaneously stormed by countless black-clad soldiers, forcefully suppressing hundreds of people. As for Qingchuan City, where Luo Xiu was located, the situation was even more overwhelming. The three major legions, the official buildings, anyone who had made small moves in the martial god trial tower this time or had connections with the Crimson Church or unknown forces, were all dealt a massive blow at the same time. Those who resisted were all forcefully suppressed by the black-clad soldiers. For a time, panic spread, and the entire military and political forces of Qingchuan City underwent a massive purge. Even a deputy commander of the 1st Legion was ambushed by his subordinates while eating, had his legs broken, and was taken into custody. What's going on? At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on the neat little courtyard in Longzhou City. In the courtyard, the bald old man was still lying on the recliner with his eyes squinted, while the radio on the small table beside him was playing Longzhou City's signature opera, Ding Long Mountain. The bald old man hummed leisurely, but he was quite tone-deaf, and his humming sounded like a big fly buzzing around, making people annoyed. "Stop singing, it's awful." The next moment, a voice full of vigor and vitality suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. The bald old man's voice abruptly faltered, and he slightly opened his eyes. Then, he saw a lean man carrying an extremely exaggerated broadsword, resembling a door panel, appear atop the courtyard gate. Afterward, dozens of figures with dragon-like vigor and vitality appeared on the courtyard walls in all directions, their imposing presence pressing toward him in unison. "Qi Zhang?" The bald old man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he instinctively called out the name of the thin man. The thin man showed no surprise, stepping down from the top of the courtyard gate one step at a time. His footsteps landed in the void, and with each step, the entire courtyard trembled. He let out a cold laugh and flung the giant blade on his shoulder into the courtyard. 57. The bald old man's fate has already been decided. The person who arrived was none other than Qi Zhang, the commander of the 1st Legion of Longzhou City. A master of the 7th grade intent movement realm, destroyer of cities, is the name of his exaggerated giant blade, and it also represents the blade intent he has condensed at the 7th grade intent movement level. The intent of destroyer of cities: one strike, cities crumble, lives are taken, the earth splits, and the heavens collapse. The best record: one person with one blade charged into the 9th forbidden zone, slaughtering 3 million ferocious beasts above the 1st tier, 6,000 5th tier beasts, 700 6th tier beasts, and 14 7th tier beasts. Finally, he was driven out of the 9th forbidden zone by the combined efforts of 3 8th tier beast kings. Although he doesn't appear burly, he is undoubtedly a top-tier, unparalleled fierce figure. On the list of the Crimson Church, the evaluation of him is below the bishop. Encountering him means certain death. The bald old man naturally knew of Qi Zhang's fearsome reputation, but he still wanted to struggle a bit. After all, life had been good for so long, no one wanted to lose it easily. "Sigh, I'm old. When I see Commander Qi, I don't even have the will to resist," the bald old man sighed. "Then you should have died earlier," Qi Zhang said disdainfully. The bald old man's face stiffened for a moment but quickly returned to normal. He fixed his gaze on Qi Zhang and said seriously, "I have contributed to Shenzhou." "Then you deserve to die even more. You shouldn't be resting on your laurels and occupying a position without doing anything," Qi Zhang said calmly. The bald old man instantly lost his composure, his face twisting with rage. "Have you ever had your credit stolen? The first version of the awakening serum was my research, but what did I get? Early retirement. What use is a few tens of thousands in pension every month? I could have had so much more. I just wanted to live a better life. What's wrong with that?" His face turned bright red, and he seemed a bit hysterical. A terrifying aura erupted from him, like a trapped beast fighting desperately. The vitality in his body had not withered with age, it surged like a vast and turbulent ocean. Except for Qi Zhang, the expressions of everyone else around him suddenly changed. Qi Zhang slightly lifted his eyelids, the disdain in his eyes growing stronger. He sneered coldly, "You're not wrong, I am. My mistake was holding even a shred of respect for you and listening to this nonsense for so long. So, it's time for you to go." As his words fell, the exaggerated giant blade in the courtyard suddenly trembled violently. The entire body began to swell as it was enveloped by the blood mist, expanding to a size of 5 or 6 meters in the blink of an eye. Its whole form was blood red, resembling a massive pustule, covered in countless densely packed eyes. Just one glance at it brought a splitting headache, as if countless voices were flooding into the mind, echoing incessantly, chaotic, maddening, and twisting one's will. The cracks on its body slowly stopped spreading, but instead, the surrounding space turned a deep crimson. Everyone could feel a malevolent force continuously seeping into their bodies, beginning to corrode their vitality and spirit. A sense of decay swept over them, and even Even the ground and walls quickly lost their luster, becoming rotten and decrepit.
Disgusting filth.
Qi Zhang cursed disdainfully. With a slight lift of his eyelid, the city crusher on the ground instantly flew up and landed in his hand. He didn't seem to make any obvious moves, merely gripping, switching, and pressing it lightly downward. The deep crimson in the courtyard quickly faded, and the invisible force of destruction surged once more toward the red monster that the bald old man had transformed into. This time, the destructive force was no longer gentle as before, it was pure and unrelenting, like a storm obliterating everything in its path. The red monster's body, as fragile as a dandelion, suddenly shattered amidst the storm of destruction. Suiqing descended, and the winds and clouds dispersed. The houses in the courtyard had vanished without a trace, leaving only a barren yard that looked as if it had been scoured by a nuclear blast.
The red monster
that the bald old man had transformed into had also disappeared without a trace, with only the deep crimson-stained ground as evidence of his existence. Qi Zhang spat on the ground, disdainfully slung City Crusher back onto his shoulder, touched his left hand to his ear, and answered the call.
Hey, Inbi Chen, the big fish has been executed. You can wrap things up now.
It was that old guy who used martial artists' spiritual veins to refine awakening potions. This old geezer had even climbed to the position of protector in the Crimson Church. Just now, he turned into a blood-red monster covered in eyes.
It disgusted me so much that my spirit took a huge hit. I've been traumatized.
I don't care, you owe me compensation. Nothing else will do, just tell me who that kid called. What the hell is?
Damn it, giving such a lousy name.
If he were in front of me, I'd definitely use my siege attack to smash his stupid head.
Hey, don't hang up. You haven't told me that. Beep 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 beep. A busy tone came through the headphones.
In the command room of the 3rd Legion, the commander hung up the phone with a helpless expression, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
He didn't dare reveal Luo Shou's true identity to Qi Zhang, otherwise, Qi Zhang would show up in Qingchuan City tomorrow with the siegebreaker to take Luo Shou away.
Buzz.
Moreover, he had no solution.
The main issue was that he couldn't beat Qi Zhang. However, Qi Zhang's last sentence still made him somewhat agree.
Luo Shou's name in the Martial God Trial Tower is indeed a lousy name. He needs to find an opportunity to change it. What should it be changed to?
At the moment the Legion commander was pondering, a female soldier suddenly walked over. Commander, the clearance data has been compiled. The Legion commander snapped out of his thoughts, his expression turning serious, and said, "Speak." The female soldier immediately swiped on the tablet in her hand and reported, in this grass guard operation, a total of 3,424 members and relatives of the Crimson Church were captured. Among them, 8 were from the War God Trial Tower Operations Department, 2 direct operations personnel, 3 technical staff, and 3 senior management personnel. Through these 8 individuals, 112 associated persons were identified. In addition, after thorough investigations by the official departments, 64 brainwashed and corrupted individuals were suppressed, and 223 others were implicated.
The military
captured a total of 12 people, including the deputy commander of the 1st Legion of Qingchuan, who was deeply involved in the Crimson Church's infiltration of the Legion. Through the back-end technology of the Martial God Trial Tower, all Crimson Church members who participated in or designed the operation to besiege Grass,
no way, were locked onto their real-world coordinates and have all been apprehended. However, the Legion commander asked in confusion, however what?
The female soldier hesitated and said, including Little Whiteflower and the deacon of the Crimson Church, all the dozens of people directly involved in the besieging of Grass, no way, are dead, and their deaths are bizarre. It's as if all the nutrients in their bodies were completely drained, leaving only shriveled husks.
Just as the Legion commander was utterly shocked,
Luo Shou and Lu Qingxi had already awakened from their unconscious state. However, Luo Shou's mind seemed to be filled with dozens of unfamiliar memories, including those of the defiant youth, the delicate girl, and others. It seemed as though all these memories belonged to the people who had besieged him. And within the defiant youth's memories, Luo Shou saw something completely unexpected, a hiding place of the Wind Veil Soul Extinguishing Spear.
Could this thing really exist? Was the little umbrella that got hacked before not talking nonsense? However, this position seems a bit tricky.
But when he saw Feng Baijian walking toward them, Luo Shou's eyes suddenly lit up.
That's a bit strange. Why are there suddenly so many people?
And they're all looking for me.
Am I already this famous out here?
At this moment, Luo Shou was leading Lu Qingxi and Feng Baijian to the location of the treasure chest hidden in the arrogant youth's memory, where the wind-concealing soul-extinguishing spear was stored. It was just along the way that they discovered more and more people in the long night forest. Moreover, quite a few people, upon seeing them, directly came up to greet them and ask if they had found Grass.
No way.
But judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem to harbor any ill intentions. So Luo Shou found it hard to just kill them outright and seize their points. After all, he couldn't possibly make enemies with everyone for no reason, could he? As the saying goes, those who follow the right path gain more support, while those who stray from it lose support. One must have a broader perspective in life and not narrow their own path. Of course, the main reason is that in the Martial God Trial Tower, one can be resurrected, so directly killing someone to silence them and eliminate future troubles isn't an option. So, Luo Xiu could only casually say to them, that wise and mighty, exceptionally handsome, with eyes radiating brilliance, exuding an unparalleled aura that screams invincibility. Crap.
Seriously? Went towards the eastern part of the forest. I only caught a glimpse from afar and already felt somewhat ashamed of myself, not daring to approach or strike up a conversation. So, I'm not too sure where exactly he's headed. Hearing this, Lu Qingxi, standing to the side, was naturally speechless to the extreme, rolling her eyes repeatedly. What? Meanwhile, Feng Baizhan, who was following behind, could only feel a bit helpless, because he had just experienced the same barrage of flowery words. Just now, after seeing Luo Xiu and Lu Qingxi wake up, he stepped forward to explain his purpose. However, before he could say a word, Luo Xiu hooked his arm around his shoulder and launched into a combo attack. Brother, you look a bit familiar. Could it be that you're the dashing, handsome, exceptionally elegant, and sword-wielding enemy-slaying, explosively cool psychic master from our 3rd Legion's new recruits, Captain Feng Baizhan of Team Feng? Whoa! Your appearance here is definitely a sign from above, divine guidance bringing us together. Considering our incredible fate in this heavenly intervention, it wouldn't be too much to ask you for a favor, right? He grew up in the army, and his father was the strict and disciplined type, managing him with an iron hand. Apart from training and studying every day, he basically had no entertainment, and playing with a phone was absolutely forbidden. The only leisure activities he had were playing chess, painting, practicing calligraphy, and sparring with his father's subordinates. It could be said that his life was extremely monotonous and simple. Therefore, when faced with Luo Xiu's shameless flattery, he was completely at a loss and didn't even know how to refuse. As a result, he ended up being dragged by Luo Xiu to act as manual labor. Hearing Luo Xiu use this way to fool others, he actually felt a sense of shared misery. Why does his way of speaking sound a bit like Captain Luo? Back then, Captain Luo also spoke in such a flowery manner, and even called me 100-Man Slayer. However, although Captain Luo is mysterious, he still isn't a ranked martial artist. Judging by the impressive battle record of this no way, he is not only a ranked martial artist but also among the most formidable in that category. It shouldn't be Captain Luo. Sigh, this world is truly full of hidden talents, you can't underestimate anyone. Luo Xiu did not reveal his true identity to Feng Baizhan, which is why Feng Baizhan had his suspicions but guessed incorrectly. After dealing with batch after batch of people coming to look for grass, no way, Luo Xiu led the two of them straight through the Long Night Forest and arrived in front of a canyon. This canyon was adjacent to the Long Night Forest, its length unknown, stretching beyond the horizon. Looking across, it was an expansive empty valley, with no shore in sight. Below the canyon, it was unfathomably deep, filled only with vast, misty blue haze. Strange cries occasionally came from below the canyon, sending chills down one's spine. The small umbrella of the three immediately flew out to explain upon seeing the canyon. Wow, this is the Sorrowful Wind Canyon. It's one of the iconic areas of the first level of the Martial God Trial Tower. The canyon almost spans the entire first level of the tower, dividing it into two sides. Below the canyon is practically a paradise for ferocious beasts, including incredible decay-type beasts, those rotten all over, lifeless yet capable of moving and biting. Isn't that terrifying? Of course, the most iconic feature is the origin of the name Sorrowful Wind Canyon, the sorrowful wind itself. On the cliffs of the canyon grow shrubs called weeping trees. These shrubs bloom year-round, and their pollen is so light that it gets carried by the wind throughout the canyon. When humans smell this pollen, they can't help but shed tears, appearing very sorrowful. Isn't that fascinating? Hearing Xiao San'er's explanation, the three were somewhat surprised. Luo Xiu even directly wanted to collect some. This stuff seems to be even more useful than lime powder. In the future, if he has to fight someone without revealing his invisibility, he could just throw a handful of pollen to make the opponent cry. Wouldn't that allow him to ambush however he wants? However, thinking that this was the Martial God Trial Tower, he dismissed the idea. The things here, although they look 100% real, are still fake, and he can't take them back. Since there's no way to collect them, Luo Xiu decided not to waste any more time. He glanced at the sun on the horizon and walked along the edge of the canyon, heading north. In the rebellious youth's memory, the treasure chest of wind-hidden soul extinguishing spear was hidden under the cliff of Sorrowful Wind Canyon, with its shadow pointing in the 5 o'clock direction under the sunlight. The sun in the Martial God Trial Tower is eternal and unchanging, so this position is relatively easy to determine. At this moment, their current location was roughly near the 4 o'clock direction, still some distance away from the 5 o'clock direction. However, seeing him keep his head down and rush forward without speaking, both Lu Qingxi and Feng Baizhan were somewhat puzzled. Brother, where exactly are we going? Feng Baizhan still felt a bit uncomfortable with such a close form of address. Lu Qingxi, standing to the side, also revealed a scrutinizing look in her beautiful eyes. Luo Xiu paused in his steps, suddenly realizing that he had just been dragging them along without saying anything. He turned back to explain, of course, we're going treasure hunting. I overheard those Crimson Church trash talking about the location of a hidden treasure
chest. Because the spot is a bit tricky, no one has managed to get it yet. If we head there now, we might hit the jackpot. Feng Baijian was surprised. Is that really the case? Lu Qingxi suddenly thought of the little white flower leaning against Luo Xiu and sneered, you actually believe what that demoness says? Luo Xiu immediately chuckled, hey, when it comes to treasures, it's better to believe it might exist than to dismiss it entirely. Besides, there's no harm in checking it out, right? Feng Baijian nodded upon hearing this, while Lu Qingxi pursed her lips and said nothing more. However, thinking about how Luo Xiu actually believed the words of that big evil demoness, the little white flower, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. She secretly noted this down in her mind, planning to record it all in her diary later. The three continued on their way, and about 20 minutes later, Luo Xiu sensed the location. However, before they could start searching for the treasure chest, they were stopped by a group of people. You are not allowed to go any further. If you want to proceed, you can take a detour. This area has been temporarily taken over by the First Corps of Longzhou City. The First Corps of Longzhou City? Luo Xiu and the others instinctively exclaimed, as Longzhou City was the capital. The First Legion of the capital city is naturally extraordinary. However, Luo Xiu glanced at the tall young man who stopped them. He didn't seem all that extraordinary, just 2 eyes and 3 legs, nothing particularly special. It's just that the tall young man mistook Luo Xiu and the others' exclamations for admiration, and a trace of pride appeared on his face. That's right, it's the dragon head First Legion. Miss Xia Fulin, the granddaughter of the martial god Xia, is our captain. She'll be here shortly, so I advise you to leave early to avoid upsetting our vice captain. Judging by his expression, this guy was clearly very enamored with Xia Fulin, and the admiration in his eyes was practically overflowing. But when it came to the vice captain, he seemed somewhat apprehensive, and his tone also suggested that he was genuinely considering Luo Xiu and the others. When Luo Xiu heard the name Xia Fulin, he was clearly intrigued, as this name had previously ranked above him, and upon hearing that Xia Fulin was the granddaughter of Xia Wushan, he became even more interested. After all, she was the granddaughter of a martial god, who knows if she might shine. Is this so-called vice captain not a good thing? Luo Xiu casually asked. What's wrong? Does your vice captain eat people? The tall young man's face suddenly changed upon hearing this. He lowered his voice and said urgently, shut up, don't talk nonsense. If our vice captain hears you, you might not be able to leave. The vice captain said he found a treasure chest here and wants to give it to Captain Xia, waiting for her to come and open it. You'd better not hang around here. The vice captain has a bit of a bad temper. A bad temper? Before Luo Xiu and the others could make any comments, an impatient voice came from ahead. Xiao Lu, why are you dawdling to chase people away? Tell them to get lost immediately, or they'll be wasting your resurrection opportunity. Just drop my name. My father is Zhang Erlong. The voice was extremely arrogant, making Lu Qingxi, who was standing nearby, furrow her brows in irritation. It seemed as though she might lose control and storm in with a thunderous outburst at any moment. However, seeing that Luo Xiu remained unperturbed, she managed to suppress the impulse. You all better leave quickly. If the vice captain really gets angry, it'll be trouble, the tall young man said anxiously. Just as Luo Xiu was about to speak, he noticed Feng Baijian tugging at his arm. He was a bit puzzled. Captain Feng, what's wrong? Feng Baijian lowered his voice and said, I know this person. This guy's father is Zhang Erlong, one of the 7th-ranked grandmasters in Longzhou City. His level is equivalent to the commanders of the major corps. He is the founding grandmaster of the Fire Fist sect, has a fiery temper, and is extremely protective. He's not someone easy to provoke. My father once told me about him and advised me to stay away from him if I ever encountered him. He's a hothead, quick to anger, and a notorious playboy in Longdu. Getting into a conflict with him is just a waste of time and energy. So, he's just a spoiled rich kid. Luo Xiu suddenly understood. Every world has these kinds of troublemaking brats. This kind of guy usually encounters the protagonist, angers the protagonist, and then the protagonist, in a fit of rage, slaps him in the face, leaving him crying for his parents. Then, not knowing his limits, he seeks revenge on the protagonist, only to be stomped to death. Following that, his overprotective father flies into a rage and comes seeking vengeance, but the protagonist activates all sorts of cheats, levels up continuously, and ultimately uproots both the father and his entire faction, achieving a stunning reversal that shocks the whole world. This is the usual trope. Although Luo Xiu sympathized with him and his father's tragic future, he had no intention of giving up the Wind Concealment Soul Extinguishing Spear. This thing is part of his cloud-chasing Shadow Step set. It would be a shame to give it up. However, there's no need for a direct confrontation. So he immediately nodded and said, alright, let's leave for now and avoid the sharp edge. With that, he prepared to leave together with Feng Baijian and Lu Qingxi. It was only after he followed Feng Baijian for a few steps that he realized Lu Qingxi hadn't caught up. Luo Xiu turned back in some confusion and saw Lu Qingxi looking at him with a hint of displeasure. Captain Lu, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Luo Xiu asked. Lu Qingxi snorted coldly, leaving just like that, tail between our legs? Luo Xiu was stunned. What else then? Feng Baijian's eyes also showed some confusion. Lu Qingxi, however, pressed the pitch-black spear in her hand into the ground with a clang, gritting her teeth as she said, "We've traveled so far and finally made it here, and just because we see a playboy, we avoid him like this? Don't you think that's too cowardly?" Then, her gaze suddenly shifted sharply, glaring at Luo Xiu. "As martial artists, we should press forward with indomitable will, facing countless adversaries without hesitation. And as soldiers, we should embody the spirit of invincible courage. If we just leave like this, are you even a man? Damn it, if it weren't for the wrong time, place, and occasion, I would definitely show you what it means to be the bravest man in the 3rd Legion." Luo Xiu roared in his heart. This was already the second time Lu Qingxi had said to him, "Are you even a man?" It was obvious that Lu Qingxi had run out of words. Luo Xiu thought that Lu Qingxi must have allocated all his talent points to martial arts cultivation and appearance, which is why his vocabulary and brain capacity were so lacking. Only a brute would charge forward at every turn. Since ancient times, who among those charging at the front hasn't been cannon fodder? The real winners are always the cunning ones. Why doesn't she understand this principle? Then it's no surprise. Luo Xiu gave Lu Qingxi a look of exasperation, as if hating iron for not becoming steel. Without further ado, he stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and while pulling her along, lowered his voice and said, "Have you ever heard of the saying, the best strategy is to outwit the enemy? When I said to avoid the sharp edge for now, it doesn't mean giving up on the treasure chest. I not only have a way to get the chest, but I can also make that dandy suffer a hidden loss." Lu Qingxi was initially struggling, but upon hearing this, her body stilled, and she asked in surprise and doubt, "Are you serious?" Luo Xiu shot her an annoyed glance. What else would it be? Immediately, he gave Lu Qingxi a malicious once-over and grinned, saying, "If you don't believe me, how about we make another bet?" Again? Feng Baizhan, standing nearby, had a hint of doubt flash in his eyes. "Huh? Have you made a bet before?" He suddenly remembered that he and Lu Qingxi had once made a bet with Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu chuckled softly and casually said, "Before you came, Captain Lu and I made a bet on who could kill more dark demon wolves. Whoever won could make the other fulfill one request. In the end, Captain Lu won." As he spoke, he winked at Lu Qingxi. "Isn't that right, Captain Lu?" Lu Qingxi snorted without offering an explanation. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she said, "Cut the nonsense. How do you want to bet?" For some reason, seeing Luo Xiu's smug expression, she pinched the flesh on his waist. Luo Xiu chuckled, "How about this? If I manage to get the treasure chest and make that playboy suffer a loss, you give me a kiss. How about it?" "Oh, a kiss?" Lu Qingxi's eyes suddenly turned dangerous, and her tone grew cold. Luo Xiu instantly felt a chill down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself and threw Lu Qingxi's words back at her. "What, threatening me? Are you even a woman? Just say whether you agree or not. Are you still a woman or not?" Lu Qingxi heard these words, and the cold light in her eyes was almost solidified. "Luo Xiu, you bastard, you actually dare to use my own words to question me, and you even dare to threaten me, asking me to kiss you. Alright, I'll remember you." Lu Qingxi's mind flashed through several thoughts as she narrowed her eyes dangerously at Luo Xiu, gritting her teeth and sneering coldly, "Humph, bet. I'll bet with you." Then her tone shifted. "If you can't get the treasure chest, if you can't make that playboy suffer, then get ready to be my laborer and help me wash bed sheets, quilt covers, and clothes for a month." Feng Baizhan, standing to the side, listened to their conversation, feeling increasingly strange. He always felt a bit like a third wheel. The last time he had this feeling was between Lu Qingxi and Luo Xiu. Moreover, this punishment from Lu Qingxi somehow looks a bit like a reward, doesn't it? Last time Lu Qingxi made a bet, and this time Lu Qingxi is making a bet again. But for some reason, Feng Baizhan still felt that Lu Qingxi would lose, especially when he saw a glint of smugness flash under Luo Xiu's catface mask. This premonition grew even stronger. Seeing Lu Qingxi agree, Luo Xiu quickly said, as if afraid she might go back on her word, "Great, it's settled then." Then he directly grabbed Feng Baizhan's arm and ran back, pushing through various bushes, thickets, and boulders, finally stopping at a hidden spot. Following closely behind, Lu Qingxi looked at Luo Xiu with a face full of displeasure and said, "What are you up to?" Feng Baizhan also looked at Luo Xiu with some curiosity, wondering how this incredibly formidable, no way, planned to win the bet with Lu Qingxi. Luo Xiu ignored Lu Qingxi. He activated his X-ray vision and glanced toward the area surrounded by the Dragon-Head 1st Legion. He saw that they had already shifted their attention elsewhere and resumed their patrols, clearly assuming that Luo Xiu and his group had chickened out and left. Luo Xiu nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Feng Baizhan and lowered his voice, saying, "Just now, when we were over there, I already observed their layout. They have about 40 people, with 20 surrounding the perimeter and 20 digging downward inside. That guy called Jiafu Zhang Erlong is in the innermost area giving commands. Based on the information I have, the treasure chest is in a cave beneath the cliff. The cave seems to be well hidden, and the cliff face is likely concave. Dropping a rope to descend would be difficult due to the lack of footholds, making it quite challenging to get down. So, that spoiled rich kid plans to dig a hole straight down from above. It's a clumsy method, but it works, though it takes a lot of time." These words left Lu Qingxi and Feng Baizhan completely stunned. What the heck? Weren't they just standing
standing there with Luo Xiao? In such a short time, and with such a tight crowd, you managed to see so much? Have they even managed to count the number of people? Are you sure there isn't a mole of yours among them? But Luo Xiao seemed completely oblivious to the confusion and shock in their eyes. He threw an arm around Feng Baijian's shoulder, lowered his voice, and said, Come, Captain Feng, since you're a psychic, can you take me along when you control your sword? I weigh about a little over 100 pounds. In the past, Luo Xiao had read some introductions about psychics. As long as their mental strength exceeded 1.0 and they were a qualified psychic who had learned the corresponding object manipulation technique, they could initially only control their lifebound weapon, but the strength of their control seemed to be quite significant. Feng Baijian was somewhat puzzled as to why Luo Xiao asked this, but he still nodded and said, Yes, with the power of sword control, I should currently be able to lift at least 100 kilograms. Luo Xiao's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands immediately. Great, that's enough. He looked visibly excited and directly pointed to the nearby cliff. Alright, in a moment, you'll squat here and control the sword, letting it fly down the cliff. I'll grab the hilt and go down with it. As he spoke, he called out to Lu Qingxi beside him. Hey, Captain Lu, could you help out and keep an eye on the surroundings? Is that okay? Lu Qingxi did not refuse. Although Luo Xiao had been quite annoying just now, she wouldn't hold back in such matters. Seeing her agree, Luo Xiao's expression brightened, and then he pulled the stunned Feng Baijian and continued. By the way, Captain Feng, I remember. During the last Bajun Fist competition, didn't you use some kind of mental link or mark to control and communicate with those new recruits? Feng Baijian didn't know what Luo Xiao was up to, but he simply nodded and said, Yes, it's a mental secret technique my father taught me. Luo Xiao said, In that case, you can also place a mental imprint on me. As long as we can maintain communication over a short distance, that should be enough. Can you do that? Feng Baijian thought for a moment, then nodded blankly. Yes, that's even simpler. Great. Luo Xiao was delighted. When the time comes, just follow my lead. I'll use your sword to fly down the cliff. If I tell you to go forward, you go forward. If I tell you to go left, you go left. If I tell you to go right, you go right. We'll pull off a sneak attack. As soon as he said this, the eyes of Feng Baijian and Lu Qingxi lit up. This seems doable. Although the cliff is concave, making it difficult to climb down or rappel from above, flying down would be much simpler. It's just that this is, after all, the first level of the martial god trial tower. The highest level of martial artists entering here is only at the first rank of Qi and Blood Realm, incapable of even light body techniques, let alone flying. Moreover, spiritual mind practitioners are quite rare. Even if they do enter, they would generally have no idea about the location of this treasure chest. This time, Luo Xiao purely learned the exact location of the treasure chest by absorbing the memories of that defiant young man. With Feng Baijian's assistance, it could be said that all the favorable conditions of timing, geography, and human harmony were perfectly aligned. The only imperfection was the appearance of my father Zhang Erlong as a roadblock, and it's unclear where he got the information. However, it doesn't matter much. After the three finalized the plan, Feng Baijian placed a mental mark on Luo Xiao. This mental mark could only ensure communication with Luo Xiao within a 1-kilometer range, essentially serving as a portable walkie-talkie. Then, Luo Xiao grabbed the hilt of Feng Baijian's treasured sword and jumped off the cliff. Captain Feng, hurry, 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 control the sword. Feeling the constant howling of the wind by his ears, Luo Xiao shouted through the mental imprint. Feng Baijian's mind stirred, and the falling sword along with Luo Xiao immediately felt a tremendous lifting force, coming to a steady halt in midair. Good, 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 move forward, Luo Xiao shouted excitedly. The sword whooshed and flew straight toward Father Zhang Erlong and the others. Just below the cliff, amidst the dense blue mist, they had no idea that someone was gradually approaching. Before long, Luo Xiao flew to a position corresponding to Father Zhang Erlong and his group. Luo Xiao continued to command. Down, down, yes, a bit more down, down, move a little to the left, hey, too far left, move a bit to the right, good, good, yes, closer to the cliff, slower, slower, keep going. Under Luo Xiao's step-by-step guidance, he finally approached the cliff. The cliff was overgrown with shrubs, dense and thick, but faintly, he saw a cave emitting a faint golden glow. Luo Xiao's face lit up with joy. This is it. Through the mental imprint, he sent the final instruction to Feng Baijian. 2 more meters in, and you're there. Luo Xiao stepped onto a rock and reached out to push aside a series of unknown shrubs. Before he could see clearly what was inside, a sudden urge to cry surged up. The next moment, tears streamed down his face. Damn, this shrub is a weeping tree. Luo Xiao was bawling his eyes out, unable to stop the tears at all. His vision was completely blurred, as if 2 handfuls of onions had been stuffed into his eyes. Such a treasure, truly a treasure, boo-hoo. Tears, when will they stop? Luo Xiao wiped his tears with his sleeve as he tried to move forward. To be on the safe side, he activated invisibility, disappearing along with his tears. In his ear, Feng Baijian's voice sounded, Hey, brother, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Luo Xiao pushed aside all the weeping trees in front of him while replying helplessly, Stop being so emotional, there are so many weeping trees down here. Feng Baijian was speechless. After pondering for a moment, he suppressed his laughter and said, Ahem,
then brother, be careful. Luo Xiao did not respond further. Right now, Luo Xiao was caught in a vicious cycle. Only by not touching the weeping trees in front of him could he gradually stop his tears, but if he didn't touch the weeping trees, it would be impossible to find the cave hidden within, so he could only cry while pushing aside the weeping trees and walking further inside. It's just that the number of weeping trees was unimaginably large. After pushing aside hundreds of them, he finally managed to see a dark, shadowy cave. Finally found it. Luo Xiao was overjoyed, ignoring the tears streaming down his face, and hurriedly walked forward. However, just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he paused slightly. Inside the cave, it was pitch black, but the treasure chest emitted a faint golden glow. Next to the treasure chest, there was a dense cluster of tiny insect eggs. Moreover, faintly visible, there were 8-legged creatures wriggling inside these insect eggs, clearly indicating that they were about to hatch. Luo Xiao felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He quickly held his breath, activated supervision, and began scanning the surroundings. Soon, he spotted a fist-sized dark green spider in the corner of the cave. Although this spider is not large, its mouth is filled with densely packed venomous fangs, making it extremely creepy to look at. At this moment, Little Umbrella flew directly in front of Luo Xiao and began to explain, "Ah, you've hit the jackpot. This is the most venomous corpse-rot venom spider among first-tier ferocious beasts. For a first-grade martial artist, just a touch of its venom is basically fatal. Moreover, every time this corpse-rot venom spider reproduces, it gives birth to a whole brood, at least 300 to 400. Once the baby spiders are born, they start devouring each other, and by the time only one remains, its venom reaches its most potent state. But you've really lucked out this time. This corpse-rot venom spider seems to have just finished reproducing and hasn't recovered its vitality yet, falling into a deep sleep. As long as it's not a life-or-death crisis, it basically won't wake up. You can totally take advantage of this situation." My luck is that good? Luo Xiao was a bit surprised. Even without Little Umbrella's explanation, he recognized this corpse-rot venom spider. Initially, he thought this creature would be difficult to deal with. When retrieving the treasure chest later, if there was too much commotion and this thing sprayed venom indiscriminately, the wide coverage would make it hard to gain any advantage. But it turns out this corpse-rot venom spider is actually asleep. Maybe this is life. For travelers, there are always unexpected surprises. Luo Xiao let out a deep breath, his mind relaxing slightly. Just in case, he did not deactivate his stealth mode, still kept his footsteps light, and slowly walked to the treasure chest. With a slightly excited heart, he reached out and opened the treasure chest. Click! Golden light flickered inside the treasure chest, just like when obtaining the cloud-chasing shadow step. A streak of golden light shot directly into Luo Xiao's mind. Countless mysterious and complex unfamiliar knowledge instantly filled Luo Xiao's brain. It wasn't until a moment later that the overwhelming discomfort gradually faded away. Luo Xiao's eyes gradually regained their brilliance, and he became excited. It really is the Wind Concealment Soul Extinguishing Spear. What had just been implanted into his mind was precisely the method of the Wind Concealment Soul Extinguishing Spear. At this moment, within Luo Xiao's sea of consciousness, just like before, a phantom figure had already begun practicing the Wind Concealment Soul Extinguishing Spear in front of the small bronze temple, holding a phantom-long spear. Luo Xiao gradually absorbed the techniques of the Wind Concealment Soul Confusing Spear, feeling somewhat astonished. This Wind Concealment Soul Extinguishing Spear technique, as the previously possessed Chao Sanner had mentioned, is indeed an Earth-level spear technique with extremely high growth potential. Even at the 5th grade realm, it would still be entirely sufficient. As the name suggests, this spear technique emphasizes speed above all else. Like being hidden within the wind, it appears and disappears unpredictably, its movements elusive. While being incredibly fast, it also boasts a strong stealth effect. When combined with the cloud-chasing shadow-stepping technique, it becomes akin to the descent of gods or ghosts, effortlessly extinguishing souls. Its spear technique is divided into 3 styles. The first style, wind-chasing style. When the spear technique is executed, man and spear become one. The spear moves like a raging wind, swift and traceless, capable of moving within a 100-meter range like the wind, attacking any spot at will and at any time. It is like chasing the wind and catching the moon, leaving no room for evasion. The second style, wind-capturing style. When this spear is unleashed, it breaks through with precision, sweeping across the battlefield. Using the spear shaft as the primary means of attack, it sweeps and intercepts, capturing movements like chasing shadows. It can block all attacks and serves as a defensive technique. The third form, hidden wind form. When combined with the chasing cloud shadow step, it moves without a trace, as if hidden within the wind. Every thrust of the spear seems to appear suddenly, catching opponents off guard. It allows for seamless offense and defense, making it impossible to track or counterattack. Once this spear technique is executed, unless faced with a top-tier master, it is nearly invincible. Mastering it can increase combat power by at least 50%. Mastery can enhance combat power by 100%. Proficiency can double combat power. Excellence can triple combat power. Perfection achieves unity between person and spear, enhancing
combat power fivefold. Terrifying martial skill at the prefecture level. Luo Xiu was excited because the shadow in his sea of consciousness was continuously helping him improve his proficiency. In a short time, he had already reached the beginner level, and his mind was basically fully familiar with all the moves of the wind concealment soul extinguishing spear. Moreover, he was still continuously improving. Another wave of massive gains. This wave was worth it. Luo Xiu clenched his fist in excitement, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he still needed to make my father Zhang Erlong suffer a hidden loss to win the bet with Lu Qingxi. Originally, he had planned to find some kind of ferocious beast's feces to put into the treasure chest. By the time Xia Fulin arrived and opened the chest, he would definitely be disgusted and infuriated, leading him to give that father Zhang Erlong a good beating. However, at this moment, seeing the ground covered with spider eggs, he suddenly came up with a new idea. This move will definitely make that playboy suffer. With a sly grin, Luo Xiu squatted down and began placing the insect eggs into the treasure chest one by one. After putting in all the insect eggs, he thoughtfully added the corpse of the venomous spider into the treasure chest as well. Then he closed the lid of the treasure chest and quietly left. The commander controlled the Wind 100 Slash to direct the flying sword and bring him back to the edge of the cliff. Luo Xiu hadn't even had time to boast about his victory to Lu Qingxi when he heard a commotion from Father Zhang Erlong's side. Captain Xia is here. Captain Xia is here. Vice Captain, quick! Captain Xia is here. Cheers erupted from the area surrounded by the First Legion of Dragon Head. Father Zhang Erlong, who was surrounded by the crowd in the center, clearly perked up as well. He stopped directing everyone to dig and immediately pushed through the crowd to look outside. Where is it? Where is it? Where's Fulin? 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 To be honest, my father, Zhang Erlong, isn't actually bad looking, but his demeanor gives off a sleazy vibe like a lecherous pig. Of course, the most obvious thing is his aura. He looks like a total simp at first glance. When he heard that Xia Fulin had arrived, his eyes lit up, almost like he was about to stick out his tongue. Luo Xiu and the others' attention was naturally drawn to the commotion over here. After all, she was the granddaughter of the martial god. Alive! Luo Xiu still wanted to see if she would actually glow. As for Lu Qingxi, like Luo Xiu, he was very curious about Xia Fulin, who held the identity of being the granddaughter of a martial god. After all, her dream was to become the #1 female martial god in Shenzhou and even the world. As for Feng Baijian, his reaction was relatively calm, as he had met Xia Fulin before. As the son of the commander of Qingchuan City's 2nd Legion, he was undoubtedly one of the top-tier second-generation elites. Amid everyone's anticipation, a beam of golden light suddenly shot across the sky above the sorrowful wind canyon. In the blink of an eye, the golden light approached the edge of the cliff. Within the golden light, a charming young girl with twin ponytails was riding the wind, enveloped in an overwhelming killing intent. The girl had a delicate and adorable appearance, youthful and sweet, but on her shoulder rested an extremely exaggerated giant axe. The axe's design has been specially modified, making it appear less rugged. Moreover, from the axe handle to the axe head, it is entirely pink. However, when paired with the petite figure of the girl, it still looks quite out of place. But compared to this pink axe, what caught Luo Xiu's attention the most was beneath the girl, a pair of golden, shimmering shoes worn under her jade-like legs. A first-rank martial artist just directly flew across the boundless sad wind gorge, probably because of her glowing shoes. Sigh, the war god's granddaughter is really too chubby. Really want to snatch it. What a pity, this is the war god's trial tower. Moreover, snatching the martial god's granddaughter would have consequences that are too severe. If one really wants to snatch her, they must plan carefully in advance. Luo Xiu currently doesn't have any good ideas, so he can only wait and talk about it later. Compared to everyone's amazement, Xia Fulin was feeling extremely impatient at this moment. While Luo Xiu was engaging in a battle of wits and courage with the Crimson Church, she single-handedly tore through the personal space of the Erla Desert, killing every fierce beast she encountered. Then, she moved on to the public area of the Erla Desert and continued her slaughter. As a result, her points skyrocketed, allowing her to reclaim the top spot in the first-time tower entrance category, surpassing Luo Xiu's 6,342 points with a total of 7,446 points. She had just been enjoying herself in the desert when someone came looking for her, saying that my father Zhang Erlong had found a treasure chest on the edge of the sorrowful wind canyon, and that this chest very likely contained the Earth-level martial skill Wind Veil Soul Extinguishing Spear. Although her family possesses countless Earth-level martial techniques, this martial technique is a set consisting of spear techniques, movement techniques, and the core breathing method. When the three techniques are combined, their power can directly reach the heaven level. What's even more special is that this spear technique has extremely high growth potential and can be practiced starting from a first-rank martial artist. When the three are united, it can be cultivated directly to the 7th-rank Grandmaster realm. Her family does have several heaven-grade techniques, but there isn't a single heaven-grade technique in her family that can be cultivated starting from a first-rank martial artist. And most importantly, she has already found the core mental technique of this method. Now, all that's left is the spear technique in
movement technique. So upon hearing about the whereabouts of the wind concealment soul extinguishing spear, she had no choice but to halt her slaughter and rush over here in haste. She instinctively felt a wave of physical discomfort just by seeing the flattering face of my father, Jung Erlong, below. She despised this type of spoiled rich kid the most. Descending slowly from midair, Xia Fulin glanced sideways at my father, Jung Erlong, snorted coldly, and said bluntly, Zhang Bufan, where's the treasure chest? Zhang Bufan, whose real name was my father, Jung Erlong, chuckled upon hearing Xia Fulin's question, shamelessly walked up to Xia Fulin, and asked warmly, Fulin, you must be tired from rushing over. Would you like to have some water first? I have some morning dew of wind lotus picked this morning. It tastes very fresh. Have a sip, come on. Speaking, he reached out to clear the way for Xia Fulin while saying, this way, right here. I've already dug the pit. It feels like I'm just a bit away from reaching the cave with the treasure chest. Xia Fulin lifted the giant axe and followed Zhang Bufan over. When she saw the massive pit that everyone had dug, a trace of joy appeared on her delicate face. The treasure chest is right below here? Zhang Bufan nodded vigorously, patting his chest with a loud thump. Right here. My information is absolutely reliable. If not 100%, it's at least 99% true. Xia Fulin glanced at him disdainfully. Alright, if there really is a treasure chest down there, this time the credit will go to you. But if there isn't, just wait to cry out loud. With that, Xia Fulin didn't wait for the others to keep digging. He directly swung the giant axe in his hand, jumped into the huge pit, and struck fiercely toward the bottom. In the distance, Lu Qingxi withdrew her gaze and looked at Luo Xiu, who was still brimming with excitement. She snorted, what, can't take your eyes off a beauty? Didn't you say you wanted to make that rich playboy suffer a hidden loss? Just taking the stuff from the treasure chest won't cut it. If you can't make him suffer thoroughly, then get ready to wash my bedsheets and clothes. Luo Xiu turned his head back and chuckled, don't worry, just watch. Just don't go back on your word when the time comes. Humph. Lu Qingxi snorted coldly. At that moment, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the giant pit over there. The bottom of the giant pit was directly split open by Xia Fulin. The hidden dark cave was instantly exposed to everyone's sight. There really is a cave. Ha ha ha, the vice captain's information was spot on. This place is hidden so deep, there must be a treasure chest inside. Zhang Bufan's face showed a look of pride, as if he could already envision Xia Fulin looking at him with newfound admiration, and a slight sense of anticipation began to appear in his eyes. And Xia Fulin's face lit up with joy. At the very bottom, she had already spotted the gleaming golden treasure chest. She glanced around and, after confirming there was no danger, quickly walked over and grabbed the handle of the chest. Hopefully, it's really the Wind Veil Soul Extinguishing Spear. With a silent prayer in her heart, Xia Fulin reached out and opened the treasure chest. As soon as the treasure chest was opened, two streams of green liquid shot toward her face at an incredibly terrifying speed. At the same time, two dark green spiders leaped out of the chest. The moment Xia Fulin opened the treasure chest, an intense sense of danger surged in her heart. Without a second thought, she immediately activated the protective artifact on her body. Golden Bell. Xia Fulin let out a furious shout, and a vest within her body trembled slightly in an instant. Like a budget traveler wandering in the desert for 3 days without a drop of water, it began to frantically absorb the vital energy and blood from her body. But after absorbing just a tiny bit, it was gone. After slaughtering ferocious beasts up to this point, even though her body was brimming with vital energy and blood, more than half had already been consumed. Then, using the skywalking shoes to travel had drained even more, leaving her with almost nothing at this moment. After absorbing a trace of vital blood energy, the vest on Xia Fulin's body seemed to let out a dissatisfied wail, reluctantly conjuring up a faint golden bell phantom. However, this golden bell's defense was so weak it left one speechless. Xia Fulin could only cry out in her heart. Just then, she saw two streams of venom spray onto her chest, and the next instant, two large dark green spiders lunged at her neck and face. She didn't even have time to feel fear or disgust before a sharp pain pricked her face and neck. Then, consciousness was lost. The entire body turned deep purple, and in the next moment, it transformed into fragments of fluorescence and disappeared within the cave. Above the cave, upon hearing Xia Fulin's exclamation, Zhang Bufan and the others immediately jumped down one after another. Fulin, Fulin, what's wrong with you? Fulin, Captain Xia, Captain Xia, Captain Xia, are you alright? Zhang Bufan and the many new recruits of the Longzhou First Legion shouted, each one in a panic. Especially Zhang Bufan, his face had turned extremely pale. Although he was Xia Fulin's sycophant, it wasn't because he liked Xia Fulin. Xia Fulin, though good-looking, was purely a violent maniac who would scare people with an axe at the slightest provocation. He flattered Xia Fulin entirely because of Xia Fulin's background as the granddaughter of a martial god. Moreover, Xia Fulin is indeed good-looking, which makes him very possessive. Whether he can achieve it or not is uncertain, but if he does, it would be a leap to the top. He could directly go from being the son of a grandmaster to the grandson-in-law of a martial god. Having already enjoyed the benefits of being the son of a grandmaster, Zhang Bufan is well aware of the immense advantages that being the grandson-in-law of a martial god could bring him. That's why why he tirelessly ingratiates himself, shamelessly acting as Xia Fulin's lackey. It was just that after hearing Xia Fulin's miserable scream, a rather ominous feeling suddenly arose in his heart, as if the title of martial god's grandson-in-law was drifting further and further away from him. This was the reason for his pale complexion.
Damn it, nothing must go wrong. It's just digging for treasure. How could anything go wrong? Could there be a guardian beast below? But even if there is a guardian beast, it shouldn't be able to harm her in any way. She's much stronger than me.
Please, for heaven's sake, don't let this lady get into any trouble.
When Zhang Bufan jumped down, countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant.
But the moment he saw Xia Fulin, who had already begun to dissolve into glowing light, cold sweat instantly drenched his back.
Damn, it's over. Not good. This was the only thought left in his mind. Immediately after, he no longer knew what was happening around him.
His mind went completely blank, though he could vaguely hear the other new recruits shouting, "Captain Xia!
Damn, Captain Xia is down."
Captain Xia was killed by the corpse venom spider. There are no Earth-level martial techniques in the treasure chest, only 2 corpse venom spiders. Vice Captain, what do we do?
Vice Captain, say something. Vice Captain, say something. Vice Captain.
It's over. Captain Xia must have resurrected in the long night forest. She'll be here to kill us any moment. She won't chop us up first, will she? Damn, I'm so scared.
Vice Captain, let's run.
Zhang Bufan felt someone shaking him, but his mind was blank. He stared blankly at the panicked crowd around him, feeling that everything around him was so unfamiliar.
It feels as if the entire world is rejecting him. That intense sense of disorientation broke his heart. Xia Fulin is definitely going to kill me.
My dream of becoming the war god's grandson-in-law is shattered.
Life in the army is going to be tough from now on.
Damn it, which bastard swapped out my cultivation technique? While the new recruits of the 1st Legion in Longzhou City were in chaos, Luo Xiu was slightly stunned because his little umbrella suddenly announced, "You have killed Xia Fulin, sharing half of the opponent's points.
Current points, 10,065.
You have regained the top spot in this year's recruit points ranking. At the same time, you still hold the 1st place in the 3rd Legion of Qingchuan City, the first among the 3 major legions of Qingchuan City, and you have entered the top 300 in the total points ranking of the 1st level of the Martial God Trial Tower. In this tower event, you are far ahead, creating a crushing advantage.
3 hours later, the tower leaving ranking for this event will be settled. Stay ahead. The higher your rank, the greater the rewards."
As Xiao Saner finished speaking, Luo Xiu noticed that both Lu Qingxi and Feng Baijian were looking straight at him. Feng Baijian exclaimed in amazement, "Brother, you've got some serious guts to dare to kill Xia Fulin."
Even Lu Qingxi gave Luo Xiu a thumbs up. "Well done. I admit defeat in this round. You're a real man."
"But you'd better hold your ground. Xia Fulin is probably about to revive and come back for revenge. If you can't survive her counterattack, don't blame me for not honoring our bet."
It sounds a bit schadenfreude. Luo Xiu's expression turned somewhat grim.
He had forgotten that killing a warrior in a public area would result in taking half of the opponent's points.
But wasn't it the spider that killed Xia Fulin? Why blame it on him?
As Luo Xiu was screaming inwardly, in the top-level monitoring room of the Martial God Trial Facility of the 3rd Legion in Qingchuan City, the Legion commander was watching Luo Xiu on the big screen while taking a phone call. Hu Banruo was cautiously waiting on the side. On the other end of the phone was a voice that sounded full of vigor.
That voice laughed heartily and said, "Ha, Commander Chen, don't blame me. Because of this kid, the entire Shenzhou Federation has been
thrown into chaos, with so many people dead, and yet this guy knows nothing, smoothly sailing through the trial tower, picking up treasures everywhere. He's almost collected a full set of heaven-level technique set that even my family doesn't have, and now he's even scheming about
my granddaughter.
Even a martial god is protective of their own.
I'm just giving him a bit of a challenge now. You don't mind, do you?"
The person on the other end of the call was none other than the martial god, Xiao Wentian. As for why the points were evenly split between Luo Xiu after Xia Fulin's death in the trial tower, it was clearly his doing. The commander wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He naturally knew that the martial god on the other end of the call was joking, and quickly responded with a laugh. "Ha, martial god, you're joking. This is practically a great opportunity you're giving him. The reward for the top new recruit is incredibly precious, and you're even willing to let Miss Fulin part with it to give it to Luo Xiu.
That's that kid's good fortune. How could I possibly have any objections? Ha ha ha."
Xia Wentian merely smiled non-committally. "That depends on whether that kid can hold on to his points for the remaining 2 hours. My granddaughter may be a bit spoiled, but her strength is beyond question." While the two of them were discussing, on the edge of the 1st floor of the Martial God Trial Tower, in the desolate Gale Canyon, a streak of golden light shot across the long night forest like a meteor. Within that golden light, Xia Fulin gripped a massive axe, her eyes boiling with murderous intent. As she closed in on the spot where she had just been killed by the corpse-rotting venom spiders, Xia Fulin gnashed her teeth, her voice thundering like muffled lightning, tearing through the sky. "Zheng Bufan, you bastard, prepare to die." Amid the explosion, everyone saw a golden light descending from the sky. Xia Fulin's entire body surged charged with blood and energy, resembling a golden war god. Holding a giant axe high, he swung it down fiercely from above. Below, Zhang Bufan had just climbed out of the hidden cave with the others. Seeing this scene, his soul nearly left his body. Before he could react, Xia Fulin's giant axe, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, had already struck down toward his head. My life is over. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Zhang Bufan was split in half from the top of his head by Xia Fulin, instantly turning into two halves, lifeless. The impact of this scene was overwhelming, leaving everyone around utterly stunned. But Xia Fulin, as if still not satisfied, swung his giant axe horizontally once more, splitting Zhang Bufan's yet to fall two halves at the waist, turning them into four neat pieces. Then, like a stack of blocks losing its support, it collapsed to the ground with a crash. Damn bastard, you made me lose half of my points. If I wasn't worried your old man would have to bury his own son, I'd have hacked up your real body outside the tower by now. Xia Fulin's modest chest heaved up and down, she was clearly furious. The other new recruits around were all drenched in cold sweat, keeping their heads down, not daring to say a word. Compared to the frivolous vice-captain Zhang Bufan, the granddaughter of the martial god, Xia Fulin, carried more weight in their eyes. Xia Fulin's cold gaze swept over the crowd, and she said icily, "Where are those two corpse venom spiders?" No one dared to meet Xia Fulin's gaze. One of the braver ones swallowed hard and stammered, We killed them. When we went down, we saw two corpse venom spiders and rushed at them together to take them out. Two brothers accidentally got some venom on them and have already gone to revive." Xia Fulin snorted coldly and nodded, but did not vent his anger on others. Originally, she had thought that if she could seize the opportunity to obtain the wind-concealing soul-extinguishing spear this time, combined with the mental technique Vajra demon subduing art she already possessed, and if she could also acquire the movement technique cloud-chasing shadow step, the three earth-level techniques would form a complete set of heaven-level methods that could be cultivated directly from a first-grade martial artist. It would be a perfect achievement and a significant gain. Who would have thought that not only did she fail to obtain the wind-concealing soul-extinguishing spear, but she also wasted a revival opportunity. The worst part was that half of her points were taken by someone else. Those were the points she had painstakingly accumulated by fighting her way through the entire desert map. Now everything has benefited others. This made her very angry, but killing Zhang Bufan only relieved half of her anger. The most crucial thing is that old schemer who put the corpse venom spider in the treasure chest. That guy obviously took the treasure inside and deliberately put the corpse venom spider back in, intending to harm people. Xia Fulin carefully recalled at this moment and thought of the two corpse venom spiders that attacked her. One of them was clearly a newly hatched spider that had devoured all the other small venomous spiders to become a new corpse venom spider. Otherwise, its venom couldn't have been so potent. After all, although her vitality was greatly depleted at the time, it wasn't as if just a single drop of venom could break through the protective shield she had raised within her body. Moreover, she also saw many spider egg shells inside the treasure chest at the time, which further confirmed her suspicion. The other corpse venom spider was clearly a dormant venomous spider that had been placed in the treasure chest. Sensing a life or death crisis, it spat out its final life-saving venom, which combined with the extremely toxic venom of the new corpse venom spider, resulting in an unparalleled level of potency. Thinking about how someone had placed all the nearly hatched spider eggs in the treasure chest before she arrived, along with the slumbering corpse venom spider, waiting for someone to open it, and how she foolishly opened the chest just like that, Xia Fulin was furious to the point of madness. Damn sneaky bastard. Xia Fulin gritted her teeth silently, and then her fighting spirit suddenly began to surge wildly. The corpse venom spider was clearly placed in there not long ago, or it would have suffocated by now. So, that old schemer definitely hasn't gone far. Maybe he's nearby watching me make a fool of myself. And this sneaky one is clearly the same guy who was suppressing me earlier. Damn. No way. My points suddenly increased by 3723. Isn't that exactly half of my points? Mess with me, and I'll take you down. Xia Fulin's thoughts surged, and her entire aura had already risen to its peak, scaring everyone around her into trembling with fear. They thought Xia Fulin had gone berserk and was about to cut them all down in a fit of rage. Just as the crowd around her was filled with panic and unease, a golden light flashed from Xia Fulin's shoes, and she suddenly shot up into the air, soaring into the sky. Xia Fulin flipped her palm, and a delicately crafted bronze mirror suddenly appeared in her hand. From her elevated position, Xia Fulin scanned her surroundings, then suddenly tossed the bronze mirror in her hand forward and chanted, "Mirror, mirror, seek and reveal, show your magic quickly." As the words fell, an invisible ripple instantly spread out from the bronze mirror as its center, quickly radiating in all directions. The next moment, the surface of the bronze mirror immediately displayed several moving small red dots. These small red dots varied in brightness, with the most conspicuous being three bright red dots rapidly heading toward the direction of the long night forest. Xia Fulin's lips curved slightly. "Found you." Immediately, she popped two vitality pills into her mouth. With a thought, the shoes under her feet emitted a faint golden glow, propelling her swiftly toward the direction of the three red dots. In the depths of the long night forest, Luo Xiu, Lu Qingxi and Feng Baizhan were sprinting wildly toward the eastern side of the forest. Just as Xia Fulin was resurrected and flew over, Luo Xiu had a bad feeling. Clearly, Xia Fulin was killed by the venom of the corpse-rot spider, so how could it be blamed on him? This was utterly ridiculous. The point change was so obvious that even a fool could figure it out. Xia Fulin was clearly no fool, so Luo Xiu didn't hesitate and fled immediately. It's not that he's afraid of Xia Fulin, it's the trouble he's afraid of. If Xia Fulin gets attached to him, it would definitely give him a headache. This martial god trial tower is supposed to be divine, but why does it have so many bugs? First, the guide elf gets hacked, then the points are miscalculated. This is just pathetic. Isn't this complete chaos? Luo Xiu sprinted all the way, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He instinctively turned his head and saw a streak of golden light rushing toward him at high speed. In the golden light, Xia Fulin held a small bronze mirror in her left hand and a giant pink axe in her right, her face full of excitement. The moment she saw them, she suddenly accelerated and shouted, "Damn you, old six! You have the guts to release spiders, but do you have the guts to stop running? You stole my points, so pay with your head. Take this axe from your auntie." As soon as the words fell, Xia Fulin had already flown forward. With an unstoppable momentum, she raised the giant pink axe high and swung it directly down at Luo Xiu's head. Xia Fulin's giant pink axe came slashing through the air. This axe strike had no particular technique, but it carried Xia Fulin's battle intent accumulated to the extreme. Although it looked tender, it instantly made Luo Xiu feel the presence of life and death. Lu Qingxi, standing nearby, had yet to react, but instinctively swept her spear towards Xia Fulin's giant axe. Meanwhile, Feng Baizhan, who sensed Xia Fulin's arrival a moment earlier due to his strong mental power, only had time to throw his flying sword towards Xia Fulin himself. Xia Fulin paid no attention to the two of them. Her pair of excited, beautiful eyes were entirely focused on Luo Xiu's silhouette. She pressed down the giant axe in her hand, charging forward as if splitting through space. The giant axe descended upon Luo Xiu's head. The pink giant axe slashed down from above, splitting straight through. Beside them, Lu Qingxi's eyes widened in despair. "No!" Feng Baizhan also shouted angrily, "Stop!" Luo Xiu's figure was instantly split in two. However, Xia Fulin's expression suddenly changed, and her body abruptly began to rise, flying into the air, because only she could feel that her axe just now had hit nothing at all. Separated, it was merely Luo Xiu's phantom. At the same time, she also felt a surge of killing intent firmly locking onto her. The battle instincts honed through countless fights made her react at the limit, her body swiftly retreating into the sky. In the next moment, a sharp spear tip seemed to pierce through the void, suddenly thrusting out from the spot where Xia Fulin had just been. Luo Xiu's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. Obviously, what Xia Fulin had just cleaved was merely Luo Xiu's afterimage. At this moment, Luo Xiu's expression was solemn, but his heart surged with an intense fighting spirit, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing, a deep yearning for battle. Just now, when he saw Xia Fulin's giant axe coming down, he had already pushed the chasing cloud shadow step to its limit, leaving his original position in an instant, and then launched a fatal strike upon turning back. He just hadn't expected Xia Fulin to be so alert, managing to dodge his spear attack. But Luo Xiu was not discouraged. Instead, he became even more excited. Although he always aimed to outwit rather than confront head-on, as a man, encountering such an overwhelmingly powerful expert inevitably made his blood boil. So, the moment Xia Fulin retreated into the air, he let out a low roar, chasing cloud. Then his body shot up from the ground as if flying, holding a silver spear, and fiercely thrust it towards Xia Fulin's face. This shot was both swift and sudden, so sudden that Xia Fulin didn't even anticipate it. Chasing cloud shadow step. Xia Fulin's pupils contracted sharply, blurting out the origin of Luo Xiu's movement technique while instinctively raising the giant axe to block in front of him. Luo Xiu's spear tip stabbed straight into the pink axe handle of Xia Fulin's giant axe. Amid the massive shock, the two retreated simultaneously. Luo Xiu landed back on the ground, his spear poised in front of him, exuding heroic spirit, like the reincarnation of Zhao Zilong. Meanwhile, Xia Fulin ascended even higher, swinging his giant axe from above, like a war god descending to the mortal world. Beside them, Lu Qingxi and Feng Baizhan finally reacted, rushing hurriedly to Luo Xiu's side. Lu Qingxi looked Luo Xiu up and down, and only after confirming that he was fine did she breathe a sigh of relief. She then turned to face Xia Fulin. In midair, her beautiful eyes narrowing. "Xia Fulin, to think you're the granddaughter of the martial god, how could you attack someone from behind?" In Lu Qingxi's imagination, the martial god Xia was a towering and upright figure. As the granddaughter of the martial god, Xia Fulin should also be honorable and aboveboard. However, upon hearing this, Xia Fulin burst into laughter. She sneered, "Who are you? This little thief's girlfriend? Humph, he can put a corpse venom spider in the treasure chest, but I can't ambush him? What kind of logic is that? Girlfriend?" Hearing Xia Fulin's words, Lu Qingxi's face flushed, but when she wanted to refute, she felt that what he said seemed to make a lot of sense. So, she could only turn her head and glare fiercely at Luo Xiu. That look seemed to say, "Look, it's all your fault. I can't even justify
justify helping you. Luo Xiu was speechless and could only lift his head to look at Xiaofulin. Lu Qingxi snorted at him but still swung the pitch-black spear in her hand, pointing straight at Xiaofulin in the air. Even if he put spiders in the treasure chest, you just don't open it. Anyway, no matter what, if you want to kill him, you have to get past the spear in my hand first. As her words fell, Lu Qingxi's entire aura changed. A dragon's roar echoed from within her, and in the next moment, a massive shadow of a thunder dragon entwined with purple lightning appeared behind her, crackling and roaring incessantly. Xiaofulin sneered disdainfully. Weren't we supposed to reason this out? Why are you showing your martial soul without any reasoning? As she spoke, the giant axe in her hand trembled violently, and a golden sun's shadow suddenly appeared behind her, making her look like a goddess of the sun. Kill. Martial soul, as if no one else has one. He uses a silver spear, and you use a black spear. Couple spears, huh? I hate it the most when people show off their love in front of me. As he spoke, Xiaofulin suddenly became dazzling, his whole body radiating golden light, as if he were about to turn into the sun, making the eyes of the three below sting painfully. Wind Baijan hurriedly shouted from the side. Miss Fulin, I am Wind Baijan. We've met before. This is just a misunderstanding between you two. Please don't get agitated. Can we sit down and talk this over? I don't think he intended for the spider to hurt you. The golden light in the sky paused slightly, then continued to shine dazzlingly. I know you, but today I won't give face to anyone. I want to fight. Under the golden light, Xiaofulin's face was brimming with excitement, almost overflowing. It had been so long since she felt this boiling battle spirit. Now, not to mention Feng Baijan, even if her grandfather, martial god Xiao Wentian, came, she wouldn't stop. She wants to fight. 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 As the words fell, Xiaofulin charged down like a falling sun. Lu Qingxi was just about to step forward to meet the battle when Luo Xiu pulled her behind him. Leave it to me. Let me handle this. With that, his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, a loud bang echoed in everyone's ears. A silver spear collided with the falling sun, and both Luo Xiu and Xiaofulin were sent flying backward. Under the supervision, Luo Xiu could barely open his eyes, but the intense heat emanating from Xiaofulin's entire body made him feel increasingly heavy-hearted. This Xiaofulin's martial soul is truly domineering. The golden sun, both bright and warm, these prodigies are indeed quite different from ordinary martial artists. Unfortunately, with Lu Qingxi and Feng Baijan both present, I can't use invisibility. Otherwise, it would be easier. It seems I can only rely on the wind concealment soul extinguishing spear. At this moment, within his sea of consciousness, under the continuous evolution of that shadow, the wind concealment soul extinguishing spear had already reached the minor accomplishment stage. The three techniques, chasing wind, capturing wind, and concealing wind, were basically fully mastered by him. Now, all that was left was actual combat. In the distance, Xiaofulin was clearly astonished by Luo Xiu's combat prowess. Excitedly, he shouted out a challenge. Damn it, old six. If this is all you've got, you might not be able to keep your head. I'm about to charge. Ding. With that, Xiaofulin gripped the massive pink axe in his hands and, like a blazing sun, fiercely lunged toward Luo Xiu. Wherever he passed, grass and trees ignited, and flames scattered everywhere. Luo Xiu felt the rising temperature around him and watched as Xiaofulin drew closer. Taking a deep breath, he sank his body, gripped his spear tightly, pointed it at Xiaofulin, and said in a deep voice, shadow probe, wind-chasing style. The moment Luo Xiu's words fell, his figure seemed to evaporate, instantly disappearing from where he stood. In the next moment, Xiaofulin, within the golden great sun, sensed a threat coming from her right side. Before she could react, a mysterious and unpredictable spear tip abruptly appeared on her right. A golden barrier rose around Xiaofulin's body, blocking the spear tip. But in just an instant, the eerie spear tip appeared again on the left side, then once more struck the golden light barrier. Another crisp sound rang out, the clash of metal resembling the sound of forging iron. Although she was caught off guard by these two strikes, fortunately, with the treasure in her possession, Xiaofulin suffered no harm. However, her vitality was greatly depleted. Yet, there was no anger in her eyes, only continuous delight. You despicable trickster. You actually managed to obtain both the cloud-chasing shadow-stepping technique and the wind-concealing soul-extinguishing spear. Such luck. How about this? Let's make a deal. If I beat you to the point of crying later, I won't make you go back to revive. Just give me these two techniques. How about that? Unfortunately, she didn't get a response from Luo Xiu. Instead, what came were two spear tips seemingly thrust out of the void, one from above her head and the other from behind her back. The two shots caused the golden light barrier surrounding Xiaofulin to tremble violently, with countless cracks appearing. Xiaofulin's expression changed, and she shouted angrily, I tried to reason with you, but you resorted to a sneak attack. Fine. It seems I'll have to beat you until you cry before we can talk properly. As she spoke, Xiaofulin swung the pink giant axe in her hand, and the golden sun martial spirit behind her grew even brighter. She shouted loudly, Golden Radiant Sun Axe. The pink axe was instantly wielded so swiftly that it formed an impenetrable barrier, with countless axe shadows creating what seemed like a pink circular shield. Subsequently, her entire being
being merged directly into the golden sun. The dazzling golden light illuminated everything, and the surrounding temperature instantly doubled. Even Lu Qingxi and Feng Baijian, who were watching the battle from afar, felt the heat waves surging on their faces, and sweat began to seep out. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu, who was rapidly circling around Xia Fulin after using the shadow step technique, felt an intense heat all over his body, as if his blood and energy were evaporating. This martial soul is simply defying the heavens. She's only a first-grade martial artist. If her level were any higher, wouldn't she be able to boil rivers and seas directly? My perspective was too narrow before. I thought having invisibility made me invincible. Now it seems this world is far more powerful than I imagined. It looks like I need to quickly earn more divine thought pills to offer to the temple god and continue enhancing my talents. At the very least, I can't let them be weaker than the effects of others' martial souls. While Luo Xiu was deep in thought, his hands never stopped moving. The silver spear in his hands continuously thrust forward. The chasing wind style of the wind concealment soul extinguishing spear and the shadow seeking of the cloud chasing shadow step began to merge under his execution, becoming increasingly fluid. A person like a shadow, a spear like the wind, shadow, and wind intertwine, elusive and traceless. 1 spear, 2 spears, 3 spears, 10 spears, 30 spears, 100 spears. Luo Xiu's figure moved faster and faster, and his spear techniques grew increasingly swift. It seemed as though all the sweat in his body was about to be drained, yet the brilliance in his eyes shone ever brighter. Xia Fulin was also fighting like mad at this moment. The golden sunlight axe was a martial technique specially created by her grandfather, Xia Wushan, based on her martial spirit and preferences. Although its level was only at the profound rank, it suited her quite well. Once executed, the axe merges with the light merges with the body, and the body merges with the axe, forming a perfect closed loop. If she launched an all-out attack, it could flatten everything in front of her like a bulldozer. Boom! If she chose to defend on the spot, she would resemble a battlefield tank, combining offense and defense, capable of injuring enemies while being impervious to blades and spears. At this moment, Xia Fulin, after enduring hundreds of strikes from Luo Xiu, began to feel a hint of pressure. Luo Xiu's spear tip thrust from all directions, without pattern or pause, as if hundreds of people outside were simultaneously attacking her with long spears. Even though she unleashed the golden radiant sun axe, rendering her defense unparalleled, Luo Xiu's spear tip occasionally managed to pierce through the layers of axe shadows and strike the golden light barrier supported by the small vest within her body. Although the golden light barrier had not shattered yet, the dense cracks still left Xia Fulin deeply alarmed. She knew that if she didn't break the stalemate soon and continued to defend passively, Luo Xiu's spear tip would soon penetrate her defenses and break through. Damn old 6, his speed is just too fast. And I practice axe techniques, which are bold and sweeping. Speed is precisely my weakness. It seems I have no choice but to use that. After being stabbed over 100 times by Luo Xiu, Xia Fulin suddenly swept his massive pink axe fiercely. The golden light scattered across the sky and spread in all directions. Luo Xiu's lightning-fast figure was forced to reveal itself once again under this sweeping attack. Before he could continue forward, Xia Fulin flipped her palm, and a gray-white bone tower suddenly appeared in her hand. Luo Xiu immediately sensed danger. As he thrust his spear forward, preparing to advance, Xia Fulin suddenly shouted, "Suppress!" Immediately, a terrifying pressure emanated from the small tower, as if a giant hand had appeared in the void, pressing down fiercely on Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu instantly felt as though a Mount Tai was pressing down on him, heavy as 1,000 pounds. This overwhelming weight made it difficult for him to even breathe. At the same time, the grass and trees that had just ignited around them were instantly extinguished, and the vegetation on the ground was flattened, crushed so hard that grass juice seeped out. Xia Fulin laughed gleefully. "Huh, keep jumping, floating around, thinking you're fast, huh? Now I've increased the gravity within a 100-meter radius to 10 times. Let's see how you jump now. So many treasures, you're totally cheating." Luo Xiu couldn't help but blurt out, but Xia Fulin seemed completely unaffected, charging forward with a giant pink axe. Dang! Each of her steps appeared incredibly heavy, causing the ground to collapse beneath her feet. It's just that none of this could suppress her boundless fighting spirit. Dang! In the distance, Lu Qingxi and Feng Baijian were already watching in stunned amazement. Whether it was Xia Fulian's golden sun martial soul or Luo Xiu's chasing cloud shadow steps and wind-hidden soul destroying spear, all of them seemed absurdly strong. They considered themselves top-tier geniuses, but upon honest reflection, if they were placed in either Xia Fulian's or Luo Xiu's position, they might not gain much of an advantage. Lu Qingxi was initially worried about Luo Xiu's safety, but seeing his current performance, she couldn't help but feel resentful. That scoundrel hid so well. Not only has he become a ranked martial artist, but he has also mastered 2 Earth-level martial techniques. And to think I pitted him all these years, believing he had no cultivation resources and lived a hard life. Turns out it was all a lie. Humph, I was even afraid he'd be in danger in the army, so I came to protect him. And what do I get in return? Humph, such a big surprise. Fine, I'll remember this. Outside the martial god trial tower, on the top floor of the training facility of the 3rd Corps in Qingchuan City. The Corps commander was still on the phone with the martial god. At this moment, as if recalling something, a sly glint flashed in his eyes. He asked into the phone, "Lord Martial God, in your opinion, who do you think will win between Miss Fuline and this boy? How about we make a bet?" On the other end of the line, upon hearing the Corps commander's question, the voice of Martial God Xiao Wentian took on a playful tone. "Oh, why do I feel like something's off here?" The Legion commander immediately broke out in a cold sweat, regretting it slightly as he gave himself a light slap, secretly thinking to himself that he had gotten so used to scheming against others that now he was even starting to target the god of war. "Ahem, Lord God of War, what are you saying? I was just purely curious about your opinion of this kid. The bet is purely for entertainment. After all, we're idle right now, and having a little wager can add some excitement, don't you think?" Beside him, Hu Banruo gave the Legion commander a thumbs up with a look that said, "You've got guts." Given her understanding of the Legion commander, she knew this guy was truly capable of pulling off something as audacious as scheming against the god of war. After all, he was the old schemer even the commander of the Dragonhead 1st Legion, Shi Zhang, had to call Schemerchin. On the other end of the phone, the god of war, Xiao Wentian, chuckled, "Entertainment, just for fun." Xiao Wentian's voice carried a hint of deeper meaning, which made the commander break out in even more cold sweat. Just as he was about to continue explaining, he heard Xiao Wentian say, "Alright, let's just say it's for entertainment. Speaking of which, of course, I have faith in my little granddaughter. Haven't you noticed that kid is currently being suppressed by her? So, what do you want to bet on?" The Legion commander was slightly taken aback, but a look of joy quickly spread across his face. "Ha, since Lord Martial God favors Miss Fuline, then I'll place my bet on my new recruit. As for the stakes, I heard that Lord Martial God has the Vajra demon subduing technique." Hearing this, laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Ha, I knew you sly old fox, were up to no good. So you've set your sights on my Vajra demon subduing technique, huh? You're planning to give it to that kid, aren't you?" The Legion commander chuckled sheepishly. "Oh, I just think this kid has pretty good luck. He actually managed to get both the cloud-chasing shadow step and the wind concealment soul-extinguishing spear. This is his first time entering the martial god's trial tower, and it's clear he has a destiny with these techniques. As elders, we should help him along, right? Giving him the Vajra demon subduing technique to complete the full set of heaven-tier techniques would be a great act of merit. I believe Lord Martial God, being wise, farsighted, and broad-minded, would surely be willing to accomplish such a grand feat." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then Martial God Xiao Wentian let out a cold snort and laughed, scolding, "You old rascal, you're trying to trap me with your words. I almost fell for it. What do you mean by his elders? He's your subordinate, not my disciple. And you call it a great act of merit? Just because he gets the techniques, it's a great act of merit? Why don't you have him give those 2 techniques to my granddaughter to complete her set instead? Don't think you can fool me. Back in the day, you and Luo Jianjun were notorious for your scheming and trickery. I'm not falling for it. Now, tell me, what are you putting up as your stake? It better not be anything less valuable than the Vajra demon subduing technique." Seeing Xiao Wentian not falling for it, the Legion commander sighed regretfully, then his expression became somewhat serious. "The Vajra demon suppressing technique is not an ordinary earth-level cultivation method. This was something found back in Secret Realm number 1. Martial God Xiao Wentian relied on this technique to modify and create the Vajra army breaking technique, suitable for martial artists of all attributes to cultivate. It's the very book issued to Luo Xiu and the others after they enlisted. Breaking Army Fist was also derived from this technique. It can be said that this technique is considered the ancestor of military techniques. Not only is it incredibly powerful and profound, but its significance is also extremely far-reaching." This left the Legion commander in a bit of a dilemma. After a moment of silence, the Legion commander tentatively said, "Well, actually, you could also be this kid's elder. Tomorrow, I'll have him go to Longzhou City to kowtow and serve you tea, becoming your disciple. What do you think?" On the other end of the phone, Xiao Wentian burst into laughter out of exasperation. "You old rascal, you're really trying to take it all, aren't you? He's not bad right now, but with just a mere sea-level physical potential, he's not qualified to be my disciple. His talent is somewhat interesting, though. How about this? If he can't beat my granddaughter, you give me a detailed map of the 369 secret realm that you have. This time, when the secret realm opens, I want Fuline to go there." Hearing this, the Legion commander let out a sigh of relief. This price was still acceptable. Moreover, he didn't suffer any loss. After all, the detailed map of the 369 secret realm was drawn by Luo Xiu's father, Luo Jianjun, so using it as a wager seemed quite reasonable. After all, a father's debts are repaid by the son. So, the Legion commander immediately agreed. "Alright, Lord Martial God, it's settled then. You can't go back on your word, but I can give you a guarantee in advance. Regardless of whether Miss Fuline wins or loses, I can provide you with a map of the 369 secret realm, though its level of detail might be slightly inferior to the one drawn by Luo Jianjun." Since the martial god had already said so, he couldn't refuse to give him face. face. Hearing his words, martial god Xiao Wentian nodded in satisfaction on the other end of the phone. Alright, let's just wait and see the results.
My granddaughter hasn't even used half of her treasures yet.
That boy is bound to suffer. While the two were talking, inside the martial god trial tower, Luo Xiao and Xia Fulin were already locked in an intense and evenly matched battle. Within the tenfold gravity field of the gray-white bone tower, Luo Xiao's movements were restricted to the extreme. Even though he had mastered the chasing cloud and shadow step to perfection, within the gravity field he still couldn't move as freely and unpredictably as before. So, facing Xia Fulin's heavy strike with the pink giant axe, he could only raise his gun to withstand it. Fortunately, the wind-hidden soul-extinguishing gun is also extremely powerful, otherwise he might have been defeated in an instant.
Ah, you sneaky coward. Keep floating, keep hiding, keep ambushing. Take another axe from me, mountain-splitting slash. Xia Fulin shouted excitedly.
Despite her petite and adorable figure, with twin ponytails, she somehow exuded a sense of boldness. As the voice fell, she raised the pink giant axe with both hands and struck heavily at Luo Xiao. This strike, enhanced by the golden sun martial soul, carried an immense heatwave and radiance, as if the heavens themselves were passing judgment on Luo Xiao.
The overwhelming pressure seemed as though even a mountain in front of it could be split in half with a single axe.
Watching the axe approach, Luo Xiao felt there was no way to evade it. As if Xia Fulin's strike was a locked-on skill in a game, once aimed at him, there was no way to escape. The edge of the axe drew ever closer, the scorching heat intensifying. Even with his super X-ray vision fully activated, Luo Xiao felt as if he could barely keep his eyes open. Logically, with his super X-ray vision, he should have been able to see the flow of energy within Xia Fulin's body clearly: golden threads, red threads, or green threads, as well as those faintly golden acupoints. Yet right now, her entire body was awash in dazzling golden light, as though her cultivation technique had reached flawless perfection.
Luo Xiao knew that was impossible, but he simply couldn't see through it.
Facing a life and death crisis, a bead of sweat rolled down from his forehead, slowly trickling into the corner of his eye. Luo Xiao blinked, and in that instant, his expression suddenly changed.
Ignoring the axe
already descending toward his face, he fixed his gaze on Xia Fulin and barked in a low voice, "Xia Fulin,
you wouldn't want everyone to find out about your secret habit of wearing black stockings, would you?"
Xia Fulin's unstoppable axe suddenly paused, her pretty face slightly changing color as she said, "What are you talking about?" But this slight delay was enough for Luo Xiao to break free from the lock. Luo Xiao's body quickly vanished from where he stood, and in the next moment, Xia Fulin only felt a sharp pain in her ear as Luo Xiao's silver spear had already thrust toward her. What did this kid just say to my granddaughter? In the monitoring room, the war god Xiao Wentian on the other end of the Legion commander's call seemed a bit puzzled. After all, Luo Xiao's voice just now wasn't loud, and perhaps only he and Xia Fulin could hear it. The Legion commander and Hu Banruo also looked confused, clearly not having heard it. But judging from the expression on Xia Fulin's face, it was obviously not something pleasant. Cold sweat once again seeped from the Legion commander's forehead. Lord Martial God, I guess this kid probably just said some trash talk to interfere with Miss Fulin's targeting. See, isn't it quite effective? The Legion commander explained somewhat awkwardly. The Martial God didn't press further, merely letting out a cold snort. It better be that way. If he dares to flirt with my precious granddaughter, I'll show him why flowers are so red. The Legion commander didn't dare make a sound, only looking at the big screen with a mix of frustration and helplessness, thinking to himself, Xia Fulin's face looks a bit embarrassed. What on earth did this kid say? At this moment, Xia Fulin was overwhelmed with shame and anger. Her body instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding Luo Xiao's sudden thrust. Immediately, the pink giant axe swept across, drawing a semicircle on the left side. With a tearing sound, the giant axe seemed to slice through space itself, radiating intense heat. However, it was clear that this strike did not succeed, as Luo Xiao had already dodged it. Not far away, Luo Xiao was slightly panting, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Just now, that ultimate skill mountain-splitting slash from Xia Fulin really shocked him. He never expected that a mere first-rank martial artist could possess such a monstrous skill. If other first-rank martial artists were to face Xia Fulin, wouldn't they just stand there dumbfounded and get cleaved in half by her? Fortunately, Luo Xiao had super X-ray vision, allowing him to see through illusions. Through the blinding golden light, he could see that, beneath Xia Fulin's camouflage pants, her exquisite jade legs were actually wrapped in a pair of smooth and mysterious black stockings. I don't know if it's breathable, but this act of wearing black stockings under outer pants gave Luo Xiao hope for a breakthrough. What normal person wears black stockings secretly? Aside from men, it must be someone with strict upbringing, who wants to wear them but doesn't quite dare, or someone who wants to wear them but feels too embarrassed. Such people are definitely more prone to a strong sense of shame. So, Luo Xiao decided to take a gamble. Fortunately, he won the bet. As expected, Xia Fulin was furious out of shame. With her emotions shifting, her previously unstoppable momentum also changed, giving Luo Xiao an opportunity to break free from being locked on. It's just that after Luo Xiao uses this move, it will cause the opponent's rage level to rise to 100%, making the side effects quite obvious. Xia Fulin
Lian's face turned slightly red, and she glared at Luo Xiu with her beautiful eyes, asking word by word, "You scoundrel, what did you just say?" She no longer called Luo Xiu stinky old six, and switched to scoundrel, clearly showing she was genuinely annoyed. Luo Xiu suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, a sense of foreboding. He let out a dry laugh, but before he could speak, he saw Xia Fulin point at the gray-white ancient tower in mid-air and shout, 15 times gravity, suppress it for me. Luo Xiu, who was already struggling to move under the pressure, once again felt an overwhelming force descend upon him like Mount Tai. His legs buckled, and his face began to tremble. The surrounding ground sank several inches in an instant, and the grass and trees on the ground were crushed and burst apart, with sap splattering everywhere. Xia Fulin, holding a pink giant axe, walked step by step toward Luo Xiu. With every step she took, a deep footprint was left in the ground, yet her gait was incomparably steady. "Bastard, you sure know a lot, don't you?" Xia Fulin's tone was like that of a demon crawling up from the abyss. Luo Xiu could almost see a crimson light flickering in her eyes. Sis, don't be impulsive. I really don't know. I was just talking nonsense. I didn't see the black stockings you're wearing underneath, nor did I see that they're ultra-thin, glossy, or the little straps on the black stockings. I really didn't see anything. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'm going to scream. Xia Fulin's eyes turned even redder upon hearing this, his steps quickened, his aura surged continuously, and his killing intent almost solidified. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, it won't matter. The moment those words left your mouth, this world no longer has a place for you. So many shameful things were seen by this damn thing. He must be destroyed. But can I resurrect?" Luo Xiu suddenly blurted out something inexplicable, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere. Xia Fulin's steps halted, her face flushing with even greater shame and anger. "Stop spouting nonsense. Prepare to die." With that, she leapt up fiercely, the pink giant axe in her hand slashing down towards Luo Xiu's head. Luo Xiu immediately raised his silver spear to block the attack. However, Xia Fulin, this guy, had incredible strength. When the axe struck the silver spear, it sent a numbing sensation through Luo Xiu's arm. Seeing Luo Xiu block the attack, Xia Fulin gritted his teeth and pressed the giant axe down even harder. The sharp edge of the axe pressed directly toward Luo Xiu's face. Luo Xiu stepped back, dodging the axe, and thrust his spear toward Xia Fulin. But Xia Fulin raised her axe and swept it fiercely, sending Luo Xiu's silver spear flying out of his hand. Xia Fulin was overjoyed and was about to seize the opportunity to press the attack and strike while the iron was hot, but then she saw Luo Xiu charging toward her on his own initiative. His speed was so fast, it was as if he had been waiting for this moment all along. Before she could react, Luo Xiu had already crashed into her arms. At the same time, a sharp pain came from her lower abdomen. Immediately afterward, Xia Fulin felt a numbing sensation rapidly spreading from her lower abdomen to her entire body. In just an instant, her whole body went numb. Xia Fulin's body uncontrollably flew backward. When she fell to the ground, she saw a bloodstain on her abdomen, pierced through and already beginning to turn black. In Luo Xiu's hand, he held a pure black dagger. The dagger had a peculiar design, resembling a scorpion's tail, with its blade glinting with an eerie cold light. Xia Fulin forced herself to endure the numbness and tried to get up, but she felt her entire body stiffening, unable to move at all. The pain was diminishing. Her breathing became rapid, and her heart pounded wildly as if it were about to burst out of her chest, seemingly on the verge of exploding at any moment. She opened her mouth and wow, a mouthful of black blood spewed out. Pointing at Luo Xiu, she wanted to say something, but felt short of breath, only managing to stammer out a broken sentence. "Shameless, sixth, you used poison." Then, her eyes widened, her head tilted to the ground, and she fell silent. Moments later, her body transformed into countless specks of glowing light, initiating her second resurrection. Meanwhile, the gray-white bone tower maintaining 15 times gravity not far away also dissolved into glowing light after Xia Fulin disappeared, leaving Luo Xiu, who had been eagerly watching from below, rather disappointed. Killing only earns half the points. This mechanism is still a bit too humane. If only I could loot the opponent's magical treasures. I even exposed another trump card, sigh. At this moment, the dagger in Luo Xiu's hand was precisely the good item he had obtained from the treasure chest in the Black Rain. Venom Bee's Nest, the Black Venom Dagger. It came with penetration and deadly poison, capable of instantly killing all martial artists below the third rank. It could be called the ultimate assassination weapon. Luo Xiu had always secretly kept it in his storage ring, originally intending to use it against the big fish of the Crimson Church, but it ended up unused at the time. Who knows, it got used here. Boom! Looking at the large screen where Xia Fulin's corpse had vanished without a trace, both the Legion commander and Hu Banruo in the monitoring room were somewhat stunned. Before they could react, the voice of martial god Xia Wentian suddenly came through the Legion commander's phone. "I'll have my granddaughter deliver the Vajra demon slaying technique. Tell that kid to get ready, have Xia Fulin deliver it. Hasn't the sky fallen?" The Legion commander was about to refuse, but the call had already been disconnected. The martial god clearly did not give the Legion commander a chance to refuse. The monitoring room suddenly became somewhat quiet.
quiet. The Legion commander and Hu Banruo exchanged glances. After a moment, it was Hu Banruo who spoke first. Legion commander, do you think the martial god would tell Xiaofulin about Luo Xiu's true identity? The Legion commander's face showed some hesitation. After pondering for a moment, he finally said uncertainly, probably not, right? There was no other way. They hadn't heard what Luo Xiu said earlier when he evaded Xiaofulin's lock-on, but they did hear him just now when he mentioned not seeing black silk, polished, ultra-thin, spaghetti straps. Wouldn't you be anxious if your granddaughter was seen so thoroughly by others? Although the martial god is powerful, he is still human. The martial god hasn't truly become a god, it's just an honorary title given by everyone. To put it bluntly, Xiao Wendian is merely a 9th grade martial artist, and martial cultivation is divided into 9 ranks. The first rank, the Qi and Blood realm, primarily focuses on tempering the body's Qi and blood, enhancing physical strength, speed, defense, and recovery. A peak first-rank martial artist will have a Qi and blood value of at least 3.0, meaning a full-force strike can reach 900 kilograms. The second rank, the light body realm, begins with nurturing Qi into the body and entering the life palace below the abdomen. While continuing to enhance Qi and blood, one can start practicing light body techniques, enabling feats like scaling walls and moving with incredible speed. A peak second-rank martial artist will have a Qi and blood value at least 3 times that of a peak first rank, capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones with a punch, while moving as light as a swallow, advancing and retreating with ease. The third rank, the Force Transformation realm, introduces the application of personal attributes. Martial artists can practice attribute-related techniques, integrating the power of attributes into their attacks. Techniques like Thunderclap Fist, Fiery, Cloud Palm, or Ice Leg can inflict attribute damage on opponents, causing harm from the inside out. At the peak of the third rank, the Qi and blood value reaches 5 times that of a peak second rank. Reaching this level qualifies one as a minor expert. Dang! 4th grade Golden Bell realm, as the name suggests, this realm focuses on defense. It allows one to channel energy to the surface, forming an indestructible barrier capable of withstanding bullets, with defense comparable to a tank. Walking through a hail of gunfire feels like entering an uninhabited territory. Hu Banruo is currently at this realm, and she is only 20 years old this year. Having enlisted for just 2 years, she is undoubtedly a genius girl. 5th grade Sovereign realm enables the external release of energy, allowing one to injure enemies several meters away. With a single punch, the combination of elemental power and blood energy forms a tangible pressure, akin to a sovereign descending, instilling an irresistible sense of awe. It is truly terrifying. 6th grade Dragon Transformation realm allows one to transform energy into tangible forms based on specific techniques, possessing some characteristics and pressure of the transformed entity, such as the 18 dragon subduing palms or the Golden Bell shield. At this realm, it essentially marks the dividing line between the humble and the noble. Disciples from humble backgrounds often have ordinary techniques, and the forms they manifest are vastly inferior to those of noble martial artists with advanced techniques. Even within the same 6th grade realm, the difference in strength can be described as worlds apart. Reaching the 7th grade is the Grandmaster realm. This realm, the cultivation of intent, sword intent, fist intent, spear intent, palm intent, axe intent, and so on. Every move executed follows the heart's will. The intent flows with the move. The techniques no longer merely involve physical attacks and destruction. They begin to inflict damage on the spirit, the state of mind, and even higher dimensional concepts. For example, someone's sword intent might be withering. With one thrust of the sword, the opponent's body begins to wither and age like a flower, turning from vibrant to yellowed, from lively to decayed. The sword is withdrawn, the person perishes, and the soul withers. Upon reaching the Grandmaster realm, one can establish a sect, widely accept disciples, and become the founder of a school. The commanders of major legions are generally at this level. As for my father Zhang Erlong, Zhang Bufan's father, Zhang Erlong, is also at this realm. At this level, one has basically reached the upper echelons of this world. The 8th rank is known as the Grandmaster realm. This realm transforms intent into a state. It turns one's intent into an artistic conception, expanding from a point to a surface, becoming a domain. When using intent, there is no need to move. When the enemy approaches, it will be affected and harmed by the intent. Achieving the realm where I am intent, intent is me, and intent moves with me. As long as a person stands there, they embody intent. As for the 9th rank, commonly known as the Martial God realm, it is officially referred to as the Self-Reflection realm, because upon reaching this realm, one's own intent has reached its peak, and the artistic conception approaches perfection. If the artistic conception cannot be completely controlled, it is very likely to be devoured and assimilated by it, becoming a part of the artistic conception. At that point, one's self will disintegrate, losing consciousness and life, transforming into a taboo. At this realm, one can no longer act recklessly, as even a slight mistake could lead to assimilation by the artistic conception, becoming a taboo. Therefore, many people believe this realm is actually a false realm, and the true 9th grade should involve perfect control control of the artistic conception, reaching another stable and stronger realm. But to this day, no one has found the path beyond the 9th grade. Martial god Xiao Wentian is the most powerful martial god on this planet, without exception, because he is the only martial god who can frequently take action. It's not that he found a way to break through the 9th rank, but rather that a significant portion of his artistic conception is carried within the martial god trial tower, which allows him enough energy to deal with the remaining artistic conceptions without worrying about being assimilated or devoured by them. It is precisely because of Xiao Wentian's presence that the few beast kings in the forbidden zones on this planet can be barely suppressed, preventing humanity from being completely annihilated. But no one knows how long the martial god trial tower can last, nor when Xiao Wentian will lose control. However, judging by Xiao Wentian's current state, he should be able to hold on for a long time. The Legion commander has no doubt about this, so that's why he's worried. That boy Luo Xiu revealed all the embarrassing little secrets of someone's granddaughter right in front of her grandfather. Isn't that causing trouble? Look, they even hung up the phone directly and sent Xia Fulin over personally to deliver the Vajra demon subduing technique. It's obvious they're sending Xia Fulin to smooth things over. Who knows, they might really reveal Luo Xiu's identity to Xia Fulin. Thinking of Xia Fulin descending upon the 3rd Legion with a pink giant axe in hand, shouting, "Luo Xiu, you scoundrel, get out here. Today, I'll take your miserable life." The Legion commander couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "Commander, don't panic. From Lonso City to here, it will take at least 3 days. We still have time. Don't forget, the reward for ranking first in the Legion trial tower this time, Luo Xiu getting that reward will definitely make him much stronger. By then, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. And also, don't forget, Luo Xiu didn't even use invisibility in today's fight against Xiaofulin. If he combines invisibility with the Wind Veil Soul Extinguishing Spear and the Cloud Chasing Shadow Stepping technique, that power." Hubanruo didn't finish his sentence, but the Legion commander had already imagined it. It does seem a bit terrifying. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to leave the tower. Strangely, after Xiaofulin's second resurrection, she never came to find Luo Xiu again. This made Luo Xiu feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that this girl realized her mistake? Or has she changed her ways? In the midst of confusion, a white light flashed, and Luo Xiu was already teleported back to the previous white login space. The now larger Shao Sanner immediately came over to greet him. "Hello, we meet again. Welcome back." Luo Xiu gave her an annoyed look. "Thanks for the welcome." Shao Sanner giggled and walked up to Luo Xiu. "Congratulations." "Damn. No way, you got first place in this Legion's rookie trial, and you'll receive generous rewards. The rewards have been distributed. Please log off to claim them. Additionally, the storage ring and black poison dagger you obtained during the trial will be delivered to you within a day. Well then, see you next time." Luo Xiu stepped out of the landing pod, and the new recruits of the 3rd Phalanx in the room had already come out. A feeling of being in a different world instantly filled Luo Xiu's entire body. He glanced around and saw the excited faces of everyone, feeling somewhat dazed. The world inside the martial god trial tower is so real that it's hard to distinguish it from reality. Luo Xiu murmured to himself as Wang Fugue and the others had already surged forward. "Luo Xiu, how is it? How many points did you get?" "Captain Luo, I got over 1,600 points this time. I didn't embarrass our 3rd formation, did I? I got 1,772 points, Captain Luo. I didn't get much, only 2,364 points." Everyone was reporting their scores with faces full of surprise and joy. Only Luo Xiu seemed to suddenly remember something, and a look of regret suddenly appeared on his face. 500 points can be exchanged for a chi and blood pill. I've scored over 10,000 points, that's more than 20 vitality pills. If I exchange them for spirit pills, I can strengthen myself twice more. I miscalculated, I forgot to redeem them. Everyone saw Luo Xiu's expression change and was surprised. "Captain Luo, what's wrong? Captain Luo, are you okay? Could it be that the points aren't enough?" "It's okay, Captain Luo. If it doesn't work this time, we can come back next week." "I think Captain Luo looks regretful. Could it be that you found a treasure chest inside but didn't get it?" "There is such a possibility. After all, logically speaking, Captain Luo shouldn't be worse than us." Luo Xiu, hearing everyone's concern and speculation, came back to his senses, smiled at them, and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, I just forgot to exchange my points for chi and blood pills. There's no need to overthink it. Alright, let's gather outside the door first. I guess the chief instructor will be here soon." Luo Xiu led the group out of the landing room, formed a small team, and after waiting for a short while, Hubanruo walked over with a face full of satisfaction. She first gave Luo Xiu a meaningful glance, then turned to the group and said, "Very good. Today's first trial for the recruits in the Martial God Trial Tower has been successfully completed. Everyone performed very well, and I am very pleased, so I won't say much more. Let's dismiss early today, and everyone should get some rest. The items exchanged with points in the Martial God Trial Tower have already arrived at the armory. After dismissal, everyone can go and collect them. In addition, starting Starting today, for the future male and female soldier dormitory competitions, I will no longer announce the hiding spots of the vitality pills to increase the difficulty a bit.
I have already placed all the vitality pills.
After you return, before finding the vitality pills in the opposing dormitory, you are not allowed to rummage through your own dormitory to find your own vitality pills.
Alright, everyone, dismissed.
After saying this, Hu Banruo turned and left. However, as she was leaving, she glanced at Luo Shou again, which made Luo Shou feel a bit puzzled, not understanding what exactly she was looking at.
Could it be that I have pimples on my face?
Luo Shou reached out and touched his face. Although it wasn't exactly flawless, there were indeed no pimples.
Forget it, never mind for now. Let's head to the armory first.
Luo Shou shook his head, dismissing the thought, and followed the crowd straight to the armory. After arriving at the armory, the place was already packed with people. New recruits from other formations had also poured in here. This time, the armory was no longer staffed by just the round-faced female soldier, for additional reception desks were set up, dividing the distribution of rewards into 5 lines. Luo Shou joined the line attended by the round-faced female soldier, and it wasn't long before it was his turn.
As soon as she saw Luo Shou, the round-faced female soldier grinned and said, "Luo Shou, right? Wait a moment, I'll help you find it." Having acquaintances has its perks, you don't even need to report your name again. Soon, the round-faced female soldier handed a box to Luo Shou.
The box was the same as everyone else's, with a uniform design. On the surface of the box was an image of an incredibly majestic giant tower, accompanied by the words Martial God Trial Tower, but this one had Luo Shou's name written on it. "Here, this is yours. It's heavier than others. It seems like you've gained quite a lot from the Martial God Trial Tower this time." Luo Shou excitedly took the box and smiled at the round-faced female soldier. "Oh, it's nothing. I just accidentally cleared the entire Martial God Trial Tower and became the top recruit among the 108 corps. Nothing worth mentioning." The round-faced female soldier rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "TCH, you're just bragging." Alright, move aside after collecting your stuff. I still need to hand things out to the next person." Luo Shou chuckled and didn't argue, then left holding the box. Sometimes, telling the truth just makes no one believe you, but this was exactly the effect he wanted. After leaving the armory, Luo Shou was planning to head straight back to the dormitory. However, just as he reached the building's entrance, he saw Lu Qingxi also holding a black box with a cold expression, standing at the door.
Seeing him come out, Lu Qingxi narrowed her eyes slightly, walked over to Lu Shou with her signature long legs, and said, "Was it you who took the vitality pills from the female soldier's dormitory last night?" Luo Shou's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. It seems I revealed too much in the Martial God Trial Tower today and got suspected. However, Luo Shou quickly calmed down. As long as there's no evidence, just don't admit it. If you admit it, won't you be watched like a hawk afterward? Then there'll never be another chance to steal. No, I mean, to enjoy 10 vitality pills all by yourself again? Thinking of this, Luo Shou looked up at Lu Qingxi with a somewhat surprised expression. "Captain Lu, what are you talking about? Yesterday, you and Captain Feng personally searched me and proved my innocence. How could it possibly be me who took the vitality pills?" It would have been fine if this wasn't mentioned, but as soon as it was, Lu Qingxi's teeth ground audibly in anger. She glared at Luo Shou hatefully, her gaze sweeping over the area around his waist, wishing she could rush over and give it a hard twist with her hand. Yesterday, she was deceived by Luo Shou's seemingly harmless appearance, believed his nonsense, revealed various pieces of information to him, and even apologized to him in the end. As a result, he hid his name in the Martial God Trial Tower, started dominating everywhere, and ultimately took the lead by a wide margin, securing first place in points. This made her actions yesterday seem like the self-indulgent antics of a clown. This left Lu Qingxi feeling quite ashamed. At this moment, even the jade-like toes in her shoes couldn't help but curl up. Seeing the slight tears welling up in Lu Qingxi's eyes, Luo Shou couldn't bear it anymore. He quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "Captain Lu, if you're fine, go back to the dormitory and rest early. Do you like that phonine soul-extinguishing gun? I'll make a copy for you tomorrow, okay?" Hearing this, Lu Qingxi's earlier grievances suddenly vanished into thin air. For some reason, a strange warmth rose in her heart, and there was a trace of an unusual emotion. She didn't know what this emotion was called, she just felt that the Luo Shou in front of her didn't seem so annoying anymore. With a snort, she turned her body away from Luo Shou. "Who wants your lousy shooting skills? You can practice on your own. Let me tell you, don't even think about getting the vitality pills from the female soldier's dormitory today. I'll personally guard the first floor. Goodbye." After saying that, she strode off with her long legs, her steps light and brisk. But Luo Shou couldn't see the slight curve that had unknowingly appeared at the corner of her delicate and pretty face. Seeing Lu Qingxi leave, Luo Shou let out a slight sigh of relief. To be honest, this girl's intuition is indeed sharp. Facing her is quite stressful. But what does she mean by saying she wants to personally guard the first floor? Is it to tell him that he can casually go to other floors to take vitality pills? Luo Shou reached out and touched his chin, then carried the box and walked toward the male soldier's dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Wang Fugue and the others hadn't returned yet. yet. Luo Xiu went back to his bed, directly opened the box, and was momentarily stunned when he saw what was inside. This is the reward for being first in the trial points? Damn, I've struck it rich. Luo Xiu suddenly felt that killing Xia Fuling twice might be the most correct decision he had made so far. Truly, the reward for first place in points was simply too generous. Inside the large box were 7 exquisite small boxes. The 7 boxes varied in size, but their craftsmanship appeared extremely delicate. The boxes seemed to be made of wood, with transparent glass surfaces, allowing one to see at a glance what was inside. In the first box lay a storage ring with a simple and ancient design, which he had previously obtained from a treasure chest. The specific material was unknown, but it looked quite unique. In the second box lay a pitch-black dagger glinting with an eerie cold light. Although it didn't appear as ancient and noble as the dagger his mother had left him, it looked extremely dangerous. This was clearly the black venom dagger he had obtained from the treasure chest in the black rain venom wasp's nest. In the third box, there were 20 neatly arranged blood-red vitality pills, which were quite striking to the eye. He had never obtained so many vitality pills before. The most he had ever owned was the 10 pills he selfishly kept for himself during the last male and female soldiers' dormitory competition. These 20 pieces placed together, each costing 3,000, amount to a total of 60,000. For him, it was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. In the fourth box, there was a bottle of azure-colored potion placed in a slender test tube-like bottle, giving off a very high-tech vibe. Next to it was a note that read, "Enhanced Talent Potion," which under normal circumstances could consecutively raise the user's talent by 3 levels. Luo Xiu's heartbeat immediately quickened. Talent Potion, this thing is exorbitantly priced, and moreover, it's priceless and unavailable for purchase. Its effects are beyond question, and it has no side effects. The descendants of prominent families basically have access to such resources after awakening. Ordinary people can only envy them, but he never expected that he could now enjoy such a thing, and it's even an enhanced version. Hiss, if I drink this, will my invisibility and X-ray vision both improve threefold? Will it have any effect on Temple God? Well, if it can improve threefold, will Temple God also grant me an additional talent ability? Luo Xiu was extremely excited in his heart, yet filled with all kinds of doubts. Then, his gaze fell on the 5th box. Inside the 5th box, there was another potion. However, this potion was purple, looking a bit eerie but inexplicably beautiful. Next to the potion bottle was also a note, which read, "Potential potion, after use, it can directly enhance the physical body's talent to grade A, with no side effects. This is the second batch of the potion, extremely rare, and not yet on the market. Do not disclose it to others." Luo Xiu took a sharp breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. Something like this exists? He had always regretted the limited potential of this body. A mere sea level was indeed unimpressive, feeling completely unworthy of his identity as a transmigrator. With this potion, wouldn't he directly catch up to ordinary geniuses? Although compared to S-level, SS-level, and SSS-level physical potential geniuses, there is still a certain gap. At least the gap has been narrowed countless times, and there is hope. After all, with sea-level physical potential, the amount of vital energy and blood the body can refine and contain is completely incomparable to those with higher potential. For example, as a first-rank martial artist, when he reaches the peak of the first rank, his vital energy and blood value might only reach 3.0 at most. However, a B-level potential individual can at least reach 4.0, and A-level potential can reach 5.0, and those above A-level are even more extraordinary. Moreover, in terms of cultivation speed, the difference is even more like night and day. If he reaches A-level physical potential, coupled with the presence of the Temple God, his cultivation speed can undoubtedly rival that of an S-level potential individual. Happiness came so suddenly that Luo Xiu wasn't even prepared. No wonder the chief instructor said to try to earn as many points as possible. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. This is simply a huge windfall. Luo Xiu was utterly overwhelmed with shock. Even his hands unconsciously began to tremble slightly. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xiu's gaze shifted slightly, landing somewhat nervously on the 6th box. The main issue was that these rewards were increasingly overwhelming, and he was a bit afraid that the contents of the 6th box might be so valuable that his heart couldn't take it. However, it was clear that such a thing did not happen. In the 6th box, there was only a crimson card. Luo Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the card read, "Blood Crystal Equipment Card." With this card, you can go to the equipment manufacturing department to forge an exclusive blood crystal weapon. The exclusive blood crystal weapon can cut through the flesh of 4th-tier ferocious beasts, break the defense of 4th-grade Golden Bell Realm, carry attribute bonuses, possess bloodline recognition, and as an exclusive weapon, others can only use it as an ordinary weapon. Luo Xiu reached out and covered his chest. Breathing became a bit rapid. Really just upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon? Even the weapons are ready. Goodness. Luo Xiu only felt his throat dry and didn't know how to describe his current mood. No wonder the military is so dangerous, yet people still risk their lives to join and make a name for themselves. They really do provide resources. All he did was take
take the top spot in the points ranking among all the new recruits of the 108 military corps in the entire Shenzhou, merely outshining the granddaughter of the martial god, and now benefits were pouring in from all directions. It's even better than money falling from the sky. After all, if money falls from the sky, others can pick it up too. This benefit is his alone. Luo Xiu suppressed the excitement in his heart and stopped himself from shouting out loud. A poor guy suddenly striking it rich, it's impossible not to feel thrilled about it. However, thinking about the other box, Luo Xiu managed to calm down a bit. This seventh box is the grand finale, and its reward is definitely more exciting than the previous 6 boxes. He couldn't let himself get overly excited. Calm down, calm down. This is just the beginning. I need to think big. I'm a transmigrator. I must stay composed. In the future, I will stand at the pinnacle of the world. This little thing is just an appetizer. One day, I will definitely get more. After comforting himself with a few words, Luo Xiu's gaze fell on the last box. The color of this box was different from the others. The other boxes were light-colored wooden boxes, while this one was a dark-colored wooden box. Luo Xiu looked through the glass on the surface of the box. Inside the box, the first thing that catches the eye is still a vial of potion. And this vial of potion is a grayish-white color, resembling chaos. Next to the potion, 3 white pills lie quietly. Seeing these 3 pills, Luo Xiu's pupils suddenly contracted. Divine Mind Pill. 3 pieces. Immediately, his gaze was drawn to the small note next to the Divine Mind Pills. Special edition mental elixir, rarer than potential elixirs, with fewer than 10 bottles across the entire divine continent. The materials are incredibly precious. After use, it can enhance mental potential and mental value. There is no exact data yet, but a rough estimate suggests that an ordinary martial artist who consumes this elixir can directly surpass a mental value of 1.0, becoming a mentalist. Mental potential will be elevated to at least a B level, with no side effects. After reading, Luo Xiu unconsciously opened his mouth wide and softly muttered a curse. What the hell?